Short stories. By Frederik Pohl. Double Cross. Writing as James McCrae. Originally published in Planet Stories Winter 1944. The officer of the deck was pleased as he returned to the main lock. There was no reason why everything shouldn't have been functioning perfectly, of course, but he was pleased to have it confirmed, all the same. The executive officer was moodily smoking a cigarette in the open lock, staring out over the dank Venusian terrain at the native town. He turned. "Everything shipshape, I take it," he commented. The OD nodded. "I'll have a blank log if this keeps up," he said. "Every man accounted for except the delegation, cargo stowed, drivers ready to lift as soon as they come back." The exec tossed away his cigarette. "If they come back. Is there any question?" The exec shrugged. "I don't know, Lowry," he said. "This is a funny place. I don't trust the natives." Lowry lifted his eyebrows. "Oh. But after all, they're human beings, just like us." "Not anymore. 4 or 5 generations ago they were. Lord, they don't even look human anymore. Those white, flabby skins, I don't like them." "Acclimation," Lowry said scientifically. "They had to acclimate themselves to Venus's climate. They're friendly enough." The exec shrugged again. He stared at the wooden shacks that were the outskirts of the native city, dimly visible through the ever-present Venusian mist. The native guard of honor, posted 100 yards from the Earth ship, stood stolidly at attention with their old-fashioned proton rifles slung over their backs. A few natives were gazing wonderingly at the great ship, but made no move to pass the line of guards. "Of course," Lowry said suddenly, "there's a minority who are afraid of us. I was in town yesterday, and I talked with some of the natives. They think there will be hordes of immigrants from Earth, now that we know Venus is habitable. And there's some sort of a paltry underground group that is spreading the word that the immigrants will drive the native Venusians, the descendants of the first expedition, that is, right down into the mud. Well," he laughed, "maybe they will. After all, the fittest survive. That's a basic law of." The annunciator over the open lock clanged vigorously, and a metallic voice rasped, "Officer of the deck. Post number 1. Instruments reports a spy ray focused on the main lock." Lowry, interrupted in the middle of a word, jerked his head back and stared unbelievingly at the telltale next to the annunciator. Sure enough, it was glowing red, might have been glowing for minutes. He snatched at the hand phone dangling from the wall, shouted into it. "Set up a screen. Notify the delegation. Alert a landing party." But even while he was giving orders, the warning light flickered suddenly and went out. Stricken, Lowry turned to the exec. The executive officer nodded gloomily. He said, You see. Sven clicked off the listening machine and turned around. The 5 others in the room looked apprehensive. "You see?" Sven repeated. "From their own mouths you have heard it. The council was right." The younger of the 2 women sighed. She might have been beautiful, in spite of her dead white skin, if there had been a scrap of hair on her head. "Sven, I'm afraid," she said. "Who are we to decide if this is a good thing? Our parents came from Earth. Perhaps there will be trouble at first, if colonists come, but we are of the same blood." Sven laughed harshly. "They don't think so. You heard them. We are not human anymore." The officer said it. The other woman spoke unexpectedly. "The council was right," she agreed. "Sven, what must we do?" Sven raised his hand, thoughtfully. "One moment. Ingra, do you still object?" The younger woman shrank back before the glare in his eyes. She looked around at the others, found them reluctant and uneasy, but visibly convinced by Sven. "No," she said slowly. "I do not object." "And the rest of us? Does any of us object?" Sven eyed them, each in turn. There was a slow but unanimous gesture of assent. Good, said Svan. Then we must act. The Council has told us that we alone will decide our course of action. We have agreed that, if the Earth ship returns, it means disaster for Venus. Therefore, it must not return. An old man shifted restlessly. But they are strong, Svan, he complained. They have weapons. We cannot force them to stay. Svan nodded. No. They will leave. But they will never get back to Earth. Never get back to Earth? The old man gasped. Has the Council authorized murder? Svan shrugged. The Council did not know what we would face. The councilman could not come to the city and see what strength the Earthship has. He paused dangerously. Toller, he said, do you object? Like the girl, the old man retreated before his eyes. His voice was dull. What is your plan? He asked. Svan smiled, and it was like a dark flame. He reached to a box at his feet, held up a shiny metal globe. One of us will plant this in the ship. It will be set by means of this dial. He touched a spot on the surface of the globe with a pallid finger, to do nothing for 40 hours. Then, it will explode. Automite. He grinned triumphantly, looking from face to face. The grin faded uncertainly as he saw what was in their eyes, uncertainty, irresolution. Abruptly he set the bomb down, savagely ripped 6 leaves off a writing tablet on the table next him. He took a pencil and made a mark on one of them, held it up. We will let chance decide who is to do the work, he said angrily. Is there anyone here who is afraid? There will be danger, I think. No answer. Svan jerked his head. Good, he said. Ingra, bring me that bowl. Silently the girl picked up an opaque glass bowl from the broad arm of her chair. It had held Venus tobacco cigarettes, there were a few left. She shook them out and handed the bowl to Svan, who was rapidly creasing the 6 fatal slips. He dropped them in the bowl, stirred it with his hand, offered it to the girl. You first, Ingra, he said. She reached in mechanically, her eyes intent on his, took out a slip and held it without opening it. The bowl went the rounds, till Svan himself took the last. All eyes were on him. No one had looked at their slips. Svan, too, had left his unopened. He sat at the table, facing them. This is the plan, he said. We will go, all 6 of us, in my ground car, to look at the Earthship. No one will suspect, the whole city has been to see it already. One will get out, at the best point we can find. It is almost dusk now. He can hide, surely, in the vegetation. The other 5 will start back. Something will go wrong with the car, perhaps it will run off the road, start to sink in the swamp. The guards will be called. There will be commotion, that is easy enough, after all, a hysterical woman, a few screams, that's all there is to it. And the 6th person will have his chance to steal to the side of the ship. The bomb is magnetic. It will not be noticed in the dark, they will take off before sunrise, because they must travel away from the sun to return, in 40 hours the danger is removed. There was comprehension in their eyes, Svan saw, but still that uncertainty. Impatiently, he crackled, look at the slips. Though he had willed his eyes away from it, his fingers had rebelled. Instinctively they had opened the slip, turned it over and over, striving to detect if it was the fatal one. They had felt nothing. And his eyes saw nothing. The slip was blank. He gave it but a second's glance, then looked up to see who had won the lethal game of chance. Almost he was disappointed. Each of the others had looked in that same second. And each was looking up now, around at his neighbors. Svan waited impatiently for the chosen one to announce it, a second, 10 seconds. Then gray understanding came to him. A traitor. His subconscious whispered. A coward. He stared at them in a new light, saw their indecision magnified, became opposition. Svan thought faster than ever before in his life. If there was a coward, it would do no good to unmask him. All were wavering, any might be the one who had drawn the fatal slip. He could insist on inspecting every one, but, suppose the coward, cornered, fought back. In fractions of a second, Sven had considered the evidence and reached his decision. Masked by the table, his hand, still holding the pencil, moved swiftly beneath the table, marked his own slip. In the palm of his hand, Sven held up the slip he had just marked in secret. His voice was very tired as he said, "I will plant the bomb." The 6 conspirators in Sven's old ground car moved slowly along the main street of the native town. 2 Earthship sailors, unarmed except for deceptively flimsy-looking pistols at their hips, stood before the entrance to the town's Hall of Justice. "Good," said Sven, observing them. "The delegation is still here. We have ample time." He half turned in the broad front seat next to the driver, searching the faces of the others in the car. Which was the coward? He wondered. Ingra? Her aunt? One of the men? The right answer leaped up at him. They all are, he thought. Not one of them understands what this means. They're afraid. He clamped his lips. "Go faster, Ingra," he ordered the girl who was driving. "Let's get this done with." She looked at him, and he was surprised to find compassion in her eyes. Silently she nodded, advanced the fuel handle so that the clumsy car jolted a trace more rapidly over the corduroy road. It was quite dark now. The car's driving light flared yellowishly in front of them, illuminating the narrow road and the pale, distorted vegetation of the jungle that surrounded them. Sven noticed it was raining a little. The present shower would deepen and intensify until midnight, then fall off again, to halt before morning. But before then they would be done. A proton bolt lanced across the road in front of them. In the silence that followed its thunderous crash, a man's voice bellowed, "Halt!" The girl, Ingra, gasped something indistinguishable, slammed on the brakes. A Venusian in the trappings of the state guard advanced on them from the side of the road, proton rifle held ready to fire again. "Where are you going?" he growled. Sven spoke up. "We want to look at the Earth ship," he said. He opened the door beside him and stepped out, careless of the drizzle. "We heard it was leaving tonight," he continued, "and we have not seen it. Is that not permitted?" The guard shook his head sourly. "No one is allowed near the ship. The order was just issued. It is thought there is danger." Sven stepped closer, his teeth bared in what passed for a smile. "It is urgent," he purred. His right hand flashed across his chest in a complicated gesture. "Do you understand?" Confusion furrowed the guard's hairless brows, then was replaced by a sudden flare of understanding, and fear. "The council," he roared. "By heaven, yes, I understand. You are the swine that caused this." He strove instinctively to bring the clumsy rifle up, but Sven was faster. His gamble had failed, there was only one course remaining. He hurled his gross white bulk at the guard, bowled him over against the splintery logs of the road. The proton rifle went flying, and Sven savagely tore at the throat of the guard. Knees, elbows and claw-like nails, Sven battered at the astonished man with every ounce of strength in his body. The guard was as big as Sven, but Sven had the initial advantage. And it was only a matter of seconds before the guard lay unconscious, his skull a mass of gore at the back where Sven had ruthlessly pounded it against the road. Sven rose, panting, stared around. No one else was in sight, save the petrified 5 and the ground car. Sven glared at them contemptuously, then reached down and heaved on the senseless body of the guard. Over the shoulder of the road the body went, onto the damp swampland of the jungle. Even while Sven watched the body began to sink. There would be no trace. Sven strode back to the car. "Hurry up," he gasped to the girl. "Now there is danger for all of us, if they discover he is missing. And keep a watch for other guards. Venus has no moon, and no star can shine through its vast cloud layer." Ensign Lowry, staring anxiously out through the astrodome in the bow of the Earth ship, cursed the blackness. "Can't see a thing," he complained to the exec, steadily writing away at the computer's table. "Look, are those lights over there?" The exec looked up wearily. He shrugged. "Probably the guards. Of course, you can't tell. Might be a raiding party." Lowry, stung, looked to see if the exec was smiling, but found no answer in his stolid face. "Don't joke about it," he said. "Suppose something happens to the delegation? Then we're in the soup," the exec said philosophically. "I told you the natives were dangerous. Spy rays. They've been prohibited for the last 300 years. "It isn't all the natives," Lowry said. "Look how they've doubled the guard around us. The administration is cooperating every way they know how. You heard the delegation's report on the intercom. It's this secret group they call the Council." "And how do you know the guards themselves don't belong to it?" the exec retorted. "They're all the same to me. Look, your light's gone out now. Must have been the guard. They're on the wrong side to be coming from the town, anyhow." Sven hesitated only a fraction of a second after the girl turned the lights out and stopped the car. Then he reached in the compartment under the seat. If he took a little longer than seemed necessary to get the automite bomb out of the compartment, none of the others noticed. Certainly it did not occur to them that there had been 2 bombs in the compartment, though Sven's hand emerged with only one. He got out of the car, holding the sphere. "This will do for me," he said. "They won't be expecting anyone to come from behind the ship, we were wise to circle around. Now, you know what you must do?" Ingra nodded, while the others remained mute. "We must circle back again," she parroted. "We are to wait 5 minutes, then drive the car into the swamp. We will create a commotion, attract the guards." Sven, listening, thought, it's not much of a plan. The guards would not be drawn away. "I am glad I can't trust these 5 anymore. If they must be destroyed, it is good that their destruction will serve a purpose." Aloud, he said, "You understand. If I get through, I will return to the city on foot. No one will suspect anything if I am not caught, because the bomb will not explode until the ship is far out in space. Remember, you are in no danger from the guards." "From the guards," his mind echoed. He smiled. At least, they would feel no pain, never know what happened. With the amount of automite in that bomb in the compartment, they would merely be obliterated in a ground-shaking crash. Abruptly he swallowed, reminded of the bomb that was silently counting off the seconds. "Go ahead," he ordered. "I will wait here." "Sven." The girl, Ingra, leaned over to him. Impulsively she reached for him, kissed him. "Good luck to you, Sven," she said. "Good luck," repeated the others. Then silently the electric motor of the car took hold. Skillfully the girl backed it up, turned it around, sent it lumbering back down the road. Only after she had traveled a few hundred feet by the feel of the road did she turn the lights on again. Sven looked after them. The kiss had surprised him. What did it mean? Was it an error that the girl should die with the others? There was an instant of doubt in his steel-shackled mind, then it was driven away. Perhaps she was loyal, yet certainly she was weak. And since he could not know which was the one who had received the marked slip, and feared to admit it, it was better they all should die. He advanced along the midnight road to where the ground rose and the jungle plants thinned out. Ahead, on an elevation, were the rain-dimmed lights of the Earth ship, set down in the center of a clearing made by its own fierce rockets. Sven's mistrained eyes spotted the circling figures of sentries, and knew that these would be the ship's own. They would not be as easily overcome as the natives, not with those slim-shafted blasters they carried. Only deceit could get him to the side of the ship. Sven settled himself at the side of the road, waiting for his chance. He had perhaps 3 minutes to wait, he reckoned. His fingers went absently to the pouch in his wide belt, closed on the slip of paper. He turned it over without looking at it, wondering who had drawn the first cross, and been a coward. Ingra? One of the men. He became abruptly conscious of a commotion behind him. A ground car was racing along the road. He spun around and was caught in the glare of its blinding driving light, as it bumped to a slithering stop. Paralyzed, he heard the girl's voice. "Svan. They're coming. They found the guard's rifle, and they're looking for us. 30 Earthmen, Svan, with those frightful guns. They fired at us, but we got away and came for you. We must flee." He stared unseeingly at the light. "Go away," he croaked unbelievingly. Then his muscles jerked into action. The time was almost up, the bomb in the car. "Go away," he shrieked, and turned to run. His fists clenched and swinging at his side, he made a dozen floundering steps before something immense pounded at him from behind. He felt himself lifted from the road, sailing, swooping, dropping with annihilating force onto the hard, charred earth of the clearing. Only then did he hear the sound of the explosion, and as the immense echoes died away he began to feel the pain seeping into him from his hideously racked body. The flight surgeon rose from beside him. "He's still alive," he said callously to Lowry, who had just come up. "It won't last long, though. What you got there?" Lowry, a bewildered expression on his beardless face, held out the two halves of a metallic sphere. Dangling ends of wires showed where a connection had been broken. "He had a bomb," he said. "A magnetic type, delayed action automite bomb. There must have been another in the car, and it went off. They were planning to bomb us." "Amazing," the surgeon said dryly. "Well, they won't do any bombing now." Lowry was staring at the huddled, mutilated form of Svan. He shuddered. The surgeon, seeing the shudder, grasped his shoulder. "Better them than us," he said. "It's poetic justice if I ever saw it. They had it coming." He paused thoughtfully, staring at a piece of paper between his fingers. "This is the only part one don't get," he said. "What's that?" Lowry craned his neck. "A piece of paper with a cross on it. What about it?" The surgeon shrugged. "He had it clenched in his hand," he said. "Had the devil of a time getting it loose from him." He turned it over slowly, displayed the other side. Now what in the world would he be doing carrying a scrap of paper with a cross marked on both sides? "How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The Tunnel Under the World. Originally published in Galaxy Science Fiction January 1955. On the morning of June 15, Guy Burckhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear and feel the sharp, ripping metal explosion, the violent heave that had tossed him furiously out of bed, the searing wave of heat. He sat up convulsively and stared, not believing what he saw, at the quiet room and the bright sunlight coming in the window. He croaked, "Mary." His wife was not in the bed next to him. The covers were tumbled and awry, as though she had just left it, and the memory of the dream was so strong that instinctively he found himself searching the floor to see if the dream explosion had thrown her down. But she wasn't there. Of course she wasn't, he told himself, looking at the familiar vanity and slipper chair, the uncracked window, the unbuckled wall. It had only been a dream. Guy. His wife was calling him querulously from the foot of the stairs. "Guy, dear, are you all right?" He called weakly, "Sure." There was a pause. Then Mary said doubtfully, "Breakfast is ready." "Are you sure you're all right? I thought I heard you yelling." Burckhardt said more confidently, "I had a bad dream, honey. Be right down." In the shower, punching the lukewarm cologne he favored, he told himself that it had been a beaut of a dream. Still, bad dreams weren't unusual, especially bad dreams about explosions. In the past 30 years of H-bomb jitters, who had not dreamed of explosions? Even Mary had dreamed of them, it turned out, for he started to tell her about the dream, but she cut him off. "You did?" Her voice was astonished. "Why, dear, I dreamed the same thing." "Well, almost the same thing. I didn't actually hear anything. I dreamed that something woke me up, and then there was a sort of quick bang, and then something hit me on the head. And that was all." "Was yours like that?" Burkhard coughed. "Well, no," he said. Mary was not one of these strong as a man, brave as a tiger women. It was not necessary, he thought, to tell her all the little details of the dream that made it seem so real. No need to mention the splintered ribs, and the salt bubble in his throat, and the agonized knowledge that this was death. He said, "Maybe there really was some kind of explosion downtown. Maybe we heard it and it started us dreaming." Mary reached over and patted his hand absently. "Maybe," she agreed. "It's almost 8:30, dear. Shouldn't you hurry? You don't want to be late to the office." He gulped his food, kissed her and rushed out, not so much to be on time as to see if his guess had been right. But downtown Tylerton looked as it always had. Coming in on the bus, Burkhard watched critically out the window, seeking evidence of an explosion. There wasn't any. If anything, Tylerton looked better than it ever had before. It was a beautiful crisp day, the sky was cloudless, the buildings were clean and inviting. They had, he observed, steam-blasted the Power and Light building, the town's only skyscraper. That was the penalty of having Contro Chemicals' main plant on the outskirts of town. The fumes from the Cascade stills left their mark on stone buildings. None of the usual crowd were on the bus, so there wasn't anyone Burkhard could ask about the explosion. And by the time he got out at the corner of 5th and Lehigh and the bus rolled away with a muted diesel moan, he had pretty well convinced himself that it was all imagination. He stopped at the cigar stand in the lobby of his office building, but Ralph wasn't behind the counter. The man who sold him his pack of cigarettes was a stranger. "Where's Mr. Stebbins?" Burkhard asked. The man said politely, "Sick, sir. He'll be in tomorrow." "A pack of Marlins today?" "Chesterfields," Burkhard corrected. "Certainly, sir," the man said. But what he took from the rack and slid across the counter was an unfamiliar green and yellow pack. "Do try these, sir," he suggested. "They contain an anti-cough factor. Ever notice how ordinary cigarettes make you choke every once in a while?" Burkhard said suspiciously, "I never heard of this brand." "Of course not. There's something new." Burkhard hesitated, and the man said persuasively, "Look, try them out at my risk. If you don't like them, bring back the empty pack and I'll refund your money." "Fair enough." Burkhard shrugged. "How can I lose? But give me a pack of Chesterfields, too, will you?" He opened the pack and lit one while he waited for the elevator. They weren't bad, he decided, though he was suspicious of cigarettes that had the tobacco chemically treated in any way. But he didn't think much of Ralph's stand-in. It would raise hell with the trade at the cigar stand if the man tried to give every customer the same high-pressure sales talk. The elevator door opened with a low-pitched sound of music. Burkhard and 2 or 3 others got in and he nodded to them as the door closed. The thread of music switched off and the speaker in the ceiling of the cab began its usual commercials. No, not the usual commercials, Burkhard realized. He had been exposed to the captive audience commercials so long that they hardly registered on the outer ear anymore, but what was coming from the recorded program in the basement of the building caught his attention. It wasn't merely that the brands were mostly unfamiliar, it was a difference in pattern. There were jingles with an insistent, bouncy rhythm, about soft drinks he had never tasted. There was a rapid patter dialogue between what sounded like 2 10-year-old boys about a candy bar, followed by an authoritative bass rumble, "Go right out and get a delicious Chocobite and eat your tangy Chocobite all up. That's Chocobite." There was a sobbing female whine, "I wish I had a feckle freezer. I'd do anything for a feckle freezer. Burkhardt reached his floor and left the elevator in the middle of the last one. It left him a little uneasy. The commercials were not for familiar brands, there was no feeling of use and custom to them. But the office was happily normal, except that Mr. Barth wasn't in. Miss Mitkin, yawning at the reception desk, didn't know exactly why. His home phoned, that's all. He'll be in tomorrow. Maybe he went to the plant. It's right near his house. She looked indifferent. Yeah. A thought struck Burkhardt. But today is June 15th. It's quarterly tax return day, he has to sign the return. Miss Mitkin shrugged to indicate that that was Burkhardt's problem, not hers. She returned to her nails. Thoroughly exasperated, Burkhardt went to his desk. It wasn't that he couldn't sign the tax returns as well as Barth, he thought resentfully. It simply wasn't his job, that was all. It was a responsibility that Barth, as office manager for Contro Chemical's downtown office, should have taken. He thought briefly of calling Barth at his home or trying to reach him at the factory, but he gave up the idea quickly enough. He didn't really care much for the people at the factory, and the less contact he had with them, the better. He had been to the factory once, with Barth. It had been a confusing and, in a way, a frightening experience. Barring a handful of executives and engineers, there wasn't a soul in the factory, that is, Burkhardt corrected himself, remembering what Barth had told him, not a living soul, just the machines. According to Barth, each machine was controlled by a sort of computer which reproduced, in its electronic snarl, the actual memory and mind of a human being. It was an unpleasant thought. Barth, laughing, had assured him that there was no Frankenstein business of robbing graveyards and implanting brains in machines. It was only a matter, he said, of transferring a man's habit patterns from brain cells to vacuum tube cells. It didn't hurt the man and it didn't make the machine into a monster. But they made Burkhardt uncomfortable all the same. He put Barth and the factory and all his other little irritations out of his mind and tackled the tax returns. It took him until noon to verify the figures, which Barth could have done out of his memory in his private ledger in 10 minutes, Burkhardt resentfully reminded himself. He sealed them in an envelope and walked out to Miss Mitkin. Since Mr. Barth isn't here, we'd better go to lunch in shifts, he said. You can go first. Thanks. Miss Mitkin languidly took her bag out of the desk drawer and began to apply makeup. Burkhardt offered her the envelope. Drop this in the mail for me, will you? Wait a minute. I wonder if I ought to phone Mr. Barth to make sure. Did his wife say whether he was able to take phone calls? Didn't say. Miss Mitkin blotted her lips carefully with a Kleenex. Wasn't his wife, anyway. It was his daughter who called and left the message. The kid? Burkhardt frowned. I thought she was away at school. She called, that's all I know. Burkhardt went back to his own office and stared distastefully at the unopened mail on his desk. He didn't like nightmares, they spoiled his whole day. He should have stayed in bed, like Barth. A funny thing happened on his way home. There was a disturbance at the corner where he usually caught his bus. Someone was screaming something about a new kind of deep freeze, so he walked an extra block. He saw the bus coming and started to trot. But behind him, someone was calling his name. He looked over his shoulder, a small harried-looking man was hurrying toward him. Burkhardt hesitated, and then recognized him. It was a casual acquaintance named Swanson. Burkhardt sourly observed that he had already missed the bus. He said, "Hello." Swanson's face was desperately eager. "Burkhardt?" he asked inquiringly, with an odd intensity. And then he just stood there silently, watching Burkhardt's face, with a burning eagerness that dwindled to a faint hope and died to a regret. He was searching for something, waiting for something, Burkhardt thought. But whatever it was he wanted, Burkhardt didn't know how to supply it. Burkhardt coughed and said again, "Hello, Swanson." Swanson didn't even acknowledge the greeting. He merely sighed a very deep sigh. Nothing doing, he mumbled, apparently to himself. He nodded abstractedly to Burkhardt and turned away. Burkhardt watched the slumped shoulders disappear in the crowd. It was an odd sort of day, he thought, and one he didn't much like. Things weren't going right. Riding home on the next bus, he brooded about it. It wasn't anything terrible or disastrous, it was something out of his experience entirely. You live your life, like any man, and you form a network of impressions and reactions. You expect things. When you open your medicine chest, your razor is expected to be on the second shelf. When you lock your front door, you expect to have to give it a slight extra tug to make it latch. It isn't the things that are right and perfect in your life that make it familiar. It is the things that are just a little bit wrong, the sticking latch, the light switch at the head of the stairs that needs an extra push because the spring is old and weak, the rug that unfailingly skids underfoot. It wasn't just that things were wrong with the pattern of Burkhardt's life, it was that the wrong things were wrong. For instance, Barth hadn't come into the office, yet Barth always came in. Burkhardt brooded about it through dinner. He brooded about it, despite his wife's attempt to interest him in a game of bridge with the neighbors, all through the evening. The neighbors were people he liked, Ann and Farley Dennerman. He had known them all their lives. But they were odd and brooding, too, this night, and he barely listened to Dennerman's complaints about not being able to get good phone service or his wife's comments on the disgusting variety of television commercials they had these days. Burkhardt was well on the way to setting an all-time record for continuous abstraction when, around midnight, with a suddenness that surprised him, he was strangely aware of it happening, he turned over in his bed and, quickly and completely, fell asleep. On the morning of June 15, Burkhardt woke up screaming. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear the explosion, feel the blast that crushed him against a wall. It did not seem right that he should be sitting bolt upright in bed in an undisturbed room. His wife came pattering up the stairs. "Darling," she cried. "What's the matter?" He mumbled, "Nothing. Bad dream." She relaxed, hand on heart. In an angry tone, she started to say, "You gave me such a shock." But a noise from outside interrupted her. There was a wail of sirens and a clang of bells. It was loud and shocking. The Burkhardt stared at each other for a heartbeat, then hurried fearfully to the window. There were no rumbling fire engines in the street, only a small panel truck, cruising slowly along. Flaring loudspeaker horns crowned its top. From them issued the screaming sound of sirens, growing in intensity, mixed with the rumble of heavy-duty engines and the sound of bells. It was a perfect record of fire engines arriving at a four-alarm blaze. Burkhardt said in amazement, "Mary, that's against the law. Do you know what they're doing? They're playing records of a fire. What are they up to?" "Maybe it's a practical joke," his wife offered. "Joke? Waking up the whole neighborhood at 6 o'clock in the morning?" He shook his head. "The police will be here in 10 minutes, he predicted. Wait and see." But the police weren't, not in 10 minutes, or at all. Whoever the pranksters in the car were, they apparently had a police permit for their games. The car took a position in the middle of the block and stood silent for a few minutes. Then there was a crackle from the speaker, and a giant voice chanted. "Feckle freezers. Feckle freezers. Gotta have a feckle freezer. Feckle, feckle, feckle. Feckle, feckle, feckle." It went on and on. Every house on the block had faces staring out of windows by then. The voice was not merely loud, it was nearly deafening. Burkhardt shouted to his wife, over the uproar, "What the hell is a feckle freezer?" "Some kind of a freezer, I guess, dear," she shrieked back unhelpfully. Abruptly the noise stopped and the truck stood silent. It was still misty morning. The sun's rays came horizontally across the rooftops. It was impossible to believe that, a moment ago, the silent block had been bellowing the name of a freezer. "A crazy advertising trick," Burkhardt said bitterly. He yawned and turned away from the window. Might as well get dressed. I guess that's the end of. The bellow caught him from behind. It was almost like a hard slap on the ears. A harsh, sneering voice, louder than the archangel's trumpet, howled. Have you got a freezer? It stinks. If it isn't a fecal freezer, it stinks. If it's a last year's fecal freezer, it stinks. Only this year's fecal freezer is any good at all. You know who owns an Ajax freezer? Fairies own Ajax freezers. You know who owns a triple cold freezer? Commies own triple cold freezers. Every freezer but a brand new fecal freezer stinks. The voice screamed inarticulately with rage. I'm warning you. Get out and buy a fecal freezer right away. Hurry up. Hurry for fecal. Hurry for fecal. Hurry, 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 fecal, 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 fecal. It stopped eventually. Burkhard licked his lips. He started to say to his wife, maybe we ought to call the police about, when the speakers erupted again. It caught him off guard, it was intended to catch him off guard. It screamed. Fecal, 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 fecal. Cheap freezers ruin your food. You'll get sick and throw up. You'll get sick and die. Buy a fecal, 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 fecal. Ever take a piece of meat out of the freezer you've got and see how rotten and moldy it is? Buy a fecal, 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 fecal. Do you want to eat rotten, stinking food? Or do you want to wise up and buy a fecal, fecal, fecal? That did it. With fingers that kept stabbing the wrong holes, Burkhard finally managed to dial the local police station. He got a busy signal. It was apparent that he was not the only one with the same idea, and while he was shakingly dialing again, the noise outside stopped. He looked out the window. The truck was gone. Burkhard loosened his tie and ordered another frosty flip from the waiter. If only they wouldn't keep the Crystal Cafe so hot. The new paint job, searing reds and blinding yellows, was bad enough, but someone seemed to have the delusion that this was January instead of June. The place was a good 10 degrees warmer than outside. He swallowed the frosty flip in 2 gulps. It had a kind of peculiar flavor, he thought, but not bad. It certainly cooled you off, just as the waiter had promised. He reminded himself to pick up a carton of them on the way home, Mary might like them. She was always interested in something new. He stood up awkwardly as the girl came across the restaurant toward him. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen in Tylerton. Chin height, honey blonde hair and a figure that, well, it was all hers. There was no doubt in the world that the dress that clung to her was the only thing she wore. He felt as if he were blushing as she greeted him. Mr. Burkhard. The voice was like distant tom-toms. It's wonderful of you to let me see you, after this morning. He cleared his throat. Not at all. Won't you sit down, miss? April Horn, she murmured, sitting down, beside him, not where he had pointed on the other side of the table. Call me April, won't you? She was wearing some kind of perfume, Burkhard noted with what little of his mind was functioning at all. It didn't seem fair that she should be using perfume as well as everything else. He came to with a start and realized that the waiter was leaving with an order for filets mignon for 2. Hey, he objected. Please, Mr. Burkhard. Her shoulder was against his, her face was turned to him, her breath was warm, her expression was tender and solicitous. This is all on the Feckle Corporation. Please let them, it's the least they can do. He felt her hand burrowing into his pocket. I put the price of the meal into your pocket, she whispered conspiratorially. Please do that for me, won't you? I mean, I'd appreciate it if you'd pay the waiter. I'm old-fashioned about things like that. She smiled meltingly, then became mock businesslike. But you must take the money, she insisted. Why, you're letting Feckle off lightly if you do. You could sue them for every nickel they've got, disturbing your sleep like that. With a dizzy feeling, as though he had just seen someone make a rabbit disappear into a top hat, he said, "Why, it really wasn't so bad, April. A little noisy, maybe, but—" "Oh, Mr. Burkhardt." The blue eyes were wide and admiring. "I knew you'd understand. It's just that, well, it's such a wonderful freezer that some of the outside men get carried away, so to speak. As soon as the main office found out about what happened, they sent representatives around to every house on the block to apologize. Your wife told us where we could phone you, and I'm so very pleased that you were willing to let me have lunch with you, so that I could apologize, too. Because truly, Mr. Burkhardt, it is a fine freezer. I shouldn't tell you this, but," the blue eyes were shyly lowered, "I'd do almost anything for Feckle freezers. It's more than a job to me." She looked up. She was enchanting. "I bet you think I'm silly, don't you?" Burkhardt coughed. "Well, Oh, you don't want to be unkind." She shook her head. "No, don't pretend. You think it's silly. But really, Mr. Burkhardt, you wouldn't think so if you knew more about the Feckle. Let me show you this little booklet." Burkhardt got back from lunch a full hour late. It wasn't only the girl who delayed him. There had been a curious interview with a little man named Swanson, whom he barely knew, who had stopped him with desperate urgency on the street, and then left him cold. But it didn't matter much. Mr. Barth, for the first time since Burkhardt had worked there, was out for the day, leaving Burkhardt stuck with the quarterly tax returns. What did matter, though, was that somehow he had signed a purchase order for a 12 cubic foot Feckle freezer, upright model, self-defrosting, list price $625, with a 10% courtesy discount, because of that horrid affair this morning. "Mr. Burkhardt," she had said. And he wasn't sure how he could explain it to his wife. He needn't have worried. As he walked in the front door, his wife said almost immediately, "I wonder if we can't afford a new freezer, dear. There was a man here to apologize about that noise and, well, we got to talking and..." She had signed a purchase order, too. It had been the damnedest day, Burkhardt thought later, on his way up to bed. But the day wasn't done with him yet. At the head of the stairs, the weakened spring in the electric light switch refused to click at all. He snapped it back and forth angrily and, of course, succeeded in jarring the tumbler out of its pins. The wires shorted and every light in the house went out. "Damn," said Guy Burkhardt. "Fuse?" His wife shrugged sleepily. "Let it go till the morning, dear." Burkhardt shook his head. "You go back to bed. I'll be right along." It wasn't so much that he cared about fixing the fuse, but he was too restless for sleep. He disconnected the bad switch with a screwdriver, stumbled down into the black kitchen, found the flashlight and climbed gingerly down the cellar stairs. He located a spare fuse, pushed an empty trunk over to the fuse box to stand on and twisted out the old fuse. When the new one was in, he heard the starting click and steady drone of the refrigerator in the kitchen overhead. He headed back to the steps, and stopped. Where the old trunk had been, the cellar floor gleamed oddly bright. He inspected it in the flashlight beam. It was metal. "Son of a gun," said Guy Burkhardt. He shook his head unbelievingly. He peered closer, rubbed the edges of the metallic patch with his thumb and acquired an annoying cut. The edges were sharp. The stained cement floor of the cellar was a thin shell. He found a hammer and cracked it off in a dozen spots. Everywhere was metal. The whole cellar was a copper box. Even the cement brick walls were false fronts over a metal sheath. Baffled, he attacked one of the foundation beams. That, at least, was real wood. The glass in the cellar windows was real glass. He sucked his bleeding thumb and tried the base of the cellar stairs. Real wood. He chipped at the bricks under the oil burner. Real bricks. The retaining walls, the floor, they were faked. It was as though someone had shored up the house with a frame of metal and then laboriously concealed the evidence. The biggest surprise was the upside-down boat hull that blocked the rear half of the cellar, relic of a brief home workshop period that Burkhardt had gone through a couple of years before. From above, it looked perfectly normal. Inside, though, where there should have been thwarts and seats and lockers, there was a mere tangle of braces, rough and unfinished. "But I built that," Burkhardt exclaimed, forgetting his thumb. He leaned against the hull dizzily, trying to think this thing through. For reasons beyond his comprehension, someone had taken his boat and his cellar away, maybe his whole house, and replaced them with a clever mock-up of the real thing. "That's crazy," he said to the empty cellar. He stared around in the light of the flash. He whispered, "What in the name of heaven would anybody do that for?" Reason refused an answer. There wasn't any reasonable answer. For long minutes, Burkhardt contemplated the uncertain picture of his own sanity. He peered under the boat again, hoping to reassure himself that it was a mistake, just his imagination. But the sloppy, unfinished bracing was unchanged. He crawled under for a better look, feeling the rough wood incredulously. Utterly impossible. He switched off the flashlight and started to wriggle out. But he didn't make it. In the moment between the command to his legs to move and the crawling out, he felt a sudden draining weariness flooding through him. Consciousness went, not easily, but as though it were being taken away, and Guy Burkhardt was asleep. On the morning of June 16, Guy Burkhardt woke up in a cramped position huddled under the hull of the boat in his basement, and raced upstairs to find it was June 15. The first thing he had done was to make a frantic, hasty inspection of the boat hull, the faked cellar floor, the imitation stone. They were all as he had remembered them, all completely unbelievable. The kitchen was its placid, unexciting self. The electric clock was purring soberly around the dial. Almost 6 o'clock, it said. His wife would be waking at any moment. Burkhardt flung open the front door and stared out into the quiet street. The morning paper was tossed carelessly against the steps, and as he retrieved it, he noticed that this was the 15th day of June. But that was impossible. Yesterday was the 15th of June. It was not a date one would forget, it was quarterly tax return day. He went back into the hall and picked up the telephone. He dialed for weather information, and got a well-modulated chant, and cooler, some showers. Barometric pressure 30.04, rising. United States Weather Bureau forecast for June 15, warm and sunny, with high around. He hung the phone up. June 15. Holy heaven! Burkhardt said prayerfully. Things were very odd indeed. He heard the ring of his wife's alarm and bounded up the stairs. Mary Burkhardt was sitting upright in bed with the terrified, uncomprehending stare of someone just waking out of a nightmare. "Oh!" she gasped, as her husband came in the room. "Darling, I just had the most terrible dream. It was like an explosion and..." "Again?" Burkhardt asked, not very sympathetically. "Mary, something's funny. I knew there was something wrong all day yesterday, Anne." He went on to tell her about the copper box that was the cellar, and the odd mock-up someone had made of his boat. Mary looked astonished, then alarmed, then placatory and uneasy. She said, "Dear, are you sure? Because I was cleaning that old trunk out just last week and I didn't notice anything." "Positive," said Guy Burkhardt. "I dragged it over to the wall to step on it to put a new fuse in after we blew the lights out and..." "After we what?" Mary was looking more than merely alarmed. "After we blew the lights out. You know, when the switch at the head of the stairs stuck. I went down to the cellar and..." Mary sat up in bed. "Guy, the switch didn't stick. I turned out the lights myself last night." Burkhardt glared at his wife. "Now I know you didn't. Come here and take a look." He stalked out to the landing and dramatically pointed to the bad switch, the one that he had unscrewed and left hanging the night before. Only it wasn't. It was as it had always been. Unbelieving, Burkhardt pressed it and the light sprang up in both halls. Mary, looking pale and worried, left him to go down to the kitchen and start breakfast. Burkhardt stood staring at the switch for a long time. His mental processes were gone beyond the point of disbelief and shock, they simply were not functioning. He shaved and dressed and ate his breakfast in a state of numb introspection. Mary didn't disturb him, she was apprehensive and soothing. She kissed him goodbye as he hurried out to the bus without another word. Miss Mitkin, at the reception desk, greeted him with a yawn. "Morning," she said drowsily. "Mr. Barth won't be in today." Burkhardt started to say something, but checked himself. She would not know that Barth hadn't been in yesterday either, because she was tearing a June 14th pad off her calendar to make way for the new June 15th sheet. He staggered to his own desk and stared unseeingly at the morning's mail. It had not even been opened yet, but he knew that the factory distributor's envelope contained an order for 20,000 feet of the new acoustic tile, and the one from Feinbeck and Sons was a complaint. After a long while, he forced himself to open them. They were. By lunchtime, driven by a desperate sense of urgency, Burkhardt made Miss Mitkin take her lunch hour first. The June 15th that was yesterday, he had gone first. She went, looking vaguely worried about his strained insistence, but it made no difference to Burkhardt's mood. The phone rang and Burkhardt picked it up abstractedly. "Contro Chemicals downtown, Burkhardt speaking." The voice said, "This is Swanson," and stopped. Burkhardt waited expectantly, but that was all. He said, "Hello." Again the pause. Then Swanson asked in sad resignation, "Still nothing, eh?" "Nothing what?" "Swanson, is there something you want? You came up to me yesterday and went through this routine." "You?" The voice crackled, "Burkhardt. Oh, my good heavens, you remember. Stay right there, I'll be down in half an hour." "What's this all about?" "Never mind," the little man said exultantly. "Tell you about it when I see you. Don't say any more over the phone, somebody may be listening. Just wait there. Say, hold on a minute. Will you be alone in the office?" "Well, no. Miss Mitkin will probably. Hell. Look, Burkhardt, where do you eat lunch? Is it good and noisy?" "Why, I suppose so. The Crystal Café. It's just about a block. I know where it is. Meet you in half an hour." And the receiver clicked. The Crystal Café was no longer painted red, but the temperature was still up. And they had added piped-in music interspersed with commercials. The advertisements were for Frosty Flip, Marlin cigarettes, "They're sanitized," the announcer purred, and something called Chocobite candy bars that Burkhardt couldn't remember ever having heard of before. But he heard more about them quickly enough. While he was waiting for Swanson to show up, a girl in the cellophane skirt of a nightclub cigarette vendor came through the restaurant with a tray of tiny scarlet-wrapped candies. "Chocobites are tangy," she was murmuring as she came close to his table. "Chocobites are tangier than tangy." Burkhardt, intent on watching for the strange little man who had phoned him, paid little attention. But as she scattered a handful of the confections over the table next to his, smiling at the occupants, he caught a glimpse of her and turned to stare. "Why, Miss Horn," he said. The girl dropped her tray of candies. Burkhardt rose, concerned over the girl. "Is something wrong?" But she fled. The manager of the restaurant was staring suspiciously at Burkhardt, who sank back in his seat and tried to look inconspicuous. He hadn't insulted the girl. Maybe she was just a very strictly reared young lady, he thought, in spite of the long bare legs under the cellophane skirt, and when he addressed her, she thought he was a masher. Ridiculous idea. Burkhardt scowled uneasily and picked up his menu. "Burkhardt." It was a shrill whisper. Burkhardt looked up over the top of his menu, startled. In the seat across from him, the little man named Swanson was sitting, tensely poised. "Burkhardt," the little man whispered again. "Let's get out of here. They're on to you now. If you want to stay alive, come on." There was no arguing with the man. Burkhardt gave the hovering manager a sick, apologetic smile and followed Swanson out. The little man seemed to know where he was going. In the street, he clutched Burkhardt by the elbow and hurried him off down the block. "Did you see her?" he demanded. "That Horn woman, in the phone booth? She'll have them here in 5 minutes, believe me, so hurry it up." Although the street was full of people and cars, nobody was paying any attention to Burkhardt and Swanson. The air had a nip in it, more like October than June, Burkhardt thought, in spite of the Weather Bureau. And he felt like a fool, following this mad little man down the street, running away from them, toward what? The little man might be crazy, but he was afraid. And the fear was infectious. "In here," panted the little man. It was another restaurant, more of a bar, really, and a sort of second-rate place that Burkhardt had never patronized. "Right straight through," Swanson whispered, and Burkhardt, like a biddable boy, sidestepped through the mass of tables to the far end of the restaurant. It was L-shaped, with a front on 2 streets at right angles to each other. They came out on the side street, Swanson staring coldly back at the question-looking cashier, and crossed to the opposite sidewalk. They were under the marquee of a movie theater. Swanson's expression began to relax. "Lost them," he crowed softly. "We're almost there." He stepped up to the window and bought 2 tickets. Burkhardt trailed him into the theater. It was a weekday matinee and the place was almost empty. From the screen came sounds of gunfire and horses' hoofs. A solitary usher, leaning against a bright brass rail, looked briefly at them and went back to staring boredly at the picture as Swanson led Burkhardt down a flight of carpeted marble steps. They were in the lounge and it was empty. There was a door for men and one for ladies, and there was a third door, marked "Manager," in gold letters. Swanson listened at the door, and gently opened it and peered inside. "Okay," he said, gesturing. Burkhardt followed him through an empty office, to another door, a closet, probably, because it was unmarked. But it was no closet. Swanson opened it warily, looked inside, then motioned Burkhardt to follow. It was a tunnel, metal-walled, brightly lit. Empty, it stretched vacantly away in both directions from them. Burkhardt looked wondering around. One thing he knew and knew full well. No such tunnel belonged under Tylerton. There was a room off the tunnel with chairs and a desk and what looked like television screens. Swanson slumped in a chair, panting. "We're all right for a while here," he wheezed. "They don't come here much anymore. If they do, we'll hear them and we can hide." "Who?" demanded Burkhardt. The little man said, "Martians." His voice cracked on the word and the life seemed to go out of him. In morose tones, he went on, "Well, I think they're Martians. Although you could be right, you know, I've had plenty of time to think it over these last few weeks, after they got you, and it's possible they're Russians after all. Still. Start from the beginning. Who got me when?" Swanson sighed. "So we have to go through the whole thing again." "All right. It was about 2 months ago that you banged on my door, late at night. You were all beat up, scared silly. You begged me to help you." "I did." "Naturally you don't remember any of this. Listen and you'll understand. You were talking a blue streak about being captured and threatened, and your wife being dead and coming back to life, and all kinds of mixed-up nonsense. I thought you were crazy. But, well, I've always had a lot of respect for you. And you begged me to hide you and I have this darkroom, you know. It locks from the inside only. I put the lock on myself. So we went in there, just to humor you, and along about midnight, which was only 15 or 20 minutes after, we passed out." "Passed out?" Swanson nodded. "Both of us. It was like being hit with a sandbag. Look, didn't that happen to you again last night?" "I guess it did," Burkhardt shook his head uncertainly. "Sure. And then all of a sudden we were awake again, and you said you were going to show me something funny, and we went out and bought a paper. And the date on it was June 15th. June 15th. But that's today. I mean. You got it, friend. It's always today. It took time to penetrate. Burkhard said wonderingly, you've hidden out in that dark room for how many weeks? How can I tell? 4 or 5, maybe. I lost count. And every day the same, always the 15th of June, always my landlady, Mrs. Kiefer, is sweeping the front steps, always the same headline in the papers at the corner. It gets monotonous, friend. It was Burkhard's idea and Swanson despised it, but he went along. He was the type who always went along. It's dangerous, he grumbled worriedly. Suppose somebody comes by. They'll spot us in. What have we got to lose? Swanson shrugged. It's dangerous, he said again. But he went along. Burkhard's idea was very simple. He was sure of only one thing, the tunnel went somewhere. Martians or Russians, fantastic plot or crazy hallucination, whatever was wrong with Tylerton had an explanation, and the place to look for it was at the end of the tunnel. They jogged along. It was more than a mile before they began to see an end. They were in luck, at least no one came through the tunnel to spot them. But Swanson had said that it was only at certain hours that the tunnel seemed to be in use. Always the 15th of June. Why? Burkhard asked himself. Never mind the how. Why? And falling asleep, completely involuntarily, everyone at the same time, it seemed. And not remembering, never remembering anything, Swanson had said how eagerly he saw Burkhard again, the morning after Burkhard had incautiously waited 5 minutes too many before retreating into the darkroom. When Swanson had come to, Burkhard was gone. Swanson had seen him in the street that afternoon, but Burkhard had remembered nothing. And Swanson had lived his mouse's existence for weeks, hiding in the woodwork at night, stealing out by day to search for Burkhard in pitiful hope, scurrying around the fringe of life, trying to keep from the deadly eyes of them. Them. One of them was the girl named April Horn. It was by seeing her walk carelessly into a telephone booth and never come out that Swanson had found the tunnel. Another was the man at the cigar stand in Burkhard's office building. There were more, at least a dozen that Swanson knew of or suspected. They were easy enough to spot, once you knew where to look, for they, alone in Tylerton, changed their roles from day to day. Burkhard was on that 8:51 bus, every morning of every day, that was, June 15th, never different by a hair or a moment. But April Horn was sometimes gaudy in the cellophane skirt, giving away candy or cigarettes, sometimes plainly dressed. Sometimes not seen by Swanson at all. Russians? Martians? Whatever they were, what could they be hoping to gain from this mad masquerade? Burkhard didn't know the answer, but perhaps it lay beyond the door at the end of the tunnel. They listened carefully and heard distant sounds that could not quite be made out, but nothing that seemed dangerous. They slipped through. And, through a wide chamber and up a flight of steps, they found they were in what Burkhard recognized as the Contro Chemicals plant. Nobody was in sight. By itself, that was not so very odd, the automatized factory had never had very many persons in it. But Burkhard remembered, from his single visit, the endless, ceaseless busyness of the plant, the valves that opened and closed. The vats that emptied themselves and filled themselves and stirred and cooked and chemically tasted the bubbling liquids they held inside themselves. The plant was never populated, but it was never still. Only, now it was still. Except for the distant sounds, there was no breath of life in it. The captive electronic minds were sending out no commands, the coils and relays were at rest. Burkhard said, "Come on." Swanson reluctantly followed him through the tangled aisles of stainless steel columns and tanks. They walked as though they were in the presence of the dead. In a way, they were, for what were the automatons that once had run the factory, if not corpses? The machines were controlled by computers that were really not computers at all, but the electronic analogs of living brains. And if they were turned off, were they not dead? For each had once been a human mind. Take a master petroleum chemist, infinitely skilled in the separation of crude oil into its fractions. Strap him down, probe into his brain with searching electronic needles. The machine scans the patterns of the mind, translates what it sees into charts and sine waves. Impress these same waves on a robot computer and you have your chemist. Or 1,000 copies of your chemist, if you wish, with all of his knowledge and skill, and no human limitations at all. Put a dozen copies of him into a plant and they will run it all, 24 hours a day, 7 days of every week, never tiring, never overlooking anything, never forgetting. Swanson stepped up closer to Burkhardt. "I'm scared," he said. They were across the room now and the sounds were louder. They were not machine sounds, but voices. Burkhardt moved cautiously up to a door and dared to peer around it. It was a smaller room, lined with television screens, each one, a dozen or more, at least, with a man or woman sitting before it, staring into the screen and dictating notes into a recorder. The viewers dialed from scene to scene. No two screens ever showed the same picture. The pictures seemed to have little in common. One was a store, where a girl dressed like April Horn was demonstrating home freezers. One was a series of shots of kitchens. Burkhardt caught a glimpse of what looked like the cigar stand in his office building. It was baffling and Burkhardt would have loved to stand there and puzzle it out, but it was too busy a place. There was the chance that someone would look their way or walk out and find them. They found another room. This one was empty. It was an office, large and sumptuous. It had a desk, littered with papers. Burkhardt stared at them, briefly at first, then, as the words on one of them caught his attention, with incredulous fascination. He snatched up the topmost sheet, scanned it, and another, while Swanson was frenziedly searching through the drawers. Burkhardt swore unbelievingly and dropped the papers to the desk. Swanson, hardly noticing, yelped with delight, "Look!" He dragged a gun from the desk. "And it's loaded, too." Burkhardt stared at him blankly, trying to assimilate what he had read. Then, as he realized what Swanson had said, Burkhardt's eyes sparked. "Good man," he cried. "We'll take it. We're getting out of here with that gun, Swanson. And we're going to the police. Not the cops in Tylerton, but the FBI, maybe. Take a look at this." The sheaf he handed Swanson was headed, Test Area Progress Report. Subject, Marlin Cigarettes Campaign. It was mostly tabulated figures that made little sense to Burkhardt and Swanson, but at the end was a summary that said, although Test 47, K3 pulled nearly doubled the number of new users of any of the other tests conducted, it probably cannot be used in the field because of local sound truck control ordinances. The tests in the 47, K12 group were second best and our recommendation is that retests be conducted in this appeal, testing each of the 3 best campaigns with and without the addition of sampling techniques. An alternative suggestion might be to proceed directly with the top appeal in the K12 series, if the client is unwilling to go to the expense of additional tests. All of these forecast expectations have an 80% probability of being within 0.5% of results forecast, and more than 99% probability of coming within 5%. Swanson looked up from the paper into Burkhardt's eyes. "I don't get it," he complained. Burkhardt said, "I don't blame you. It's crazy, but it fits the facts, Swanson, it fits the facts. They aren't Russians and they aren't Martians. These people are advertising men. Somehow, heaven knows how they did it, they've taken Tylerton over. They've got us, all of us, you and me and 20 or 30,000 other people, right under their thumbs. Maybe they hypnotize us and maybe it's something else. But however they do it, what happens is that they let us live a day at a time. They pour advertising into us the whole damn day long. And at the end of the day, they see what happened, and then they wash the day out of our minds and start again the next day with different advertising." Swanson's jaw was hanging. He managed to close it and swallow. "Nuts," he said flatly. Burkhardt shook his head. "Sure, it sounds crazy, but this whole thing is crazy. How else would you explain it? You can't deny that most of Tylerton lives the same day over and over again. You've seen it. And that's the crazy part, and we have to admit that that's true, unless we are the crazy ones. And once you admit that somebody, somehow, knows how to accomplish that, the rest of it makes all kinds of sense. Think of it, Swanson. They test every last detail before they spend a nickel on advertising. Do you have any idea what that means? Lord knows how much money is involved, but I know for a fact that some companies spend $20 or $30 million a year on advertising. Multiply it, say, by 100 companies. Say that every one of them learns how to cut its advertising cost by only 10%. And that's peanuts, believe me. If they know in advance what's going to work, they can cut their costs in half, maybe to less than half, I don't know. But that's saving $200 or $300 million a year, and if they pay only 10 or 20% of that for the use of Tylerton, it's still dirt cheap for them and a fortune for whoever took over Tylerton. Swanson licked his lips. You mean, he offered hesitantly, that we're a kind of captive audience? Burkhardt frowned. Not exactly. He thought for a minute. You know how a doctor tests something like penicillin? He sets up a series of little colonies of germs on gelatin discs and he tries the stuff on one after another, changing it a little each time. Well, that's us, we're the germs, Swanson. Only it's even more efficient than that. They don't have to test more than one colony, because they can use it over and over again. It was too hard for Swanson to take in. He only said, what do we do about it? We go to the police. They can't use human beings for guinea pigs. How do we get to the police? Burkhardt hesitated. I think, he began slowly. Sure. This place is the office of somebody important. We've got a gun. We'll stay right here until he comes along. And he'll get us out of here. Simple and direct. Swanson subsided and found a place to sit, against the wall, out of sight of the door. Burkhardt took up a position behind the door itself. And waited. The wait was not as long as it might have been. Half an hour, perhaps. Then Burkhardt heard approaching voices and had time for a swift whisper to Swanson before he flattened himself against the wall. It was a man's voice, and a girl's. The man was saying, reason why you couldn't report on the phone. You're ruining your whole day's test. What the devil's the matter with you, Janet? I'm sorry, Mr. Dorchin, she said in a sweet, clear tone. I thought it was important. The man grumbled, important. One lousy unit out of 21,000. But it's the Burkhardt one, Mr. Dorchin. Again. And the way he got out of sight, he must have had some help. All right, all right. It doesn't matter, Janet, the Chocobite program is ahead of schedule anyhow. As long as you're this far, come on in the office and make out your worksheet. And don't worry about the Burkhardt business. He's probably just wandering around. We'll pick him up tonight, Anne. They were inside the door. Burkhardt kicked it shut and pointed the gun. That's what you think, he said triumphantly. It was worth the terrified hours, the bewildered sense of insanity, the confusion and fear. It was the most satisfying sensation Burkhardt had ever had in his life. The expression on the man's face was one he had read about but never actually seen. Dorchin's mouth fell open and his eyes went wide, and though he managed to make a sound that might have been a question, it was not in words. The girl was almost as surprised. And Burkhardt, looking at her, knew why her voice had been so familiar. The girl was the one who had introduced herself to him as April Horn. Dorchin recovered himself quickly. Is this the one? He asked sharply. The girl said, yes. Dorchin nodded. I take it back. You were right. You, Burkhardt. What do you want? Swanson piped up, watch him. He might have another gun. Search him then, Burkhardt said. I'll tell you what we want, Dorchin. We want you to come along with us to the FBI and explain to them how you can get away with kidnapping 20,000 people. Kidnapping? Dorchin snorted. That's ridiculous, man. Put that gun away, you can't get away with this. Burkhardt hefted the gun grimly. I think I can. Dorchin looked furious and sick, but, oddly, not afraid. Damn it, he started to bellow, then closed his mouth and swallowed. Listen, he said persuasively, you're making a big mistake. I haven't kidnapped anybody, believe me. I don't believe you, said Burkhardt bluntly. Why should I? But it's true. Take my word for it. Burkhardt shook his head. The FBI can take your word if they like. We'll find out. Now how do we get out of here? Dorchin opened his mouth to argue. Burkhardt blazed, don't get in my way. I'm willing to kill you if I have to. Don't you understand that? I've gone through 2 days of hell and every second of it I blame on you. Kill you? It would be a pleasure and I don't have a thing in the world to lose. Get us out of here. Dorchin's face went suddenly opaque. He seemed about to move, but the blonde girl he had called Janet slipped between him and the gun. Please, she begged Burkhardt. You don't understand. You mustn't shoot. Get out of my way. But, Mr. Burkhardt. She never finished. Dorchin, his face unreadable, headed for the door. Burkhardt had been pushed 1 degree too far. He swung the gun, bellowing. The girl called out sharply. He pulled the trigger. Closing on him with pity and pleading in her eyes, she came again between the gun and the man. Burkhardt aimed low instinctively, to cripple, not to kill. But his aim was not good. The pistol bullet caught her in the pit of the stomach. Dorchin was out and away, the door slamming behind him, his footsteps racing into the distance. Burkhardt hurled the gun across the room and jumped to the girl. Swanson was moaning. That finishes us, Burkhardt. Oh, why did you do it? We could have got away. We could have gone to the police. We were practically out of here. Burkhardt wasn't listening. He was kneeling beside the girl. She lay flat on her back, arms helter-skelter. There was no blood, hardly any sign of the wound, but the position in which she lay was one that no living human being could have held. Yet she wasn't dead. She wasn't dead, and Burkhardt, frozen beside her, thought, she isn't alive either. There was no pulse, but there was a rhythmic ticking of the outstretched fingers of one hand. There was no sound of breathing, but there was a hissing, sizzling noise. The eyes were open and they were looking at Burkhardt. There was neither fear nor pain in them, only a pity deeper than the pit. She said, through lips that writhed erratically, "Don't worry, Mr. Burkhardt. I'm all right." Burkhardt rocked back on his haunches, staring. Where there should have been blood, there was a clean break of a substance that was not flesh. And a curl of thin golden copper wire. Burkhardt moistened his lips. "You're a robot," he said. The girl tried to nod. The twitching lips said, "I am. And so are you." Swanson, after a single inarticulate sound, walked over to the desk and sat staring at the wall. Burkhardt rocked back and forth beside the shattered puppet on the floor. He had no words. The girl managed to say, "I'm sorry all this happened." The lovely lips twisted into a rictus sneer, frightening on that smooth young face, until she got them under control. "Sorry," she said again. "The nerve center was right about where the bullet hit. Makes it difficult to control this body." Burkhardt nodded automatically, accepting the apology. Robots. It was obvious, now that he knew it. In hindsight, it was inevitable. He thought of his mystic notions of hypnosis or Martians or something stranger still, idiotic, for the simple fact of created robots fitted the facts better and more economically. All the evidence had been before him. The automatized factory, with its transplanted minds, why not transplant a mind into a humanoid robot, give it its original owner's features and form? Could it know that it was a robot? All of us, Burkhardt said, hardly aware that he spoke out loud. My wife and my secretary and you and the neighbors. All of us the same. No. The voice was stronger. Not exactly the same, all of us. I chose it, you see. This time the convulsed lips were not a random contortion of the nerves. I was an ugly woman, Mr. Burkhardt, and nearly 60 years old. Life had passed me. And when Mr. Dorchin offered me the chance to live again as a beautiful girl, I jumped at the opportunity. Believe me, I jumped, in spite of its disadvantages. My flesh body is still alive, it is sleeping, while I am here. I could go back to it. But I never do. And the rest of us? Different, Mr. Burkhardt. I work here. I'm carrying out Mr. Dorchin's orders, mapping the results of the advertising tests, watching you and the others live as he makes you live. I do it by choice, but you have no choice. Because, you see, you are dead. Dead, cried Burkhardt, it was almost a scream. The blue eyes looked at him unwinkingly and he knew that it was no lie. He swallowed, marveling at the intricate mechanisms that let him swallow, and sweat, and eat. He said, oh. The explosion in my dream. It was no dream. You are right, the explosion. That was real and this plant was the cause of it. The storage tanks let go and what the blast didn't get, the fumes killed a little later. But almost everyone died in the blast, 21,000 persons. You died with them and that was Dorchin's chance. The damned ghoul, said Burkhardt. The twisted shoulders shrugged with an odd grace. Why? You were gone. And you and all the others were what Dorchin wanted, a whole town, a perfect slice of America. It's as easy to transfer a pattern from a dead brain as a living one. Easier, the dead can't say no. Oh, it took work and money, the town was a wreck, but it was possible to rebuild it entirely, especially because it wasn't necessary to have all the details exact. There were the homes where even the brains had been utterly destroyed, and those are empty inside, and the cellars that needn't be too perfect, and the streets that hardly matter. And anyway, it only has to last for one day. The same day, June 15th, over and over again, and if someone finds something a little wrong, somehow, the discovery won't have time to snowball, wreck the validity of the tests, because all errors are cancelled out at midnight. The face tried to smile. That's the dream, Mr. Burkhardt, that day of June 15th, because you never really lived it. It's a present from Mr. Dorchin, a dream that he gives you and then takes back at the end of the day, when he has all his figures on how many of you responded to what variation of which appeal, and the maintenance crews go down the tunnel to go through the whole city. Washing out the new dream with their little electronic drains, and then the dream starts all over again. On June 15th. Always June 15th, because June 14th is the last day any of you can remember alive. Sometimes the crews miss someone, as they missed you, because you were under your boat. But it doesn't matter. The ones who are missed give themselves away if they show it, and if they don't, it doesn't affect the test. But they don't drain us, the ones of us who work for Dorchin. We sleep when the power is turned off, just as you do. When we wake up, though, we remember. The face contorted wildly. If I could only forget. Burkhardt said unbelievingly, all this to sell merchandise. It must have cost millions. The robot called April Horn said, it did. But it has made millions for Dorchin, too. And that's not the end of it. Once he finds the master words that make people act, do you suppose he will stop with that? Do you suppose? The door opened, interrupting her. Burkhardt whirled. Belatedly remembering Dorchin's flight, he raised the gun. Don't shoot, ordered the voice calmly. It was not Dorchin, it was another robot, this one not disguised with the clever plastics and cosmetics, but shining plain. It said metallically, forget it, Burkhardt. You're not accomplishing anything. Give me that gun before you do any more damage. Give it to me now. Burkhardt bellowed angrily. The gleam on this robot torso was steel. Burkhardt was not at all sure that his bullets would pierce it, or do much harm if they did. He would have put it to the test. But from behind him came a whimpering, scurrying whirlwind. Its name was Swanson, hysterical with fear. He catapulted into Burkhardt and sent him sprawling, the gun flying free. Please, begged Swanson incoherently, prostrate before the steel robot. He would have shot you, please don't hurt me. Let me work for you, like that girl. I'll do anything you tell me. The robot voice said. We don't need your help. It took 2 precise steps and stood over the gun, and spurned it, left it lying on the floor. The wrecked blonde robot said, without emotion, I doubt that I can hold out much longer, Mr. Dorchin. Disconnect if you have to, replied the steel robot. Burkhardt blinked. But you're not Dorchin. The steel robot turned deep eyes on him. I am, it said. Not in the flesh, but this is the body I am using at the moment. I doubt that you can damage this one with the gun. The other robot body was more vulnerable. Now will you stop this nonsense? I don't want to have to damage you. You're too expensive for that. Will you just sit down and let the maintenance crews adjust you? Swanson groveled. You won't punish us. The steel robot had no expression, but its voice was almost surprised. Punish you? It repeated on a rising note. How? Swanson quivered as though the word had been a whip, but Burkhardt flared, adjust him, if he'll let you, but not me. You're going to have to do me a lot of damage, Dorchin. I don't care what I cost or how much trouble it's going to be to put me back together again. But I'm going out of that door. If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. You won't stop me any other way. The steel robot took a half-step toward him, and Burkhardt involuntarily checked his stride. He stood poised and shaking, ready for death, ready for attack, ready for anything that might happen. Ready for anything except what did happen. For Dorchin's steel body merely stepped aside, between Burkhardt and the gun, but leaving the door free. Go ahead, invited the steel robot. Nobody's stopping you. Outside the door, Burkhardt brought up sharp. It was insane of Dorchin to let him go. Robot or flesh, victim or beneficiary, there was nothing to stop him from going to the FBI or whatever law he could find away from Dorchin's synthetic empire, and telling his story. Surely the corporations who paid Dorchin for test results had no notion of the ghoul's technique he used. Dorchin would have to keep it from them, for the breath of publicity would put a stop to it. Walking out meant death, perhaps, but at that moment in his pseudo-life, death was no terror for Burkhardt. There was no one in the corridor. He found a window and stared out of it. There was Tylerton, an ersatz city, but looking so real and familiar that Burkhardt almost imagined the whole episode a dream. It was no dream, though. He was certain of that in his heart and equally certain that nothing in Tylerton could help him now. It had to be the other direction. It took him a quarter of an hour to find a way, but he found it, skulking through the corridors, dodging the suspicion of footsteps, knowing for certain that his hiding was in vain, for Dorchin was undoubtedly aware of every move he made. But no one stopped him, and he found another door. It was a simple enough door from the inside. But when he opened it and stepped out, it was like nothing he had ever seen. First there was light, brilliant, incredible, blinding light. Burkhardt blinked upward, unbelieving and afraid. He was standing on a ledge of smooth, finished metal. Not a dozen yards from his feet, the ledge dropped sharply away. He hardly dared approach the brink, but even from where he stood he could see no bottom to the chasm before him. And the gulf extended out of sight into the glare on either side of him. No wonder Dorchin could so easily give him his freedom. From the factory, there was nowhere to go, but how incredible this fantastic gulf, how impossible the 100 white and blinding suns that hung above. A voice by his side said inquiringly, "Burkhardt?" And thunder rolled the name, mutteringly soft, back and forth in the abyss before him. Burkhardt wet his lips. "Why yes," he croaked. "This is Dorchin. Not a robot this time, but Dorchin in the flesh, talking to you on a hand mic. Now you have seen, Burkhardt. Now will you be reasonable and let the maintenance crews take over?" Burkhardt stood paralyzed. One of the moving mountains in the blinding glare came toward him. It towered hundreds of feet over his head. He stared up at its top, squinting helplessly into the light. It looked like impossible. The voice in the loudspeaker at the door said, "Burkhardt?" But he was unable to answer. A heavy rumbling sigh. "I see," said the voice. "You finally understand. There's no place to go. You know it now. I could have told you, but you might not have believed me, so it was better for you to see it yourself. And after all, Burkhardt, why would I reconstruct a city just the way it was before? I'm a businessman, I count costs. If a thing has to be full scale, I build it that way. But there wasn't any need to in this case." From the mountain before him, Burkhardt helplessly saw a lesser cliff descend carefully toward him. It was long and dark, and at the end of it was whiteness, five-fingered whiteness. "Poor little Burkhardt," crooned the loudspeaker, while the echoes rumbled through the enormous chasm that was only a workshop. "It must have been quite a shock for you to find out you were living in a town built on a tabletop." It was the morning of June 15th, and Guy Burkhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It had been a monstrous and incomprehensible dream, of explosions and shadowy figures that were not men and terror beyond words. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Outside his bedroom window, a hugely amplified voice was howling. Burkhardt stumbled over to the window and stared outside. There was an out-of-season chill to the air, more like October than June, but the scent was normal enough, except for the sound truck that squatted at curbside halfway down the block. Its speaker horns blared. "Are you a coward? Are you a fool? Are you going to let crooked politicians steal the country from you? No. Are you going to put up with 4 more years of graft and crime? No. Are you going to vote straight federal party all up and down the ballot? Yes. You just bet you are." Sometimes he screams, sometimes he wheedles, threatens, begs, cajoles, but his voice goes on and on through one June 15th after another. Wolfbane. By Frederik Pohl and C. M. Kornbluth. Originally published in Galaxy Science Fiction October and November 1957. Appallingly, the Earth and the Moon had been kidnapped from the solar system, but who were the kidnappers and what ransom did they want? Roger German, banker, of Wheeling, West Virginia, a citizen, woke gently from a citizen's dreamless sleep. It was the 3rd hour rising time, the time proper to a day of exceptional opportunity to appreciate. Citizen German dressed himself in the clothes proper for the appreciation of great works, such as viewing the Empire State ruins against storm clouds from a small boat. Or walking in silent single file across the remaining course of the Golden Gate Bridge. Or as today, one hoped, witnessing the recreation of the sun. German with difficulty retained a citizen's necessary calm. One was tempted to meditate on improper things. Would the sun be recreated? What if it were not? He put his mind to his dress. First of all, he put on an old and storied bracelet. A veritable identity bracelet of heavy silver links and a plate which was inscribed. PFC Joe Hartmann. Korea. 1953. His fellow jewelry appreciators would have envied him that bracelet, if they had been capable of such an emotion as envy. No other ID bracelet as much as 250 years old was known to exist in Wheeling. His finest shirt and pair of light pants went next to his skin, and over them he wore a loose parka whose seams had been carefully weakened. When the sun was recreated, every 5 years or so, it was the custom to remove the parka gravely and rend it with the prescribed graceful gestures, but not so drastically that it could not be stitched together again. Hence the weakened seams. This was, he counted, the 41st day on which he and all of Wheeling had donned the appropriate sun recreation clothing. It was the 41st day on which the sun, no longer white, no longer blazing yellow, no longer even bright red, had risen and displayed a color that was darker maroon and always darker. It had, thought Citizen German, never grown so dark and so cold in all of his life. Perhaps it was an occasion for special viewing. For surely it would never come again, this opportunity to see the old sun so near to death. One hoped. Gravely, Citizen German completed his dressing, thinking only of the act of dressing itself. It was by no means his specialty, but he considered, when it was done, that he had done it well, in the traditional flowing gestures, with no flailing, at all times balanced lightly on the ball of the foot. It was all the more perfectly consummated because no one saw it but himself. He woke his wife gently, by placing the palm of his hand on her forehead as she lay neatly, in the prescribed fashion, on the woman's third of the bed. The warmth of his hand gradually penetrated the layers of sleep. Her eyes demurely opened. Citizeness German, he greeted her, making the assurance of identity sign with his left hand. Citizen German, she said, with the assurance of identity inclination of the head which was prescribed when the hands are covered. He retired to his tiny study. It was the time appropriate to meditation on the properties of connectivity. Citizen German was skilled in meditation, even for a banker. It was a grace in which he had schooled himself since earliest childhood. Citizen German, his young face composed, his slim body erect as he sat but in no way tense or straining, successfully blanked out, one after another, all of the external sounds and sights and feelings that interfered with proper meditation. His mind was very nearly vacant except of one central problem, connectivity. Over his head and behind, out of sight, the cold air of the room seemed to thicken and form call it a blob of air. There was a name for those blobs of air. They had been seen before. They were a known fact of existence in Wheeling and in all the world. They came. They hovered. And they went away, sometimes not alone. If someone had been in the room with Citizen German to look at it, he would have seen a distortion, a twisting of what was behind the blob, like flawed glass, a lens, like an eye. And they were called eye. German meditated. The blob of air grew and slowly moved. A vagrant current that spun out from it caught a fragment of paper and whirled it to the floor. German stirred. The blob retreated. German, all unaware, disciplined his thoughts to disregard the interruption, to return to the central problem of connectivity. The blob hovered. From the other room, his wife's small, thrice-repeated throat-clearing signaled to him that she was dressed. German got up to go to her, his mind returning to the world, and the overhead eye spun relentlessly, and disappeared. Some miles east of Wheeling, Glen Tropile, of a class which found it wisest to give itself no special name, and which had devoted much time and thought to shaking the unwelcome name it had been given, awoke on the couch of his apartment. He sat up, shivering. It was cold. The damned sun was still bloody dark outside the window and the apartment was soggy and chilled. He had kicked off the blankets in his sleep. Why couldn't he learn to sleep quietly, like anybody else? Lacking a robe, he clutched the blankets around him, got up and walked to the unglassed window. It was not unusual for Glen Tropile to wake up on his couch. This happened because Gala Tropile had a temper, was inclined to exile him from her bed after a quarrel, and, the operative factor, he knew he always had the advantage over her for the whole day following the night's exile. Therefore the quarrel was worth it. An advantage was, by definition, worth anything you paid for it or else it was no advantage. He could hear her moving about in one of the other rooms and cocked an ear, satisfied. She hadn't waked him. Therefore she was about to make amends. A little itch in his spine or his brain, it was not a physical itch, so he couldn't locate it, he could only be sure that it was there, stopped troubling him momentarily, he was winning a contest. It was Glen Tropile's nature to win contests, and his nature to create them. Gala Tropile, young, dark, attractive, with a haunted look, came in tentatively carrying coffee from some secret hoard of hers. Glenn Tropile affected not to notice. He stared coldly out at the cold landscape. The sea, white with thin ice, was nearly out of sight, so far had it retreated as the little sun waned. Glenn. Ah, good. Glenn. Where was the proper mode of first greeting one's husband? Where was the prescribed throat-clearing upon entering a room? Assiduously, he had untaught her the meticulous ritual of manners that they had all of them been brought up to know. And it was the greatest of his many victories over her that sometimes, now, she was the aggressor, she would be the first to depart from the formal behavior prescribed for citizens. Depravity. Perversion. Sometimes they would touch each other at times which were not the appropriate coming-together times, Gala sitting on her husband's lap in the late evening, perhaps, or Tropile kissing her awake in the morning. Sometimes he would force her to let him watch her dress, no, not now, for the cold of the waning sun made that sort of frolic unattractive, but she had permitted it before. And such was his mastery over her that he knew she would permit it again, when the sun was recreated. If, a thought came to him, if the sun was recreated. He turned away from the cold outside and looked at his wife. Good morning, darling. She was contrite. He demanded jarringly, is it? Deliberately he stretched, deliberately he yawned, deliberately he scratched his chest. Every movement was ugly. Gala Tropile quivered, but said nothing. Tropile flung himself on the better of the two chairs, one hairy leg protruding from under the wrapped blankets. His wife was on her best behavior, in his unique terms, she didn't avert her eyes. What have you got there? He asked. Coffee? Yes, dear. I thought. Where'd you get it? The haunted eyes looked away. Still better, thought Glenn Tropile, more satisfied even than usual, she's been ransacking an old warehouse again. It was a trick he had taught her, and like all of the illicit tricks she had learned from him, a handy weapon when he chose to use it. It was not prescribed that a citizen should rummage through old places. A citizen did his work, whatever that work might be, banker, baker or furniture repairman. He received what rewards were his due for the work he did. A citizen never took anything that was not his due, not even if it lay abandoned and rotting. It was one of the differences between Glenn Tropile and the people he moved among. I've got it made, he exulted, it was what I needed to clinch my victory over her. He spoke, I need you more than I need coffee, Gala. She looked up, troubled. What would I do, he demanded, if a beam fell on you one day while you were scrambling through the fancy groceries? How can you take such chances? Don't you know what you mean to me? She sniffed a couple of times. She said brokenly, darling, about last night, I'm sorry, and miserably held out the cup. He took it and set it down. He took her hand, looked up at her, and kissed it lingeringly. He felt her tremble. Then she gave him a wild, adoring look and flung herself into his arms. A new dominance cycle was begun at the moment he returned her frantic kisses. Glenn knew, and Gala knew, that he had over her an edge, an advantage, the weather gauge, initiative of fire, percentage, the can't-lose lack of tension. Call it anything, but it was life itself to such as Glenn Tropile. He knew, and she knew, that having the advantage he would press it and she would yield, on and on, in a rising spiral. He did it because it was his life, the attaining of an advantage over anyone he might encounter. Because he was, unwelcomely but justly, called a son of the wolf. A world away, a pyramid squatted sullenly on the planed-off top of the highest peak of the Himalayas. It had not been built there. It had not been carried there by man or man's machines. It had come, in its own time, for its own reasons. Did it wake on that day, the thing atop Mount Everest, or did it ever sleep? Nobody knew. It stood, or sat, there, approximately a tetrahedron. Its appearance was known, constructed on a base line of some 35 yards, slaggy, midnight blue in color. Almost nothing else about it was known, at least, to mankind. It was the only one of its kind on Earth, though men thought, without much sure knowledge, that there were more, perhaps many thousands more, like it on the unfamiliar planet that was Earth's binary. Swinging around the miniature sun that hung at their common center of gravity like an unbalanced dumbbell. But men knew very little about that planet itself, only that it had come out of space and was now there. Time was when men had tried to label that binary, more than 2 centuries before, when it had first appeared. Runaway planet. The invader. Rejoice in meshes, the day is at hand. The labels were sense-free, they were excess in an equation, signifying only that there was something there which was unknown. The runaway planet stopped running when it closed on Earth. The invader didn't invade, it merely sent down one slaggy, midnight blue tetrahedron to Everest. And, Rejoice in Meshes stole Earth from its sun, with Earth's old moon, which it converted into a miniature sun of its own. That was the time when men were plentiful and strong, or thought they were, with many huge cities and countless powerful machines. It didn't matter. The new binary planet showed no interest in the cities or the machines. There was a plague of things like eyes, dust devils without dust, motionless air that suddenly tensed and quivered into lenticular shapes. They came with the planet and the pyramid, so that there probably was some connection. But there was nothing to do about the eyes. Striking at them was like striking at air, was the same thing, in fact. While the men and machines tried uselessly to do something about it, the new binary system, the stranger planet and Earth, began to move, accelerating very slowly. But accelerating. In a week, astronomers knew something was happening. In a month, the moon sprang into flame and became a new sun, beginning to be needed, for already the parent soul was visibly more distant, and in a few years it was only one other star among many. When the little sun was burned to a clinker, they, whoever they were, for men saw only the one pyramid, would hang a new one in the sky. It happened every 5 clock years, more or less. It was the same old moon-turned sun, but it burned out, and the fires needed to be rekindled. The first of these suns had looked down on an earthly population of 10 billion. As the sequence of suns waxed and waned, there were changes, climatic fluctuation, all but immeasurable differences in the quantity and kind of radiation from the new source. The changes were such that the 45th such sun looked down on a shrinking human race that could not muster up 100 million. A frustrated man drives inward, it is the same with a race. The 100 million that clung to existence were not the same as the bold, vital 10 billion. The thing on Everest had, in its time, received many labels, too: the devil, the friend, the beast, a pseudo-living entity of quite unknown electrochemical properties. All these labels were also excess. If it did wake that morning, it did not open its eyes, for it had no eyes, apart from the quivers of air that might or might not belong to it. Eyes might have been gouged, therefore it had none. So an illogical person might have argued, and yet it was tempting to apply the purpose, not function, fallacy to it. Limbs could be crushed, it had no limbs. Ears could be deafened, it had none. Through a mouth, it might be poisoned. It had no mouth. Intentions and actions could be frustrated, apparently it had neither. It was there. That was all. It and others like it had stolen the earth, and the earth did not know why. It was there. And the one thing on earth you could not do was hurt it, influence it, or coerce it in any way whatever. It was there, and it, or the masters it represented, owned the earth by right of theft. Utterly. Beyond human hope of challenge or redress. 2. Citizen and citizeness Roger Germain walked down Pine Street in the chill and dusk of, one hoped, a sun recreation morning. It was the convention to pretend that this was a morning like any other morning. It was not proper either to cast frequent hopeful glances at the sky, nor yet to seem disturbed or afraid because this was, after all, the 41st such morning since those whose specialty was sky viewing had come to believe the recreation of the sun was near. The citizen and his citizeness exchanged the assurance of identity sign with a few old friends and stopped to converse. This also was a convention of skill divorced from purpose. The conversation was without relevance to anything that any one of the participants might know, or think, or wish to ask. German said for his friends a 20-word poem he had made in honor of the occasion and heard their responses. They did line capping for a while, until somebody indicated unhappiness and a wish to change by frowning the two grooves between his brows. The game was deftly ended with an improvised rhymed exchange. Casually, Citizen German glanced aloft. The sky change had not begun yet, the dying old sun hung just over the horizon, east and south, much more south than east. It was an ugly thought, but suppose, thought German, just suppose that the sun were not recreated today. Or tomorrow. Or ever. The citizen got a grip on himself and told his wife, "We shall dine at the oatmeal stall." The Sci-Fi did not immediately reply. When German glanced at her with well-masked surprise, he found her almost staring down the dim street at a citizen who moved almost in a stride, almost swinging his arms. Scarcely graceful. "That might be more wolf than man," she said doubtfully. German knew the fellow. Tropile was his name. One of those curious few who made their homes outside of Wheeling, though they were not farmers. German had had banking dealings with him, or would have had, if it had been up to Tropile. That is a careless man, he decided, and an ill-bred one. They moved toward the oatmeal stall with the gait of citizens, arms limp, feet scarcely lifted, slumped forward a little. It was the ancient gait of 1,500 calories per day, not one of which could be squandered. There was a need for more calories. So many for walking, so many for gathering food. So many for the economical pleasures of the citizens, so many more, oh, many more, these days, to keep out the cold. Yet there were no more calories, the diet the whole world lived on was a bare subsistence diet. It was impossible to farm well when half the world's land was part of the time drowned in the rising sea, part of the time smothered in falling snow. Citizens knew this and, knowing, did not struggle. It was ungraceful to struggle, particularly when one could not win. Only, well, Wolf struggled, wasting calories, lacking grace. Citizen German turned his mind to more pleasant things. He allowed himself his first foretaste of the oatmeal. It would be warm in the bowl, hot in the throat, a comfort in the belly. There was a great deal of pleasure there, in weather like this, when the cold plucked through the loosened seams and the wind came up the sides of the hills. Not that there wasn't pleasure in the cold itself, for that matter. It was proper that one should be cold now, just before the recreation of the sun, when the old sun was smoky red and the new one not yet kindled. "Still looks like wolf to me," his wife was muttering. Cadence, German reproved his sightedness, but took the sting out of it with a quirked smile. The man with the ugly manners was standing at the very bar of the oatmeal stall where they were heading. In the gloom of mid-morning, he was all angles and strained lines. His head was turned awkwardly on his shoulder, peering toward the back of the stall where the vendor was rhythmically measuring grain into a pot. His hands were resting helter-skelter on the counter, not hanging by his sides. Citizen German felt a faint shudder from his wife. But he did not reprove her again, for who could blame her? The exhibition was revolting. She said faintly, "Citizen, might we dine on bread this morning?" He hesitated and glanced again at the ugly man. He said indulgently, knowing that he was indulgent, "On sun recreation morning, the Sci-Fi may dine on bread." Bearing in mind the occasion, it was only a small favor and therefore a very proper one. The bread was good, very good. They shared out the half-kilo between them and ate it in silence, as it deserved. German finished his first portion and, in the prescribed pause before beginning his second, elected to refresh his eyes upward. He nodded to his wife and stepped outside. Overhead, the old sun parceled out its last barrel scrapings of heat. It was larger than the stars around it, but many of them were nearly as bright. A high-pitched male voice said, "Citizen German, good morning." German was caught off balance. He took his eyes off the sky, half turned, glanced at the face of the person who had spoken to him, raised his hand in the assurance of identity sign. It was all very quick and fluid, almost too quick, for he had had his fingers bent nearly into the sign for female friends, and this was a man. Citizen Boyne. German knew him well, they had shared the ice viewing at Niagara a year before. German recovered quickly enough, but it had been disconcerting. He improvised swiftly, "There are stars, but are stars still there if there is no sun?" It was a hurried effort, he grieved, but no doubt Boyne would pick it up and carry it along. Boyne had always been very good, very graceful. Boyne did no such thing. "Good morning," he said again, faintly. He glanced at the stars overhead, as though trying to unravel what German was talking about. He said accusingly, his voice cracking sharply, "There isn't any sun, German. What do you think of that?" German swallowed. "Citizen, perhaps you—" "No sun, you hear me," the man sobbed. "It's cold, German. The pyramids aren't going to give us another sun, do you know that? They're going to starve us, freeze us, they're through with us. We're done, all of us." He was nearly screaming. All up and down Pine Street, people were trying not to look at him and some of them were failing. Boyne clutched at German helplessly. Revolted, German drew back, bodily contact. It seemed to bring the man to his senses. Reason returned to his eyes. He said, He stopped, stared about him. "I think I'll have bread for breakfast," he said foolishly, and plunged into the stall. Boyne left behind him a shaken citizen, caught halfway into the wrist flip of parting, staring after him with jaw slack and eyes wide, as though German had no manners either. All this on Sun Recreation Day. What could it mean? German wondered fretfully, worriedly. Was Boyne on the point of? Could Boyne be about to? German drew back from the thought. There was one thing that might explain Boyne's behavior. But it was not a proper speculation for one citizen to make about another. All the same, German dared the thought, all the same, it did seem almost as though Citizen Boyne were on the point of, well, running amok. At the oatmeal stall, Glenn Tropile thumped on the counter. The laggard oatmeal vendor finally brought the ritual bowl of salt and the pitcher of thin milk. Tropile took his paper twist of salt from the top of the neatly arranged pile in the bowl. He glanced at the vendor. His fingers hesitated. Then, quickly, he ripped the twist of paper into his oatmeal and covered it to the permitted level with the milk. He ate quickly and efficiently, watching the street outside. They were wandering and mooning about, as always, maybe today more than most days, since they hoped it would be the day the sun blossomed flame once more. Tropile always thought of the wandering, mooning citizens as they. There was a we somewhere for Tropile, no doubt, but Tropile had not as yet located it, not even in the bonds of the marriage contract. He was in no hurry. At the age of 14, Glenn Tropile had reluctantly come to realize certain things about himself, that he disliked being bested, that he had to have a certain advantage in all his dealings. Or an intolerable itch of the mind drove him to discomfort. The things added up to a terrifying fear, gradually becoming knowledge, that the only we that could properly include him was one that it was not very wise to join. He had realized, in fact, that he was a wolf. For some years, Tropile had struggled against it, for wolf was an obscene word, the children he played with were punished severely for saying it, and for almost nothing else. It was not proper for one citizen to advantage himself at the expense of another, wolves did that. It was proper for a citizen to accept what he had, not to strive for more, to find beauty in small things, to accommodate himself, with the minimum of strain and awkwardness, to whatever his life happened to be. Wolves were not like that. Wolves never meditated, wolves never appreciated, wolves never were translated, that supreme fulfillment, granted only to those who succeeded in a perfect meditation, that surrender of the world and the flesh by taking leave of both, which could never be achieved by a wolf. Accordingly, Glenn Tropile had tried very hard to do all the things that wolves could not do. He had nearly succeeded. His specialty, water watching, had been most rewarding. He had achieved many partly successful meditations on connectivity. And yet he was still a wolf, for he still felt that burning, itching urge to triumph and to hold an advantage. For that reason, it was almost impossible for him to make friends among the citizens, and gradually he had almost stopped trying. Tropile had arrived in Wheeling nearly a year before, making him one of the early settlers in point of time. And yet there was not a citizen in the street who was prepared to exchange recognition gestures with him. He knew them, nearly every one. He knew their names and their wives' names. He knew what northern states they had moved down from with the spreading of the ice, as the sun grew dim. He knew very nearly to the quarter of a gram what stores of sugar and salt and coffee each one of them had put away, for their guests, of course, not for themselves. The well-bred citizen hoarded only for the entertainment of others. Tropile knew these things because there was an advantage in knowing them. But there was no advantage in having anyone know him. A few did. That banker, German, Tropile had approached him only a few months before about a prospective loan. But it had been a chancy, nervous encounter. The idea was so luminously simple to Tropile: organize an expedition to the coal mines that once had flourished nearby, find the coal, bring it to Wheeling, heat the houses. And yet it had seemed blasphemous to German. Tropile had counted himself lucky merely to have been refused the loan, instead of being cried out upon as wolf. The oatmeal vendor was fussing worriedly around his neat stack of paper twists in the salt bowl. Tropile avoided the man's eyes. Tropile was not interested in the little wry smile of self-deprecation which the vendor would make to him, given half a chance. Tropile knew well enough what was disturbing the vendor. Let it disturb him. It was Tropile's custom to take extra twists of salt. They were in his pockets now, they would stay there. Let the vendor wonder why he was short. Tropile licked the bowl of his spoon and stepped into the street. He was comfortably aware under a double-thick parka that the wind was blowing very cold. A citizen passed him, walking alone. Odd, thought Tropile. He was walking rapidly and there was a look of taut despair on his face. Still more odd. Odd enough to be worth another look, because that sort of haste, that sort of abstraction, suggested something to Tropile. They were in no way normal to the gentle sheep of the class they, except in one particular circumstance. Glenn Tropile crossed the street to follow the abstracted citizen, whose name, he knew, was Boyne. The man blundered into citizen German outside the baker's stall, and Tropile stood back out of easy sight, watching and listening. Boyne was on the ragged edge of breakdown. What Tropile heard and saw confirmed his diagnosis. The one particular circumstance was close to happening. Citizen Boyne was on the verge of running amok. Tropile looked at the man with amusement and contempt. Amok. The gentle sheep could be pushed too far. He had seen citizens run amok, the signs were obvious. There was pretty sure to be an advantage in it for Glenn Tropile. There was an advantage in almost anything, if you looked for it. He watched and waited. He picked his spot with care, so that he could see citizen Boyne inside the baker's stall, making a dismal botch of slashing his quarter-kilo of bread from the morning loaf. He waited for Boyne to come racing out. Boyne did. A yell, loud, piercing. It was citizen German, shrilling, amok, amok. A scream. An enraged wordless cry from Boyne, and the baker's knife glinting in the faint light as Boyne swung it. And then citizens were scattering in every direction, all of the citizens but one. One citizen was under the knife, his own knife, as it happened, it was the baker himself. Boyne chopped and chopped again. And then Boyne came out, roaring, the broad knife whistling about his head. The gentle citizens fled panicked before him. He struck at their retreating forms and screamed and struck again. Amok. It was the one particular circumstance when they forgot to be gracious, one of the two. Tropile corrected himself as he strolled across to the baker's stall. His brow furrowed, because there was another circumstance when they lacked grace, and one which affected him nearly. He watched the maddened creature, Boyne, already far down the road, chasing a knot of citizens around a corner. Tropile sighed and stepped into the baker's stall to see what he might gain from this. Boyne would wear himself out, the surging rage would leave him as quickly as it came, he would be a sheep again and the other sheep would close in and capture him. That was what happened when a citizen ran amok. It was a measure of what pressures were on the citizens that, at any moment, there might be 1 gram of pressure too much and one of them would crack. It had happened here in Wheeling twice within the past 2 months. Glenn Tropile had seen it happen in Pittsburgh, Altoona, and Bronxville. There is a limit to the pressure that can be endured. Tropile walked into the baker's stall and looked down without emotion at the slaughtered baker. The corpse was a gory mess, but Tropile had seen corpses before. He looked around the stall, calculating. As a starter, he bent to pick up the quarter kilo of bread Boyne had dropped, dusted it off and slipped it into his pocket. Food was always useful. Given enough food, perhaps Boyne would not have run amok. Was it simple hunger they cracked under? Or the knowledge of the thing on Mount Everest, or the hovering eyes, or the sought-after dreaded prospect of translation, or merely the strain of keeping up their laboriously figured lives? Did it matter? They cracked and ran amok, and Tropile never would, and that was what mattered. He leaned across the counter, reaching for what was left of the morning loaf. And found himself staring into the terrified large eyes of Citizeness German. She screamed, "Wolf! Citizens, help me! Wolf!" Tropile faltered. He hadn't even seen the damned woman, but there she was, rising up from behind the counter, screaming her head off, "Wolf! Wolf!" He said sharply, "Citizeness, I beg you," but that was no good. The evidence was on him and her screams would fetch others. Tropile panicked. He started toward her to silence her, but that was no good either. He whirled. She was screaming, and there were people to hear. Tropile darted into the street, but they were popping out of every doorway now, appearing from each rat's hole in which they had hid to escape Boyne. "Please," he cried, sobbing. "Wait a minute." But they weren't waiting. They had heard the woman and maybe some of them had seen him with the bread. They were all around him, no, they were all over him, they were clutching at him, tearing at his soft, warm furs. They pulled at his pockets and the stolen twists of salt spilled accusingly out. They yanked at his sleeves and even the stout, unweakened seams ripped open. He was fairly captured. "Wolf," they were shouting. "Wolf!" It drowned out the distant noise from where Boyne had finally been run to earth, a block and more away. It drowned out everything. It was the other circumstance when they forgot to be gracious, when they had trapped a son of the wolf. 3. Engineering had long ago come to an end. Engineering is possible under one condition of the equation: total available calories divided by population equals artistic technological style. When the ratio calories to population is large, say, 5,000 or more, 5,000 daily calories for every living person, then the artistic technological style is big. People carve Mount Rushmore, they build great foundries. They manufacture enormous automobiles to carry one housewife half a mile for the purchase of one lipstick. Life is coarse and rich where tongue sticking out is large. At the other extreme, where tongue sticking out is too small, life does not exist at all. It has starved out. Experimentally, add little increments to tongue sticking out and it will be some time before the right-hand side of the equation becomes significant. But at last, in the 1,000 to 1,500 calorie range, artistic technological style firmly appears in self-perpetuating form. Tongue sticking out in that range produces the small arts, the appreciations, the peaceful arrangements of necessities into subtle relationships of traditionally agreed upon virtue. Think of Japan, locked into its shogunate prison, with a hungry population scrabbling food out of mountainsides and beauty out of arrangements of lichens. The small, inexpensive sub-arts are characteristic of the 1,000 to 1,500 calorie range. And this was the range of Earth, the world of 10 billion men, when the planet was stolen by its new binary. Some few persons inexpensively studied the study of science with pencil and renewable paper, but the last research accelerator had long since been shut down. The juice from its hydropower dam was needed to supply meager light to 1 million homes and to cook the pablum for 2 million brand new babies. In those days, one dedicated Byzantine wrote the definitive encyclopedia of engineering, though he was no engineer. Its 420 tiny volumes examined exhaustively the engineering feats of ancient Greece and Egypt, the Wall of Chi-Huang-Ti, the Gothic builders, Brunel who changed the face of England, the Roeblings of Brooklyn. Groves of the Pentagon, Duggan of the shelter system, before tongue sticking out dropped to the point where war became vanishingly implausible, Laverne of Operation Up. But the encyclopedist could not use a slide rule without thinking, faltering, jotting down his decimals. And then, the magnitudes grew less. Under the tectonic and climatic battering of the great abduction of Earth from its primary, under the sine wave advances to and retreats from the equator of the ice sheath, as the small successor suns waxed, waned, died, and were replaced. The ratio tongue sticking out remained stable. C had diminished enormously, so had P. As the calories to support life grew scarce, so the consuming mouths of mankind grew less in number. The 45th small sun shone on no engineers. Not even on the binary, perhaps. The pyramids, the things on the binary, the thing on Mount Everest, they were not engineers. They employed a crude metaphysic based on dissection and shoving. They had no elegant field theories. All they knew was that everything came apart, and that if you pushed a thing, it would move. If your biggest push would not move a thing, you took it apart and pushed the parts, and then it would move. Sometimes, for nuclear effects, they had to take things apart into 3 by 109 pieces and shove each piece very carefully. By taking apart and shoving, then, they landed their one spaceship on the burned-out sunlet. 4 human beings were on that ship. They meditated briefly on connectivity and died screaming. A point of new flame appeared on the sunlet's surface and the spaceship scrambled for the binary. The point of flame went from cherry through orange into the blue-white and began to spread. At the moment of the recreation of the sun, there was rejoicing on the earth. Not quite everywhere, though. In Wheeling's House of the 5 Regulations, Glenn Tropile waited unquietly for death. Citizen Boyne, who had run amok and slaughtered the baker, shared Tropile's room and his doom, but not his rage. Boyne, with demure pleasure, was composing his death poem. "Talk to me," snapped Tropile. "Why are we here? What did you do and why did you do it? What have I done? Why don't I pick up a bench and kill you with it? You would have killed me 2 hours ago if I'd caught your eye." There was no satisfaction in Citizen Boyne. The passions were burned out of him. He politely tendered Tropile a famous aphorism: "Citizen, the art of living is the substitution of unimportant, answerable questions for important, unanswerable ones. Come, let us appreciate the newborn sun." He turned to the window, where the spark of blue-white flame in what had once been the crater of Tycho was beginning to spread across the charred moon. Tropile was child enough of his culture to turn with him, almost involuntarily. He was silent. That blue-white infinitesimal up there growing slowly, the oneness, the calm rapture of being in a universe that you shaded into without harsh discontinua. The being one with the great blue-white gem flower blossoming now in the heavens that were no different stuff than you yourself. He closed his eyes, calm, and meditated on connectivity. He was being good. By the time the fusion reaction had covered the whole small disk of the sunlet, a quarter hour at the most, his meditation began to wear off. Tropile shrugged out of his torn parka, not bothering to rip it further. It was already growing warm in the room. Citizen Boyne, of course, was carefully opening every seam with graceful rending motions, miming great and smooth effort of the biceps and trapezius. But the meditation was over, and as Tropile watched his cellmate, he screamed a silent why. Since his adolescence, that wailing syllable had seldom been far from his mind. It could be silenced by appreciation and meditation. Tropile's specialty was water watching, and he was so good at it that several beginners had asked him for instruction in the subtle art, in spite of his notorious oddities of life and manner. He enjoyed water watching. He almost pitied anybody so single-mindedly devoted to, say, clouds and odors, great game though it was, that he had never even tried water watching. And after a session of watching, when one was lucky enough to observe the 9 boiling stages in classic perfection, one might slip into meditation and be harmonious, feel good. But what did one do when the meditations failed, as they had failed him? What did one do when they came farther and farther apart, became less and less intense, could be inspired, finally, only by a huge event like the renewal of the sun? One went amok, he had always thought. But he had not. Boyne had. He had been declared a son of the wolf, on no evidence that he could understand. Yet he had not run amok. Still, the penalties were the same, he thought, uncomfortably aware of an unfamiliar itch, not the inward intolerable itch of needing the advantage, but a localized sensation at the base of his spine. The penalties for all gross crimes, wolfhood or running amok, were the same, and simply this. They would perform the lumbar puncture. He would make the donation of spinal fluid. He would be dead. The keeper of the House of 5 Regulations, an old man, Citizen Harmain, looked in on his charges, approvingly at Boyne, with a beclouded expression at Glen Tropile. It was thought that even wolves were entitled to the common human decencies in the brief interval between exposure and the donation of fluid. The keeper would not have dreamed of scowling at the detected wolf or of interfering with whatever wretched imitation of meditation before dying the creature might practice. But he could not, all the same, bring himself to offer even an assurance of identity gesture. Tropile had no such qualms. He scowled at Keeper Harmain with such ferocity that the old man almost hurried away. He turned an almost equally ugly scowl upon Citizen Boyne. How dared that knife murderer be so calm, so relaxed? Tropile said brutally, "They'll kill us. You know that? They'll stick a needle in our spines and drain us dry. It hurts. Do you understand me? They're going to drain us, and then they're going to drink our spinal fluid, and it's going to hurt." He was gently corrected. "We shall make the donation," Citizen Boyne said calmly. Is not the difference intelligible to a son of the wolf? True culture demanded that that remark be accepted as a friendly joke, probably based on a truth. How else could an unpalatable truth be put in words? Otherwise the unthinkable might happen. They might quarrel. They might even come to blows. The appropriate mild smile formed on Tropile's lips, but harshly he wiped it off. They were going to kill him. He would not smile for them. And the effort was enormous. "I'm not a son of the wolf," he howled, desperate, knowing he was protesting to the man of all men in Wheeling who didn't care, and who could do least about it if he did. "What's this crazy talk about wolves? I don't know what a son of the wolf is, and I don't think you or anybody does. All I know is that I was acting sensibly." And everybody began howling. "You're supposed to know a son of the wolf by his unculture, his ignorance, his violence. But you chopped down 3 people and I only picked up a piece of bread. And I'm supposed to be the dangerous one." "Wolves never know they're wolves," sighed Citizen Boyne. "Fish probably think they're birds, and you evidently think you're a citizen. Would a citizen speak as you are speaking? But they're going to kill us. Then why aren't you composing your death poem?" Glen Tropile took a deep breath. Something was biting him. It was bad enough that he was about to die, bad enough that he had done nothing worth dying for. But what was gnawing at him now had nothing to do with dying. The percentages were going the wrong way. This pale citizen was getting an edge on him. An engorged gland in Tropile's adrenals, it was only a pinhead in Citizen Boyne's, gushed raw hormones into his bloodstream. He could die, yes, that was a skill everyone had to acquire, sooner or later. But while he was alive, he could not stand to be bested in an encounter, an argument, a relationship, not and stay alive. Wolf. Call him Wolf. Call him operator, or percentage player, call him sharp article, call him gamesman. If there was an advantage to be derived, he would derive it. It was the way he was put together. He said, for time, you're right. Stupid of me. I must have lost my head. He thought. Some men think by poking problems apart. Some think by laying facts side by side to compare. Tropile's thinking was neither of these, but a species of judo. He conceded to his opponent such things as strength, armor, resource. He didn't need these things for himself. To every contest, the opponent brought enough of them to supply two. It was Tropile's habit, and wolfish, he had to admit, to use the opponent's strength against him, to break the opponent against his own steel walls. He thought. The first thing was to make up his mind, he was Wolf. Then let him be Wolf. He wouldn't stay around for the spinal tap, he would go from there. But how? The second thing was to plan. There were obstacles. Citizen Boyne was one. The keeper of the House of the Five Regulations was another. Where was the pole which would permit him to vault over these hurdles? There was always his wife, Gala. He owned her, she would do what he wished, provided he made her want to do it. Yes, Gala. He walked to the door and shouted to Citizen Harmain, keeper. I must see my wife. Have her brought to me. It was impossible for the keeper to refuse. He called gently, I will invite the citizeness, and toddled away. The third thing was time. Tropile turned to Citizen Boyne. Citizen, he said persuasively, since your death poem is ready and mine is not, will you be gracious enough to go first when they come? Citizen Boyne looked temperately at his cellmate and made the quirked smile. You see, he said. Wolf. And that was true. But what was also true was that Boyne couldn't and didn't refuse. 4. Half a world away, the midnight blue pyramid sat on its planed-off peak as it had sat since the days when Earth had a real sun of its own. It was of no importance to the pyramid that Glenn Tropile was about to receive a slim catheter into his spine, to drain his saps and his life. It didn't matter to the pyramid that the pretext for the execution was an act which human history had long stopped considering a capital crime. Ritual sacrifice in any guise made no difference to the pyramid. The pyramid saw them come and the pyramid saw them go, if the pyramid could be said to see. One human being more or less, what matter? Who bothers to take a census of the cells in a hangnail? And yet the pyramid did have a kind of interest in Glenn Tropile. Or, at least, in the human race of which he was a part. Nobody knew much about the pyramids, but everybody knew that much. They wanted something, else why would they have bothered to steal the Earth? The date of the theft was 2027. A great year, the year of the first landings on the runaway planet that had come blundering into the solar system. Maybe those landings were a mistake, although they were a very great triumph, too. But maybe if it hadn't been for the landings, the runaway planet might have run right through the ecliptic and away. However, the triumphal mistake was made and that was the first time a human eye saw a pyramid. Shortly after, though not before a radio message was sent, that human eye winked out forever, but by then the damage was done. What passed in a pyramid for attention had been attracted. The next thing that happened set the wireless channels between Palomar and Pernambuco, between Greenwich and the Cape of Good Hope, buzzing and worrying. As astronomers all over the Earth reported and confirmed and reconfirmed the astonishing fact that our planet was on the move. Rejoice in Meshes had come to take us away. A world of 10 billion people, some of them brilliant, many of them brave, built and flung the giant rockets of operation up at the invader, nothing. The first, and only, interplanetary expeditionary force was boosted up to no gravity and dropped onto the new planet to strike back, nothing. Earth moved spirally outward. If a battle could not be won, then perhaps a migration. New ships were built in haste. But they lay there rusting as the sun grew small and the ice grew thick, because where was there to go? Not Mars. Not the moon, which was trailing alone. Not choking Venus or crushing Jupiter. The migration was defeated as surely as the war, there being no place to migrate to. One pyramid came to Earth, only one. It shaved the crest off the highest mountain there was and squatted on it. An observer? A warden? Whatever it was, it stayed. The sun grew too distant to be of use, and out of the old moon, the pyramid aliens built a new small sun in the sky, a 5-year sun that burned out and was replaced, again and again and endlessly again. It had been a fierce struggle against unbeatable odds on the part of the 10 billion. And when the uselessness of struggle was demonstrated at last, many of the 10 billion froze to death, and many of them starved, and nearly all of the rest had something frozen or starved out of them. And what was left, 2 centuries and more later, was more or less like Citizen Boyne, except for a few, a very few, like Glenn Tropile. Gala Tropile stared miserably at her husband. "I want to get out of here," he was saying urgently. "They mean to kill me. Gala, you know you can't make yourself suffer by letting them kill me." She wailed, "I can't." Tropile looked over his shoulder. Citizen Boyne was fingering the textured contrasts of a golden watch case which had been his father's, and soon would be his son's. Boyne's eyes were closed and he wasn't listening. Tropile leaned forward and deliberately put his hand on his wife's arm. She started and flushed, of course. "You can," he said, "and what's more, you will. You can help me get out of here. I insist on it, Gala, because I must save you that pain." He took his hand off her arm, content. He said harshly, "Darling, don't you think I know how much we've always meant to each other?" She looked at him wretchedly. Fretfully she tore at the billowing filmy sleeve of her summer blouse. The seams hadn't been loosened, there had not been time. She had just been getting into the appropriate Sun Recreation Day costume, to be worn under the parka, when the messenger had come with the news about her husband. She avoided his eyes. "If you're really Wolf." Tropile's subadrenals pulsed and filled him with confident strength. "You know what I am, you better than anyone else." It was a sly reminder of their curious, furtive behavior together. Like the hand on her arm, it had its effect. "After all, why do we quarrel the way we did last night?" He hurried on, the job of the rowel was to spur her to action, not to inflame a wound. "Because we're important to each other. I know that you would count on me to help if you were in trouble. And I know that you'd be hurt, deeply, Gala, if I didn't count on you." She sniffled and scuffed the bright strap over her open-toed sandal. Then she met his eyes. It was the after-effect of the argument, of course. Glenn Tropile knew just how heavily he could rely on the after-spiral of a quarrel. She was submitting. She glanced furtively at Citizen Boyne and lowered her voice. "What do I have to do?" she whispered. In 5 minutes, she was gone, but that was more than enough time. Tropile had at least 30 minutes left. They would take Boyne first, he had seen to that. And once Boyne was gone. Tropile wrenched a leg off his 3-legged stool and sat precariously balanced on the other 2. He tossed the loose leg clattering into a corner. The keeper of the House of 5 Regulations ambled slack-bodied by and glanced into the room. "Wolf, what happened to your stool?" Tropile made a left-handed sign of no importance. "It doesn't matter. Except it is hard to meditate, sitting on this thing, with every muscle tensing and fighting against every other to keep my balance." The keeper made an overruling sign of "Please let me help." "It's your last half hour, Wolf," he reminded Tropile. "I'll fix the stool for you." He entered and slammed and banged it together, and left with an expression of mild concern. Even a son of the Wolf was entitled to the fullest appreciation of that unique opportunity for meditation, the last half hour before a donation. In 5 minutes, the keeper was back, looking solemn and yet glad, like a bearer of serious but welcome tidings. "It is the time for the first donation," he announced. "Which of you?" "Him," said Tropile quickly, pointing. Boyne opened his eyes calmly and nodded. He got to his feet, made a formal leave-taking bow to Tropile, and followed the keeper toward his donation and his death. As they were going out, Tropile coughed a "would you please grant me a favor" cough. The keeper paused. "What is it, Wolf?" Tropile showed him the empty water pitcher. Empty, all right, he had emptied it out the window. "My apologies," the keeper said, flustered, and hurried Boyne along. He came back almost at once to fill the pitcher, even though he should be there to watch Boyne's ceremonial donation. Tropile stood looking at the keeper, his subadrenals beginning to pound like the rolling boil of well-aged water. The keeper was at a disadvantage. He had been neglectful of his charge, a broken stool, no water in the pitcher. And a citizen, brought up in a citizen's maze of consideration and tact, could not help but be humiliated, seeking to make amends. Tropile pressed his advantage home. "Wait," he said to the keeper. "I'd like to talk to you." The keeper hesitated, torn. "The donation." "Damn the donation," Tropile said calmly. "After all, what is it but sticking a pipe into a man's backbone and sucking out the juice that keeps him alive? It's killing, that's all." The keeper turned literally white. Tropile was speaking blasphemy and he wasn't stopping. "I want to tell you about my wife," Tropile went on, assuming a confidential air. "Now there's a real woman. Not one of these frozen-up citizenesses, you know. Why, she and I used to," he hesitated. "You're a man of the world, aren't you?" he demanded. "I mean you've seen life." "I suppose so," the keeper said faintly. "Then you won't be shocked," Tropile lied. "Well, let me tell you, there's a lot to women that these stuffed-shirt citizens don't know about. Boy! Ever see a woman's knee?" He sniggered. "Ever kiss a woman with," he winked, "with the light on? Ever sit in a big armchair, say, with a woman in your lap, all soft and heavy, and kind of warm, and slumped up against your chest, you know, and—" He stopped and swallowed. He was almost making himself retch, it was so hard to say these things. But he forced himself to go on. "Well, that's what she and I used to do. Plenty. All the time. That's what I call a real woman." He stopped, warned by the keeper's sudden change of expression, glazed eyes, strangling breath. He had gone too far. He had only wanted to paralyze the man, revolt him, put him out of commission, but he was overdoing it. He jumped forward and caught the keeper as he fell, fainting. Tropile callously emptied the water pitcher over the man. The keeper sneezed and sat up groggily. He focused his eyes on Tropile and agonizedly blushed. Tropile said harshly, "I wish to see the new sun from the street." The request was incredible. Even after the unbelievable obscenities he had heard, the keeper was not prepared for this. He was staggered. Tropile was in detention regarding the fifth regulation. That was all there was to it. Such persons were not to be released from their quarters. The keeper knew it, the world knew it, Tropile knew it. It was an obscenity even greater than the lurid tales of perverted lust, for Tropile had asked something which was impossible. No one ever asked anything that was impossible to grant, for no one could ever refuse anything. That was utterly graceless, unthinkable. One could only attempt to compromise. The keeper stammeringly said, may I let you see the new sun from the corridor?" And even that was wretchedly wrong, but he had to offer something. One always offered something. The keeper had never since babyhood given a flat no to anybody about anything. No citizen had. A flat no led to anger, strong words, perhaps even hurt feelings. The only flat no conceivable was the enormous terminal no of an amok. Short of that. One offered. One split the difference. One was invariably filled with tepid pleasure when, invariably, the offer was accepted, the difference was split, both parties were satisfied. "That will do for a start," Tropile snarled. "Open, man, open. Don't make me wait." The keeper reeled and unlatched the door to the corridor. Now the street. I can't, burst in an anguished cry from the keeper. He buried his face in his hands and began to sob, hopelessly incapacitated. The street. Tropile said remorselessly. He himself felt wrenchingly ill. He was going against custom that had ruled his own life as surely as the keeper's. But he was Wolf. I will be Wolf, he growled, and advanced upon the keeper. My wife, he said, I didn't finish telling you. Sometimes she used to put her arm around me and just snuggle up, and I remember one time she kissed my ear. Broad daylight. It felt funny and warm, I can't describe it. Whimpering, the keeper flung the keys at Tropile and tottered brokenly away. He was out of the action. Tropile himself was nearly as badly off, the difference was that he continued to function. The words coming from him had seared like acid in his throat. They call me Wolf, he said aloud, reeling against the wall. I will be one. He unlocked the outer door and his wife was waiting, holding in her arms the things he had asked her to bring. Tropile said strangely to her, I am steel and fire. I am Wolf, full of the old moxie. She wailed, Glenn, are you sure I'm doing the right thing? He laughed unsteadily and led her by the arm through the deserted streets. V. Citizen German, as was his right by position and status as a connoisseur, helped prepare Citizen Boyne for his donation. There was nothing much to it, which made it an elaborate and lengthy task. According to the ethic of the citizens, it had to be protracted, each step being surrounded by fullest dress of ritual. It was done in the broad daylight of the new sun, and as many of the 300 citizens of Wheeling as could manage it were in the courtyard of the old federal building to watch. The nature of the ceremony was this: a man who revealed himself Wolf, or who finally crumbled under the demands of life and ran amok, could not be allowed to live. He was hauled before an audience of his equals and permitted, with the help of regretful force, if that should be necessary, but preferably not, to make the donation of spinal fluid. Execution was murder, and murder was not permitted under the gentle code of citizens. This was not execution. The draining of a man's spinal fluid did not kill him. It only ensured that, after a time and with much suffering, his internal chemistry would so arrange itself that it would continue to function, only not in a way that would sustain life. Once the donation was made, the problem was completely altered, of course. Suffering was bad in itself. To save the donor from the suffering that lay ahead, it was the custom to have the oldest and gentlest citizen on hand stand by with a sharp-edged knife. When the donation was complete, the donor's head was removed, purely to avert suffering. That was not execution either, but only the hastening of an inevitable end. The dozen or so citizens whose rank permitted them to assist then dissolved the spinal fluids in water and ceremoniously sipped them, at which time it was proper to offer a small poem in commentary. All in all, it was a perfectly splendid opportunity for the purest form of meditation for everyone concerned. Citizen German, whose role was catheter-bearer, took his place behind the introducer-bearer, the enunciators, and the questioner of purpose. As he passed Citizen Boyne, German assisted him to assume the proper crouched-over position. Boyne looked up gratefully and German found the occasion correct for a commendatory half-smile. The questioner of purpose said solemnly to Boyne, "It is your privilege to make a donation here today. Do you wish to do so?" "I do," said Boyne raptly. The anxiety had passed, clearly he was confident of making a good donation. German approved with all his heart. The enunciators, in alternate stanzas, announced the right pause for meditation to the meager crowd, and all fell silent. Citizen German began the process of blanking out his mind, to ready himself for the great opportunity to appreciate that lay ahead. A sound distracted him, he glanced up irritably. It seemed to come from the House of the Five Regulations, a man's voice, carrying. But no one else appeared to notice it. All of the watchers, all of those on the stone steps, were in somber meditation. German tried to return his thoughts to where they belonged. But something was troubling him. He had caught a glimpse of the donor and there had been something. He angrily permitted himself to look up once more to see just what it had been about Citizen Boyne that had attracted his attention. Yes, there was something. Over the form of Citizen Boyne, silent, barely visible, a flicker of life and motion. Nothing tangible. It was as if the air itself were in motion. It was, German thought with a bursting heart, it was an eye. The veritable miracle of translation, and it was about to take place here and now, upon the person of Citizen Boyne. And no one knew it but German himself. In this last surmise, Citizen German was wrong. Or was he? True, no other human eyes saw the flawed glass thing that twisted the air over Boyne's prostrate body, but there was, in a sense, another witness, some thousands of miles away. The pyramid on Mount Everest stirred. It did not move, but something about it moved, or changed, or radiated. The pyramid surveyed its cabbage patch. Wristwatch mine. As much sense, it may be, to say wristwatch patch or cabbage mine. At any rate, it surveyed what to it was a place where intricate mechanisms grew, ripened, and were dug up at the moment of usefulness, whereupon they were quick frozen and wired into circuits. Through signals perceptible to it, the pyramids had become aware that one of its mechanisms was now ready to be plucked, harvested. The pyramid's blood was dielectric fluid. Its limbs were electrostatic charges. Its philosophy was, unscrew it and push. Its motive was survival. Survival today was not what survival once had been, for a pyramid. Once survival had merely been gliding along on a cushion of repellent charges, streaming electrons behind for the push, sending HF pulses out often enough to get a picture of their bounced return to integrate deep inside. If the picture showed something metabolizable, one metabolized it. One broke it down into molecules by lashing it with the surplus protons left over from the dispersed electrons, one adsorbed the molecules. Sometimes the metabolizable object was an immobile and sometimes a mobile, a vague, theoretical, frivolous classification to a philosophy whose basis was that everything unscrewed. If it was a mobile, one sometimes had to move after it. That was the difference. The essential was survival, not making idle distinctions. And one small part of survival today was the Everest Pyramid's job. It sat and waited. It sent out its HF pulses bouncing and scattering, and it bounced and scattered them additionally on their return. Deep inside, the more than anamorphically distorted picture was reintegrated. Deeper inside, it was interpreted and evaluated for its part in survival. There was a need for certain mechanisms which grew on this planet. At irregular times, the pyramid evaluated the picture to the effect that a mechanism, a wristwatch, so to speak, was ripe for plucking, and by electrostatic charges, it did so. The electrostatic charges, in forming, produced what humans called an eye. But the pyramid had no use for names. It merely plucked, when a mechanism was ripe. It had found that a mechanism was ripe now. A world away, before the steps of Wheeling's federal building, electrostatic charges gathered above a component whose name was Citizen Boyne. There was a small sound like the clapping of two hands which made the 300 citizens of Wheeling jerk upright out of their meditations. The sound was air filling the gap that had once been occupied by Citizen Boyne, who had instantly vanished, who had, in a word, been ripe and therefore been plucked. 6. Glenn Tropile and his sobbing wife passed the night in the stubble of a cornfield. Neither of them slept much. Tropile, numbed by contact with the iron chill of the field, it would be months before the new sun warmed the earth enough for it to begin radiating in turn, tossed restlessly, dreaming. He was Wolf. Let it be so, he told himself again and again. I will be Wolf. I will strike back at the citizens. I will. Always the thought trailed off. He would exactly what? What could he do? Migration was an answer, go to another city. With Gala, he guessed. Start a new life, where he was not known as Wolf. And then what? Try to live a sheep's life, as he had tried all his years. And there was the question of whether, in fact, he could manage to find a city where he was not known. The human race was migratory, in these years of subjection to the never quite understood rule of the pyramids. It was a matter of insulation. When the new sun was young, it was hot, and there was plenty of warmth. It was possible to spread north and south, away from final line of permafrost which, in North America, came just above the old Mason-Dixon line. When the sun was dying, the cold spread down. The race followed the seasons. Soon all of Wheeling would be spreading north again, and how was he to be sure that none of Wheeling's citizens might not turn up wherever he might go? He could be sure, that was the answer to that. All right, scratch migration. What remained? He could, with Gala, he guessed, live a solitary life on the fringes of cultivated land. They both had some skill at rummaging the old storehouses of the ancients, and there was still food and other commodities to be found. But even a wolf is gregarious by nature, and there were bleak hours in that night when Tropile found himself close to sobbing with his wife. At the first break of dawn, he was up. Gala had fallen into a light and restless sleep. He called her awake. "We have to move," he said harshly. "Maybe they'll get up enough guts to follow us. I don't want them to find us." Silently she got up. They rolled and tied the blankets she had bought. They ate quickly from the food she had brought, they made packs and put them on their shoulders and started to walk. One thing in their favor, they were moving fast, faster than any citizen was likely to follow. All the same, Tropile kept looking nervously behind him. They hurried north and east, and that was a mistake, because by noon they found themselves blocked by water. Once it had been a river. The melting of the polar ice caps that had submerged the coasts of the old continents had drowned it out, and now it was salt water. But whatever it was impassable. They would have to skirt it westward until they found a bridge or a boat. "We can stop and eat," Tropile said grudgingly, trying not to despair. They slumped to the ground. It was warmer now. Tropile found himself getting drowsier. He jerked erect and stared around belligerently. Beside him, his wife was lying motionless, though her eyes were open, gazing at the sky. Tropile sighed and stretched out. A moment's rest, he promised himself, and then a quick bite to eat, and then onward. He was sound asleep when they spotted him. There was a flutter of iron birds' wings from overhead. Tropile jumped up out of his sleep, awakening to panic. It was outside the possibility of belief, but there it was. In the sky over him, etched black against a cloud, a helicopter. And men staring out of it, staring down at him. A helicopter. But there were no helicopters, or none that flew, if there had been fuel to fly them with, if any man had had the skill to make them fly. It was impossible. And yet there it was, and the men were looking at him, and the impossible great whirling thing was coming down, nearer. He began to run in the downward wash of air from the vanes. But it was no use. There were 3 men and they were fresh and he wasn't. He stopped, dropping into the fighter's crouch that is preset into the human body, ready to do battle. The men didn't want to fight. They laughed, and one of them said amiably, "Long past your bedtime, boy. Get in. We'll take you home." Tropile stood poised, hands half clenched. Take you home. Yeah. Where you belong, Tropile. Not back to Wheeling, if that's what is worrying you. Where you belong. Then Tropile understood. He got into the helicopter wonderingly. Home. So there was a home for such as he. He wasn't alone. He needn't keep his solitary self apart. He could be with his own kind. He remembered Gala Tropile and paused. One of the men said with quick understanding, "Your wife. I think we saw her about half a mile from here. Heading back to Wheeling as fast as she could go." Tropile nodded. That was better, after all. Gala was no wolf, though he had tried his best to make her one. One of the men closed the door, another did something with levers and wheels. The vanes whooshed around overhead, the helicopter bounced on its stiff-sprung landing legs and then rocked up and away. For the first time in his life, Glenn Tropile looked down on the land. They didn't fly high, but Glenn Tropile had never flown at all, and the 200 or 300 feet of air beneath made him faint and queasy. They danced through the passes in the West Virginia hills, crossed icy streams and rivers, swung past old empty towns which no longer even had names of their own. They saw no one. It was something over 400 miles to where they were going, one of the men told him. They made it easily before dark. As Tropile walked through the town in the evening light, electricity flared white and violet in the buildings around him. Imagine. Electricity was calories, and calories were to be hoarded. There were other walkers in the street. Their gait was not the economical shuffle with pendant arms. They burned energy visibly. They swung. They strode. It had been chiseled on his brain in earliest childhood that such walking was wrong, reprehensible, debilitating. It wasted calories. These people did not look debilitated and they didn't seem to mind wasting calories. It was an ordinary sort of town, apparently named Princeton. It did not have the transient look to it of, say, Wheeling, or Altoona, or Gary, in Tropile's experience. It looked like, well, it looked permanent. Tropile had heard of a town called Princeton, but it happened that he had never passed through it southwarding or northbound. There was no reason why he or anybody should or should not have. Still, there was a possibility, once he thought of it, that things were somehow so arranged that they should not, maybe it was all on purpose. Like every town, it was underpopulated, but not so much so as most. Perhaps one living space in 5 was used. A high ratio. The man beside him was named Hendel, one of the men from the helicopter. They hadn't talked much on the flight and they didn't talk much now. Eat first, Hendel said, and took Tropile to a bright and busy sort of food stall. Only it wasn't a stall. It was a restaurant. This Hendel, what to make of him? He should have been disgusting, nasty, an abomination. He had no manners whatever. He didn't know, or at least didn't use, the 17 conventional gestures. He wouldn't let Tropile walk behind him and to his left, though he was easily 5 years Tropile's senior. When he ate, he ate. The sip of appreciation, the pause of first surfeit, the thrice proffered share meant nothing to him. He laughed when Tropile tried to give him the elder's portion. Cheerfully patronizing, this man Hendel said to Tropile, "That stuff's all right when you don't have anything better to do with your time. Those poor mutts don't. They'd die of boredom without their inky-pinky cults and they don't have the resources to do anything bigger. Yes, I do know the gestures. 17 delicate ways of communicating emotions too refined for words. The hell with them, Tropile. I've got words. You'll learn them, too." Tropile ate silently, trying to think. A man arrived, threw himself in a chair, glanced curiously at Tropile and said, "Hendel, the Somerville Road. The creek backed up when it froze. Flooded bad. Ruined everything." Tropile ventured, "The flood ruined the road?" "The road? No. Say, you must be the fellow Hendel went after." Tropile, that the name? He leaned across the table, pumped Tropile's hand. "We had the road nicely blocked," he explained. "The flood washed it clean. Now we have to block it again." Hendel said, "Take the tractor if you need it." The man nodded and left. Hendel said, "Eat up. We're wasting time. About that road, we keep all entrances blocked up, see? Why let a lot of sheep in and out?" "Sheep? The opposite," said Hendel, "of wolves. Take 10 billion people and say that, out of every million of them, one, just one, is different. He has a talent for survival, call him wolf. 10,000 of him in a world of 10 billion. Squeeze them, freeze them, cut them down. Let old rejoice in meshes loom in the terrifying sky and so abduct the earth that the human race is decimated, fractionated, reduced to what is in comparison a bare handful of chilled, stunned survivors. There aren't 10 billion people in the world anymore. No, not by a factor of 1,000. Maybe there are as many as 10 million, more or less, rattling around in the space their enormous elder generations made for them. And of these 10 million, how many are wolf? 10,000. You understand, Tropile, said Hendel. We survive. I don't care what you call us. The sheep call us wolves. Me, I kind of call us supermen. We have a talent for survival. Tropile nodded, beginning to understand. The way I survived the House of the Five Regulations. Hendel gave him a pitying look. The way you survived 30 years of sheephood before that. Come on. It was a tour of inspection. They went into a building, big, looking like any other big and useful building of the ancients, gray stone walls, windows with ragged spears of glass. Inside, though, it wasn't like the others. 2 sub-basements down, Tropile winced and turned away from the flood of violet light that poured out of a quartz bullseye on top of a squat steel cone. Perfectly harmless, Tropile, you don't have to worry, Hendel boomed. Know what you're looking at? There's a fusion reactor down there. Heat. Power. All the power we need. Do you know what that means? He stared soberly down at the flaring violet light of the inspection port. Come on, he said abruptly to Tropile. Another building, also big, also gray stone. A cracked inscription over the entrance read, O'Reilly Hall of Humanities. The sense shock this time was not light, it was sound. Hammering, screeching, rattling, rumbling. Men were doing noisy things with metal and machines. Repair shop. Hendel yelled. See those machines? They belong to our man in Ison. We've salvaged them from every big factory ruin we could find. Give in Ison a piece of metal, any alloy, any shape, and one of those machines will change it into any other shape and damned near any other alloy. Drill it, cut it, plane it, weld it, smelt it, zone melt it, bond it, you tell him what to do and he'll do it. We got the parts to make 6 tractors and 41 cars out of this shop. And we've got other shops, aircraft in Farmingdale and Wichita, armaments in Wilmington. Not that we can't make some armaments here. Ison could build you a tank if he had to, complete with 105mm gun. What's a tank? Tropile asked. Hendel only looked at him and said, come on. Glenn Tropile's head spun dizzily and all the spectacles merged and danced in his mind. They were incredible. All of them. Fusion pile, machine shop, vehicular garage, aircraft hangar. There was a storeroom under the seats of a football stadium, and Tropile's head spun on his shoulders again as he tried to count the cases of coffee and canned soups and whiskey and beans. There was another storeroom, only this one was called an armory. It was filled with guns. Guns that could be loaded with cartridges, of which they had very many, guns which, when you loaded them and pulled the trigger, would fire. Tropile said, remembering, I saw a gun once that still had its firing pin. But it was rusted solid. These work, Tropile, said Hendel. You can kill a man with them. Some of us have. Kill. Get that sheep look out of your eyes, Tropile. What's the difference how you execute a criminal? And what's a criminal but someone who represents a danger to your world? We prefer a gun instead of the donation of the spinal tap, because it's quicker, because it's less messy, and because we don't like to drink spinal fluid, no matter what imaginary therapeutic or symbolic value it has. You'll learn. But he didn't add, come on. They had arrived where they were going. It was a small room in the building that housed the armory and it held, among other things, a rack of guns. Sit down, said Hendel, taking one of the guns out of the rack thoughtfully and handling it as the doomed Boyne had caressed his watch case. It was the latest pre-pyramid model rifle, anti-personnel, short range. It would not scatter a cluster of shots in a coffee can at more than 2.5 miles. All right, said Hendel, stroking the stock. You've seen the works, Tropile. You've lived 30 years with sheep. You've seen what they have and what we have. I don't have to ask you to make a choice. I know what you choose. The only thing left is to tell you what we want from you. A faint pulsing began inside Glenn Tropile. I expected we'd be getting to that. Why not? We're not sheep. We don't act that way. Quid pro quo. Remember that, it saves time. You've seen the quid. Now we come to the quo. He leaned forward. Tropile, what do you know about the pyramids? Nothing. Hendel nodded. Right. They're all around us and our lives are beggared because of them. And we don't even know why. We don't have the least idea of what they are. Did you know that one of the sheep was translated in Wheeling when you left? Translated? Tropile listened with his mouth open while Hendel told him about what had happened to Citizen Boyne. So he didn't make the donation after all, Tropile said. Might have been better if he had, said Hendel. Still, it gave you a chance to get away. We had heard, never mind how just yet, that Wheeling caught itself a wolf, so we came looking for you. But you were already gone. Tropile said, faintly annoyed, you were damn near too late. Oh, no, Tropile, Hendel assured him. We're never too late. If you don't have enough guts and ingenuity to get away from sheep, you're no wolf, simple as that. But there's this translation. We know it happens, but we don't even know what it is. All we know, people disappear. There's a new sun in the sky every 5 years or so. Who makes it? The pyramids. How? We don't know that. Sometimes something floats around in the air and we call it an eye. It has something to do with translation, something to do with the pyramids. What? We don't know that. We don't know much of anything, interrupted Tropile, trying to hurry him along. Not about the pyramids, no. Hendel shook his head. Hardly anyone has ever seen one, for that matter. Hardly, you mean you have? Oh, yes. There's a pyramid on Mount Everest, you know. That's not just a story. It's true. I've been there, and it's there. At least, it was there 5 years ago, right after the last sun recreation. I guess it hasn't moved. It just sits there. Tropile listened, marveling. To have seen a real pyramid. Almost he had thought of them as legends, contrived to account for such established physical facts as the eyes and translation, as children with a Santa Claus. But this incredible man had seen it. Somebody dropped an H-bomb on it, way back, Hendel continued, and the only thing that happened is that now the North Col is a crater. You can't move the pyramid. You can't hurt it. But it's alive. It has been there, alive, for a couple of 100 years, and that's about all we know about the pyramids. Right? Right. Hendel stood up. Tropile, that's what all of this is all about. He gestured around him. Guns, tanks, airplanes, we want to know more. We're going to find out more and then we're going to fight. There was a jarring note and Tropile caught at it, sniffing the air. Somehow, perhaps it was his subadrenals that told him, this very positive, very self-willed man was just the slightest bit unsure of himself. But Hendel swept on and Tropile, for a moment, forgot to be alert. We had a party up Mount Everest 5 years ago, Hendel was saying. We didn't find out a thing. 5 years before that, and 5 years before that, every time there's a sun, while it is still warm enough to give a party a chance to climb up the sides, we send a team up there. It's a rough job. We give it to the new boys, Tropile. Like you. There it was. He was being invited to attack a pyramid. Tropile hesitated, delicately balanced, trying to get the feel of this negotiation. This was wolf against wolf, it was hard. There had to be an advantage. There is an advantage, Hendel said aloud. Tropile jumped, but then he remembered, wolf against wolf. Hendel went on, what you get out of it is your life, in the first place. You understand you can't get out now. We don't want sheep meddling around. And in the second place, there's a considerable hope of gain. He stared at Tropile with a dreamer's eyes. We don't send parties up there for nothing, you know. We want to get something out of it. What we want is the Earth. The Earth? It reeked of madness. But this man wasn't mad. Someday, Tropile, it's going to be us against them. Never mind the sheep, they don't count. It's going to be pyramids and wolves, and the pyramids won't win. And then. It was enough to curdle the blood. This man was proposing to fight, and against the invulnerable, the godlike pyramids. But he was glowing and the fever was contagious. Tropile felt his own blood begin to pound. Hendel hadn't finished his, and then, but he didn't have to. The, and then, was obvious, and then the world takes up again from the day the wandering planet first came into view. And then we go back to our own solar system and an end to the 5-year cycle of frost and hunger. And then the wolves can rule a world worth ruling. It was a meretricious appeal, perhaps, but it could not be refused. Tropile was lost. He said, you can put away the gun, Hendel. You've signed me up. 7. The way to Mount Everest, Tropile glumly found, lay through supervising the colony's nursery school. It wasn't what he had expected, but it had the advantages that while his charges were learning, he was learning, too. One jump ahead of the 3-year-olds, he found that the wolves, far from being predators on the sheep, existed with them in a far more complicated ecological relationship. There were wolves all through sheepdom. They leavened the dough of society. In barbarously simple prose, a primer said, the sons of the wolf are good at numbers and money. You and your friends play money games almost as soon as you can talk, and you can think in percentages and compound interest when you want to. Most people are not able to do this. True, thought Tropile subvocally, reading aloud to the tots. That was how it had been with him. Sheep are afraid of the sons of the wolf. Those of us who live among them are in constant danger of detection and death, although ordinarily a wolf can take care of himself against any number of sheep. True, too. It is one of the most dangerous assignments a wolf can be given to live among the sheep. Yet it is essential. Without us, they would die, of stagnation, of rot, eventually of hunger. It didn't have to be spelled out any further. Sheep can't mend their own fences. The prose was horrifyingly bald and the children were horrifyingly, he choked on the word, but managed to form it in his mind, competitive. The verbal taboos lingered, he found, after he had broken through the barriers of behavior. But it was distressing, in a way. At an age when future citizens would have been learning their little pitcher ways, these children were learning to fight. The perennial argument about who would get to be Big Bill Zeckendorf when they played a strange game called Zeckendorf and Hilton sometimes ended in bloody noses. And nobody at all, meditated on connectivity. Tropile was warned not to do it himself. Hendel said grimly, we don't understand it and we don't like what we don't understand. We're suspicious animals, Tropile. As the children grow older, we give them just enough practice so they can go into one meditation and get the feel of it, or pretend to, at any rate. If they have to pass as citizens, they'll need that much. But more than that we do not allow. Allow. Somehow the word grated, somehow his subadrenals began to pulse. Allow. We have our suspicions and we know for a fact that sometimes people disappear when they meditate. We don't want to disappear. We think it's not a good thing to disappear. Don't meditate, Tropile. You hear? But later, Tropile had to argue the point. He picked a time when Hendel was free, or as nearly free as that man ever was. The whole adult colony had been out on what they used as a parade ground. It had once been a football field, Hendel said. They had done their regular twice-a-week infantry drill, that being one of the prices one paid for living among the free, progressive wolves instead of the dull and tepid sheep. Tropile was mightily winded, but he cast himself on the ground near Hendel, caught his breath and said, "Hendel, about meditation. What about it?" "Well, perhaps you don't really grasp it." Tropile searched for words. He knew what he wanted to say. How could anything that felt as good as oneness be bad? And wasn't translation, after all, so rare as hardly to matter? But he wasn't sure he could get through to Hendel in those terms. He tried, "When you meditate successfully, Hendel, you're one with the universe. Do you know what I mean? There's no feeling like it. It's indescribable peace, beauty, harmony, repose. It's the world's cheapest narcotic," Hendel snorted. "Oh, now, really. And the world's cheapest religion. The stone-broke mutts can't afford gilded idols, so they use their own navels. That's all it is. They can't afford alcohol. They can't even afford the muscular exertion of deep breathing that would throw them into a state of hyperventilated oxygen drunkenness. Then what's left? Self-hypnosis. Nothing else. It's all they can do, so they learn it, they define it as pleasant and good, and they're all fixed up." Tropile sighed. The man was so stubborn. Then a thought occurred to him and he pushed himself up on his elbows. "Aren't you leaving something out? What about translation?" Hendel glowered at him. "That's the part we don't understand. But surely self-hypnosis doesn't account for." "Surely it doesn't." Hendel mimicked savagely. "All right. We don't understand it and we're afraid of it. Kindly do not tell me translation is the supreme act of unwilling, total disavowal of duality, unison with the Brahm ground or any such slop. You don't know what it is and neither do we." He started to get up. "All we know is, people vanish. And we want no part of it, so we don't meditate. None of us, including you. It was foolishness, this close-order drill. Could you defeat the unreachable Himalayan pyramid with a squad's right flanking maneuver? And yet it wasn't all foolishness. Close-order drill and 2,500 calorie day diet began to put fat and flesh and muscle on Tropile's body, and something other than that on his mind. He had not lost the edge of his acquisitiveness, his drive, his whatever it was that made the difference between wolf and sheep. But he had gained something. Happiness? Well, if happiness is a sense of purpose, and a hope that the purpose can be accomplished, then happiness. It was a feeling that had never existed in his life before. Always it had been the glandular compulsion to gain an advantage, and that was gone, or anyway almost gone, because it was permitted in the society in which he now lived. Glenn Tropile sang as he putt-putted in his tractor, plowing the thawing Jersey fields. Still, a faint doubt remained. Squads right against the pyramids. Stiffly, Tropile stopped the tractor, slowed the diesel to a steady thrum and got off. It was hot, being midsummer of the 5-year calendar the pyramids had imposed. It was time for rest and maybe something to eat. He sat in the shade of a tree, as farmers always have done, and opened his sandwiches. He was only a mile or so from Princeton, but he might as well have been in limbo. There was no sign of any living human but himself. The northering sheep didn't come near Princeton, it happened that way, on purpose. He caught a glimpse of something moving, but when he stood up for a better look into the woods on the other side of the field, it was gone. Wolf? Real wolf, that is. It could have been a bear, for that matter. There was talk of wolves and bears around Princeton, and although Tropile knew that much of the talk was assiduously encouraged by men like Hendel, he also knew that some of it was true. As long as he was up, he gathered straw from the litter of last year's head-high grass, gathered sticks under the trees, built a small fire and put water on to boil for coffee. Then he sat back and ate his sandwiches, thinking. Maybe it was a promotion, going from the nursery school to labor in the fields. Or maybe it wasn't. Hendel had promised him a place in the expedition that would, maybe, discover something new and great and helpful about the pyramids. And that might still come to pass, because the expedition was far from ready to leave. Tropile munched his sandwiches thoughtfully. Now why was the expedition so far from ready to leave? It was absolutely essential to get there in the warmest weather possible, otherwise empty Everest was unclimbable. Generations of alpinists had proved that. That warmest weather was rapidly going by. And why were Hendel and the Wolf colony so insistent on building tanks, arming themselves with rifles, organizing in companies and squads? The H-bomb hadn't flustered the pyramid. What lesser weapon could? Uneasily, Tropile put a few more sticks on the fire, staring thoughtfully into the canteen cup of water. It was a satisfyingly hot fire, he noticed abstractedly. The water was very nearly ready to boil. Half across the world, the pyramid in the Himalayas felt, or heard, or tasted, a difference. Possibly the HF pulses that had gone endlessly weep, weep, weep were now going weep beep, weep beep. Possibly the electromagnetic taste of lower than red was now spiced with a tang of beyond violet. Whatever the sign was, the pyramid recognized it. A part of the crop it tended was ready to harvest. The ripening bud had a name, of course, but names didn't matter to the pyramid. The man named Tropile didn't know he was ripening, either. All that Tropile knew was that, for the first time in nearly a year, he had succeeded in catching each stage of the 9 perfect states of water coming to a boil in its purest form. It was well, it was like nothing that anyone but a water watcher could understand. He observed. He appreciated. He encompassed and absorbed the myriad subtle perfections of time, of shifting transparency, of sound, of distribution of ebulliency, of the faint odor of steam. Complete, Glenn Tropile relaxed all his limbs and let his chin rest on his breastbone. It was, he thought with placid, crystalline perception, a rare and perfect opportunity for meditation. He thought of connectivity. Overhead, a shifting glassy flaw appeared in the thin, still air. There wasn't any thought of eyes in the erased palimpsest that was Glenn Tropile's mind. There wasn't any thought of pyramids or of wolves. The plowed field before him didn't exist. Even the water, merrily bubbling itself dry, was gone from his perception. He was beginning to meditate. Time passed, or stood still, for Tropile, there was no difference. There was no time. He found himself almost on the brink of understanding. Something snapped. An intruding bluebottle drone, maybe, or a twitching muscle. Partly, Tropile came back to reality. Almost, he glanced upward. Almost, he saw the eye. It didn't matter. The thing that really mattered, the only thing in the world, was all within his mind, and he was ready, he knew, to find it. Once more. Try harder. He let the mind-clearing unanswerable question drift into his mind. If the sound of 2 hands together is a clapping, what is the sound of 1 hand? Gently he pawed at the question, the symbol of the futility of mind, and therefore the gateway to meditation. Unawareness of self was stealing deliciously over him. He was Glenn Tropile. He was more than that. He was the water boiling. And the boiling water was he. He was the gentle warmth of the fire, which was, yes, itself the arc of the sky. As each thing was each other thing, water was fire, and fire air. Tropile was the first simmering bubble and the full roll of well-aged water was self, was, more than self, was. The answer to the unanswerable question was coming clearer and softer to him. And then, all at once, but not suddenly, for there was no time, it was not close, it was. The answer was him. The arc of sky was the answer, and the answer belonged to sky, to warmth, to all warmths that there are, and to all waters, and the answer was. Tropile vanished. The mild thunderclap that followed made the flames dance and the column of steam fray, and then the fire was steady again, and so was the rising steam. But Tropile was gone. 8. Hendel plodded angrily through the high grass toward the dull throb of the diesel. Maybe it had been a mistake to take this Glen Tropile into the colony. He was more citizen than wolf. No, cancel that, Hendel thought, he was more wolf than citizen. But the wolf in him was tainted with sheep's blood. He competed like a wolf, but in spite of everything, he refused to give up some of his sheep's ways. Meditation. He had been cautioned against that. But had he given it up? He had not. If it had been entirely up to Hendel, Glen Tropile would have found himself back among the sheep or dead. Fortunately for Tropile, it was not entirely up to Hendel. The community of wolves was by no means a democracy, but the leader had a certain responsibility to his constituents, and the responsibility was this: he couldn't afford to be wrong. Like the old grey wolf who protected Mowgli, he had to defend his actions against attack. If he failed to defend, the pack would pull him down. And Inaisen thought they needed Tropile, not in spite of the taint of the citizen that he bore, but because of it. Hendel bawled, "Tropile! Tropile, where are you?" There was only the wind and the thrum of the diesel. It was enormously irritating. Hendel had other things to do than to chase after Glen Tropile. And where was he? There was the diesel, idling wastefully, there the end of the patterned furrows Tropile had plowed. There a small fire, burning. And there was Tropile. Hendel stopped, frozen, his mouth opened, about to yell Tropile's name. It was Tropile, all right, staring with concentrated, oyster-eyed gaze at the fire and the little pot of water it boiled. Staring. Meditating. And over his head, like flawed glass in a pane, was the thing Hendel feared most of all things on earth. It was an eye. Tropile was on the very verge of being translated, whatever that was. Time, maybe, to find out what that was. Hendel ducked back into the shelter of the high grass, knelt, plucked his radio communicator from his pocket, urgently called. Inaisen. Inaisen, will somebody, for God's sake, put Inaisen on. Seconds passed. Voices answered. Then there was Inaisen. Inaisen, listen. You wanted to catch Tropile in the act of meditation. All right, you've got him. The old wheat field, south end, under the elms around the creek. Get here fast, Inaisen, there's an eye forming above him. Luck. Lucky that they were ready for this, and only by luck, because it was the helicopter that Inaisen had patiently assembled for the attack on Everest that was ready now, loaded with instruments. Planned to weigh and measure the aura around the pyramid, now at hand when they needed it. That was luck, but there was driving hurry involved, too. It was only a matter of minutes before Hendel heard the wobbling drone of the copter, saw the vanes fluttering low over the hedges, dropping to earth behind the elms. Hendel raised himself cautiously and peered. Yes, Tropile was still there, and the eye still above him. But the noise of the helicopter had frayed the spell. Tropile stirred. The eye wavered and shook. But did not vanish. Thanking what passed for his god, Hendel scuttled circuitously around the elms and joined Inaisen at the copter. Inaisen was furiously closing switches and pointing lenses. They saw Tropile sitting there, the eye growing larger and closer over his head. They had time, plenty of time, oh, nearly a minute of time. They brought to bear on the silent and unknowing form of Glen Tropile every instrument that the copter carried. They were waiting for Tropile to disappear. He did. Inaisen and Hendel hunched at the thunderclap as air rushed in to replace him. We've got what you wanted, Hendel said harshly. Let's read some instruments. Throughout the translation, high-tensile magnetic tape on a madly spinning drum had been hurtling under 24 recording heads at 100 feet a second. Output to the recording heads had been from every kind of measuring device they had been able to conceive and build, all loaded on the helicopter for use on Mount Everest, all now pointed directly at Glen Tropile. They had, for the instant of translation, readings from 1 microsecond to the next on the varying electric, gravitational, magnetic, radiant and molecular state conditions in his vicinity. They got back to Inaisen's workshop, and the laboratory inside it, in less than a minute. But it took hours of playing back the magnetic pulses into machines that turned them into scribed curves on coordinate paper before Inison had anything resembling an answer. He said, "No mystery. I mean no mystery except the speed. Want to know what happened to Tropile?" "I do," said Hendel. A pencil of electrostatic force maintained by a pinch effect bounced down the approximate azimuth of Everest, God knows how they handled the elevation, and charged him and the area positive. A big charge, clear off the scale. They parted company. He was bounced straight up. A meter off the ground, a correcting vector was applied. When last seen, he was headed fast in the direction of the pyramid's binary, fast. So fast that I would guess he'll get there alive. It takes an appreciable time, a good part of a second, for his protein to coagulate enough to make him sick and then kill him. If the pyramid strip the charges off him immediately on arrival, as I should think they will, he'll live. Friction. Be damned to friction, Inison said calmly. He carried a packet of air with him and there was no friction. How? I don't know. How are they going to keep him alive in space, without the charges that hold air? I don't know. If they don't maintain the charges, can they beat the speed of light? I don't know. I can tell you what happened. I can't tell you how. Hendel stood up thoughtfully. It's something, he said grudgingly. It's more than we've ever had, a complete reading at the instant of translation. We'll get more, Hendel promised. Inison, now that you know what to look for, go on looking for it. Keep every possible detection device monitored 24 hours a day. Turn on everything you've got that'll find a sign of imposed modulation. At any sign, or at anybody's hunch that there might be a sign, I'm to be called. If I'm eating. If I'm sleeping. If I'm enjoying with a woman. Call me, you hear? Maybe you were right about Tropile, maybe he did have some use. He might give the pyramids a bellyache. Inison, flipping the magnetic tape drum to rewind, said thoughtfully, "It's too bad they've got him. We could have used some more readings." Too bad. Hendel laughed sharply. This time they've got themselves a wolf. The pyramids did have a wolf, a fact which did not matter in the least to them. It is not possible to know what mattered to a pyramid except by inference. But it is possible to know that they had no way of telling wolf from citizen. The planet which was their home, Earth's old moon, was small, dark, atmosphereless and waterless. It was completely built over, much of it with its propulsion devices. In the old days, when technology had followed war, luxury, government and leisure, the pyramid sun had run out of steam, and at about the same time, they had run out of the components they imported from a neighboring planet. They used the last of their components to implement their stolid metaphysic of hauling and pushing. They pushed their planet. They knew where to push it. Each pyramid as it stood was a radio astronomy observatory, powerful and accurate beyond the wildest dreams of earthly radio astronomers. From this start, they built instruments to aid their naked senses. They went into a kind of hibernation, reducing their activity to a bare trickle except for a small crew, and headed for Earth. They had every reason to believe they would find more components there, and they did. Tropile was one of them. The only thing which set him apart from the others was that he was the most recent to be stockpiled. The religion, or vice, or philosophy he practiced made it possible for him to be a component. Meditation derived from Zen Buddhism was a windfall for the pyramids, though, of course, they had no idea at all of what lay behind it and did not care. They knew only that, at certain times, certain potential components became components which were no longer merely potential, which were, in fact, ripe for harvesting. It was useful to them that the minds they cropped were utterly blank. It saved the trouble of blanking them. Tropile had been harvested at the moment his inhibiting conscious mind had been cleared, for the pyramids were not interested in him as an entity capable of will and conception. They used only the raw capacity of the human brain and its perceptors. They used Reshevsky's number, the gigantic, far more than astronomical expression that denoted the number of switching operations performable within the human brain. They used subception, the phenomenon by which the reasoning mind, uninhibited by consciousness, reacts directly to stimuli, shortcutting the cerebral censor, avoiding the weighing of shall I or shan't I that precedes every conscious act. The harvested minds were components. It is not desirable that your bedroom wall switch have a mind of its own. If you turn the lights on, you want them on. So it was with the pyramids. A component was needed in the industrial complex which transformed catabolism products into anabolism products. With long experience gained since their planet fall, pyramids received the tabula rasa that was Glenn Tropile. He arrived in one piece, wearing a blanket of air. Quick frozen mentally at the moment of inert blankness his meditation had granted him, the psychic drunkard's coma, he was cushioned on repellent charges as he plummeted down, and instantly stripped of surplus electrostatic charge. At this point, he was still human, only asleep. He remained asleep. Annular fields they used for lifting and lowering seized him and moved him into a snug tank of nutrient fluid. There were many such tanks, ready and waiting. The tanks themselves could be moved, and the one containing Glenn Tropile did move, to a metabolism complex where there were many other tanks, all occupied. This was a warm room. The pyramids had wasted no energy on such foppish comforts in the first room. In this room, Glenn Tropile gradually resumed the appearance of life. His heart once again began to beat. Faint stirrings were visible in his chest as his habit-numbed lungs attempted to breathe. Gradually the stirrings slowed and stopped. There was no need for that foppish comfort either, the nutrient fluids supplied all. Tropile was wired into circuit. The only literal wiring, at first, was a temporary one, a fine electrode aseptically introduced into the great nerve that leads to the rhinencephalon, the small brain. The area of the brain which contains the pleasure centers that motivate human behavior. More than 1,000 components had been spoiled and discarded before the pyramids had located the pleasure centers so exactly. While the component, Tropile, was being programmed, the wire rewarded him with minute pulses that made his body glow with animal satisfaction when he functioned correctly. That was all there was to it. After a time, the wire was withdrawn, but by then Tropile had learned his entire task. Conditioned reflexes had been established. They could be counted on for the long and useful life of the component. That life might be very long indeed. In the nutrient tank beside Tropile's, as it happened, lay a component with 8 legs and a chitinous fringe around its eyes. It had lain in such a tank for more than 125,000 terrestrial years. The component was placed in operation. It opened its eyes and saw things. The sensory nerves of its limbs felt things. The muscles of its hands and toes operated things. Where was Glenn Tropile? He was there, all of him, but a zombie Tropile. Bereft of will, emptied of memories. He was a machine and part of a huger machine. His sex was the sex of a photoelectric cell, his politics were those of a transistor. His ambition that of a mercury switch. He didn't know anything about sex, or fear, or hope. He only knew 2 things, input and output. Input to him was a display of small lights on a board before his vacant face. And also the modulation of a loudspeaker's liquid-borne hum in each ear. Output from him was the dancing manipulation of certain buttons and keys, prompted by changes in input and by nothing else. Between input and output, he lay in the tank, a human black box which was capable of Reshevsky's number of switchings, and of nothing else. He had been programmed to accomplish a specific task, to shepherd a chemical called 3,7,12-trihydroxycholanic acid, present in the catabolic product of the pyramids. Through a succession of more than 500 separate operations until it emerged as the chemical, which the pyramids were able to metabolize, called protoporphin 9. He was not the only component operating in this task, there were several, each with its own program. The acid accumulated in great tanks a mile from him. He knew its concentration, heat and pressure. He knew of all the impurities which would affect subsequent reactions. His fingers tapped, giving binary-coded signals to sluice gates to open for so many seconds and then to close, for such an amount of solvent at such a temperature to flow in. For the agitators to agitate for just so long at just such a force. And if a trouble signal disturbed any one of the 517 major and minor operations, it was set to decide among alternatives. Scrap the batch in view of flow conditions along the line. Isolate and bypass the batch through a standby loop. Immediate action to correct the malfunction. Without inhibiting intelligence, without the trammels of humanity on him, the intricate display board and the complex modulations of the two sound signals could be instantly taken in, evaluated and given their share in the decision. Was it, he, still alive? The question has no meaning. It was working. It was an excellent machine, in fact, and the pyramids cared for it well. Its only consciousness, apart from the reflexive responses that were its program, was, well, call it, the sound of one hand alone. Which is to say zero, mindlessness, samadhi, stupor. It continued to function for some time, until the required supply of protoporphin 9 had been exceeded by a sufficient factor of safety to make further processing unnecessary, that is, for some minutes or months. During that time, it was happy. It had been programmed to be happy when there were no uncorrected malfunctions of the process. At the end of that time, it shut itself off, sent out a signal that the task was completed, then it was laid aside in the analog of a deep freeze, to be reprogrammed when another component was needed. It was totally immaterial to the pyramids that this particular component had not been stamped from Citizen but from Wolf. 9. Roger German, of Wheeling a Citizen, contemplated his wife with growing concern. Possibly the events of the past few days had unhinged her reason, but he was nearly sure that she had eaten a portion of the evening meal secretly, in the serving room, before calling him to the table. He felt positive that it was only a temporary aberration. She was, after all, a Citizeness, with all that that implied. A creature, like that Gallatropile, for example, someone like that might steal extra portions with craft and guile. You couldn't live with a wolf for years and not have some of it rub off on you. But not Citizeness German. There was a light, thrice-repeated tap on the door. Speak of the devil, thought Roger German most appropriately. For it was that same Gallatropile. She entered, her head downcast, looking worn and, well, pretty. He began formally, I give you greeting, city. They're here, she interrupted in desperate haste. German blinked. Please, she begged, can't you do something? They're wolves. Citizeness German emitted a muted shriek. You may leave, Citizeness, German told her shortly, already forming in his mind the words of gentle reproof he would later use. Now what is all this talk of wolves? Gallatropile distractedly sat in the chair her hostess had vacated. We were running away, she babbled. Glenn, he was Wolf, you see, and he made me leave with him, after the House of the Five Regulations. We were a day's-long march from Wheeling and we stopped to rest. And there was an aircraft, Citizen. An aircraft. Citizen German allowed himself a frown. Citizeness, it is not well to invent things which are not so. I saw it, Citizen. There were men in it. One of them is here again. He came looking for me with another man and I barely escaped him. I'm afraid. There is no cause for fear, only an opportunity to appreciate, Citizen German said mechanically, it was what one told one's children. But within himself, he was finding it very hard to remain calm. That word wolf, it was a destroyer of calm, an incitement to panic and hatred. He remembered Tropile well, and there was wolf, to be sure. The mere fact that Citizen German had doubted his wolfishness at first was powerful cause to be doubly convinced of it now. He had postponed the day of reckoning for an enemy of all the world, and there was enough secret guilt in his recollection to set his own heart thumping. Tell me exactly what happened, said Citizen German, in words that the stress of emotion had already made far less than graceful. Obediently, Gala Tropile said, I was returning to my home after the evening meal and Citizeness Puffin, she took me in after Citizen Tropile, after my husband was. I understand. You made your home with her. Yes. She told me that 2 men had come to see me. They spoke badly, she said, and I was alarmed. I peered through a window of my home and they were there. One had been in the aircraft I saw. And they flew away with my husband. It is a matter of seriousness, Citizen German admitted doubtfully. So then you came here to me? Yes, but they saw me, citizen. And I think they followed. You must protect me, I have no one else. If they be wolf, German said calmly, we will raise hue and cry against them. Now will the Citizeness remain here? I go forth to see these men. There was a graceless hammering on the door. Too late, cried Gala Tropile in panic. They are here. Citizen German went through the ritual of greeting, of deprecating the ugliness and poverty of his home, of offering everything he owned to his visitors. It was the way to greet a stranger. The 2 men lacked both courtesy and wit, but they did make an attempt to comply with the minimal formal customs of introduction. He had to give them credit for that. And yet it was almost more alarming than if they had blustered and yelled. For he knew one of these men. He dredged the name out of his memory. It was Hendel. The same man had appeared in Wheeling the day Glenn Tropile had been scheduled to make the donation of the spinal tap, and had broken free and escaped. He had inquired about Tropile of a good many people, Citizen German included, and even at that time, in the excitement of an amok, a wolf finding in a translation in a single day, German had wondered at Hendel's lack of breeding and airs. Now he wondered no longer. But the man made no overt act and Citizen German postponed the raising of the hue and cry. It was not a thing to be done lightly. Gala Tropile is in this house, the man with Hendel said bluntly. Citizen German managed a quirked smile. We want to see her, German. It's about her husband. He was with us for a while and something happened. Ah, yes. The wolf. The man flushed and looked at Hendel. Hendel said loudly, the wolf. Sure he's a wolf. But he's gone now, so you don't have to worry about that. Gone. Not just him, but 4 or 5 of us. There was a man named Inison and he's gone, too. We need help, German. Something about Tropile, God knows how it is, but he started something. We want to talk to his wife and find out what we can about him. So will you get her out of the back room where she's hiding and bring her here, please? Citizen German quivered. He bent over the ID bracelet that once had belonged to the 1PFC Joe Hartman, fingering it to hide his thoughts. He said at last, perhaps you are right. Perhaps the Citizeness is with my wife. If this be so, would it not be possible that she is fearful of those who once were with her husband? Hendel laughed sourly. She isn't any more fearful than we are, German. I told you about this man Inison who disappeared. He was a son of the wolf, you understand me? For that matter, he glanced at his companion, licked his lips and changed his mind about what he had been going to say next. He was a wolf. Do you ever remember hearing of a wolf being translated before? Translated? German dropped the ID bracelet. But that's impossible, he cried, forgetting his manners completely. Oh, no. Translation comes only to those who attain the moment of supreme detachment, you can be sure of that. I know. I've seen it with my own eyes. No wolf could possibly. At least 5 wolves did, Hendel said grimly. Now you see what the trouble is. Tropile was translated, I saw that with my own eyes. The next day, Inison. Within a week, 2 or 3 others. So we came down here, German, not because we like you people, not because we enjoy it, but because we're scared. What we want is to talk to Tropile's wife, you, too, I guess, we want to talk to anybody who ever knew him. We want to find out everything there is to find out about Tropile and see if we can make any sense of the answers. Because maybe translation is the supreme objective of life to you people, German, but to us it's just one more way of dying. And we don't want to die. Citizen German bent to pick up his cherished identification bracelet and dropped it absently on a table. There was very much on his mind. He said at last, "That is strange. Shall I tell you another strange thing?" Hendel, looking angry and baffled, nodded. German said, "There has been no translation here since the day the wolf, Tropile, escaped. But there have been eyes. I have seen them myself. He hesitated, shrugged. It has been disturbing. Some of our finest citizens have ceased to meditate, they have been worrying. So many eyes and nobody taken. It is outside of all of our experience, and our customs have suffered. Politeness is dwindling among us. Even in my own household." He coughed and went on, "No matter. But these eyes have come into every home, they have peered about, and no one has been taken. Why? Is it something to do with the translation of wolves?" He stared hopelessly at his visitors. "All I know is that it is very strange and therefore I am worried." "Then take us to Gala Tropile," said Hendel. "Let's see what we can find out." Citizen German bowed. He cleared his throat and raised his voice just sufficiently to carry from one room to another. "Citizeness," he called. There was a pause and then his wife appeared in the doorway, looking ruffled and ill at ease with her guest. "Will you ask if Citizeness Tropile will join us here?" he requested. His wife nodded. "She is resting. I will call her." They called her and questioned her for some time. She told them nothing. She had nothing to tell. On Earth's binary, Glenn Tropile had been reprogrammed for a new task. The problem was navigation. Earth had been a disappointment to the pyramids. It was necessary to move rapidly to a more rewarding planet. The pyramids had taken Earth out past Pluto's orbit with a simple shove, slow and massive. It had been enough merely to approximate the direction in which they would want to go. There would be plenty of time for refinements of course later. But now the time for refinements had come, earlier than they might have expected. They had now time to travel, they knew where to, a star cluster reasonably sure to be rich in componentiferous planets. It was inherent in the nature of component mines that eventually they always played out. There were always more mines, though. If that had not been so, it would have been necessary, perhaps, to stock breed components against future needs. But it was easier to work the vein out and move on. Now the course had to be computed. There were such variables to be considered as, motion of the star cluster, acceleration of the binary planet system, gravitational influence of every astronomical object in the island universe, without exception. Precise computation on this basis was obviously not practical. That was not an answer to the problem, since the time required would approach eternity as one of its parameters. It was possible to simplify the problem. Only the astronomical bodies which were relatively nearby need be treated as individuals. Farther away, the pyramids began to group them in small bunches, still farther in large bunches. On to the point where the farthest, and the most numerous, bodies were lumped together as a vague gravitational noise whose average intensity alone it was required to know and to enter as a datum. And still no single component could handle even its own share of the problem, were the computer they formed to be kept within the range of permissible size. It was for this that the component which had once been Tropile was taken out of storage. This was all old stuff to the pyramids, they knew how to handle it. They broke the problem down to its essentials, separated even those into many parts. There was, for example, the subsection of one certain aspect of the logistical problem which involved locating and procuring additional components to handle the load. Even that tiny specialization was too much for a single component, but fortunately the pyramids had resources to bring to bear. The procedure in such cases was to hitch several components together. This was done. When the pyramids finished their neurosurgery, there floated in an oversized nutrient tank a thing like a great sea anemone. It was composed of 8 components, all human, as it happened, arranged in a circle, facing inward, joined temple to temple, brain to brain. At their feet, where 16 eyes could see it, was the display board to feed them their input. 16 hands each grasped a molded switch to handle their binary-coded output. There would be no storage of the output outside of the 8-component complex itself. It went as control signals to the electrostatic generators, funneled through the single pyramid on Mount Everest, which handled the task of component procurement. That is, of translation. The programming was slow and thorough. Perhaps the pyramid which finally activated the octuple unit and went away was pleased with itself, not knowing that one of its components was Glen Tropile. Nirvana. It pervaded all. There was nothing outside of it. Nirvana. Glen Tropile floated in it as in the amniotic fluid around him. Nirvana. The sound of one hand. Floating oneness. There was an intrusion. Perfection is completed. By adding to it, it is destroyed. Duality struck like a thunderbolt. Oneness shattered. For Glen Tropile, it seemed as though his wife were screaming at him to wake up. He tried to. It was curiously difficult and painful. Timeless poignant sadness, 5 years of sorrow over a lost love compressed into a microsecond. It was always so, Tropile thought drowsily, awakening. It never lasts. What's the use of worrying over what always happens? Sudden shock and horror rocked him. This was no ordinary awakening, no ordinary thing at all, nothing was as it ever had been before. Tropile opened his mouth and screamed, or thought he did. But there was only a hoarse, faint flutter in his eardrums. It was a moment when sanity might have gone. But there was one curious, mundane fact that saved him. He was holding something in his hands. He found that he could look at it, and it was a switch. A molded switch, mounted on a board, and he was holding one in each hand. It was little to cling to, but it at least was real. If his hands could be holding something, then there must be some reality somewhere. Tropile closed his eyes and managed to open them again. Yes, there was reality, too. He closed his eyes and light stopped. He opened them and light returned. Then perhaps he was not dead, as he had thought. Carefully, stumbling, his mind his only usable tool, he tried to make an estimate of his surroundings. He could hardly believe what he found. Item, he could scarcely move. Somehow he was bound by his feet and his head. How? He couldn't tell. Item, he was bent over and he couldn't straighten. Why? Again he couldn't tell, but it was a fact. The great erecting muscles of his back answered his command, but his body would not move. Item, his eyes saw, but only in a small area. He couldn't move his head, either. Still, he could see a few things. The switch in his hand, his feet, a sort of display of lights on a strangely circular board. The lights flickered and changed their pattern. Without thinking, he moved a switch. Why? Because it was right to move that switch. When a certain light flared green, a certain switch had to be thrown. Why? Well, when a certain light flared green, a certain switch. He abandoned that problem. Never mind why, what the devil was going on. Glen Tropile squinted about him like a mollusk peering out of its shell. There was another fact, the oddness of the seeing. What makes it look so queer, he asked himself. He found an answer, but it required some time to take it in. He was seeing in a strange perspective. One looks out of 2 eyes. Close one eye and the world is flat. Open it again and there is a stereoscopic double, the saliencies of the picture leap forward, the background retreats. So with the lights on the board, no, not exactly, but something like that, he thought. It was as though, he squinted and strained, well, as though he had never really seen before. As though for all his life he had had only one eye, and now he had strangely been given two. His visual perception of the board was total. He could see all of it at once. It had no front or back. It was in the round. The natural thinking of it was without orientation. He engulfed and comprehended it as a unit. It had no secrets of shadow or silhouette. I think, Tropile mouthed slowly to himself, that I'm going crazy. But that was no explanation, either. Mere insanity didn't account for what he saw. Then, he asked himself, was he in a state that was beyond nirvana? He remembered, with an odd flash of guilt, that he had been meditating, watching the stages of boiling water. All right, perhaps he had been translated. But what was this, then? Were the meditators wrong in teaching that nirvana was the end, and yet righter than the wolves, who dismissed meditation as a phenomenon wholly inside the skull and refused to discuss translation at all? That was a question for which he could find nothing approaching an answer. He turned away from it and looked at his hands. He could see them, too, in the round, he noted. He could see every wrinkle and pore in all 16 of them. 16 hands. That was the other moment when sanity might have gone. He closed his eyes. 16 eyes. No wonder the total perception. And, after a while, he opened them again. The hands were there. All 16 of them. Cautiously, Tropile selected a finger that seemed familiar in his memory. After a moment's thought, he flexed it. It bent. He selected another. Another, on a different hand this time. He could use any or all of the 16 hands. They were all his, all 16 of them. I appear, thought Tropile crazily, to be a sort of 8-branched snowflake. Each of my branches is a human body. He stirred, and added another datum, I appear also to be in a tank of fluid and yet I do not drown. There were certain deductions to be made from that. Either someone, the pyramids, had done something to his lungs, or else the fluid was as good an oxygenating medium as air. Or both. Suddenly a burst of data lights twinkled on the board below him. Instantly and involuntarily, his 16 hands began working the switches, transmitting complex directions in a lightning-like stream of on-off clicks. Tropile relaxed and let it happen. He had no choice. The power that made it right to respond to the board made it impossible for his brain to concentrate while the response was going on. Perhaps, he thought drowsily, he would never have awakened at all if it had not been for the long period with no lights. But he was awake. And his consciousness began to explore as the task ended. He had had an opportunity to understand something of what was happening. He understood that he was now a part of something larger than himself, beyond doubt something which served and belonged to the pyramids. His single brain not being large enough for the job, 7 others had been hooked in with it. But where were their personalities? Gone, he supposed, presumably they had been citizens. Sons of the Wolf did not meditate and therefore were not translated, except for himself, he corrected wryly, remembering the meditation on rainclouds that had led him to. No, wait. Not rainclouds but water. Tropile caught hold of himself and forced his mind to retrace that thought. He remembered the raincloud meditation. It had been prompted by a particularly noble cumulus of the ancient ship type. And this was odd. Tropile had never been deeply interested in rainclouds, had never known even the secondary classifications of raincloud types. And he knew that the ancient ship was of the 4th order of categories. It was a false memory. It was not his. Therefore, logically, it was someone else's memory, and being available to his own mind, as the 14 other hands and eyes were available, it must belong to another branch of the snowflake. He turned his eyes down and tried to see which of the branches was his old body. He found it quickly, with growing excitement. There was the left great toe of his body. He had injured it in boyhood and there was no mistaking the way it was bent. Good. It was reassuring. He tried to feel the one particular body that led to that familiar toe. He succeeded, though not easily. After a time, he became more aware of that body, somewhat as a neurotic may become stomach-conscious or heart-conscious. But this was no neurosis, it was an intentional exploration. Since that worked, with some uneasiness he transferred his attention to another pair of feet and thought his way up from them. It was embarrassing. For the first time in his life, he knew what it felt like to have breasts. For the first time in his life, he knew what it was like to have one's internal organs quite differently shaped and arranged, buttressed and stressed by different muscles. The very faint background feel of man's internal arrangements, never questioned unless something goes wrong with them and they start to hurt, was not at all like the faint background feel that a woman has inside her. And when he concentrated on that feel, it was no faint background to him. It was surprising and upsetting. He withdrew his attention, hoping that he would be able to. Gratefully, he became conscious of his own body again. He was still himself if he chose to be. Were the other 7 still themselves? He reached into his mind, all of it, all 8 separate intelligences that were combined within him. Is anybody there? He demanded. No answer, or nothing he could recognize as an answer. He drove harder and there still was none. It was annoying. He resented it as bitterly, he remembered, as in the old days when he had first been learning the subtleties of ruin appreciation. There had been a ruin master, his name forgotten, who had been sometimes less than courteous, had driven hard. Another false memory. He withdrew and weighed it. Perhaps, he thought, that was a part of the answer. These people, these other 7, would not be driven. The attempt to call them back to consciousness would have to be delicate. When he drove hard, it was painful, he remembered the instant violent agony of his own awakening, and they reacted with anguish. More gently, alert for vagrant memories, he combed the depths of the eightfold mind within him, reaching into the sleeping portions, touching, handling, sifting and associating, sorting. This memory of an old knife wound from an amok, that was not the raincloud woman, it was a man, very aged. This faint recollection of a childhood fear of drowning, was that she? It was. It fitted with this other recollection, the long detour on the road south toward the sun, around a river. The raincloud woman was the first to round out in his mind, and the first he communicated with. He was not surprised to find that, early in her life, she had feared that she might be Wolf. He reached out for her. It was almost magic, knowing the secret name of a person, so that then he was yours to command. But the secret name was more than that. It was the gestalt of the person. It was the sum of all data and experience, never available to another person, until now. With her memories arranged at last in his own mind, he thought persuasively, Sci-Fi Alla Narova, will you awaken and speak with me? No answer, only a vague, troubled stirring. Gently he persisted, I know you well, Alla Narova. You sometimes thought you might be a daughter of the wolf, but never really believed it because you knew you loved your husband, and thought wolves did not love. You loved rainclouds, too. It was when you stood at Beachy Head and saw a great cumulus that you went into meditation. And on, many times, coaxingly. Even so, it was not easy, but at last he began to reach her. Slowly she began to surface. Thoughts faintly sounded in his mind, like echoes at first, his own thoughts bouncing back at him, a sort of mental nod of agreement, yes, that is so. Then, terror. With a shaking fear, a hysterical rush, Sci-Fi Alla Narova came violently up to full consciousness and to panic. She was soundlessly screaming. The whole 8-branched figure quivered and twisted in its nutrient bath. The terrible storm raged in Tropile's own mind as fully as in hers, but he had the advantage of knowing what it was. He helped her. He fought it for the two of them, soothing, explaining, calming. At last her branch of the snowflake body retreated, sobbing for a spell. The storm was over. He talked to her in his mind and she listened. She was incredulous, but there was no choice for her, she had to believe. Exhausted and passive, she asked finally, "What can we do?" "I wish I were dead." He told her, "You were never a coward before. Remember, Alla Narova, I know you as nobody has ever known another human being before. That's the way you will know me. As for what we can do, we must begin by waking the others, if we can. If not, Tropile replied grimly, then we will think of something else." She was of tough stuff, he thought admiringly. When she had rested and absorbed things, her spirit was almost that of a wolf. She had very nearly been right about herself. Together they explored their twinned members. They found through them exactly what task was theirs to do. They found how the electrostatic harvesting scythe of the pyramids was controlled, by and through them. They found what limitations there were and what freedoms they owned. They reached into the other petals of the snowflake, reached past the linked components into the whole complex of electrostatic field generators and propulsion machinery. Reached even past that into the great single function of the pyramids that lay beyond. 11. Hendel was on the ragged edge of breakdown, which was something new in his life. It was full hot summer and the hidden colony of wolves in Princeton should have been full of energy and life. The crops were growing on all the fields nearby, the drained storehouses were being replenished. The aircraft that had been so painfully rebuilt and fitted for the assault on Mount Everest were standing by, ready to be manned and to take off. And nothing, absolutely nothing, was going right. It looked as though there would be no expedition to Everest. For times now, Hendel had gathered his forces and been all ready. For times, a key man of the expedition had vanished. Wolves didn't vanish. And yet more than a score of them had. First Tropile, then Inison, then 24 more, by ones and twos. No one was immune. Take Inison, for example. There was a man who was wolf through and through. He was a doer, not a thinker. His skills were the skills of an artisan, a tinkerer, a jackleg mechanic. How could a man like that succumb to the pallid lure of meditation? But undeniably he had. It had reached a point where Hendel himself was red-eyed and jumpy. He had set curious alarms for himself, had enlisted the help of others of the colony to avert the danger of translation from himself. When he went to bed at night, a lieutenant sat next to his bed, watchfully alert lest Hendel, in that moment of reverie before sleep, fell into meditation and himself be translated. There was no hour of the day when Hendel permitted himself to be alone. And his companions, or guards, were ordered to shake him awake, as violently as need be, at the first hint of an abstracted look in the eyes or a reflective cast of the features. As time went on, Hendel's self-imposed regime of constant alertness began to cost him heavily in lost rest and sleep. And the consequences of that were, more and more occasions when the bodyguards shook him awake, less and less rest. He was very close to breakdown indeed. On a hot, wet morning a few days after his useless expedition to see Citizen German in Wheeling, Hendel ate a tasteless breakfast and, reeling with fatigue, set out on a tour of inspection of Princeton. Warm rain dripped from low clouds, but that was merely one more annoyance to Hendel. He hardly noticed it. There were upward of 1,000 wolves in the community and there were signs of worry on the face of every one of them. Hendel was not the only man in Princeton who had begun laying traps for himself as a result of the unprecedented disappearances. He was not the only one who was short of sleep. When one member in 40 disappears, the morale of the whole community receives a shattering blow. To Hendel, it was clear, looking into the faces of his compatriots, that not only was it going to be nearly impossible to mount the planned assault on the pyramid on Everest this year. It was going to be unbearably difficult merely to keep the community going. The whole wolf pack was on the verge of panic. There was a confused shouting behind Hendel. Groggily he turned and looked. Half a dozen wolves were yelling and pointing at something in the wet, muggy air. It was an eye, hanging silent and featureless over the center of the street. Hendel took a deep breath and mustered command of himself. Frampton. He ordered one of his lieutenants. Get the helicopter with the instruments here. We'll take some more readings. Frampton opened his mouth, then looked more closely at Hendel and, instead, began to talk on his pocket radio. Hendel knew what was in the man's mind, it was in his own, too. What was the use of more readings? From the time of Tropile's translation on, they had had a superfluity of instrument readings on the forces and auras that surrounded the eyes, yes, and on translations themselves, too. Before Tropile, there had never been an eye seen in Princeton, much less an actual translation. But things were different now. Everything was different. Eyes roamed restlessly around day and night. Some of the men nearest the eye were picking up rocks and throwing them at the bobbing vortex in the air. Hendel started to yell at them to stop, then changed his mind. The eye didn't seem to be affected. As he watched, one of the men scored a direct hit with a cobblestone. The stone went right through the eye, without sound or effect. Why not let them work off some of their fears in direct action? There was a fluttering of vanes and the copter with the instruments mounted on it came down in the middle of the street, between Hendel and the eye. It was all very rapid from then on. The eye swooped toward Hendel. He couldn't help it. He ducked. That was useless, but it was also unnecessary, for he saw in a second that it was only partly the motion of the eye toward him that made it loom larger, it was also that the eye itself was growing. An eye was perhaps the size of a football, as near as anyone could judge. This one got bigger, bigger. It was the size of a roc's egg, the size of a whale's blunt head. It stopped and hovered over the helicopter, while the man inside frantically pointed lenses and meters. Thunder crash. Not a man this time, translation had gone beyond men. The whole helicopter vanished, man, instruments, spinning vanes and all. Hendel picked himself up, sweating, shocked beyond sleepiness. The young man named Frampton said fearfully, "Hendel, what do we do now?" "Do?" Hendel stared at him absently. "Why, kill ourselves, I guess." He nodded soberly, as though he had at last attained the solution of a difficult problem. Then he sighed. "Well, one thing before that," he said. "I'm going to Wheeling. We wolves are licked, maybe the citizens can help us now." Roger German, of Wheeling, a citizen, received the message in the chambers that served him as a place of business. He had a visitor waiting for him at home. German was still citizen and he could not quickly break off the pleasant and interminable discussion he was having with a prospective client over a potential business arrangement. He apologized for the interruption caused by the message the conventional 5 times, listened while his guest explained once more the plan he had come to propose in full. Then turned his cupped hands toward himself in the gesture of denial of adequacy. It was the closest he could come to saying no. On the other side of the desk, the citizen who had come to propose an investment scheme immediately changed the subject by inviting German and his Sci-Fi to a serious viewing, the invitation in the form of rhymed couplets. He had wanted to transact his business very much, but he couldn't insist. German got out of the invitation by a conditional acceptance in proper form, and the man left, delayed only slightly by the 4 urgings to stay. Almost immediately, German dismissed his clerk and closed his office for the day by tying a triple knot in a length of red cord across the open door. When he got to his home, he found, as he had suspected, that the visitor was Hendel. There was much doubt in citizen German's mind about Hendel. The man had nearly admitted to being Wolf, and how could a citizen overlook that? But in the excitement of Gala Tropile's translation, there had been no hue and cry. German had permitted the man to leave. And now? He reserved judgment. He found Hendel distastefully sipping tea in the living room and attempting to keep up a formal conversation with Sci-Fi German. He rescued him, took him aside, closed a door, and waited. He was astonished at the change in the man. Before, Hendel had been bouncy, aggressive, quick-moving, the very qualities least desired in a citizen, the mark of the son of the wolf. Now he was none of these things, but he looked no more like a citizen for all that, he was haggard, tense. He said, with an absolute minimum of protocol, "German, the last time I saw you, there was a translation. Gala Tropile, remember? I remember, Citizen German said. Remember. It had hardly left his thoughts. And you told me there had been others. Are they still going on? German said, there have been others. He was trying to speak directly, to match this man Handel's speed and forcefulness. It was hardly good manners, but it had occurred to Citizen German that there were times when manners, after all, were not the most important thing in the world. There were two in the past few days. One was a woman, Citizeness Baird, her husband's a teacher. She was viewing through glass with 4 or 5 other women at the time. She just disappeared. She was looking through a green prism at the time, if that helps. I don't know if it helps or not. Who was the other one? German shrugged. A man named Harmain. No one saw it. But they heard the thunderclap, or something like a thunderclap, and he was missing. He thought for a moment. It is a little unusual, I suppose. 2 in a week. Handel said roughly, listen, German. It isn't just 2. In the past 30 days, within the area around here and in one other place, there have been at least 50. In 2 places, do you understand? Here and in Princeton. The rest of the world, nothing much, a few translations here and there. But just in these 2 communities, 50. Does that make sense? Citizen German thought. No. No. And I'll tell you something else. 3 of the, victims have been children under the age of 5. One was too young to walk. And the most recent translation wasn't a person at all. It was a helicopter. Now figure that out, German. What's the explanation for translations? German was gaping. Why, you meditate, you know. On connectivity. The idea is that once you've grasped the essential connectivity of all things, you become one with the cosmic whole. But I don't see how a baby or a machine. No, of course you don't. Remember Glenn Tropile? Naturally. He's the link, Handel said grimly. When he got translated, we thought it was a big help, because he had the consideration to do it right under our eyes. We got enough readings to give us a clue as to what, physically speaking, translation is all about. That was the first real clue and we thought he'd done us a favor. Now I'm not so sure. He leaned forward. Every person I know of who was translated was someone Tropile knew. The 3 kids were in his class at the nursery school, we put him there for a while to keep him busy, when he first came to us. 2 of the men he bunked with are gone. The mess boy who served him is gone, his wife is gone. Meditation? No, German. I know most of those people. Not a damned one of them would have spent a moment meditating on connectivity to save his life. And what do you make of that? Swallowing hard, German said, I just remembered. That man Harmain. What about him? The one who was translated last week. He also knew Tropile. He was the keeper of the House of the 5 Regulations when Tropile was there. You see. And I'll bet the woman knew Tropile, too. Handel got up fretfully, pacing around. Here's the thing, German. I'm licked. You know what I am, don't you? German said levelly, I believe you to be Wolf. You believe right. That doesn't matter anymore. You don't like wolves. Well, I don't like you. But this thing is too big for me to care about that anymore. Tropile has started something happening, and what the end of it is going to be, I can't tell. But I know this, we're not safe, either of us. Maybe you still think translation is a fulfillment. I don't, it scares me. But it's going to happen to me, and to you. It's going to happen to everybody who ever had anything to do with Glenn Tropile, unless we can somehow stop it, and I don't know how. Will you help me? German, trying not to tremble when all his buried fears screamed wolf, said honestly, I'll have to sleep on it. Handel looked at him for a moment. Then he shrugged. Almost to himself, he said, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we can't do anything about it anyhow. All right. I'll come back in the morning, and if you've made up your mind to help, we'll start trying to make plans. And if you've made up your mind the other way, well, I guess I'll have to fight off a few citizens. Not that I mind that. German stood up and bowed. He began the ritual 4 urgings. Spare me that, Hendel growled. Meanwhile, German, if I were you, I wouldn't make any long-range plans. You may not be here to carry them out. German asked thoughtfully, and if you were you? I'm not making any, Hendel said grimly. Citizen German, feeling utterly tainted with the scent of the wolf in his home, tossed in his bed, sleepless. His eyes were wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. He could hear his wife's decorous breathing from the foot of the bed, soft and regular. It should have been lulling him to sleep. It was not. Sleep was very far away. German was a brave enough man, as courage is measured among citizens. That is to say, he had never been afraid, though it was true that there had been very little occasion. But he was afraid now. He didn't want to be translated. The wolf, Hendel, had put his finger on it. Perhaps you still think translation is a fulfillment. Translation, the reward of meditation, the gift bestowed on only a handful of gloriously transfigured persons. That was one thing. But the sort of translation that was now involved was nothing like that, not if it happened to children, not if it happened to Gala Tropile, not if it happened to a machine. And Glenn Tropile was involved in it. German turned restlessly. If people who knew Glenn Tropile were likely to be translated, and people who meditated on connectivity were likely to be translated, then people who knew Glenn Tropile and didn't want to be translated had better not meditate on connectivity. It was very difficult to not think of connectivity. Endlessly he calculated sums in arithmetic in his mind, recited the 5 regulations, composed greeting poems and verses on viewing. And endlessly he kept coming back to Tropile, to translation, to connectivity. He didn't want to be translated. But still the thought had a certain lure. What was it like? Did it hurt? Well, probably not, he speculated. It was very fast, according to Hendel's report, if you could believe what an admitted son of the wolf reported. But German had to. Well, if it was fast, at that kind of speed, he thought, perhaps you would die instantly. Maybe Tropile was dead. Was that possible? No, it didn't seem so. After all, there was the fact of the connection between Tropile and so many of the recently translated. What was the connection there? Or, generalizing, what connections were involved in? He rescued himself from the dread word and summoned up the first image that came to mind. It happened to be Tropile's wife, Gala Tropile, who had disappeared herself, in this very room. Gala Tropile. He stuck close to the thought of her, a little pleased with himself. That was the trick of not thinking of connectivity, to think so hard and fully of something else as to leave no room in the mind for the unwanted thought. He pictured every line of her face, every wave of her stringy hair. It was very easy that way. He was pleased. 12. On Mount Everest, the sullen stream of off-and-on responses that was mind to the pyramid had taken note of a new input signal. It was not a critical mind. Its only curiosity was a restless urge to shove and haul, and there was no shove and haul about what to it was perhaps the analog of a man's hunger pang. The input signal said, do thus. It obeyed. Call it craving for a new flavor. Where once it had patiently waited for the state that citizens knew as meditation on connectivity, and the pyramid itself perhaps knew as a stage of ripeness in the fruits of its wristwatch mine, now it wanted a different taste. Unripe? Overripe? At any rate, different. Accordingly, the high-frequency weep changed in tempo and in key, and the bouncing echoes changed and, there was a ripe one to be plucked. Its name was Inison. And there another. Gala Tropile. And another, oh, many others, a babe from Tropile's nursery school and the wheeling jailer and a woman Tropile once had coveted on the street. Once the ruddy starch-to-sugar mark of ripeness had been what human beings called meditation on connectivity and the pyramids knew as a convenient blankness. Now the sign was a sort of empathy with the component named Tropile. It didn't matter to the pyramid on Mount Everest. It swung its electrostatic scythe and the, call them tropiltropes, were harvested. It did not occur to the pyramid on Mount Everest that a component might be directing its actions. How could it? Perhaps the pyramid on Mount Everest wondered, if it knew how to wonder, when it noticed that different criteria were involved in selecting components these days. If it knew how to notice. Surely even a pyramid might wonder when, without warning or explanation, its orders were changed, not merely to harvest a different sort of component, but to drag along with the flesh and blood needful parts a clanking assortment of machinery and metal, as began to happen. Machines? Why would the pyramids need to translate machines? But why, on the other hand, would a pyramid bother to question a directive, even if it were able to? In any case, it didn't. It swung its scythe and gathered in what it was caused to gather in. Men sometimes eat green fruit and come to regret it. Was it the same with pyramids? And Citizen German fell into the unsuspected trap. Avoiding connectivity, he thought of Glenn Tropile, and the unfelt HF pulses found him out. He didn't see the eye that formed above him. He didn't feel the gathering of forces that formed his trap. He didn't know that he was seized, charged, catapulted through space, caught, halted and drained. It happened too fast. One moment he was in his bed, the next moment he was, elsewhere. There wasn't anything in between. It had happened to hundreds of thousands of components before him, but, for Citizen German, what happened was in some ways different. He was not embalmed in nutrient fluid, formed and programmed to take his part in the pyramid structure, for he had not been selected by the pyramid but by that single wild component, Tropile. He arrived conscious, awake and able to move. He stood up in a red-lit chamber. Vast thundering crashes of metal buffeted his ears. Heat sprang little founts of perspiration on his skin. It was too much to take in at once. Oily-skinned madmen, naked, were capering and shouting at him. It took him a moment to realize that they were not devils, this was not hell, he was not dead. This way, they were bawling at him. Come on, hurry it up. He reeled, following their directions, across an unpleasantly warm floor, staggering and falling. The binary planet was a quarter denser than Earth, until he got his balance. The capering madman led him through a door, or sphincter or trap. It was not like anything he had ever seen. But it was a portal of a sort, and on the other side of it was something closer to sanity. It was another room, and though the light was still red, it was a paler, calmer red and the thundering ironmongery was a wall away. The madmen were naked, yes, but they were not mad. The oil on their skins was only the sheen of sweat. Where am I?" he gasped. Two voices, perhaps three or four, were all talking at once. He could make no sense of it. Citizen German looked about him. He was in a sort of chamber that formed a part of a machine that existed for the unknown purposes of the pyramids on the binary planet. And he was alive, and not even alone. He had crossed more than 1,000,000 miles of space without feeling a thing. But when what the naked men were saying began to penetrate, the walls lurched around him. It was true, he had been translated. He looked dazedly down at his own bare body, and around at the room, and then he realized they were still talking. When you get your bearings. Feel all right now? Come on, citizen, snap out of it. German blinked. Another voice said peevishly, Tropile's got to find some other place to bring them in. That foundry isn't meant for human beings. Look at the shape this one is in. Sometime somebody's going to come in and we won't spot him in time and, pfut. The first voice said, can't be helped. Hey! Are you all right? Citizen German looked at the naked man in front of him and took a deep breath of hot, sour air. Of course I'm all right, he said. The naked man was Hendel. The Tropile petal, said to the Alla Narova petal, got another one. It's citizen German. The petal fluttered feebly in soundless laughter. The Alla Narova petal, said, Glenn, come back. The whole propulsion pneuma just went out of circuit. Tropile pulled his attention away from his human acquisitions in the chamber off the foundry and allowed himself to fuse with the woman personality. Together they reached out and explored along the pathways they had laboriously traced. The propulsion pneuma was the complex of navigation computers, drive generators, course vectoring units that their own unit had been originally part of, until Glenn Tropile, by waking its components, had managed to divert it for purposes of his own. The two of them reached out into it. Dead end. It was out of circuit, as Alla Narova had said. One whole limb of their body, their new, jointly tenanted body, that spanned a whole planet and reached across space to Earth, had been lopped off. Quick, they separated, traced separate paths. They came together again, still dead end. The dyad that was Tropile and the woman reached out to touch the others in the snowflake and communicated, not in words, not in anything as slow and as opaque as words, the pyramids have lopped off another circuit. The compound personality of the snowflake considered its course of action, reached its decision, acted. Quick, 3 of the other members of the snowflake darted out of the collective unit and went about isolating and tracing the exact area that had been affected. Tropile, we expected this. They couldn't help noticing sooner or later that something was going wrong. Alla Narova, but, Glenn, suppose they cut us out of circuit? We're stuck here. We can't move. We can't get out of the tanks. If they know that we are the source of their trouble. Tropile, let them know. That's what we've got the others here for. He was cocky now, self-assured, fighting. For the first time in his life, he was free to fight, to let his wolf blood strive to the utmost, and he knew what he was fighting for. This wasn't a matter of Hendel's pitiful tanks and carbines against the invulnerable pyramids. This was the invulnerability of the whole pyramid system turned against the pyramids. It was a warning, the fact that the pyramids had become alert to danger, had begun cutting sections of their planetary communications system out of the main circuit. But as a warning, it didn't frighten Tropile, it only spurred him to action. Quick, he and the woman personality dissolved, sped away. Figuratively they sought out the most restive components they could find, shook them by the shoulder, tried to wake them. Actually, well, what is actually? The physical fact was surely that they didn't move at all, for they were bound to their tank and to the surgical joinings, each to each, at their temples. No crawling child in a playpen was more helplessly confined than Tropile and Alla Narova and the others. And yet no human being had ever been more free. Regard that imbecile servant of Everyman, the thermostat. He runs the furnace in Everyman's house, he measures the doneness of Everyman's breakfast toast, he valves the cooling fluid through the radiator of Everyman's car. If Everyman's house stays too hot or too cold, the man swears at the lackwit switch and maybe buys a new one to plug in. But he never thinks that his thermostat might be plotting against him. Thermostat, man equals man, pyramid. Only that and nothing more. It was not in the nature of a pyramid to think that its components, once installed, could reprogram themselves. No component ever had. But before Glenn Tropile, no component had been Wolf. When Tropile found himself, he found others. They were men and women, real persons with gonads and dreams. They had been caught at the moment of blankness, yes, and frozen into that shape, true. But they were palimpsest personalities on which the pyramids had programmed their duties. Underneath the pyramid's Kabbalistic scrawl, the men and women still remained. They had only to be reached. Tropile and Alla Narova reached them, one at a time, then by scores. The pyramids made that possible. The network of communication that they had created for their own purposes encompassed every cell of the race and all its works. Tropile reached out from his floating snowflake and went where he wished, anywhere within the binary planet, to the brooding pyramid on Earth, through the eyes, wherever he chose on Earth's surface. Physically, he was scarcely able to move a muscle. But, oh, the soaring range of his mind and vision. Citizen German was past shock, but just the same it was uncomfortable to be in a room with several dozen other persons, all of them naked. Uncomfortable. Once it would have been brain-shattering. For a citizen to see his own citizeness unclothed was gross lechery. To be part of a mixed and bare-skinned group was unthinkable. Or had been. Now it only made him uneasy. He said numbly to Hendel, "Citizen, I pray you tell me what sort of place this is." "Later," said Hendel gruffly, and led him out of the way. "Stay put," he advised. "We're busy." And that was true. Something was going on, but Citizen German couldn't make out exactly what it was. The naked people were worrying out a distribution of some sort of supplies. There were tools and there were also what looked to Citizen German's unsophisticated eyes very much like guns. Guns? It was foolishness to think they were guns, Citizen German told himself strongly. Nobody had guns. He touched the floor with an exploratory hand. It was warm and it shook with a nameless distant vibration. He shuddered. Hendel came back. Yes, they were guns. Hendel was carrying one. "Ours." He crowed. "That Tropile must have looted our armory at Princeton. By the looks of what's here, I doubt if he left a single round of ammunition. What the hell, they're more use here. But what are we going to do with guns?" Hendel looked at him with savage amusement. "Shoot." Citizen German said, "Please, citizen. Tell me what this is all about." Hendel sat down next to him on the warm, quivering floor and began fitting cartridges into a clip. "We're fighting," he explained gleefully. "Tropile did it all. You've been shanghaied and so have all the rest of us. Tropile's alive. He's part of the Pyramid Communications Network, don't ask me how. But he's there and he has been hauling men and weapons and God knows what all up from Earth. You're on the binary planet now, you know, and we're going to bust things up so the pyramids will never be able to put them back together again. Understand? Well, it doesn't matter if you don't. All you have to understand is that when I tell you to shoot this gun, you shoot." Numbly, Citizen German took the unfamiliar stock and barrel into his hands. Muscles he had forgotten he owned straightened the limp curve of his back, squared his shoulders and thrust out his chest. It had been many generations since any of Citizen German's people had known the feeling of being an armed man. A naked woman with wild hair and a full, soft figure came toward them, jiggling in a way that agonized Citizen German. He dropped his eyes to his gun and kept them there. She cried, "Orders from Tropile. We've got to form a party and blow something up." Hendel demanded, "Such as what?" "I don't know what. I only know where. We've got a guide. And Tropile particularly asked for you, Hendel. He said you'd enjoy it." And enjoy it Hendel did, anticipation was all over his face. They formed a party of a dozen. They armed themselves with the guns Tropile had levitated from the bulging warehouse at Princeton. They supplied themselves with gray metal cans of something that Hendel said were explosives, and with fuses and detonators to match, and they set off, with their guide. A guide. It was a shambling, fearsome monster. When Citizen German saw it, he had to fight an almost irresistible temptation to be ill. Even the bare skins about him no longer mattered, this new horror cancelled them out. What, he strangled, pointing. Hendel laughed raucously. "That's Joey." "What's Joey?" "He works for us," said Hendel, grinning. Joey was neither human nor beast, it was not pyramid, it was nothing Citizen German had ever seen or imagined before. It crouched on many jointed limbs, and even so was twice the height of a man. Its ropey arms and legs were covered with fine chitinous spines, laid on as close as hairs in a pelt, and sharp as thorns. There was a layer of chitin around its reddish eyes. What was more horrible than all, it spoke. It said squeakily, "You all ready? Come on, snap it up. The pyramids have got something big building up and we've got to squash it." Citizen German whispered feverishly to Hendel, "That voice. It sounds odd, yes, but isn't it Tropile's voice?" "Sure it is. That's what old Joey is good for," said Hendel. "Tropile says he's telepathic, whatever that is. Makes it handy for us." And it did. Telepathy was the alien's very special use to Glenn Tropile, for what Joey was in fact was another component, from a previous wristwatch mine. Joey's planet had once circled a star never visible from Earth. His home air was thin and his home sunlight was weak, and in consequence his race had developed a species of telepathy for communicating at long range. This was handy for the pyramids, because it simplified the wiring. And it was equally handy for Glenn Tropile. Once he managed to wake the creature, with its permission, he could use its body as a sort of walkie-talkie in directing the tactics of his Shanghaied army. That permission was very readily given. Joey remembered what the pyramids had done to its own planet. "Come on," ordered Joey in Tropile's filtered voice, and they hastened through a straight and achingly cramped tunnel in single file, toward what Tropile had said was their target. They had nearly reached it when, abruptly, there was a thundering of explosions ahead. The party stopped, looked at each other, and got ready to move on more slowly. At last it had started. The pyramids were beginning to fight back. 13. Citizeness Roger German, widow, woke from sleep like a well-mannered cat on the narrow lower third of the bed that her training had taught her to occupy. Though it had been some days since her husband's translation had emptied the citizens 2/3 permanently. Someone had tapped gently on her door. "I am awake," she called, in a voice just sufficient to carry. A quiet voice said, "Citizeness, there is exceptional opportunity to appreciate this morning. Come see, if you will. And I ask forgiveness for waking you." She recognized the voice. It was the wife of one of her neighbors. The citizeness made the appropriate reply, combining forgiveness and gratitude. She dressed rapidly, but with appropriate pauses for reflection and calm, and stepped out into the street. It was not yet daylight. Overhead, great sheets of soundless lightnings flared. Inside citizeness German long unfelt emotions stirred. There was something that was very like terror, and something that was akin to love. This was a generation that had never seen the aurora, for the ricocheting electron beams that cause it could not span the increasing distance between the orphaned Earth and its primary, old soul. And the small rekindled suns the pyramids made were far too puny. Under the sleeting aurora, small knots of citizens stood about the streets, their faces turned up to the sky and illuminated by the distant light. It was truly an exceptional opportunity to appreciate, and they were all making the most of it. Conscientiously, citizeness German sought out another viewer with whom to exchange comments on the spectacle above. "It is more bright than meteors," she said judiciously, "and lovelier than the freshly kindled Sunday." "Sure," said the woman. Citizeness German, jolted, looked more closely. It was the Tropile woman, Gala. Was that her name? And what sort of name was that? But it fitted her well. She was the one who had been wife to Wolf and, more likely than not, part Wolf herself. Still, the case was not proved. Citizeness German said honestly, "I have never seen a sight to compare with this in all my life." Gala Tropile said indifferently, "Yeah. Funny things are happening all the time these days, have you noticed? Ever since Glenn turned out to be," she stopped. Citizeness German rapidly diagnosed her embarrassment and acted to cover it up. "That is so. I have seen eyes 100 times, and yet has there been a translation with the eyes? No. But there have been translations. It is queer." "I suppose so," Gala Tropile said, looking upward at the display. She sighed. Over their heads, a formed eye was drifting slowly about, but neither of the women noticed it. The shifting lights in the sky obscured it. "I wonder what causes that stuff," Gala Tropile said idly. Sci-Fi German made no attempt to answer. It was not the sort of question that would normally have occurred to her and therefore not a sort to which she could reply. Moreover, it was not the question closest to Gala Tropile's heart at that moment, nor, for that matter, the question closest to Sci-Fi German's. The question that underlay the thoughts of both was, I wonder what happened to my husband. It was strange, but true, that the answers to all their questions were very nearly the same. The Alanarova mind said sharply, Glenn, come back. Tropile withdrew from scanning the distant dark street. He laughed soundlessly. I was watching my wife. God, we're giving them fits down there. The pyramids must be churning things up, too, the sky is full of auroral displays. Looks like there's plenty of HF bouncing around the atmosphere. Pay attention, the Alanarova mind commanded. All right. Obediently, Tropile returned to the war he was waging. It was a strange conflict, strangely fought. Tropile's mind searched the abysses and tunnels of the pyramid planet, and what he sensed or saw was immediately communicated to all of the awakened components who were his allies. It was a godlike position. Was he sane? There was no knowing. Sanity no longer meant anything to Tropile. He was beyond such human affairs as lunacy or its reverse. An insane man is one who is out of joint with his environment. Tropile was himself his environment. His mind encompassed 2 planets and the space between. He saw with 1,000 eyes. He worked with 1,000 hands. And he struck mighty blows. The weakness of a network that reaches everywhere is that it is everywhere vulnerable. If a teletype repeater in Omaha garbles a single digit, printing units in Atlanta and Bangor will type out errors. Tropile, by striking at the pyramid's net at 1,000 points, garbled their communications and made them nearly useless. More, he took the pyramid network for his own. The Tropile pulse sped through the neuron guides of the pyramid net, and what it encountered it mastered, and what it mastered it changed. The pyramids discovered that they had been attacked. Frantically, if they felt frenzy, the pyramids replaced components, the Tropile pulse woke the new ones. Unbelievingly, did they know how to believe, the pyramids isolated contaminated circuits, the Tropile pulse bypassed them. Desperately, or joyously or uffishly, one term fits exactly as well as another, the pyramids returned to Chauvin Hall, and there was much destruction, and some components died. But by then, the components had reprogrammed themselves. The first job had been the matter of finding hands for the Tropile brain to work with. Bring hands in, then. Tropile commanded the pyramid's network and obediently it was done. The translation mechanism, the electrostatic scythe that had harvested so many crops from the wristwatch mines, suffered a change and went to work not for the pickers but for the fruit. The essential change in the operation of that particular pneuma had been simple: first, to harvest, or translate, the men and women Tropile wanted as fighters instead of the meditative citizen kind. Second, to divert the new arrivals to where they would not go straight to deep freeze. It happened that the only alternate space Tropile could find was a sort of foundry that was nearly hell, but that was only a detail. The important thing was that new helpers were arriving, with minds of their own and the capacity to move and act. Then Tropile needed to communicate with them. He found the alien, rope-limbed component whose name vaguely approached Joey. Joey's limited sense of telepathy was needed, and so, with enormous difficulty, Tropile and Alanarova, combined, managed to reach and wake it. And so he had an army, captured humans for troops, an awakened Joey for liaison. Tropile was lord of 2 worlds. Not only the pyramids were under his thumb, but his own fellow humans whom he had drafted into his service. They ate when a captured circuit he controlled fed synthetic mush into troughs for them. They breathed because a captured circuit he directed created air. They would return to Earth when, and only when, a captured circuit he operated sent them home. Sane. By what standards? And what difference did it make? 14. With a series of grinding shocks, like an enormous earthquake fault relieving a strain, the the pyramids began to fight back. Tropile, the Alanarova mind called urgently. Tropile flashed to the trouble spot. Through eyes that were not his own, Tropile scanned the honeycombed world of the pyramids. There was an area where huge and ancient vehicles lay covered with the slow dust of centuries, and the vehicles were beginning to move. Caterpillar-treaded hauling machines were loading themselves with what Tropile judged were quickly synthesized explosives. Almost forgotten wheeled vehicles were creeping mindlessly out of nearly abandoned storage sections and lumbering painfully along the tunnels of the planet. Coming toward us, Tropile diagnosed dispassionately. Alanarova queried, "They mean to fight?" "Of course. You see if you can penetrate the circuit that controls them." Already he was flashing away, "I'll get to the boys through Joey." It was queer, looking through the eyes of the alien they called Joey, colors were all wrong, perspective was flat. But he could see, though cloudily. He saw Hendel joyously fitting a bayonet, to a rifle. He saw Citizen German, naked but square-shouldered, puffing valiantly along in the rear. Tropile said through the strange vocal cords that belonged to the alien, "You'll have to hurry." Strange to speak in words again. "The pyramids are heading toward the chambers where the components are kept. I think they mean to kill us." He flashed away, located the area, flashed back. "You'll have to go without me, I mean without Joey me. The only way I see to get there is through a narrow little ventilation tunnel, I guess ventilation is what it was for." Quickly, but against the familiar race of thought, it seemed agonizingly slow, he laid out the route for them and left. It was up to them. Watching from a dozen viewpoints at once, he saw the slow creep of the pyramid's machines and the slower intersecting march of his little army. He studied the alternate cross routes and contrived to block some of them by interfering with the control circuits of the emergency doors and portals. But there were some circuits he could not control. The pyramids had withdrawn whole sections of their net and areas of the planet were now hidden from him entirely. Sections of the vast maintenance propulsion manufacturing complex were no longer subject to his interference or control. It would be, Tropile thought dispassionately, a rather close thing. The chances were perhaps 6 out of 10 that his hastily assembled task force would be able to intercept the convoy of automatic machines before it could reach the racks of nutrient tanks. And if they were not in time? Tropile almost laughed out loud, if that had been possible. Why, then, his body would be destroyed. How trivial a thing to worry about. He began to forget he owned a body. Surely it was someone else's bone and tissue that lay floating in the 8-branched snowflake. He knew that this was not so. He knew that if his body were killed, he would die. And yet there was no sense of fear, no personal involvement. It was an interesting problem in scheduling and nothing more. Would the human fighters get there in time? Perhaps the automatic machines had senses, for as the first of the humans burst into the tunnel they were using, a few hundred yards ahead of the lead load carrier, the machines shuddered to a stop. Pause for a second. Then, laboriously, they began to back toward the nearest of the side passages that Tropile had been unable to block. He scanned it hurriedly. Good. The circuits surrounding the passage proper were out of his reach, but it led to another passage, an abandoned pipeline of sorts, it seemed to be. And that he could reach. Patiently, how slowly the machines crept along. He waited until one of the pyramid's machines bearing explosives passed through an enormous valve in the line, and then the valve was thrown. The explosion triggered every vehicle in the line. The damage was complete. Scratch one threat from the pyramids. And almost at once, there was another urgent call from Alia Narova, Tropile, quickly. The pyramids were the mightiest race of warriors the universe had ever known. They were invulnerable and unconquerable, except from within. Like Alexander the Great, they had met every enemy and whipped them all. And, like dying Alexander, they writhed and raged against the tiny, unseen bacillus within themselves. Blindly, almost suicidally, the pyramids returned to their ancient principle of shove and haul. The geography of the binary planet was like a hive of bees, nearly featureless on the surface, but internally a congeries of tunnels, chambers, warrens, rooms, tubes and amphitheaters. Machinery and metal components were everywhere thick under the planet's crust. The more delicate and more useful components of flesh and blood were, to a degree, concentrated in a few areas. And one of those areas had disappeared. Tropile, battering futilely with his mind at the periphery of the vanished area, cried sharply to Alla Narova and the others, "It looks as though they've broken a piece right out of the planet. Everything stops here, there's a physical gap which I can't cross. Hurry, one of you, what was this section for?" "Propulsion." "I see." Tropile hesitated, confused for the first time since his awakening. "Wait." He retreated to the snowflake and communed with the other 8 branched members, now become something that resembled his general staff. He told them, most of them already knew. But the telling took so little time that it was simpler to go through it from beginning to end. The pyramids attempted to cut the propulsion pneuma out of circuit some seconds or days ago and were unsuccessful. We awakened additional components and were able to maintain contact with it. They have now apparently cut it loose from the planet itself. I do not think it is far, but there is a physical space between. The importance of the propulsion pneuma is this: it controls the master generators of electrostatic force, which are used both to move this planet and ours, and to perform the act of translation. If the pyramids control it, they may be able to take us out of circuit, perhaps back to Earth, perhaps throwing us into space, where we will die. The question for decision: how can we counteract this move? A rush of voices all spoke at once. It was no trick for Tropile and the others to sort them out and follow the arguments of each, but it cannot be reproduced. At last, one said, "There is a way. I will do it." It was Alla Narova. "What is the way?" Tropile demanded, curiously alarmed. "I shall go with them, trace the areas the pyramids are attempting to isolate, place my entire self," by this she meant her concentration, her psyche. That part of all of them which flashed along the neuron guides unhampered by flesh or distance, in the most likely point they will next cut loose. And then I shall cause the propulsion units on the severed sections to force them back into circuit. Tropile objected, "But you don't know what will happen. We have never been cut off from our physical bodies, Alla Narova. It may be death. It may not be possible at all. You don't know." Alla Narova thought a smile and a farewell. She said, "No, I do not." And then, "Goodbye, Tropile." She had gone. Furiously, Tropile hurled himself after her, but she was quick as he, too quick to catch. She was gone. "Foolishness, foolishness!" he shouted silently. How could she do an insane, chancy thing like this? And yet what else was there to do? They were all ignorant babes, temporarily successful because there had been no defense against them, for who expects babes to rise up in rebellion? They didn't know. For all they could guess or imagine, the pyramids had an effective counter for any move they might make. Temporary success meant nothing. It was the final decision that counted, when either the pyramids were vanquished or the men, and what steps were needed to make that decision favor the men were anyone's guess. Alla Narova's was as good as his. Tropile could only watch and wait. Through a great many viewpoints and observers, he was able to see roughly what happened. There was a section of the planet next the severed chunk where the mind and senses of Alla Narova lay coiled for a moment, and were gone. For what it had accomplished, her purpose succeeded. She had been taken. She was out of circuit. The overwhelming consciousness of loss that flooded through Glenn Tropile was something outside of all his experience. Next to him in the snowflake, the body which he had learned to think of as the body of Alla Narova twisted sharply as though waking from a dream, and lay flaccid, floating in the fluid. Alla Narova. Alla Narova. There was no answer. A voice came piercingly, "Tropile. Here now, quickly. Goodbye, Alla Narova." He flashed away to see what the other voice had found. Great mindless boulders were chipping away from the crust of the binary planet and whirling like midges in the void around it. "What is it?" cried one of the others. Tropile had no answer. It was the pyramids, clearly. Were they attempting to demolish their own planet? Were they digging away at the crust to uncover the maggot's nest of awakened components beneath? "The air," cried Tropile sharply, and knew it was true. What the pyramids were up to was a simple delousing operation. If you could destroy their own machinery for maintaining air and pressure and temperature, they would destroy all living things within, including Handel and Citizen German, and thus, in the final analysis, including the bodies of Tropile and his awakened fellows. For without the mobile troops to defend their helpless cocoons against the machines of the pyramids, the limp bodies could be destroyed as easily as a larva under a farmer's heel. So Alla Narova had failed. Alone against the pyramids, she had been unable to bring the recaptured sections back into the circuit that Tropile's components now dominated. It was the end of hope. But it was not the fear of defeat and damnation for the Earth that paralyzed Tropile. It was Alla Narova, gone from him forever. The pyramids were too strong. And yet, he thought, quickening, they had been too strong before and still a weak spot had been found. "Think," he ordered himself desperately. And then again, "Think." Components stirred restlessly around him, questioning. "Think." He cried mightily. "All of you, think. Think of your lives and hopes. Think. Hope. Worry. Dream." The components were reaching toward him now, wonderingly. He commanded them violently, "Do it, concentrate, wish, think. Let your minds run free and think of earth, pleasant grass and warm sun. Think of loving and sweat and heartbreak. Think of death and birth. Think, for the love of heaven, think." And the answer was not in sound, but it was deafening. In the cut-off sections, Alla Narova's soaring mind lay trapped. It had not been enough, she could not force her will against the dull inflexibility of the pyramids. Until that inflexible will began to waver. There was a leakage of thought. It maddened and baffled the pyramids. The whole neuronic network was resounding to a babble of thoughts and emotions that, to a pyramid, were utterly demented. The rousing component minds throbbed with urge and emotion that were new to pyramid experience. What could a pyramid make of a human sex drive? Or of the ropey-armed alien's passionate deification of the egg? What of hunger and thirst and the blazing wolf need for odds and advantage that streamed out of such as Tropile? They wavered, unsure. Their reactions were slow and very confused. For Alla Narova succeeded in her purpose. She was able to reach out across the space and barrier to Tropile, and the propulsion pneuma was back in circuit. The section that controlled the master generators of the electronic scythe lay under his hands. "Now!" he cried, and all of the components reached out to grasp and move. "Now!" And the central control was theirs, the full flood of power from the generators was at their command. "Now! Now! Now!" And they reached out, with a fat pencil of electrostatic force, and caught the sluggish, brooding pyramid on Mount Everest. It had squatted there without motion for more than 2 centuries. Now it quivered and seemed to draw back, but the probing pencil caught it, and whirled it, and hurled it up and out of Earth, into the tiny artificial sun. It struck with a flare of blue-white light. "One gone," gloated Tropile. "Alla Narova, are you there?" "Still here," she called from a great distance. Again. Again. They reached for the pyramids and found them, wherever they were. Some lay close to the surface of the binary planet, and some were hundreds of miles within, and a few, more desperate than the others or merely assigned to the task, they discovered at the very portal of the single spaceship of the pyramids. But wherever they were and whatever they chose to do, each one of them was found and seized. They came wriggling and shaking, like trout on an angler's line. They came bursting through layer on layer of impenetrable metal that, nevertheless, they penetrated. They came by the dozens and scores, and at last by the thousands, but they came. There were more and more flares of blue-white light on the tiny sun, so many that Tropile found himself scouring the planet in a desperate search for one surviving pyramid, not to destroy as an enemy, but to keep for a specimen. But he searched in vain. The pyramids were destroyed, gone. There was not one left. The earth lay open and free under its tiny sun for the first time in centuries. It had been a strange war, but a short one. And it was over. 14. Tropile swam up out of hammering blackness into daylight and pain. It hurt. He was being born again, coming back to life, and it had all the agonies of parturition, except that they were visited upon the creature being born, himself. There were crushing blows at his temples that pounded and pained like no other ache he had ever felt. He moaned raspingly. Someone moved blurrily over his shut eyes. He felt something sting sharply at the base of his brain. Then it tingled, warming his scalp, comforting it, numbing it. Pain went slowly away. He opened his eyes. For masked torturers were leaning over him. He stared, not understanding. But the eyes were not torturers' eyes, and in a moment the masks came off. Surgical masks, and the faces beneath the masks were human faces. Surgeons and nurses. He blinked at them and said groggily, "Where am we?" And then he remembered. He was back on Earth, he was merely human again. Someone came bustling into the room and he knew without looking that it was Hendel. "We beat them, Tropile." Hendel cried. "No, cancel that. You beat them. We've destroyed every pyramid there was, and a nice hot fire they're making up there on the sun, eh? Beautiful work, Tropile. Beautiful. You're a credit to the name of Wolf." The surgeons stirred uneasily, but apparently, Tropile thought, there had been changes, for they did no more than that. Tropile touched his temples fretfully and his fingers rested on gauze bandages. It was true, he was out of circuit. The long reach of his awareness was cut short at his skull, there was no more of the infinite sweep and grasp he had known as part of the snowflake in the nutrient fluid. "Too bad," he whispered hopelessly. "What?" Hendel frowned. The nurse next to him whispered something and he nodded. "Oh, I see. You're still a little groggy, right? Well, that's not hard to understand, they tell me it was a tricky job of surgery, separating you from that gunk the pyramids had wired into your head." "Yes," said Tropile, and closed his ears, though Hendel went on talking. After a while, Tropile pushed himself up and swung his legs over the side of the operating table. He was naked. Once that would have bothered him enormously, but now it didn't seem to matter. "Find me some clothes, will you?" he asked. "I'm back. I might as well start getting used to it." Glenn Tropile found that he was a returning hero, attracting a curious sort of hero worship wherever he went. It was not, he thought after careful analysis, exactly what he might have expected. For instance, a man who went out and killed a dragon in the old days was received with great gratitude and rejoicing, and if there was a prince's daughter around, he married her. Fair enough, after all. And Tropile had slain a foe more potent than any number of dragons. But he tested the attention he received and found no gratitude in it. It was odd. What it was like most of all, he thought, was the sort of attention a reigning baseball champion might get, in a country where cricket was the national game. He had done something which, everybody agreed, was an astonishing feat, but about which nobody seemed to care. Indeed, there was an area of accusation in some of the attention he got. Item, nearly 90,000 erstwhile components had now been brought back to ambient life, most of them with their families long dead, all of them a certain drain on the limited resources of the planet. And what was Glenn Tropile going to do about it? Item, the old distinctions between citizen and wolf no longer made much sense now that so many componentized citizens had fought shoulder to shoulder with componentized sons of the wolf. But didn't Glenn Tropile think he had gone a little too far there? An item, Looking pretty far ahead, of course, but still, well, just what was Glenn Tropile going to do about providing a new sun for Earth, when the old one wore out and there would be no pyramids to tend the fire? He sought refuge with someone who would understand him. That, he was pleased to realize, was easy. He had come to know several persons extremely well. Loneliness, the tortured loneliness of his youth, was permanently behind him, definitely. For example, he could seek out Hendel, who would understand everything very well. Hendel said, "It is a bit of a letdown, I suppose." Well, hell with it, that's life. He laughed grimly. Now that we've got rid of the pyramids, there's plenty of other work to be done. Man, we can breathe now. We can plan ahead. This planet has maundered along in its stupid, rutted, bogged-down course too many years already, eh? It's time we took over. And we'll be doing it, I promise you. You know, Tropile, he sniggered, I only regret one thing. What's that? Tropile asked cautiously. All those weapons, out of reach. Oh, I'm not blaming you. But you can see what a lot of trouble it's going to be now, stocking up all over again, and there isn't much we can do about bringing order to this tired old world, is there, until we've got the guns to do it with again. Tropile left him much sooner than he had planned. Citizen German, then. The man had fought well, if nothing else. Tropile went to find him and, for a moment at least, it was very good. German said, I've been doing a lot of thinking, Tropile. I'm glad you're here. He sent his wife for refreshments, and decorously she brought them in, waited for exactly 1 minute, and then absented herself. Tropile burst into speech as soon as she left. I'm beginning to realize what has happened to the human race, German. I don't mean just now, when we licked the pyramids and so on. No, I mean hundreds of years ago, what happened when the pyramids arrived, and what has been happening since. Did you ever hear of Indians, German? German frowned minutely and shrugged. They were, oh, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They were a different color and not very civilized, of course, nobody was then. But the Indians were nomads, herdsmen, hunters, like that. And the white people came from Europe and wanted this country for themselves. So they took it. And do you know something? I don't think the Indians ever knew what hit them. They didn't know about land grants and claiming territory for the crown and church missions and expanding populations. They didn't have those things. It's true that they learned pretty well, by and by, at least they learned things like guns and horses and firewater. They didn't have those things either, but they could see some sense to them, you know. But I really don't think the Indians ever knew exactly what the Europeans were up to, until it was too late to matter. And it was the same with us and the pyramids, only more so. What the devil did they want? I mean, yes, we found out what they did with the translated people. But what were they up to? What did they think? Did they think? You know, I've got a kind of a crazy idea, maybe it's not crazy, maybe it's the truth. Anyway, I've been thinking. Suppose even the pyramids weren't the pyramids. We never talked to one of them. We never gave it a Rorschach or tested its knee jerks. We licked them, but we don't know anything about them. We don't even know if they were the guys that started the whole bloody thing, or if they were just sort of supersized components themselves. Do we? And meanwhile, here's the human race, up against something that it not only can't understand, same as the Indians couldn't the whites, but that it can't begin to make a guess about. At least the Indians had a clue now and then, you know, I mean they'd see the sailors off the great white devil ship making a beeline for the Indian women and so on, and they'd begin to understand there was something in common. But we didn't have that much. So what did we do? Why, we did like the reservation Indians. We turned inward. We got loaded on firewater, meditation, and we closed our minds to the possibility of ever expanding again. And there we were, all tied up in our own knots. Most of the race rebelled against action, because it had proven useless, citizens. A few of the race rebelled against that, because it was not only useless but deliberately useless, wolves. But they're the same kind of people. You've seen that for yourself, right? Anne. Tropile stopped, suddenly aware that Citizen German was looking tepidly pained. What's the matter? Tropile demanded harshly. Citizen German gave him the faint deprecatory quirked smile. I know you thought you were a wolf, but, I told you I've been thinking a lot, and that's what I was thinking about. Truly, citizen, you do yourself no good by pretending that you really thought you were wolf. Clearly you were not. The rest of us might have been fooled, but certainly you couldn't fool yourself. Now here's what I think you ought to do. When I found you were coming, I asked several rather well-known citizens to come here later this evening. There won't be any embarrassment. I only want you to talk to them and set the record straight, so that this terrible blemish will no longer be held against you. Times change and perhaps a certain latitude is advisable now, but certainly you don't want. Tropile also left Citizen German sooner than he had expected to. There remained Alla Narova, but, queerly, she was not to be found. Instantly it became clear to Tropile that it was she above all whom he needed to talk to. He remembered the shared beauty of their plunging drive through the neuron guides of the pyramids, the linked and inextricable flow of their thoughts and of their most hidden feelings. She could not be very far, he thought numbly, cursing the blindness of his human eyes, the narrowness of his human senses. Time was when two worlds could not have hidden her from him, but that time was gone. He walked from place to place with the angry resentful tread of one used to riding, no, to flying, or faster than flying. He asked after her. He searched. And at last he found, not her. A note. At one of the stations where the reawakened components were funneled back into human affairs, there was a letter waiting for him. I'm sure you will look for me. Please don't. You thought that there were no secrets between us, but there was one. When I was translated, I was 61 years old. 2 years before that, I was caught in a collapsing building, my legs are useless, and I had grown quite fat. I do not want you to see me fat and old. Alla Narova. And that was that, and at last Glenn Tropile turned to the last person of all those on his list who had known him well. Her name was Gala Tropile. She had got thinner, he observed. They sat together quietly and there was considerable awkwardness, but then he noticed that she was weeping. Comforting her ended the awkwardness and he found that he was talking. It was like being a god, Gala. I swear, there's no feeling like it. I mean it's like, well, maybe if you just had a baby, and invented fire, and moved a mountain, and transmuted lead into gold, maybe if you'd done all of those things, then you might have some idea. But I was everywhere at once, Gala, and I could do anything. I fought a whole world of pyramids, do you realize that? Me. And now I come back to. He stopped her in time, it seemed she was about to weep again. He went on, no, Gala, don't misunderstand, I don't hold anything against you. You were right to leave me in the field. What did I have to offer you? Or myself, for that matter. And I don't know that I have anything now, but. He slammed his fist against the table. They talk about putting the Earth back in its orbit. Why? And how? My God, Gala, we don't know where we are. Maybe we could tinker up the gadgets the pyramids used and turn our course backward, but do you know what Old Soul looks like? I don't. I never saw it. And neither did you or anyone else alive. It was like being a god. And they talk about going back to things as they were. I'm sick of that kind of thinking. Wolves or citizens, they're dead on their feet and don't know it. I suppose they'll snap out of it in time, but I can't wait. I won't live that long. Unless. He paused and looked at her, confused. Gala Tropile met her husband's eyes. Unless what, Glenn? He shrugged and turned away. Unless you go back, you mean? He stared at her, she nodded. You want to go back, she said, without stress. You don't want to stay here with me, do you? You want to go back into that tub of soup again and float like a baby. You don't want to have babies, you want to be one. Gala, you don't understand. We can own the universe. I mean mankind can. And I can do it. Why not? There's nothing for me. That's right, Glenn. There's nothing for you here. Not anymore. He opened his mouth to speak, looked at her, spread his hands helplessly. He didn't look back as he walked out the door, but he knew that his back was turned not only on the woman who happened to be his wife, but on mankind and all of the flesh. It was night outside, and warm. Tropile stood in the old street surrounded by the low, battered houses, and he could make them new and grand. He looked up at the stars that swung in constellations too new and changeable to have names. There was the universe. Words were no good, there was no explaining things in words. Naturally he couldn't make Gala or anyone else understand, for flesh couldn't grasp the realities of mind and spirit that were liberated from flesh. Babies. A home. And the whole grubby animal business of eating and drinking and sleeping. How could anyone ask to stay in the mire when the stars challenged overhead? He walked slowly down the street, alone in the night, an apprentice godling renouncing mortality. There was nothing here for him, so why this sense of loss? Duty said, or was it pride, someone must give up the flesh to control Earth's orbit and weather, why not you? Flesh said, or was it his soul, whatever that was, but you will be alone. He stopped, and for a moment he was poised between destiny and the dust. Until he became aware of footsteps behind him, running, and Gala's voice, "Wait. Wait, Glenn. I want to go with you." And he turned and waited, but only until she caught up, and then he went on. But not, forever and always again, not alone. Search the Sky. By Frederik Pohl and C. M. Kornbluth. Originally published in 1954. 1. Decay. Ross stood on the trader's ramp, overlooking the yards, and the word kept bobbing to the top of his mind. Decay. About all of Halsey's planet there was the imperceptible reek of decay. The clean, big, bustling, efficient spaceport only made the sensation stronger. From where he stood on the height of the ramp, he could see the yards, the spires of Halsey City 10 kilometers away, and the tumble-down gray acres of Ghost Town between. Ross wrinkled his nose. He wasn't a man given to brooding, but the scent of decay had saturated his nostrils that morning. He had tossed and turned all the night, wrestling with a decision. And he had got up early, so early that the only thing that made sense was to walk to work. And that meant walking through Ghost Town. He hadn't done that in a long time, not since childhood. Ghost Town was a wonderful place to play. Tag, Follow My Führer, Senators and President, all the ancient games took on new life when you could dodge and turn among crumbling ruins, dart down unmarked lanes, gallop through sagging shacks where you might stir out a screeching. Unexpected recluse. But it was clear that, in the 15 years between childhood games and a troubled man's walk to work, Ghost Town had grown. Everybody knew that. Ask the right specialists, and they'd tell you how much and how fast. An acre a year, a street a month, a block a week, the specialists would twinkle at you, convinced that the acre, street, block was under control, since they could measure it. Ask the right specialists and they would tell you why it was happening. One answer per specialist, with an ironclad guarantee that there would be no overlapping of replies. A purely psychological phenomenon, Mr. Ross. A vibration of the pendulum toward greater municipal compactness, a huddling, a mature recognition of the facts of interdependence, basically a step forward. A purely biological phenomenon, Mr. Ross. Falling birth rate due to biochemical deficiency of trace elements processed out of our planetary diet. Fortunately, the situation has been recognized in time and my bill before the chamber will provide. A purely technological problem, Mr. Ross. Maintenance of a sprawling city is inevitably less efficient than that of a compact unit. Inevitably there has been a drift back to the central areas and the convenience of air-conditioned walkways, winterized plazas. Yes. It was a purely psychological, biological, technological, educational, demographic problem, and it was basically a step forward. Ross wondered how many ghost towns lay corpse-like on the surface of Halsey's planet. Decay, he thought. Decay. But it had nothing to do with his problem, the problem that had kept him awake all the night, the problem that blighted the view before him now. The trading bell clanged. The day's work began. For Ross it might be his last day's work at the yards. He walked slowly from the ramp to the offices of the Oldham Trading Corporation. "Morning, Ross boy," his breezy young boss greeted him. Charles Oldham IV's father had always taken a paternal attitude toward his help, and Charles Oldham IV was not going to change anything that Daddy had done. He shook Ross's hand at the door of the suite and apologized because they hadn't been able to find a new secretary for him yet. They'd been looking for 2 weeks, but the 3 applicants they had been able to dredge up had all been hopeless. "It's the damn chamber," said Charles Oldham IV, winsomely gesturing with his hands to show how helpless men of affairs were against the blundering interference of government. "Damn labor shortage is nothing but a damn artificial scarcity crisis." Daddy saw it, he knew it was coming. Ross almost told him he was quitting, but held back. Maybe it was because he didn't want to spoil Oldham's day with bad news, right on top of the opening bell. Or maybe it was because, in spite of a sleepless night, he still wasn't quite sure. The morning's work helped him to become sure. It was the same monotonous grind. 3 freighters had arrived at dawn from Halsey's third moon, but none of them was any affair of his. There was an export shipment of jewelry and watches to be attended to, but the ship was not to take off for another week. It scarcely classified as urgent. Ross worked on the manifests for a couple of hours, stared through his window for an hour, and then it was time for lunch. Little Marconi hailed him as he passed through the trader's lounge. Of all the juniors on the exchange, Marconi was the one Ross found easiest to take. He was lean and dark where Ross was solid and fair, worse, he stood 4 ranks above Ross in seniority. But, since Ross worked for Oldham, and Marconi worked for Harlan's, the difference could be waived in social intercourse. Ross suspected that, to Marconi as to him, trading was only a job, a dull one, and not a crusade. And he knew that Marconi's reading was not confined to bills of lading. "Lunch?" asked Marconi. "Sure," Ross said. And he knew he'd probably spill his secret to the little man from Harlan's. The Sky Room was crowded, comparatively. All 8 of the usual tables were taken. They pushed on into the roped-off area by the windows and found a table overlooking the yards. Marconi blew dust off his chair. "Been a long time since this was used," he grumbled. "Drink?" He raised his eyebrows when Ross nodded. It made a break. Marconi was the one usually who had a drink with lunch, Ross never touched it. When the drinks came, each of them said to the other in perfect synchronism, "I've got something to tell you." They looked startled, then laughed. "Go ahead," said Ross. The little man didn't even argue. Rapturously he drew a photo out of his pocket. God, thought Ross wearily, Lurleen again. He studied the picture with a show of interest. "New snap?" he asked brightly. "Lovely girl," then he noticed the inscription, "To my fiancé, with crates of love." "Well," he said, "fiancé, is it?" "Congratulations, Marconi." Marconi was almost drooling on the photo. "Next month," he said happily. "A big, big wedding. For keeps, Ross, for keeps. With children." Ross made an expression of polite surprise. "You don't say," he said. "It's all down in black and white. She agrees to have 2 children in the first 5 years, no permissive clause, a straight guarantee. 1,500 annual allowance per child. And, Ross, do you know what? Her lawyer told her right in front of me that she ought to ask for 3,000, and she told him, 'No, Mr. Turek. I happen to be in love.' How do you like that, Ross? A girl in a million, Ross said feebly. His private thoughts were that Marconi had been gaffed and netted like a sugar perch. Lurleen was of the old landowners, who didn't own anything much but land these days, and Marconi was an undersized nobody who happened to make a very good living. Sure, she happened to be in love. Smartest thing she could be. Of course, promising to have children sounded pretty special, but the papers were full of those things every day. Marconi could reliably be counted on to hang himself. He'd promise her breakfast in bed every third weekend, or the maid that he couldn't possibly find on the labor market, and the courts would throw all the promises on both sides out of the contract as a matter of simple equity. But the marriage would stick, all right. Marconi had himself a final moist, fatuous sigh and returned the photo to his pocket. And now, he asked brightly, craning his neck for the waiter, what's your news? Ross sipped his drink, staring out at the nuzzling freighters in their hemispherical slips. He said abruptly, I might be on one of those next week. Fallon's got a purser's berth open. Marconi forgot the waiter and gaped. Quitting? I've got to do something. Ross exploded. His own voice scared him, there was a knife blade of hysteria in the sound of it. He gripped the edge of the table and forced himself to be calm and deliberate. Marconi said tardily, easy, Ross. Easy. You've said it, Marconi, easy. Everything's so damned easy and so damned boring that I'm just about ready to blow. I've got to do something, he repeated. I'm getting nowhere. I push papers around and then I push them back again. You know what happens next. You get soft and paunchy. You find yourself going by the book instead of by your head. You're covered, if you go by the book, no matter what happens. And you might just as well be dead. Now, Ross. Now, hell. Ross flared. Marconi, I swear I think there's something wrong with me. Look, take Ghost Town for instance. Ever wonder why nobody lives there, except a couple of crazy old hermits? Why, it's Ghost Town, Marconi explained. It's deserted. And why is it deserted? What happened to the people who used to live there? Marconi shook his head. You need a vacation, son, he said sympathetically. That was a long time ago. Hundreds of years, maybe. But where did the people go? Ross persisted desperately. All of the city was inhabited hundreds of years ago, the city was twice as big as it is now. How come? Marconi shrugged. Dunno. Ross collapsed. Don't know. You don't know, I don't know, nobody knows. Only thing is, I care. I'm curious. Marconi, I get, well, moody. Depressed. I get to worrying about crazy things. Ghost Town, for one. And why can't they find a secretary for me? And am I really different from everybody else or do I just think so, and doesn't that mean that I'm insane? He laughed. Marconi said warmly, Ross, you aren't the only one, don't ever think you are. I went through it myself. Found the answer, too. You wait, Ross. He paused. Ross said suspiciously, yeah. Marconi tapped the breast pocket with the photo of Lurleen. She'll come along, he said. Ross managed not to sneer in his face. No, he said wearily. Look, I don't advertise it, but I was married once. I was 18, it lasted for a year and I'm the one who walked out. Flat fee settlement, it took me 5 years to pay off the loan, but I never regretted it. Marconi began gravely, sexual incompatibility. Ross cut him off with an impatient gesture. In that department, he said, it so happens she was a genius. But. Ross shrugged. I must have been crazy, he said shortly. I kept thinking that she was half dead, dying on the vine like the rest of Halsey's planet. And I must still be crazy, because I still think so. The little man involuntarily felt his breast pocket. He said gently, maybe you've been working too hard. Too hard. Ross laughed, a curious blend of true humor and self-disgust. Well, he admitted, I need a change, anyhow. I might as well be on a longliner. At least I'd have my spree to look back on. No. Marconi said, so violently that Ross slopped the drink he was lifting to his mouth. Ross looked hard at the little man, hard and speculatively. No, then, he said. It was just a figure of speech, of course. But tell me something, won't you, Marconi? Tell you what? Tell me why such a violent reaction to the word longliner. I want to know. Hell, Ross, the little man grumbled, you know what a longliner is. Gutter scrapings for crews, nothing for a man like you. I want to know more, Ross insisted. When I ask you what a longliner is, what the crew do with themselves for 2 or 3 centuries, you change the subject. You always change the subject. Maybe you know something I don't know. I want to know what it is, and this time the subject doesn't get changed. You don't get off the hook until I find out. He took a sip of his drink and leaned back. Tell me about longliners, he said. I've never seen one coming in. It's been 15 years or so since that bucket from Sirius 4, hasn't it? But you were on the job then. Marconi was no longer a man in love or one of the few people whom Ross considered to be wholly alive, like him. He was a hard-eyed little stranger with a stubborn mouth and an ingratiating veneer. In short, he was again a traitor, and a good one. I'll tell you anything I know, Marconi declared positively, and insincerely. Tend to that fellow first though, will you? He pointed to a uniformed yards messenger whose eye had just alighted on Ross. The man threaded his way, stumbling, through the tables and laid a sealed envelope down in the puddle left by Ross's drink. Sorry, sir, he said crisply, wiped off the envelope with his handkerchief and, for lagniappe, wiped the puddle off the table into Ross's lap. Speechless, Ross signed for the envelope on a red-tabbed slip marked Urgent Priority Rush. The messenger saluted, almost putting his own eye out, and left, crashing into tables and chairs. Half dead, Ross muttered, following him with his eyes. How the devil do they stay alive at all? Marconi said, unsmiling, you're taking this kick pretty seriously, Ross. I admit he's a little clumsy, but... But nothing, said Ross. Don't try to tell me you don't know something's wrong, Marconi. He's a bumbling incompetent, and half his generation is just like him. He looked bitterly at the envelope and dropped it on the table again. More manifests, he said. I swear I'll start throwing tableware if I have to check another bill of lading. Brighten my day, Marconi, tell me about the longliners. You're not off the hook yet, you know. Marconi signaled for another drink. All right, he said. Marconi tells all about longliners. They're ships. They go from the planet of one star to the planet of another star. It takes a long time, because stars are many light years apart and rocket ships cannot travel as fast as light. Einstein said so, whoever he was. Do we start with the Sirius 4 ship? I was around when it came in, all right. 15 years ago, and Halsey's planet is still enjoying the benefits of it. And so is Leverett and Sons Trading Corporation. They did fine on flowers from seeds that Bucket brought, they did fine on sugar perch from eggs that Bucket brought. I've never had it myself. Raw fish for dessert. But some people swear by it, at 5 shields a portion. They can have it. The hook, Marconi, Ross reminded grimly. Trader Marconi laughed amiably. Sorry. Well, what else? Pictures and music, but I'm not much on them. I do read, though, and as a reader I say, God bless that bucket from Sirius 4. We never had a novelist like Morris Halliday on this planet, or an essayist like Jay Waring. Let's see, there have been 8 Halliday novels off the microfilm so far, and I think Leverett still has a couple in the vaults. Leverett must be. Marconi. I don't want to hear about Leverett and Sons. Or Morris Halliday, or Waring. I want to hear about longliners. I'm trying to tell you, Marconi said sullenly, the mask down. No, you're not. You're telling me that the longline ships go from one stellar system to another with merchandise. I know that. Then what do you want? Don't be difficult, Marconi. I want to know the facts. All about longliners. The big hush-hush. The candid explanations that explain nothing, except that a starship is a starship. I know that they're closed system, multi-generation jobs. A group of people get in on Sirius 4 and their great-great-great-great-grandchildren come giggling and stumbling out on Halsey's planet. I know that every couple of generations your firm, and mine, for that matter, builds one with profits that would be taxed off anyway and slings it out. Stocked with seeds and film and sound tape and patent designs and manufacturing specifications for every new gimmick on the market. In the hope that it'll be back long after we're dead with a similar cargo to enrich your firms and my firm's then current owners. Sounds silly, but, as I say, it's tax money anyhow. I know that your firm and mine staff the ships with half a dozen bums of each sex, who are loaded aboard with a dandy case of delirium tremens, contracted from spending their bounty money the only way they know how. And that's just about all I know. Take it from there, Marconi. And be specific. The little man shrugged irritably. That gag's beginning to wear thin, Ross, he complained. What do you want me to tell you, the number of welds in bulkhead 47 of Starship 74? What's the difference? As you said, a starship is a longliner. Without them the inhabited solar systems would have no means of contact or commerce. What else is there to say? Ross looked suddenly lost. I don't know, he said. Don't you know, Marconi? Marconi hesitated, and for a moment Ross was sure he knew something, at any rate, something that might be an answer to the doubts and nagging inconsistencies that were bothering him. But then Marconi shrugged and looked at his watch and ordered another drink. But there was something wrong. Ross felt himself in the position of a diagnostician whose patient willfully refuses to tell where it hurts. The planet was sick, but wouldn't admit it. Sick. Dying. Maybe he was on the wrong track entirely. Maybe the starships had nothing to do with it. Maybe there was nothing that Marconi knew that would fit a piece into the puzzle and make the answer come out all clear, but Ghost Town continued to grow acre by acre, year by year. And Oldham still hadn't found him a secretary capable of writing her own name. According to the historians, everything fits nicely into place, Ross said, dubiously. They say we came here ourselves in longliners once, Marconi. Our ancestors under some man named Halsey colonized this place, 1400 years ago. According to the longliners that come in from other stars, their ancestors colonized wherever they came from in starships from a place called Earth. Where is this Earth, Marconi? Marconi said succinctly, look in the star charts. It's there. Yes, but, hell, Marconi said in annoyance. What in the world has got into you, Ross? Earth is a planet like any other planet. The starship Halsey colonized in was a starship like any other starship, only bigger. I guess, that is, I wasn't there. After all, what are the longliners but colonists? They happen to be going to planets that are already inhabited, that's all. So a starship is nothing new or even very interesting, and this is beginning to bore me, and you ought to read your urgent priority rush message. Ross felt repentant, knowing that that was just how traitor Marconi wanted him to feel. He said slowly, I'm sorry if I'm being a nuisance, Marconi. You know how it is when you feel stale and restless. I know all the stories, but it's so damned hard to believe them. The famous colonizing ships. They must have been absolutely gigantic to take any reasonable number of people on a closed-circuit, multi-generation ride. We can't build them that big now. No reason to. But we couldn't if we had to. Imagine shooting those things all over the galaxy. How many inhabited planets in the charts? 500. 1,000? Think of the technology, Marconi. What became of it? We don't need that sort of technology anymore, Marconi explained. That job is done. Now we concentrate on more important things. Learning to live with each other. Developing our own planet. Increasing our understanding of social factors and demographic. Ross was laughing at last. Well, Marconi, he said at last, that takes care of that. We sure have figured out how to handle the social factors, all right. Every year there are fewer of them to handle. Pretty soon we'll all be dead, and then the problem can be marked solved. Marconi laughed too, eagerly, as if he'd been waiting for the chance. He said, now that that's settled, are you going to open your message? Are you at least going to have some lunch? The yard's messenger stumbled up to their table again, this time with an envelope for Marconi. He looked sharply at Ross's unopened envelope and said nothing, pointedly. Ross guiltily picked it up and tore it open. You could act like a sulky child in front of a friend, but strangers didn't understand. The message was from his office. Radar reports high-velocity spacecraft on autocontrols. First approximation trajectory indicates interstellar origin. Probable ETA yards 1500. No radio messages received. Don't have to tell you to get on this immediately and give it your best. Oldham. Ross looked at Marconi, whose expression was perturbed. Bet I know what your message says, he offered with an uneasy quaver in his voice. Marconi said, I'll bet you do. Oldham's radar setup on Sunward always has been better than Harlan's. Better location. Man, you are in trouble. Let's get out there and hope nobody's missed you so far. They grabbed sandwiches from the snack bar on the way out and munched them while the yard's jeep took them to the ready line. Skirting the freighters in their pits, slipping past the enormous overhaul sheds, they saw excited debates going on. Twice they were passed by yard's vehicles heading toward the landing area. Halfway to the line they heard the recall sirens warning everybody and everything out of the 10 seared acres surrounded by homing and ground-controlled approach radars. That was where the big ones were landed. The ready line was jammed when they got there. Ships from one or another of the 5 moons that circled Halsey's planet were common, the moons were the mines. Even the weekly liner and freighters from the colony on Sunward, the planet next in from Halsey's, were routine to the yard's workers. But to anybody an interstellar ship was a sensation, a once-or-twice-in-a-lifetime thrill. Protocols were uncertain. Traders argued about the first crack at the strangers and their goods. A dealer named Aalborg said the only fair system would be to give every trade there an equal opportunity to do business, in alphabetical order. Everybody agreed that under no circumstances should the man from Leverett and Sons be allowed to trade, everybody, except the man from Leverett and Sons. He pointed out that his firm was the logical choice because it had more and fresher experience in handling interstellar goods than any other. They almost mobbed him. It wasn't merely money that filled the atmosphere with electric tingles. The glamour of time travel was on them. The crew aboard that ship were travelers of time as well as space. The crew that had launched the ship was dust. The crew that served it now had never seen a planet. There was even some humility in the crowd. There were thoughtful ones among them who reflected that it was not, after all, a very great feat to hitch a rocket to a shell and lob it across a few million miles to a neighboring planet. It was eclipsed by the tremendous deed whose climax they were about to witness. The thoughtful ones shrugged and sighed as they thought that even the starship booming down toward Halsey's planet, fitted with the cleverest air replenishers and the most miraculously efficient waste converters, was only a counter in the game whose great rule was the mass-energy formulation of the legendary Einstein, that there is no way to push a material object past the speed of light. A report swept the field that left men reeling in its wake. Radar track confirmed that the ship was of unfamiliar pattern. All hope that it might be a starship launched from this very spot on the last leg of a stupefying round trip was officially dead. The starship was foreign. Wonder what they have. Marconi muttered. Traitor. Ross sneered ponderously. He was feeling better, the weight of depression had been lifted for the time being, either by his confession or the electric atmosphere. If every day were like this, he thought vaguely. Let's not kid each other, Marconi was saying exuberantly. This is an event, man. Where are they from, what are they peddling? Do I get a good cut at their wares? It could be 50,000 shields for me in commission alone. Lurleen and I could build a tower house on Great Blue Lake with that kind of money, with a whole floor for her parents. Ross, you just don't know what it is to really be in love. Everything changes. A jeep roared up and slammed to a stop. Ross blinked and yelled, "Here it comes." They watched the ground-controlled approach with the interest of semi-professionals and concealed their rising excitement with shop talk. Whoops! There goes the high-power job into action. Marconi pointed as a huge dish antenna swiveled ponderously on its mast. Seems the medium-output dishes can't handle her. Maybe the high-power dish can't either. She might be just plain shot. Standard, sealed GCA doesn't get shot, my young friend. Not in a neon atmosphere tank it doesn't. Maybe along about the 5th generation they forgot what it was and cut it open with an acetylene torch to see what was inside. Bad luck for us in that case, Ross. The ship steadied on a due west course and flashed across the heavens and over the horizon. Somebody decided a braking ellipse or two was in order. What about line of sight? No sweat. The GCA jockey, and I'd bet it's Delafield himself, pushes a button that hooks him into the high-power dish at every rocket field on Halsey's. It's been all thought out. There's a potential fortune aboard that Longliner and Fields administration wants its percentage for servicing and accommodating. Wonder what they have. I already asked that one, Ross. So you did. They lapsed into silence until the rocket boomed in again from the east, high and slow. The big dish swiveled abruptly and began tracking again. He'll try to bring her down this time. Yes. There go 4 and stabilizing jets. Flame jutted from the silvery speck high in the blue, its apparent speed slowed to a crawl. It vanished for a second as steering jets turned her slowly endwise. They caught sight of the stern jets when they blasted for the descent. It was uneventful, just the landing of a very, very big rocket. When a landing is successful it is like every other successful landing ever made. But the action that the field whirled into immediately following the landing was far from routine. The bullhorns roared that all traders, wipers, rubbernecks, and visitors were to get behind the ready lines and stay there. All Class 3 and higher field personnel were to take stations for longliner clearance. The weapons and decontamination parties were to take their stations immediately. Captain Delafield would issue all future orders and don't let any of the traders talk you out of it, men. Captain Delafield would issue all future orders. Ross watched in considerable surprise as field men working with drilled precision broke out half a dozen sleek, needle-nosed guns from an innocent-looking bay of the warehouse and manhandled them into position. From another bay a large pressure tank was hauled and backed against the lock of the starship. Ross could see the station medic bustlingly supervise that, and the hosing of white gunk onto the juncture between tank and ship. Delafield crossed the stretch from the GCA complex to the tank, vanished into it through a pressure-fitted door and that was that. The tank had no windows. Ross said to Marconi, wonderingly, "What's all this about?" There was Doc Gibbons handling the pressure tank, there was Chunk Blaney rolling out a goddamned cannon I never knew was there, how many more little secrets are there that I don't know about? Marconi grinned. They have gun drill once a month, my young friend, and they never say a word about it. Let the right rabble-rouser get hold of the story and he might sail into office on a platform of, "Keep the bug-eyed monsters off of Halsey's planet." You have to have reasonable precautions, military and medical, though, and this is the straight goods, there's never been any trouble of either variety. The conversation died and there was a long, boring hour of nothing. At last Delafield appeared again. One of the decontamination party ran up in a jeep with a microphone. "What'll it be?" Ross demanded. "Alphabetic order? Or just a rush?" The announcement floored him. "Representative of the Harlan Trading Corporation, please report to the decontamination tank." The representative of the Harlan Trading Corporation was Marconi. "Hell," Ross said bitterly. "Good luck with them, whoever they are." Marconi brooded for a moment and then said gruffly, "Come on along." "You mean it?" "Sure. Naturally, Ross, you'll give me your word not to make any commercial offers or inquiries without my permission." "Oh. Naturally." They started across the field and were checked through the ready line, Marconi cheerfully presenting his identification and vouching for Ross. Captain Delafield, at the tank, snapped, "What are you doing here, Ross?" "You're Oldham's man." I distinctly said. "My responsibility, Captain." "Will that do it?" Marconi asked. Delafield snapped, "It'll be your fundament if Harlan hears about it." "Actually, it's the damnedest situation, they asked for Harlan's." Marconi looked frightened and his hand involuntarily went to his breast pocket. He swallowed and asked, "Where are they from?" Delafield grimaced and said, "Home." Marconi exploded, "Oh, no. That's all I can get out of them. I suppose their trajectory can be analyzed, and there must be books. We haven't been in the ship yet. Nobody goes in until it gets sprayed, rayed, dusted, and busted down into its component parts. Too many places for nasty little mutant bacteria and viruses to lurk." "Sure, Captain. Home, eh? They're pretty simple. Happy little morons. 15 of them, ranging in age from 1 month to what looks like 120. All they know is, home, and we wish to see the representative of the Harlan Trading Corporation." First the old woman said it. Then the next in line, he must be about 100, said it. Then a pair of identical twins, 50-year-old women, said it in chorus. Then the rest of them on down to the month-old baby, and I swear to God he tried to say it. "Well, you're the Harlan Trading Corporation. Go on in." 2. They were all naked. Why not? There's no weather in a spaceship. All of them laughed when Ross and Marconi came in through the lock except the baby, who was nursing at the breast of a handsome woman. Their laughter was what attracted Ross immediately. Cheerful, no meanness in it. The happy yelping of puppies at play with a red rubber bone. A stab went through him as the pleasure in their simple happiness turned to recollection and recognition. His wife of a decade ago. Ross studied them with amazement, expecting to find her features in their features, her figure in theirs. And failed. Yet they reminded him inescapably of his miserable year with that half-a-woman, but they were physically no kin of hers. They were just cheerful laughers who he knew were less than human. The cheerful laughers exposed unblemished teeth in all their mouths, including that of the 120-year-old matriarch. Why not? If you put calcium and fluorides into a closed system, they stay there. The old woman stopped laughing at them long enough to say to Marconi, "We wish to see the representative of the Harlan." "Yes, I know. I'm the representative of the Harlan Trading Corporation. Welcome to Halsey's planet. May I ask what your name is, ma'am?" "Ma," she said genially. "Pleased to meet you, Ma. My name's Marconi." Ma said, bewildered, "You just said you were the representative of the Harlan Trading." "Yes, Ma, but that's all right. Let's say that's my other name. 2 names, understand?" She laughed at the idea of 2 names, wonderingly. Marconi pressed, "And what's the name of this gentleman?" "He isn't gentleman. He's Sonny." Sonny was 100 years old. "Pleased to meet you, Sonny. And your name, sir?" "Sonny," said a red-headed man of 80 or thereabouts. The identical twin women were named the kids. The baby was named him. The rest of the troop were named Girl, Ma, or Sonny. After introductions, Ross noticed that him had been passed to another Ma who was placidly suckling him. She had milk. It dribbled from the corner of the baby's mouth. "There isn't another baby left in the ship, is there?" Ross asked in alarm. They laughed and the Ma suckling the baby said, "There was, but she died. Mostly they do when you put them into the box after they get born. Ma here was lucky. Him didn't die. Put them in the box." "What box?" "Why?" Marconi was nudging him fiercely in the ribs. He ignored it. They laughed amiably at his ignorance and explained that the box was the box, and that you put your newborn babies into it because you put your newborn babies into it. A beep tone sounded from the ship. Ma said, "We have to go back now," the representative of the Harlan Trading Corporation Marconi. "What for?" Ma said, at regular intervals signaled by a tone of 600 cycles and an intermittent downward shifting of the ship lights from standard illumination frequency to a signal frequency of 420 millimicrons. Ship's operating personnel take up positions at the control boards for recalibration of ship working meters and instruments against the battery of standard masters. "We'll be right back." They trooped through the hatch, leaving Ross and Marconi staring at each other in the decontamination tank. "Well," Ross said slowly, "at last I know why the longliner departments have their little secrets. The box. I say it's murder." "Be reasonable," Marconi told him, but his own face was white under the glaring germicidal lamps. "You can't let them increase without limit or they'd all die. And before they died there'd be cannibalism. Which do you prefer? Letting kids be born and then snuffing them out if a computer decides they're the wrong sex or over the quota is inhuman." "I didn't say I like it, Ross. But it works. So do pills. Pills are a private matter. A person might privately decide not to take hers. The box is a public matter and the group outnumbers and overrules a mother who decides not to use it. There's your question of effectiveness answered, but there's another point. Those people are sane, Ross. Preposterously naive, but sane. Saner than childless women or sour old bachelors we both know who never had to love anything small and helpless, and so come to love nobody but themselves. They're sane. Partly because the women get a periodic biochemical shakeup called pregnancy that their biochemical balance is designed to mesh with. Partly because the men find tenderness and protectiveness in themselves toward the pregnant women. Mostly, I think, because it's something to do. Can you imagine the awful monotony of life in the ship? The work is sheer rote and repetition. They can't read or watch screen tapes. They were born in the ship, and the books and screen tapes are meaningless because they know nothing to compare them with. The only change they see is each other, aging toward death. Frequent pregnancies are a godsend to them. They compare and discuss them, they wonder who the fathers are, they make bets of rations, the men brag and keep score. The girls look forward to their first and their last. The jokes they make up about them. The way they speculate about twins. The purgative fear, even, keeps them sane. And then, Ross said, the box. Staring straight ahead at the ship's port, Marconi echoed, yes. The box. If there were another way, but there isn't. His breezy young boss, Charles Oldham IV, was not pleased with what Ross had to report. Asked for Harlan, he repeated unbelievingly. Those dummies didn't know where they were going or where they were from, but they knew enough to ask for Harlan. He slammed a ruler on his desk and yelled, God damn it. Mr. Oldham. Ross protested, aghast. For a superior to lose his temper publicly was unthinkable, it covered you with embarrassment. Manners be goddamned too. Oldham screamed, breaking up fast. What do you know about the state of our books? What do you know about the overhead I inherited from my loving father? What the hell do you know about the down curve in sales? These fluctuations, Ross began soothingly. Fluctuations be goddamned. I know a fluctuation when I see one, and I know a long-term downtrend when I see one. And that's what we're riding, right into bankruptcy, fellow. And now these goddamn dummies blow in from nowhere with a consignment exclusively for Harland. I don't know why I don't get to hell out of this stupid business and go live in a shack on Great Blue Lake and let the planet go ahead and rot. Ross's horror at the unseemly outburst was eclipsed by his interest at noting how similarly he and Oldham had been thinking. "Sir," he ventured, "I've had something on my mind for a while." "It can wait," Oldham growled, collecting himself with a visible effort. So there went his chance to resign. "What about customs?" "I know Harland hasn't got enough cash to lay out." "Who has?" Ross said glibly, "Usual arrangement, sir. They turn an estimated 25% of the cargo over to the Port Authority for auction, the receipts to be in full discharge of their import tax. And I suppose they enter protective bids. They aren't wasting any time, auctions 2,100 tonight." "You handle it," Oldham muttered. "Don't go over 100,000 shields. Diversify the purchases as much as possible. And try to sneak some advance information out of the dummies if you get a chance." "Yes, sir," Ross said. As he left he saw Oldham taking a plastic bottle from a wall cabinet. And that, thought Ross as he rode to the Freeport, was the first crack he had ever seen in the determined optimism of the trading firm's top level. They were optimists and they were idealists, at least to hear them tell it. Interplanetary trading was a cause and a mission, the traders kept the flame of commerce alight. Perhaps, thought Ross, they had been able to indulge in the hypocrisy of idealism only so long as a population upcurve assured them of an expanding market. Perhaps now that births were flattening out, some said the dirty word, declining, they all would drop their optimistic creed in favor of fang-and-claw competition for the favors of the dwindling pool of consumers. And that, Ross thought gloomily, was the way he'd go himself if he stayed on, junior trader, to senior trader, to master trader, growing every year more paranoid, ally suspicious of his peers, less scrupulous in the chase of the shield. But he was getting out, of course. The purser's berth awaited. And then, perhaps, the awful depressions he had been enduring would lift off him. He thought of the master traders he knew, his own man Oldham, none too happy in the hereditary business, Leverett, still smug and fat with his terrific windfall of the Sirius IV starship 15 years ago. Marconi's boss Harland broke the sequence all to hell. It just wasn't possible to think of Harland being driven by avarice and fear. He was the oldest of them all, but there was more zest and drive in his parchment body than in the rest of them combined. In the auction hall Ross found a seat near the velvet ropes. One of the professional bidders lounging against a wall flicked him an almost imperceptible signal, and he answered with another. That was that, he had his man, and a good one. They had often worked together in the commodity pits, but not so often or so exclusively that the bidder would be instantly known as his. Inside the enclosure Marconi, seated at a bare table, labored over a sheaf of papers with one of the Sonnies from the ship. Sonny was wriggling in coveralls, the first clothes he had ever worn. Ross saw they hadn't been able to get shoes onto him. Who else did he know? Captain Delafield was sitting somberly within the enclosure, when Fraley, the hottest auctioneer on the port, was studying a list, his lips moving. Every trading firm was represented, the heads of the smaller firms were there in person, not daring to delegate the bidding job. Plenty of port personnel, just there for the excitement of the first longliner in 15 years, even though it was well after close of the business day. The goods were in sealed cases against the back wall as usual. Ross could only tell that some of them were perforated and therefore ought to contain living animals. Only the one Sonny from the starship crew was there, presumably the rest were back on the ship. He wouldn't be able to follow Oldham's orders to snoop out the nature of the freight from them. Well, damn Oldham, damn even the auction, Ross thought to himself. His mood of gloom did not lift. The auction was a kind of letdown. All that turmoil and bustle, concentrated in a tiny arc around the velvet ropes, contrasted unpleasantly with the long, vacant rows of dusty seats that stretched to the back of the hall. Maybe a couple of centuries ago Ross would have enjoyed the auction more. But now all it made him think of was the thing he had been brooding about for a night and a day, the slow emptying of the planet, the decay. But, as usual, no one else seemed to notice or to care. Captain Delafield consulted his watch and stood up. He rapped the table. In accordance with the rules of the Trade Commission and the appropriate governing statutes, he droned, certain merchandise will now be placed on public auction. The Harlan Trading Corporation, consignee, agrees and consents to divest itself of merchandise from consignment 97W amounting by estimate of the customs authorities to 25% of the total value of all merchandise in said consignment. All receipts of this auction are to be entered as excise duties paid by the consignee on said merchandise, said receipts to constitute payment in full on excise on consignment 97W. The clerk will record. If any person here present wishes to enter an objection, let him do so, thank you. He glanced at a slip of paper in his hand. I am requested to inform you that the Harlan Trading Corporation has entered with the clerk a protective bid of 5,000 shields on each item. There was a rustle in the hall. 5,000 shields was a lot of money. Your auctioneer, Win Fraley, said Captain Delafield, and sat down in the first row of seats. The auctioneer took a long, slow swallow of water, his eyes gleaming above the glass at the audience. Theatrically he tossed the glass to an assistant, smacked his hands together and grinned. Well, he boomed genially, I don't have to tell you gentlemen that somebody's going to get rich tonight. Who knows, maybe it'll be you. But you can't make money without spending money, so without any further ado, let's get started. I have here, he rapped out briskly, item number 1. Now you don't know and I don't know exactly what item number 1 contains, but I can tell you this, they wouldn't have sent it 231 lights if they didn't think it was worth something. Let's get this started with a rush, folks, and I mean with a big bid to get in the right mood. After all, the more you spend here the less you have to pay in taxes, he laughed. You ready? Here's the dope. Item number 1. His assistant slapped a carton at the extreme left of the line. Weight 215 grams, net, 15 cubic centimeters, 1 microfilm reel included. Reminds me, he reminisced, of an item just about that size on the Sirius for shipment. Turned out to be Mary Jane seeds, and I don't suppose I have to tell anybody here how much Mr. Leverett made out of Mary Janes. I bet every one of us has been smoking them ever since. What do you say, Mr. Leverett? You did all right last time, want to say 10,000 as a first big bid on item number 1? 9,000. Do I hear? One of the smaller traders, not working through a professional bidder, not even decently delegating the work to a junior, bid 7,500 shields. Like the spokesman for the other big traders, Ross sat on his hands during the early stages. Let the small fry give themselves a thrill and drop out. The big firms knew to a fraction of a shield how much the small ones could afford to bid on a blind purchase, and the easiest way to handle them was to let them spend their budgets in a hurry. Of course the small traders knew all this, and their strategy, when they could manage it, was to hold back as long as possible. It was a matter of sensing emotion rather than counting costs. Of recognizing the fraction of a second in which a little fellow made up his mind to acquire an item and bidding him up, of knowing when he'd gone his limit and letting him have it at a ruinous price. It was an art, and Ross, despising it, knew that he did it very, very well. He yawned and pretended to read a magazine while the first 6 items went on the block. The little traders seemed desperate enough to force the price up without help. He bid on item 7 partly to squeeze a runt trader and partly to test his liaison with his professional bidder. It was perfect. The pro caught his signal, a bored inspection of his fingernails, while seeming to peek clumsily at the man from Leverett's. Ross let the next 2 pass and then acquired 3 items in rapid succession. The fever had spread to most of the bidders by then, they were starting at 10,000 and up. 1 or 2 of the early birds had spent their budgets and were leaving, looking sandbagged, as indeed they had been. Ross signaled "Take 5" to his professional and strolled out for a cup of coffee. On the way back he stopped for a moment outside the hall to look at the stars and breathe. There were the familiar constellations, the Plowman, the Rocket Fleet, Marilyn Monroe. He stood smoking a cigarette and yearning toward them until somebody moved in the darkness near him. "Nice night, Ross," the man said gloomily. It was Captain Delafield. "Oh, hello, sir," Ross said, the world descending around him again like a too substantial curtain. "Taking a breather?" "Had to," the captain growled. 10 more minutes in that place and I would have thrown. Damned money-grabbing traitors. "No offense, Ross, just that I don't see how you stand the life. Seems to have got worse in my time. Much worse. You high rollers goading the peewees into shooting their wads, it didn't used to be like that. Gallantry. Not stomping a downed man. I don't see how you stand it." "I can't stand it," Ross said quietly. "Captain Delafield, you don't know, I'm so sick to death of the life I'm leading and the work I'm doing that I'd do anything to get away. Mr. Fallon offered me a purser's spot on his ship. I've been thinking about it very seriously." "Purser? A dirty job. There's nothing to do except when you're in port, and then there's so much to do that you never get to see the planet. I don't recommend it, Ross." Ross grunted, thinking. If even the purser's berth was no way out, what was left for him? 60 more years of waiting for a starship and scheming how to make a profit from its contents. 60 more years watching Ghost Town grow by nibbles on Halsey City, watching the traders wax in savagery as they battled for the ever-diminishing pool of consumers. Watching obscene comedies like Lurleen of the Old Landowners graciously consenting to wed Marconi of the New Nobodies. He said wearily, "Then what shall I do, Captain? Rot here with the rest of the planet?" Delafield shrugged, surprisingly gentle. "You feel it too, Ross. I'm glad to hear it. I'm not sensitive, thank God, but I know they talk about me. They say I quit the space-going fleet as soon as I had a chance to grab off the port captaincy. They're right, I did. Because I was frightened." "Frightened? You?" Delafield's ribbons for a dozen heroic rescues gleamed in the light that escaped from the hull. "Sure, Ross." He flicked the ribbons. "Each one of these means I and my men pulled some people out of a jam they got into because of somebody's damned stupidity or slow reflexes or defective memory. No, I withdraw that. The Thetis got stove in because of mechanical failure, but all the rest were human error. There got to be too many for me. I want to enjoy my old age. Ready to face that if you become a purser? I can tell you that if you don't like it here you won't be happy on Sunward and you won't like the moons. And you most especially and particularly won't like being a purser. It's the same job you're doing now, but it pays less, offers you a 6x8 cubicle to work and live in, and gives you nothing resembling a future to aim at. Now if you'll excuse me I'd better get back inside. I've enjoyed our talk." Ross followed the captain gloomily. Nothing had changed inside. Ross lounged in the doorway inconspicuously picking up the eye of his bidder. Marconi was gone from the enclosure. Ross looked around hopefully and found his friend in agitated conversation with an unrecognizable but also agitated man at the back of the hall. Ross drifted over. Heads were turning in the front rows. As Ross got within range he heard a couple of phrases. "In the ship. Mr. Harland specially asked for you. Please, Mr. Marconi." "Oh, hell," Marconi said disgustedly. "Go on. Tell him I'll be there. But how he expects me to take care of things here and," he trailed off as he caught sight of Ross. "Trouble?" Ross asked. "Not exactly. The hell with it." Marconi stared indecisively at the auctioneer for a moment. He said obscurely, "Taking your life isn't enough, he wants more. And I thought I'd be able to see Lurleen tonight. Excuse me, Ross. I've got to get over to the ship." He hurried out. Ross looked wonderingly after him, caught the eye of his bidder, and went back to work. By the time the auction was over and dawn was breaking in the west, Oldham Trading had bought 9 lots of merchandise, 3 breathing, 5 flowering, and 1 a roll of microfilm. Ross took his prizes to the office where Charles Oldham was waiting, much the better for a few drinks and a long nap. "How much?" demanded Oldham. Evidently they were both supposed to ignore his hysteria of the night before. 57,000, Ross said dully. "For 9 lots. Good man. With any kind of luck at all," and Oldham babbled on and on. He wanted Ross to stay and view the microfilm projection, stand by for a report from a zoologist and a botanist on the living acquisitions. He pleaded weariness and Oldham became conciliatory to the wonderful young up-and-comer who had bid in the merchandise at a whopping bargain price. Ross dragged himself from the building, into a cab, and home. Morosely undressing he lit a cigarette and brooded, well, that was it. What you'd been waiting for since you were a junior apprentice. The starship came, you had the alien prizes in your hands and you realized they were as tawdry as the cheap gimcracks you export every week to Sunward. He stared out the window, over Ghost Town, to the field. The sun was high over the surrounding mountains, he imagined he could pick out the reflected glimmer from the starship a dozen miles away. Marconi at least got to examine the ship. Marconi might be there now. He'd been headed that way when Ross saw him last. And evidently not enjoying it much. Ross wondered vaguely if anybody really enjoyed anything. He stubbed out his cigarette. As he fell asleep he was remembering what Delafield had told him about the moons and the planet ports. His dreams were of the cities of other planets, and every one of them was populated by aloof Delafields and avaricious Oldhams. 3. "Wake up, Ross," Marconi was saying, joggling him. "Come on, wake up." Ross thrust himself up on an elbow and opened his eyes. He said with a tongue the size of his forearm in a dust-lined mouth, "What time is it?" "What the hell are you doing here, for that matter?" "It's around noon. You've slept for 3 hours, you can get up." "Ah." Ross automatically reached for a cigarette. The smoke got in his eyes and he rubbed them, it dehydrated and seared what little healthy tissue appeared to be left in his mouth. But it woke him up a little. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. Marconi's hand was involuntarily on his breast pocket again, the one in which he carried Lurline's picture. He said harshly, "You want a job? Topside? Better than purser?" He wasn't meeting Ross's eye. His gaze roved around the apartment and lighted on a coffee maker. He filled it and snapped it on. "Get dressed, will you?" he demanded. Ross sat up. "What's this all about, Marconi? What do you want, anyway?" Marconi, for his own reasons, became violently angry. "You're the damnedest question-asker I ever did meet, Ross. I'm trying to do you a favor." "What favor?" Ross asked suspiciously. "You'll find out. You've been bellyaching to me long enough about how dull your poor little life is. Well, I'm offering you a chance to do something big and different." "And what do you do?" "You crawfish. Are you interested or aren't you?" "I told you, it's a space job, and a big one. Bigger than being a purser for Fallon. Bigger than you can imagine." Ross began to struggle into his clothes, no more than half comprehending, but stimulated by the magic words. He asked, puzzling sleepily over what Marconi had said, "What are you sore about?" His guess was that Lurline had broken a date, but it seemed to be the wrong time of day for that. "Nothing," Marconi said grumpily. "Only I have my own life to live." He poured 2 cups of coffee. He wouldn't answer questions while they sipped the scalding stuff. But somehow Ross was not surprised when, downstairs, Marconi headed his car along the winding road through Ghost Town that led to the yards. Every muscle of Ross's body was stiff and creaky, another 6 hours of sleep would have been a wonderful thing. But as they drove through the rutted streets of Ghost Town he began to feel alive again. He stared out the window at the flashing ruins, piecing together the things Marconi had said. "Watch it," he yelled, and Marconi swerved the car around a tumbled wall. Ross was shaking, but Marconi only drove faster. This was crazy. You didn't race through Ghost Town as though you were on the pleasure parkways around the Great Blue Lake. It wasn't safe. The buildings had to fall over from time to time. Nobody, certainly, bothered to keep them in repair. And nobody bothered to pick up the pieces when they fell either, until the infrequent road-mending teams made their rounds. But at last they were out of Ghost Town, on the broad highway from Halsey City to the port. The administration building and car park was just ahead. It was there that Marconi spoke again. "I'm assuming, Ross, that you weren't snowing me when you said you wanted thrills, chills, and change galore. That's not the way I put it. But I wasn't snowing you. You'll get them. Come on." He led Ross across the field to the longliner, past a gaggle of laughing, chattering Sonnies and Moss. He ignored them. The longliner was a giant of a ship, a blunt torpedo 100 meters tall. It had no ports, naturally enough. The designers of the ship certainly didn't find any reason for its idiot crew to look out into space, and landings and takeoffs would be remote-controlled. 200 years old it was. But its metal was as bright, its edges as sharp, as the newest of the moon freighters at the other end of the hardstand. 200 years, a long trip, but an almost unimaginably long distance that trip covered. For the star that spawned it was undoubtedly almost as far away as light would travel in 2 centuries' time. At 186,000 miles per second, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. Ross's imagination gave up the task. It was far. He stared about him in fascination as they entered the ship. He gaped at sterile, gray-walled cubicles, each of which contained the same chair and cot, no screen or projector for longliners. Ross remembered his rash words of the day before about shipping out on a longliner, and shuddered. "Here we are," said Marconi, stopping before a closed door. He knocked and entered. It was a cubicle like the others, but there were reels stacked on the floor and a projector. Sitting on the cot in a just-awakened attitude was old man Harland himself. Beady-eyed, Ross thought. Watchful. Harland asked, "Ross?" "Yes, sir," Marconi said. There was tension in his voice and attitude. "Do you want me to stay, sir?" Harland growled, "Good God, no. You can get out. Sit down, Ross." Ross sat down. Marconi, carefully looking neither to right or left, went out and closed the door. Harland stretched, scratched, and yawned. He said, "Ross, Marconi tells me you're quite a fellow. Sincere, competent, a good man to give a tough job to. Namely, his junior fourth trader?" Ross asked, bewildered. "A little more dramatic than that, but we'll come to the details in a minute. I'm told you were ready to quit Oldham for a purser's berth. That's ethical. Would you consider it unethical to quit Oldham for Harland?" "Yes, I think I would." "Glad to hear it. What if the work had absolutely nothing to do with trading and never brings you into a competitive situation with Oldham?" "Well," Ross scratched his jaw. "Well, I think that would be all right. But a junior fourth's job, Mr. Harland," the floor bucked and surged under him. He gasped, "What was that?" "Blast off, I imagine," Harland said calmly. "We're taking off. Better lie down." Ross flopped to the floor. It was no time to argue, not with the first stage pumps thundering and the preheaters roaring their threat of an imminent 4G thrust. It came like thunder, slapping Ross against the floor plates as though he were glued to them. He felt every tiny wrinkle in every weld he lay on, and one arm had fallen across a film reel. He heaved, and succeeded in levering it off the reel. It thwacked to the floor as though sandbags were stacked meters high atop it. Blackout came very soon. He awoke in free fall. He was orbiting aimlessly about the cubicle. Harland was strapped to the cot, absorbed in manipulating the portable projector, trying to thread a free-floating film. Ross bumped against the old man. Harland abstractedly shoved him off. He careened from a bulkhead and flailed for a grip. Oh, said Harland, looking up. Awake? Yes, awake. Ross said bitterly. What is all this? Where are we? The old man said formally, please forgive my cavalier treatment of you. You must not blame your friend Marconi. He had no idea that I was planning an immediate blastoff with you. I had an assignment for him which he preferred not to accept. Not to mince words, Ross, he quit. Quit his job. The old man shook his head. No, Ross. Quit much more than the job of working for me. He quit on an assignment which is, I am sorry if it sounds melodramatic, absolutely vital to the human race. He suddenly frowned. I think, he added weakly. Bear with me, Ross. I'll try to explain as I go along. But, you see, Marconi left me in the lurch. I needed him and he failed me. He felt that you would be glad to take it on, and he told me something about you. Harland glowered at Ross and said, with a touch of bitterness, a recommendation from Marconi, at this particular point, is hardly any recommendation at all. But I haven't much choice, and, besides, I took the liberty of calling that pompous young fool you work for. Mr. Harland. Ross cried, outraged. Oldham may not be any prize but really. Oh, you know he's a fool. But he had a lot to say about you. Enough so that, if you want the assignment, it's yours. As to the nature of the assignment itself, Harland hesitated, then said briskly, the assignment itself has to do with a message my organization received via this longliner. Yes, a message. You'll see. It has also to do with certain facts I've found in its log which, if I can ever get this damned thing working, there we are. He had succeeded in threading the film. He snapped on the projector. On the screen appeared a densely packed block of numerals, rolling up and being replaced by new lines as fast as the eye could take them in. Harland said, notice anything? Ross swallowed. If that stuff is supposed to mean anything to me, he declared, it doesn't. Harland frowned. But Marconi said, well, never mind. He snapped off the projector. That was the ship's log, Ross. It doesn't matter if you can't read it. You wouldn't, I suppose, have had much call for that sort of thing working for Oldham. It is a mathematical description of the routing of this ship, from the time it was space-launched until it arrived here yesterday. It took a long time, Ross. The reason that it took a long time is partly that it came from far away. But, even more, there is another reason. We were not this ship's destination. Not the original destination. We weren't even the first alternate, or the second alternate. To be exact, Ross, we were the seventh choice for this ship. Ross let go of his stanchion, floated a yard, and flailed back to it. That's ridiculous, Mr. Harland, he protested. Besides, what has all this to do with? Bear with an old man, said Harland, with an amused gleam in his eye. There was very little he could do but bear with him, Ross thought sourly. Go on, he said. Harland said professorially, it is conceivable, of course, that a planet might be asleep at the switch. We could believe it, I suppose, if it seemed that the first-choice planet somehow didn't pick the ship up when this longliner came into radar range. In that event, of course, it would orbit once or twice on automatics, and then select for its first alternate target, which it did. It might be a human failure in the GCA station, once. He nodded earnestly. Once, Ross. Not 6 times. No planet passes up a trading ship. Mr. Harland, Ross exploded, it seems to me that you're contradicting yourself all over the place. Did 6 planets pass this ship up or didn't 6 planets pass this ship up? Which is it? And why would anybody pass a longliner up anyhow? Harland asked, suppose the planets were vacant. What? Ross was shaken. But that's silly. I mean, even I know that the star charts show which planets are inhabited and which aren't. And suppose the star charts are wrong. Suppose the planets have become vacant. The people have died off, perhaps, their culture decayed. Decay. Death and decay. Ross was silent for a long time. He took a deep breath. He said at last, "Sorry. I won't interrupt again." Harlan's expression was a weft of triumph and relief. 6 planets passed this ship up. Remember Leverett's ship 15 years ago? 3 planets passed that one before it came to us. 9 different planets, all listed on the traditional star charts as inhabited, civilized, equipped with GCA radars, and everything else needed. 9 planets out of communication, Ross. Decay, thought Ross. Aloud he said, "Tell me why." Harlan shook his head. "No," he said strongly, "I want you to tell me. I'll tell you what I can. I'll tell you the message that this ship brought to me. I'll tell you all I know, all I've told Marconi that he isn't man enough to use, and the things that Marconi will never learn, as well. But why 9 planets that used to be pretty much like our own planet are now out of communication, that you'll have to tell me." Forward rockets boomed, the braking blasts hurled Ross against the forward bulkhead. Harlan rummaged under the cot for space suits. He flung one at Ross. "Put it on," he ordered. "Come to the airlock. I'll show you what you can use to find out the answers." He slid into the pressure suit, dived weightless down the corridor, Ross zooming after. They stood in the airlock, helmets sealed. Wordlessly Harlan opened the petcocks, heaved on the locked door. He gestured with an arm. Floating alongside them was a ship like none Ross had ever seen before. 4. Picture Leaf's longboat bobbing in the swells outside Ambrose Light, while the 20th century liners steamed past, a tiny, ancient thing, related to the new giants only as the Eohippus resembles the horse. The ship that Harlan revealed was fully as great a contrast. Ross knew spaceships as well as any grounder could, both the lumbering interplanet freighters and the titanic longliners. But the ship that swung around Halsey's planet was a midget. Fueled rocket ships must be huge, its jets were absurdly tiny, clearly incapable of blasting away from planetary gravity. Its entire hull length was unbroken and sheer. Did the pilot dare fly blind? The coupling connections were being rigged between the ships. "Come aboard," said Harlan, spryly wriggling through the passage. Ross, swallowing his astonishment, followed. The ship was tiny indeed. When Ross and Harlan, clutching handholds, were drifting weightlessly in its central control cabin, they very nearly filled it. There was one other cabin, Ross saw. And the 2 compartments accounted for a good 9/10 of the cubage of the ship. Where that left space for the combustion chambers and the fuel tanks, the crew quarters, and the cargo holds, Ross could not imagine. He said, "All right, Mr. Harlan. Talk." Harlan grinned toothily, his expression eerie in the flickering violet light that issued from a gutter around the cabin's wall. "This is a spaceship, Ross. It's a pretty old one, 1400 years, give or take a little. It's not much to look at, compared with the up-to-date models you're used to, but it's got a few features that you won't find on the new ones. For one thing, Ross, it doesn't use rockets." He hesitated. "Ask me what it does use," he admitted, "and I can't tell you. I know the name, because I read it, nucleophoretic drive. What nucleophoresis is and how it works, I can't say. They call it the Wesley effect, and the tech manual says something about squared miles of acceleration. Does that mean anything to you?" "No. How could it?" "But it works, Ross. It works well enough so that this little ship will get you where you're going very quickly. The stars, Ross, it will take you to the stars. Faster than light. What the top speed is I have no idea, but there is a ship's log here, too. And it has a 3-month entry, 3 months, Ross, in which this little ship explored the solar systems of 14 stars." Wide-eyed, Ross held motionless. Harlan paused. 1400 years, he repeated. 1,400 years this ship has been floating out here. And for all that time, the longliners have been crawling from star to star, while little hidden ships like this one could have carried 1,000 times as much goods 1,000,000 times faster. Maybe the time has come to get the ships out of hiding. I don't know. I want to find out. I want you to find out for me. I'll be specific, Ross. I need a pilot. I'm too old, and Marconi turned it down. Someone has to go out there, he gestured to the blind hull and the unseen stars beyond, and find out why 9 planets are out of communication. Will you do it? Ross opened his mouth to speak, and 1,000 questions competed for utterance. But what he said, barely aloud, was only, yes. The far-off stars, more than 1,000 million of them in our galaxy alone. By far the greatest number of them drifted alone through space, or with only a stellar companion as utterly unlivable by reason of heat and crushing gravity as themselves. Fewer than 1 in a million had a family of planets, and most even of those could never become a home for human life. But out of 1,000 million, any fraction may be a very large number, and the number of habitable planets was in the hundreds. Ross had seen the master charts of the inhabited universe often enough to recognize the names as Harland mentioned them, Tau Ceti II, Earth, the 8 inhabitable worlds of Capella. But to realize that this ship, had touched down on each of them, and on 100 more, was beyond astonishment. It was a dream thing, impossible but unquestioned. Through Harland's burning, old eyes, Ross looked back through 14 centuries, to the time when this ship was a scout vessel for a colonizing colossus. The lumbering giant drove slowly through space on its one-way trip from the planet that built it. Was it semi-mythical Earth? The records were not clear, while the tiny scout probed each star and solar system as it drew within range. While the mother ship was covering a few 100 million miles, the scout might flash across parsecs to scan 6 worlds. And when the scout came back with word of a planet where humans could survive, they christened it with the name of the scout's pilot, and the chart room labored, and the ship's officers gave orders. And the giant's nose swerved through 1/2 degree and began its long, slow deceleration. Why slow? Ross demanded. Why not use the faster-than-light drive for the big ships? Harland grimaced. I've got to answer that one for you sooner or later, he said, but let me make it later. Anyway, that's what this ship was, a faster-than-light scout ship for a real longliner. What happened to the longliner the records don't show. My guess is the colonists cannibalized it to get a start in constructing homes for themselves. But the scout ship was exempted. The captain of the expedition had it put in an orbit out here, and left alone. It's been used a little bit, now and then. My great-grandfather's father went clear to 40 Eridani when my great-grandfather was a little boy, but by and large it has been left alone. It had to be, Ross. For one thing, it's dangerous to the man who pilots it. For another, it's dangerous to the galaxy. Harland's view was anthropomorphic. The danger was not to the immense and uncaring galaxy, but to the sparse fester of life that called itself humanity. When the race abandoned Earth, it was a gesture of revulsion. Behind them they left a planet that had decimated itself in wars. Ahead lay a cosmos that, in all their searches, had revealed no truly sentient life. Earth was a crippled world, the victim of its playing with nuclear fission and fusion. But the techniques that gave them a faster-than-light drive gave them as well a weapon that threatened solar systems, not cities, that could detonate a sun as readily as uranium could destroy a building. The child with his forbidden matches was now sitting atop a munitions dump. The danger was no longer a seared hand or blinded eye, but annihilation. And the decision had been made: secrecy. By what condign struggles the secrecy had been enforced, the secrecy itself concealed. But it had worked. Once the radiating colonizers had reached their goals, the nucleophoretic effect had been obliterated from their records and, except for a single man on each planet, from their minds. Why the single man? Why not bury it entirely? Harland said slowly, there was always the chance that something would go wrong, you see. And it has. Ross said hesitantly, "You mean the 9 planets that have gone out of communication?" Harlan nodded. He hesitated. "Do you understand it now?" he asked. Ross shook his head dizzily. "I'm trying," he said. "This little ship, it travels faster than light. It has been circling out here, how long? 1400 years. And you kept it secret, you and your ancestors before you, because you were afraid it might be used in war." He was frowning. "Not afraid it would be used," Harlan corrected gently. "We knew it would be used." Ross grimaced. "Well, why tell me about it now? Do you expect me to keep it secret all the rest of my life?" "I think you would," Harlan said soberly. "But suppose I didn't? Suppose I blabbed all over the galaxy, and it was used in war?" Harlan's face was suddenly, queerly gray. He said, almost to himself, "It seems that there are things worse than war." Abruptly he smiled. "Let's find Ma." They returned through the coupling and searched the longliner for the old woman. A Sonny told them, "Ma usually hangs around the meter room. Likes to see them blinking." And there they found her. "Hello, Harlan," she smiled, flashing her superb teeth. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Perfect, Ma. I want to talk to you under the seal." She looked at Ross. "Him?" she asked. "I vouch for him," Harlan said gravely. "Wesley." She answered, "The limiting velocity is c." "But c2 is not a velocity," Harlan said. He turned to Ross. "Sorry to make a mystery," he apologized. "It's a recognition formula. It identifies one member of what we call the Wesley families, or its messenger, to another. And these people are messengers. They were dispatched a couple of centuries ago by a Wesley family whose ship, for some reason, no longer could be used. Why? I don't know why. Try your luck, maybe you can figure it out. Ma, tell us the history again." She knitted her brows and began to chant slowly. "In great-grandfather's time the target was Clyde. Rocketry firm and oars on the side. If we hadn't have seen them direct we'd have missed M. There wasn't a blip from the whole damn system. That was the first. Before great-grandfather's day was done. We cut the orbit of Cernus 1. The contact there was Trader McHugh. But the sons, oh bitches, missed us too. That was the second. My grandpa lived to see the green of Target 3 through the high-powered screen. But where in hell was Builder Carruthers? They let us go by like all the others. That was the..." "Ma," said Harlan. "Thanks very much, but would you skip to the last one?" Ma grinned. The Harlan Trading Corporation was last. With the fuel down low and going fast. I'm glad it was me who saw the day. When they brought us down on GCA. I told him the message. He called it a mystery. But anyway, this is the end of the history. And it's about time. The message, please, Harlan said broodingly. Ma took a deep breath and rattled off, L sub t equals L sub 0 e to the minus t over 2n. Ross gaped. That's the message. Used to be more to it, Ma said cheerfully, that's all there is now, though. The darn thing doesn't rhyme or anything. I guess that's the most important part. Anyway, it's the hardest. It's not as bad as it seems, Harlan told Ross. I've asked around. It makes a very little sense. It does. Well, up to a point, Harlan qualified. It seems to be a formula in genetics. The notation is peculiar, but it's all explained, of course. It has something to do with gene loss. Now, maybe that means something and maybe it doesn't. But I know something that does mean something. Some member of a Wesley family a couple of 100 years ago thought it was important enough to want to get it across to other Wesley families. Something's happening. Let's find out what it is, Ross. The old man suddenly buried his face in his hands. In a cracked voice he mumbled, gene loss and war. Gene loss or war? God, I wish somebody would take this right out of my hands, or that I could drop with a heart attack this minute. You ever think of war, Ross? Shocked and embarrassed, Ross mumbled some kind of answer. One might think of war, good breeding taught, but one never talked about it. You should, the old man said hoarsely. War is what this faster-than-light secrecy and identification rigmarole is all about. Right now war is impossible, between solar systems, anyhow, and that's what counts. A planet might just barely manage to fit an invading multi-generation expedition at gigantic cost, but it never would. The fruits of victory, loot, political domination, maybe slaves, would never come back to the fitters of the expedition but to their remote descendants. A firm will take a flyer on a commercial deal like that, but no nation would accept a war on any such basis, because a conqueror is a man, and men die. With FTL, faster-than-light travel, they might invade Kurnus or Azor or any of those other tempting dots on the master maps. Why not? Take the marginal population, hop them up with patriotic fervor and lust for booty, and ship them off to pillage and destroy. There's at least a 50% chance of coming out ahead on the investment, isn't there? Much more attractive deal commercially speaking than our present longliners. Ross had never seen a war. The last on Halsey's planet had been the Peninsular Rebellion about a century and a half ago. Some 500,000 constitutional psychopathic inferiors had started themselves an ideal society with theocratic trimmings in a remote and unfruitful corner of the planet. Starved and frustrated by an unrealistic moral creed, they finally exploded to devastate their neighboring areas and were quickly quarantined by a radioactive zone. They disintegrated internally, massacred their priesthood, and were permitted to disperse. It was regarded as a shameful episode by every dweller on the planet. It wasn't a subject for popular film reels. If you wanted to find out about the Peninsular Rebellion, you went through many successive library doors and signed your name on lists. And were sternly questioned as to your age and scholarly qualifications and reasons for sniffing around such an unsavory mess. Ross therefore had not the slightest comprehension of Harlan's anxiety. He told him so. I hope you're right, was all the old man would say. I hope you don't learn worse. The rest was work. He had the yard worker's familiarity with conventional rocketry, which saved him some study of the fine maneuvering apparatus of the FTL craft, but not much. For a week under Harlan's merciless drilling he jetted the ship about its remote area of space, far from the commerce lanes, until the old man grudgingly pronounced himself satisfied. There were skull-busting sessions with the Wesley Drive, or rather with a first derivative of it, an insane-looking object which you could vaguely describe as a fan-shaped slide rule taller than a man. There were 27 main tracks, analogues of the 27 main geodesics of Wesley space, whatever they were and whatever that was. Your cursor settings on the main tracks depended on a 32-step computation based on the apparent magnitudes of the 27 nearest celestial bodies above a certain mass, which varied according to yet another lengthy relationship. Then, having cleared the preliminaries out of the way, you began to solve for your actual setting on the FTL drive controls. Somehow he mastered it, while Harlan, driving himself harder than he drove the youth who was to be his exploring eyes and ears, coached him and cursed him and, somehow, kept his own complicated affairs going back on Halsey's planet. When Ross had finally got the theory of the Wesley Drive in some kind of order in his mind, and had learned all there was to learn about the other worlds, and had cut his few important ties with Halsey's planet, he showed up in Harlan's planet-based office for a final, repetitive briefing. Marconi was there. He had trouble meeting Ross's eyes, but his handclasp was firm and his voice warmly friendly, and a little envious. "The very best, Ross," he said. I wish," he hesitated and stammered. He said, in a flood, "Damn it, I should be going. Do a good job, Ross, and I hope you don't hate me." And he left while Ross, disturbed, went in to see old man Harlan. Harlan spared no time for sentiment. "You're cleared for space flight," he growled. "According to the visa, you're going to Sunward, in case anyone asks you between here and the port. Actually, let's hear where you are going." Ross said promptly, I am going on a mission of exploration and reconnaissance. My first proposed destination is Ragansworld, second Gemser, third Azor. If I cannot make contact with any of these 3 planets, I will select planets at random from the master charts until I find some Wesley Drive families somewhere. The contacts for the first 3 planets are, on Ragansworld, Foley Associates. On Gemser, the Franklin Foundation, on Azor, Cavallo Machine Tool Company. FTL contacts on other planets are listed in the appendix to the master charts. The coordinates for Ragansworld are. Skip the coordinates, mumbled Harland, rubbing his eyes. What do you do when you get in contact with a Wesley Drive family? Ross hesitated and licked his lips. Well, it's a little hard. Damn it, roared Harland, I've told you 1,000 times. Yes sir, I know. All I meant was I don't exactly understand what I'm looking for. If I knew what you were to look for, Harland rasped, I wouldn't have to send you out looking. Can't you get it through your thick head? Something is wrong. I don't know what. Maybe I'm crazy for bothering about it, heaven knows, I've got troubles enough right here, but we Harlands have a tradition of service, and maybe it's so old that we've kind of forgotten just what it's all about. But it's not so old that I've forgotten the family tradition. If I had a son, he'd be doing this. I counted on Marconi to be my son, now all I have left is you. And that's little enough, heaven knows, he finished bitterly. Ross, wounded, said by rote, on landing, I will attempt at once to make contact with the local Wesley Drive family, using the recognition codes given me. I will report to them on all the data at hand and suggest the need for action. Harlan stood up. All right, he said. Sorry I snapped at you. Come on, I'll go up to the ship with you. And that was the way it happened. Ross found himself in the longliner, then with Harland in the tiny, ancient, faster-than-light ship which had once been tender to the ship that colonized Halsey's planet. He found himself shaking hands with a red-eyed, suddenly old Harland, watching him crawl through the coupling to the longliner, watching the longliner blast away. He found himself setting up the FTL course and throwing in the drive. 5. Ross was lucky. The second listed inhabited planet was still inhabited. He had not quite stopped shuddering from the first when the approach radar caught him. The first planet was given in the master charts as Ragansworld. Pop 900 million, diameter 9,400 m, mean orbit $0.80, and its coordinates went on to describe it as the 4th planet of a small G-type sun. There had been some changes made, the coordinates now intersected well inside a bright and turbulent gas cloud. It appeared that suppressing the FTL drive had not quite annihilated war. But the second planet, Gemser, there, he was sure, was a world where nothing was seriously awry. He left the ship mumbling a name to himself, Franklin Foundation. And he was greeted by a corporal's guard of dignified and ceremonially dressed men. They smiled at him, welcomed him, shook his hand, and invited him to what seemed to be the local equivalent of the administration building. He noticed disapprovingly that they didn't seem to go in for the elaborate decontamination procedures of Halsey's planet, but perhaps, he thought, they had bred disease resistance into their bloodlines. Certainly the 4 men in his guide party seemed hale and well-preserved, though the youngest of them was not less than 60. I would like, he said, to be put in touch with the Franklin Foundation, please. Come right in here, beamed one of the 4, and another said. Don't worry about a thing. They held the door for him, and he walked into a small and sybaritically furnished room. The second man said, just a few questions. Where are you from? Ross said simply, Halsey's planet, and waited. Nothing happened, except that all 4 men nodded comprehendingly, and the questioner made a mark on a sheet of paper. Ross amplified, 53 light-years away. You know, another star. Certainly, the man said briskly. Your name? Ross told him, but with a considerable feeling of deflation. He thought wryly of his own feelings about the long lines and the far stars. He remembered the stir and community excitement that a starship meant back home. Still, Ross told himself, Halsey's planet might be just a back eddy in the main currents of civilization. Quite possibly on another world, this one, for instance, travelers from the stars were a commonplace. The field hadn't seemed overly busy, though, and there was nothing resembling a spaceship. Unless, he thought with a sudden sense of shock, those rusting hulks clumped together at the edge of the field had once been spaceships. But that was hardly likely, he reassured himself. You just don't let spaceships rust. Sex? The man asked, and age? Education? Marital status? The questions went on for more time than Ross quite understood, and they seemed far from relevant questions for the most part, and some of them were hard questions to answer. Tau quotient. For instance, Ross blinked and said, with an edge to his voice. I don't know what a tau quotient is. Put him down as 0, one of the men advised, and the interlocutor nodded happily. Working with others rating, he asked, beaming. Ross said with controlled irritation, Look, I don't know anything about these ratings. Will you take me to somebody who can put me in touch with the Franklin Foundation? The man who was sitting next to him patted him gently on the shoulder. Just answer the questions, he said comfortably. Everything will be all right. Ross flared, the hell everything will. Something with electrified spikes in it hit him on the back of the neck. Ross yelled and ducked away. The man next to him returned a little rod to his pocket. He smiled at Ross. Don't feel bad, he said sympathetically. Go ahead now, answer the questions. Ross shook his head dazedly. The pain was already leaving his neck, but he felt nauseated by the suddenness and sharpness of it. He could not remember any pain quite like that in his life. He stood up waveringly and said, Wait a minute, now. This time it was the man on the other side, and the pain was about twice as sharp. Ross found himself on the floor, looking up through a haze. The man on his right kept the rod in his hand, and the expression on his face, while in no way angry, was stern. Bad boy, he said tenderly. Why don't you want to answer the questions? Ross gasped, God damn it, all I want is to see somebody. Keep your dirty hands off me, you old fools. And that was a mistake, as he learned in the blessedly few minutes before he passed out completely under the little rods held by the gentle but determined men. He answered all the questions, bound to a chair, with 2 of the men behind him, when he had regained consciousness. He answered every one. They only had to hit him twice. When they untied him the next morning, Ross had caught on to the local folkways quite well. The fatherly fellow who released him said, Follow me, and stood back, smiling but with one hand on one of the little rods. And Ross was careful to say, Yes, sir. They rode in a 3-wheeled car, and entered a barracks-like building. Ross was left alone next to a bed in a dormitory with 100 beds. Just wait here, the man said, smiling. The rest of your group is out at their morning session now. When they come in for lunch you can join them. They'll show you what to do. Ross didn't have too long to wait. He spent the time in conjecture as confused as it was fruitless. He had obviously done something wrong, but just what was it? If he had had twice as long he would have got no farther toward an answer than he was, nowhere. But a noise outside ended his speculations. He glanced toward the curiously shaped door. All the doors on this planet seemed to be rectangular. A girl of about 18 was peering inside. She stared at Ross and said, Oh. Then she disappeared. There were footsteps and whispers, and more heads appeared and blinked at him and were jerked back. Ross stood up in wretched apprehension. All of a sudden he was 14 years old again, and entering a new school where the old hands were giggling and whispering about the new boy. He swore sullenly to himself. A new face appeared, halted for an inspection of Ross, and walked confidently in. The man was a good 40 years old, Ross thought, perhaps a kind of overseer in this institution, whatever kind of institution it was. He approached Ross at a sedate pace, and he was followed through the door in single file by a couple score men and women. They ranged in age, Ross thought wonderingly, from the leader's 40 down to the late teens of the girl who had first peered in the door, and now was at the end of the procession. The leader said, "How old are you?" "Why, Ross figured confusedly. This planet's annual orbital period was roughly 40% longer than his own, 14 into his age, multiplied by 10, making his age in their local calculations. "Why, I'm 19 of your years old, about. And a half." "Yes. And what can you do?" "Look here, sir. I've been through all this once. Why don't you go and ask those gentlemen who brought me here? And can anybody tell me where the Franklin Foundation is?" The 40-ish fellow, with a look of outrage, slapped Ross across the mouth. Ross knocked him down with a roundhouse right. A girl yelled, "Good for you, Junior," and jumped like a wildcat onto a slim, gray-haired lady, clawing, and slapping. The throng dissolved immediately into a wild melee. Ross, busily fighting off the 40-ish fellow and a couple of his stocky buddies, noted only that the scrap was youth against age, whatever it meant. "How dare you," a voice thundered, and the rioters froze. A decrepit wreck was standing in the doorway, surrounded by 3 or 4 gerontological textbook cases only a little less spavined than he. "Glory," a girl muttered despairingly. "It would be the minister. What is the meaning of this brawl?" Rolled from the wreck's shriveled lips in a rich basso, "No," rolled, Ross noted, from a flat perforated plate on his chest. There was a small, flesh-colored mic slung before his lips. "Who is responsible here?" asked the golden basso. Ross's 40-ish assailant said humbly, "I am, sir. This new fellow here." "Manners. Speak when you're spoken to." Abjectly, "Yes, sir." "I'm sorry, sir." "Silly fools," the senile wreck hectored them. "I'm going to take no official notice of this since I'm merely passing through. Luckily for you this is no formal inspection. But you've lost your lunch hour with your asinine pranks. Now get back to your work and never let me hear of a disgraceful incident like this again from Junior Unit 23. He swept out with his retinue. Ross noted that some of the younger girls were crying and that the older men and women were glaring at him murderously. "We'll teach you manners, you pup," the foreman type said. "You go on the dive vats this afternoon. Any more trouble and you'll miss a few meals." Ross told him, "Just keep your hands off me, mister." The foreman type expanded into a beam of pleasure. "I thought you'd be sensible," he said. "Everybody to the plant, now." He collared a pretty girl of about Ross's age. "Helena here is working out a bit of insolence on the dive vats herself. She'll show you." The girl stood with downcast eyes. Ross liked her face and wondered about her figure. Whatever it was like, it was covered from neck to knee by a loose shirt. But the older women wore fitted clothes. The foreman type led a grand procession through the door. Helena told Ross, "I guess you'd better get in front of me in line." "I go here," she slipped in deftly, and Ross understood a little more of what went on here. The procession was in order of age. He had determined to drift for a day or two, not that he seemed to have much choice. The Franklin Foundation, supposedly having endured a good many years, would last another week while he explored the baffling mores of this place and found out how to circumvent them and find his way to the keepers of FTL on this world. Nobody would go anywhere with his own ship, not without first running up a setting for the Wesley Drive. The line filed into a factory whose like Ross had never before seen. He had a fair knowledge of and eye for industrial processes. It was clear that the place was an electric cable works. But why was the concrete floor dangerously cracked and sloppily patched? Why was the big enameling oven rumbling and stinking? Why were the rolling mills in a far corner unsupplied with guards and big, easy-to-hit emergency cutoffs? Why was the light bad and the air full of lint? Why did the pickling tank fume and make the workers around it cough hackingly? Most pointed of all, why did the dye vats to which Helena led him stink and slop over? There were grimy signs everywhere, including the isolated bay where braiding cord was dyed the standard code colors. The sign said things like, age is a privilege and not a right. Age must be earned by work. Gratitude is the index of your progress to maturity. Helena said girlishly as she took his arm and hooked him out of the moving line, here's Stinkville. Believe me, I'm not going to talk back again. After all, one's maturity is measured by one's acceptance of one's environment, isn't it? Yeah, said Ross. Listen, Helena, have you ever heard of a place called the Franklin Foundation? No, she said. First you climb up here, golly. I don't even know your name. Ross. All right, Ross. First you climb up here and make sure the yarn's running over the rollers right, sometimes it gets twisted around and then it breaks. Then you take one of the thermometers from the wall and you check the vat temperature. It says right on the thermometers what it should be for the different colors. If it's off you turn that gas tap up or down, just a little. Then you check the wringer rolls where the yarn comes out. Watch your fingers when you do. The yarn comes in different thicknesses on the same thread, so you have to adjust the wringer rolls so too much dye doesn't get squeezed out. You can tell by the color, it shouldn't be lighter after it goes through the rolls. But the yarn shouldn't come through sloppy and drip dye on the floor while it travels to the bobbin. There was some more, equally uncomplicated. He took the yellow and green vats, she took the red and blue. They had worked in the choking stench and heat for perhaps 3 hours before Ross finished one temperature check and descended to adjust a gas tap. He found Helena, spent and gasping, on the floor, hidden from the rest of the shop by the bulky tanks. Heat knock you out? He asked briskly. Don't try to talk. I'll tote you over by the wall away from the burners. Maybe we'll catch a little breeze from the windows there. She nodded weakly. He picked her up without too much trouble, carried her 3 yards or so to the wall, still isolated from the rest of the shop. She was ripely curved under that loose shirt, he learned. He set her down easily, crouching himself, and did not take his hands away. It's been a long time, he thought, and she was responding. Whether she knew it or not, there was a drowsy smile on her face and her body moved a little against his hands, pleasurably. She was breathing harder. Ross did the sensible thing and kissed her. Wildcat. Ross reeled back from her fright and anger, his face copiously scratched. I'm dreadfully sorry, he sputtered. Please accept my sincerest. The flare-up of rage ended. She was sobbing bitterly, leaning against the wall, wailing that nobody had ever treated her like that before, that she'd be set back 3 years if he told anybody, that she was a good, self-controlled girl and he had no right to treat her that way, and what kind of degenerate was he, not yet 20 and going around kissing girls when everybody knew you went crazy from it. He soothed her, from a distance. Her sobbing dropped to a bilious croon as she climbed the ladder to the yellow vat, tears still on her face, and checked its temperature. Ross, wondering if he were already crazy from too much kissing of girls, mechanically resumed his duties. But she had responded. And how long had they been working? And wasn't this shift ever going to end? All the shifts ended in time. But there was a catch to it, there was always another shift. After the afternoon shift on the dye vats came dinner, porridge, and then came the evening shift on the dye vats, and then sleep. The foreman was lenient, though. He let Ross off the vats after the end of the second day. Then it was kitchen orderly, and only 2 shifts a day. And besides, you got plenty to eat. But it was a long, long way, Ross thought sardonically to himself, from the shining pictures he had painted to himself back on Halsey's planet. Ross the explorer, Ross the hero, Ross the savior of humanity. Ross, the semi-permanent KP. He had to admit it to himself, the expedition thus far had been a bust. Not only was it perfectly clear that there no longer was a Franklin Foundation on Gemser, but more had been lost than time and effort. For Ross himself, he silently admitted, was as close to lost as he ever wanted to be. He was, in effect, a prisoner, in a prison from which there was no easy escape as long as he was cursed with youthfulness. Of course, the implications of that were that there was a perfectly easy escape in time. All he had to do was get old enough to matter, on this insane planet. 90, maybe. And then he would be perfectly free to totter out to the spaceport, dragoon a squad of juniors into lifting him into the ship, and take off. Helena was some help. But only psychologically. She was pleasant company, but neither she nor anyone else in the roster of 48 to whom he was permitted to speak had ever heard of the Franklin Foundation, or FTL Travel, or anything. Helena said, "Wait for Holiday. Maybe one of the grown-ups will tell you then." Holiday. Ross slid back and scratched his shoulder blades against the corner of his bed. Helena was sprawled on the floor, half watching a projected picture on the screen at the end of the dormitory. "Yes. You're lucky, it's only 8 days off. That's when Doberman," she pointed to the foreman, "graduates, he's the only one this year. And we all move up a step, and the new classes come in, and then we all get everything we want." "Well, pretty near," she amended. "We can't do anything bad. But you'll see, it's nice." Then the picture ended, and it was calisthenics time, and then lights out. 48 men and women on their 48 bunks, the honor system appeared to work beautifully, there had been no signs of sex play that Ross had been able to see, slept the sleep of the innocent. While Ross, the 49th, lay staring into the dark with rising hope. In the kitchen the next morning he got more information from Helena. Holiday seemed to be a cross between Saturnalia and Boys' Week. For one day of the year the elders slightly relaxed their grip on the reins. On that day alone one could speak before being spoken to, interrupt one's elders, even leave the room without being excused. Ross thought sourly. But still. The foreman, Doberman, once you learned how to handle him, wasn't such a bad guy. Ross, studying his habits, learned the proper approach and used it. Doberman's commonest complaint was of irresponsibility when some 30-year-old junior was caught sneaking into line ahead of his proper place. Irresponsibility when Ross forgot to make his bed before stumbling out in the dark to his kitchen shift, one awful case of irresponsibility when Helena thoughtlessly poured cold water into the cooking vat while it was turned on. There was a sizzle, a crackle, and a puff of steam, and Helena was weeping over a broken heating element. Doberman came storming over, and Ross saw his chance. "That is very irresponsible of you, Helena," he said coldly, back to Doberman but entirely conscious of his presence. "If Junior Unit 23 was all as irresponsible as you, it would reflect badly on Mr. Doberman. You don't know how lucky you are that Mr. Doberman is so kind to you." Helena's weeping dried up instantly, she gave Ross one furious glance, and lowered her eyes before Doberman. Doberman nodded approvingly to Ross as he waded into Helena. It was a memorable tirade, but Ross heard only part of it. He was looking at the cooking vat. It was a simple-minded bit of construction, a spiral of resistance wire around a ceramic core. The core had cracked and one end of the wire was loose. If it could be reconnected, the cracked core shouldn't matter much, the wire was covered with insulation anyhow. He looked up and opened his mouth to say something, then remembered and merely stood looking brightly attentive. "Looks like you want to go back to the vats," the foreman was finishing. "Well, Helena, if that's what you want we can make you happy. This time you'll be by yourself, too, you won't have Ross to help you out when the going's rough." "Will she, Ross?" "No, sir," Ross said immediately. "Sir." Doberman looked back at him, frowning. "What?" "I think I can fix this," Ross said modestly. Doberman's eyes bulged. "Fix it?" "Yes, sir. It's only a loose wire. Back where I come from, we all learned how to take care of things like that when we were still in school. It's just a matter of..." "Now, hold on, Ross," the foreman howled. "Tampering with a machine is bad enough, but if you're going to turn out to be a liar, too, you're going just too far. School, indeed. You know perfectly well, Ross, that even I won't be ready for school until after holiday. Ross, I knew you were a troublemaker, knew it the first day I set eyes on you. School. Well, we'll see how you like the school I'm going to send you to. The vats weren't so bad the second time. Even though the porridge was cold for 2 days, until somebody got around to delivering a different though equally worn-out cooking vat. Helena passed out from the heat 3 times. And when, on the 3rd time, Ross, goaded beyond endurance, kissed her again, there were no hysterics. 6. From birth to puberty you were an infant. From puberty to Doberman's age, a junior. For 10 years after that you went to school, learning the things you had neither the need nor the right to know before. And then you were of age. Being of age meant much, much more than voting, Ross found out. For one thing, it meant freedom to marry, after the enforced sexlessness of the junior years and the directed breeding via artificial insemination of the scholars. It meant a healthy head start on seniority, which carried with it all offices and all power. It meant freedom. As a bare beginning, it meant the freedom to command any number of juniors or scholars. On Ross's last punitive day in the dye vats, a happy ancient commandeered the entire staff to help set shrubs in his front lawn, a good dozen acres of careful landscaping it was, and the prettiest sight Ross had seen on this ugly planet. When they got back to the dye vats, the yellow and blue had boiled over, and broken strands of yarn had fouled all the bobbins. Doberman raged, at the juniors. But then Doberman's raging came to an end forever. It was the night before holiday, and there was a pretty ceremony as he packed his kit and got ready to turn Junior Unit 23 over to his successor. Everyone was scrubbed, and though a certain amount of license in regard to neatness was allowed between dinner and lights out, each bunk was made and carefully smoothed free of wrinkles. After half an hour of fidgety waiting, Doberman called, needlessly, for attention, and the minister came in with his ancient retinue. The rich mechanical voice boomed out from his breastplate, Junior Doberman, today you are a man. Doberman stood with his head bowed, silent and content. Junior Unit 23 chanted antiphonally, goodbye, Junior Doberman. The retinue took 3 steps forward, and the minister boomed, beauty comes with age. Age is beauty. And the chorus, old heads are wisest. Ross, standing as straight as any of them, faked the words with his lips and tongue, and wondered how many repetitions had drilled those sentiments into Junior Unit 23. There were 5 more chants, and 5 responses, and then the minister and his court of 4 were standing next to Doberman. Breathing heavily from his exertions, the minister reached behind him and took a book from the hands of the nearest of his retinue. He said, panting, Scholar Doberman, in the book lies the words of the fathers. Read them and learn. The chorus cried thrice, the word of the fathers is law. And then the minister touched Doberman's hand, and in solemn silence, left. As soon as the elders had gone, the juniors flocked around Doberman to wish him well. There was excited laughter in the congratulations, and a touch of apprehension too. Doberman, with all his faults, was a known quantity, and the members of Junior Unit 23 were beginning to look a little fearfully at the short, red-headed youth who, from the next day on, would be Doberman's successor. Ross promised himself, he can be good or bad, a blessing or a problem. But he won't be my problem. I'm getting out of here tomorrow. Holiday. Oh, it's fun, Helena told him enthusiastically. First you get up early to get the voting out of the way. Voting? Sure. Don't they vote where you come from? I thought everybody voted. That's democracy, like we have it here. He sardonically quoted one of the omnipresent wall signs, the happiness of the majority means the happiness of the minority. He had often wondered what, if anything, it meant. But Helena solemnly nodded. They were whispering from their adjoining cots by dim, false dawn filtering through the windows on holiday morning. They were not the only whisperers. Things were relaxing already. Ross, Helena said. Yes. I thought maybe you might not know. On holiday if you, want want to do that again you don't have to wait until I faint. Ah, of course you don't do it right out in the open. Overcome by her own daring she buried her head under the coarse blanket. Fine, thought Ross wearily. Once a year, or did holiday come once a year, the kids were allowed to play, spin the bottle. No doubt their elders thought it was too cute for words, mere tots of 30 and 35 childishly and innocently experimenting with sex. Of course it would be discreetly supervised so that nobody would get in trouble. He was quite sure Helena's last 2 faints had been unconvincing phonies. The wake-up whistle blew at last. The chattering members of Junior Unit 23 dawdled while they dressed, and the new foreman indulgently passed out shabby, smutted ribbons which the girls tied in their hair. They had sugar on their mush for breakfast, and Ross's stomach came near turning as he heard burbles of gratitude at the feast. With pushing and a certain amount of inexpert horseplay they formed a column of 4s and hiked from the hall, from the whole factory complex, indeed, along a rubberized highway. Once you got out of the factory area things became pleasanter by the mile. Hortatory roadside signs thinned out and vanished. Stinking middens of industrial waste were left behind. And then the landscape was rolling, sodded acres with the road pleasantly springy underfoot, the air clean and crisp. They oohed and awed at houses glimpsed occasionally in the distance, always rambling, one-story affairs that looked spanking new. Once a car overhauled them on the highway and slowed to a crawl. It was a huge thing, richly upholstered within. A pair of grim-looking youths were respectively chauffeur and footman. The passenger waved at the troop from Junior 23 and grinned out of a fantastic landscape of wrinkles. Ross gaped. Had he thought the visiting minister was old? This creature, male or female, was old. After the car sped on, to the cheers of the marchers, there was happy twittering speculation. Junior 23 didn't recognize the citizen who had graciously waved to them, but they thought he, or she, was wonderful. So dignified, so distinguished, so learned, so gracious, so democratic. Wasn't it sweet of him? Helena burbled. And I'm sure he must be somebody important connected with the voting, otherwise he'd just vote from home. Ross's feet were beginning to hurt when they reached the suburban center. To the best of his recollection, they were no more than 8 or 10 kilos from the field and his starship. Backtrack on the road to the suburban center about 3 kilos, take the fork to the right, and that would be that. Junior 23 reached a pitch of near ecstasy marveling at the low, spacious buildings of the center. Through sweeping, transparent windows they saw acres of food and clothing in the shopping center. The drive-in theater was an architectural miracle. The civic center almost finished them off, with its statue of equal justice under the law, a dignified beldame whose chin and nose almost met. Leaning on a gem-crusted crutch, and civic virtue, in a motorized wheelchair equipped with an emergency oxygen tent, Lindbergh-Carrel auxiliary blood pump and an artificial kidney. Merry oldsters were everywhere in their cars and wheelchairs, gaily waving at the kids. Only one untoward incident marred their preventing tour of inspection. A thick-headed young man mistakenly called out a cheerful, "Life and wisdom, ma'am," to a beaming oldster. "Ma'am, is it?" the oldster roared through his throat mic and amplifier in an unmistakable baritone. "I'll ma'am you, you wise punk." He spun his wheelchair on a desishield, threw it into high and roared down on the offender, running him over. The boy covered himself as well as he could while the raging old man backed over him again and ran over him again. His ordeal ended when the oldster collapsed forward in the chair, hanging from his safety belt. The boy got up with tire marks on him and groaned, "Oh, Lord. I've hurt him." He appealed hysterically, "What'll I do? Is he dead?" Another senior citizen buzzed up and snapped, "Cut in his LC heart, you booby." The boy turned on the Lindbergh-Carrel pump, trembling. The white-faced juniors of 23 watched as the tubes to the oldster's left arm throbbed and pulsed. A massive sigh went up when the old man's eyes opened and he sat up groggily. "What happened?" "You died again, Sherrington," said the other elder. "Third time this week, Good thing there was a responsible person around. Now get over to the medical center this minute and have a complete checkup. Hear me? Yes, Dad, Sherrington said weakly. He rolled off in low gear. His father turned to the youngster who stood vacantly rubbing the tire marks on his face. Since it's holiday, he grated, I'll let this pass. On any other day I would have seen to it that you were set back 15 years for your disgraceful negligence. Ross knew by then what that meant, and shuddered with the rest. It amounted to a death sentence, did 15 additional years of the grinding toil and marginal diet of a junior. Somewhat dampened they proceeded to the Hall of Democracy, a glittering place replete with slogans, statues, and heroic portraits of the heroic aged. 23 huddled together as it joined with a stream of juniors from the area's other factory units. Most of them were larger than the cable works, many of them, apparently, involved more wearing and hazardous occupations. Some groups coughed incessantly and were red-eyed from the irritation of some chemical. Others must have been heavy manual labor specialists. They were divided into the hale, whose muscles bulged amazingly, and the dying, men and women who obviously could not take the work but who were doing it anyway. They seated themselves at long benches, with push buttons at each station. Helena, next to him, explained the system to Ross. Voting was universal and simultaneous, in all the halls of democracy around the planet and from all the homes of the senior citizens who did not choose to vote from a hall. Simultaneously the votes were counted at a central station and the results were flashed to screens in the centers and homes. She said a number of enthusiastic things about democracy while Ross studied a sheet on which the candidates and propositions were listed. The names meant nothing to him. He noted only that each of 3 candidates for Chief of State was 130 years old, that each of 3 candidates for First Assistant Chief was 127 years old, and so on. Obviously the nominating conventions by agreement named candidates of the same age for each office to keep it a contest. Proposition 1 read, to dismantle 7 pediatric centers and apply the salvage value to the construction of, and the funds no longer required for their maintenance to the maintenance of, a new wing of the Gerontological Center. Said wing to be devoted to basic research in the extension of human life. Proposition 2 was worse. Ross didn't bother to read the rest of them. He whispered hoarsely to Helena, what next? SSH. She pointed to a screen at the front of the hall. It's starting. A senior citizen of a very high rank, his face was entirely hidden by an oxygen mask, was speaking from the screen. There was what seemed to be a ritual speech of invocation, then he got down to business. Citizens, he said through his throat mic, behold democracy in action. I give you 3 candidates for Chief of State, look them over, and make up your minds. First, Citizen Raphael Flexner, age 1 century, 3 decades, 7 months, 10 days. Senior Citizen Flexner rolled on screen, spoke briefly through his throat mic and rolled off. The first speaker said again, behold democracy in action. See now Citizen Sheridan Farnsworth, age 1 century, 3 decades, 10 months, 42 days. Applause boomed louder, some of the younger juniors yelled hysterically and drummed their heels on the floor. Helena was panting with excitement, eyes bright on the screen. Isn't it wonderful, she gasped ecstatically. Oh, look at him. Him was the 3rd candidate, and the first oldster Ross had seen whose go-kart was a wheeled stretcher. Prone and almost invisible through the clusters of tubing and chromed equipment, Senior Citizen Emmanuel Appleby acknowledged his introduction, age 1 century, 3 decades, 11 months and 5 days. The crowd went mad. Helena broke from Ross's side and joined a long yelling snake dance through the corridors. Ross yelled experimentally as protective coloration, then found himself yelling because everybody was yelling, because he couldn't help it. By the time the speaker on the screen began to call for order, Ross was standing on top of the voting bench and screaming his head off. Helena, weeping with excitement, tugged at his leg. Vote now, Ross, she begged, and all over the hall the cry was, vote. Vote. Ross reached out for the voting buttons. "What do we do now?" he asked Helena. "Push the button marked, Appleby, of course." "Hurry." "But why Appleby?" Ross objected. "That fellow Flexner, for instance." "Hush, Ross. Somebody might be listening." There was sickening fright on Helena's face. "Didn't you hear? We have to vote for the best man. Oldest is bestest, you know. That's what democracy means, the freedom of choice. They read us the ages, and we choose which is oldest. Now please, Ross, hurry before somebody starts asking questions." The voting was over, and the best man had won in every case. It was a triumph for informed public opinion. The mob poured out of the hall in happy-go-lucky order, all proceedances and formalities suspended for holiday. Helena grasped Ross firmly by the arm. The crowd was spreading over the quiet acres surrounding the center, each little cluster heedlessly intent on a long-planned project of its own. Under the pressure of Helena's arm, Ross found himself swerving toward a clump of shrubbery. He said violently, "No. That is, I mean I'm sorry, Helena, but I've got something to do." She stared at him with shock in her eyes. "On holiday?" "On holiday. Truly, Helena, I'm sorry. Look, what you said last night, from now till tomorrow morning, I can do what I want, right?" Sullenly, "Yes. I thought, Ross, that I knew what." "Okay." He jerked his arm away, feeling like all of the 100 possible kinds of a skunk. "See you around," he said over his shoulder. He did not look back. 3 kilos back, he told himself firmly, then the right-hand fork in the road. And not more than a dozen kilos, at the most, to the spaceport. He could do it in a couple of hours. One thing had been established for certain: if ever there had been a Franklin Foundation on this planet, it was gone for good now. Dismantled, no doubt, to provide building materials for an ear trumpet plant. No doubt the little FTL ship that the Franklin Foundation was supposed to cover for was still swinging in an orbit within easy range of the spaceport, but the chance that anybody would ever find it, or use it if found, was pretty close to zero. If they bothered to maintain a radar watch at all, any other watch than the fully automatic one set to respond only to high-velocity interstellar ships, and if anyone ever took time to look at the radar plot, no doubt the FTL ship was charted as an asteroid, satellite, derelict, or body of unknown origin. Certainly no one of these smug oldsters would take the trouble to investigate. The only problem to solve on this planet was how to get off it, fast. On the road ahead of him was what appeared to be a combination sex orgy and free-for-all. It rolled in a yelling, milling mob of 100 excited juniors across the road toward him, then swerved into the fields as a cluster of screaming women broke free and ran, and the rest of the crowd roared after them. Ross quickened his step. If he ever did get off this planet, it would have to be today. He was not fool enough to think that any ordinary day would give him the freedom to poke around the spaceport's defenses. And it would be just his luck, he thought bitterly, to get involved in a gang fight on the way to the port. There was a squeal of tires behind him, and a little vehicle screeched to a halt. Ross threw up a defensive arm in automatic reflex. But it was only Helena, awkwardly fumbling open the door of the car. "Get in," she said sourly. "You've spoiled my holiday. Might as well do what you want to do." "What's that?" Helena looked where he was pointing, and shrugged. "Guard box," she guessed. "How would I know? Nobody's in it, anyhow." Ross nodded. They had abandoned the car and were standing outside a long, seamless fence that surrounded the spaceport. The main gates were closed and locked. A few hundred feet to the right was a smaller gate with a sort of pillbox, but that had every appearance of being locked too. "All right," said Ross. "See that shed with the boxes outside it? Over we go." The shed was right up against the fence. The metal boxes gave a sort of rough and just barely climbable foothold. Helena was easy enough to lift to the top of the shed. Ross, grunting, managed to clamber after her. They looked down at the ground on the other side, a dozen feet away. You don't have to come along, Ross told her. That's just like you, she flared. Cast me aside, trample on me. All right, all right. Ross looked around, but neither junior nor elder was anywhere in sight. Hang by your hands and then drop, he advised her. Get moving before somebody shows up. On holiday? She asked bitterly. She squirmed over the narrow top of the fence, legs dangling, let herself down as far as she could, and let go. Ross watched anxiously, but she got up quickly enough and moved to one side. Ross plopped down next to her, knocking the wind out of himself. He got up dizzily. His ship, in lonesome quiet, was less than a quarter of a mile away. Let's go, Ross panted, and clutched her hand. They skirted another shed and were in the clear, running as fast as they could. Almost in the clear. Ross heard the whine of the little scooter before he felt the blow, but it was too late. He sprawled on the ground, dragging Helena after him. A senior citizen with a long-handled rod of the sort Ross remembered all too well was scowling down at them. Children, he rumbled through his breast speaker in a voice of awful disgust, is this the way to act on holiday? Helena, gibbering in terror, was beyond words. Ross croaked, sorry, sir. We were just. Crash. The rod came down again, and every muscle in Ross's body convulsed. He rolled helplessly away, the elder following him. Crash. We give you holiday, the elder boomed, and, crash, you act like animals. Terrible. Don't you know that freedom of play on holiday, crash, is the most sacred right of every junior, crash, and heaven help you, crash, if you abuse it. The wrenching punishment and the caressing voice stopped together. Ross lay blinking into the terrible silence that followed. He became conscious of Helena's weeping, and forced his head to turn to look at her. She was standing behind the elder's scooter, a length of wire in her hand. The senior lay slumped against his safety strap. Ross, she moaned. Ross, what have I done? I turned him off. He stood up, coughing and retching. No one else was in sight, only the two of them and the silent, slack form of the old man. He grabbed her arm. Come on, he said fuzzily, and started toward the starship. She hung back, mumbling to herself, her eyes saucers. She was in a state of grievous shock, it was clear. Ross hesitated, rubbing his back. He knew that she might never pull out of it. Even if she did, she was certain to be a frightful handicap. But it was crystal clear that she had declared herself on his side. Even if the elder could be revived, the punishment in store for Helena would be awful to contemplate. Come what may, he was now responsible for Helena. He towed her to the starship. She climbed in docilely enough, sat staring blankly as he sealed ship and sent it blasting off the face of the planet. She didn't speak until they were well into deep space. Then the blank stare abruptly clouded and she exploded in a fit of tears. Ross said ineffectually, there. It had no effect, until, in its own time, the storm ended. Helena said hoarsely, what do I do now? Why, I guess you come right along with me, Ross said heartily, cursing his luck. Where's that? Where? You mean, where? Ross scratched his head. Well, let's see. Frankly, Helena, your planet was quite a disappointment to me. I had hoped, well, no matter. I suppose the best thing to do is to look up the next planet on the list. What list? Ross hesitated, then shrugged and plunged into the explanation. All about the longliners and the message and faster-than-light travel and the Wesley families, and none of it, while he was talking, seemed convincing at all. But perhaps Helena was less critical, or perhaps Helena simply did not care. She listened attentively and made no comment. She only said, at the end, what's the name of the next planet? He consulted the master charts. Harlan's listing showed a place called Azor, conveniently near at hand in the strange geodesics of the Wesley effect, where the far galaxies might be near at hand in the warped spacelines. And the void just beyond the viewplates be infinitely distant. The FTL family of Azor was named Cavallo. When last heard from, they had been builders of machine tools. Ross told Helena about it. She shrugged and watched curiously as he began to set up the FTL problem on the huge board. 7. They were well within detection range of Azor's radar, if any, and yet there had been no beeping signal that the planet's GCA had taken over and would pilot them down. Another blank. He studied the surface of the world under his highest magnification and saw no signs that it had been devastated by war. There were cities, intact, as far as he could tell, but not very attractive. The design ran to huge, gloomy piles that mounted toward central towers. Azor was a big world which showed not much water and a great deal of black rock. It was the fifth of its system and reportedly had colonized its 4 adjacent neighbors and their moons. His own search radar pinged. The signal was followed at once by a guarded voice from his ship-to-ship communicator. "What ship are you? Do you receive me? The band is 798.44. He hastily dialed the frequency on his transmitter and called, "I receive you. We are a vessel from outside your solar system, home planet Halsey. We want to contact a family named Cavallo of the planet Azor believed to be engaged in building machine tools. Can you help us?" "You are a male?" the voice asked cautiously. "In command or simply the communicator?" "I'm a male and I'm in command of this vessel." The voice said, "Then shear off this system and go elsewhere, my friend." "What is this? Who are you?" "My name does not matter. I happen to be on watch aboard the prison orbital station Minerva. Get going, my friend, before the planetary GCA picks you up." Prison orbital station. A very sensible idea. "Thanks for the advice," he parried. "Can you tell me anything about the Cavallo family? I have heard of them." "My friend, your time is running out. If you do not shear off very soon they will land you. And I judge from the tone of your voice that it will not be long before you join the rest of us criminals aboard Minerva. It is not pleasant here. Goodbye." "Wait, please." Ross had no intention at all of committing any crimes that would land him aboard a prison hulk, and he had every intention of fulfilling his mission. "Tell me about the Cavallo family, and why you expect me to get in trouble on Azor." "The time is running out, my friend, but the Cavallo family of machine tool builders is located in Novgorod. And the crime of which all of us aboard Minerva were convicted is conspiracy to advocate equality of the sexes. Now go." The carrier wave hum of the communicator died, but immediately there was another electronic noise to fill the cabin, the beep of a GCA radar taking over the sealed landing controls of the craft. Helena had been listening with very little comprehension. "Who was your friend, Ross?" she asked. "Where are we?" "I think," Ross said, "he was my friend. And I think we are in trouble." The ship began to jet tentative bursts of reaction mass, nosing toward the big, gloomy planet. "That's all right," Helena said comfortably. "At least they won't know I disconnected a senior citizen." She thought a moment. "They won't, will they? I mean, the senior citizens here won't know about the senior citizens there, will they?" He tried to break it to her gently as the ship picked up speed. "Helena, it's possible that the old people here won't be senior citizens, not in your planet's sense. They may just be old people, with no special authority over young people. I think, in fact, that we may find you outranking older people who happen to be males." She took it as a joke. "You are funny, Ross. Old means senior, doesn't it? And senior means better, wiser, abler, and in charge, doesn't it? We'll see," he said thoughtfully as the main reaction drive cut in. "We'll see very shortly." The spaceport was bustling, busy, and efficient. Ross marveled at the speed and dexterity with which the anonymous ground operator whipped his ship into a braking orbit and set it down. And he stared enviously at the crawling clamshells on treads, bigger than houses, that cupped around his ship. The ship was completely and hermetically surrounded, and bathed in a mist of germicides and prophylactic rays. A helmeted figure riding a little platform on the inside of one of the clamshells turned a series of knobs, climbed down, and rapped on the ship's entrance port. Ross opened it diffidently, and almost strangled in the antiseptic fumes. Helena choked and wheezed behind him as the figure threw back its helmet and said, "Where's the captain?" "I am he," said Ross meticulously. "I would like to be put in touch with the Cavallo Machine Tool Company of Novgorod." The figure shook its long hair loose, which provided Ross with the necessary clue. It was a woman. Not a very attractive-looking woman, for she wore no makeup, but by the hair, by the brows and by the smoothness of her chin, a woman all the same. She said coldly, "If you're the captain, who's that?" Helena said in a small voice, "I'm Helena, from Junior Unit 23. "Indeed." Suddenly the woman smiled. "Well, come ashore, dear," she said. "You must be tired from your trip. Both of you come ashore," she added graciously. She led the way out of the clamshells to a waiting closed car. Azor's sun had an unpleasant bluish cast to it, not a Type G at all. Ross thought that the lighting made the woman look uglier than she really had to be. Even Helena looked pinched and bloodless, which he knew well was not the case at all. All around them was activity. Whatever this planet's faults, it was not a stagnant home for graybeards. Ross, craning, saw nothing that was shoddy, nothing that would have looked out of place in the best-equipped port of Halsey's planet. And the reception lounge, or whatever it was, that the woman took them to was a handsome and prettily furnished construction. "Some lunch?" the woman asked, directing her attention to Helena. "A cup of tri-brew, maybe? Let me have the boy bring some." Helena looked to Ross for signals, and Ross, gritting his teeth, nodded to her to agree. Too young the last time, too male this time, was there ever going to be a planet where he mattered to anyone? He said desperately, "Madam, forgive my interruption, but this lady and myself need urgently to get in touch with the Cavallo Company." "Is this Novgorod?" The woman's pale brows arched. She said, with an effort, "No, it is not." "Then can you tell us where Novgorod is?" Ross persisted. "If they have a spaceport, we can hop over there in our ship." The woman gasped something that sounded like, "Well." She stood up and said pointedly to Helena, "If you'll excuse me, I have something to attend to." And swept out. Helena stared wide-eyed at Ross. She must have been a real senior citizen, huh? "Not exactly," said Ross despairingly. "Look, Helena, things are different here. I need your help." "Help?" "Yes, help," he bellowed. "Get a grip on yourself, girl. Remember what I told you about the planet I came from? It was different from yours, remember? The old people were just like anybody else." She giggled in embarrassment. "They were," he yelled. "And they are here, too. Old people, young people, doesn't matter. On my planet, the richest people were, well, never mind. On this planet, women are the bosses. Get it? Women are like elders. So you'll have to take over, Helena." She was looking at him with a puzzled frown. She objected, "But if women are?" "They are. Never mind about that part of it now. Just remember that for the purposes of getting along here, you're going to be my boss. You tell me what to do. You talk to everybody. And what you have to say to them is this: you must get to Novgorod immediately, and talk to a high-ranking member of the Cavallo Machine Tool Company. Clear? Once we get there, I'll take over, everything will be under control then." He added prayerfully, "I hope." Helena blinked at him. "I'm going to be your boss?" she asked. "That's right. Like an elder boss is a junior. And it's legal?" Ross started to repeat, "That's right," impatiently again. But there was a peculiar look in Helena's round eyes. "Helena," he said warningly. She was all concern. "Why, what is it, Ross?" she asked solicitously. You look upset. Just leave everything to me, dear. They got started on the way to Novgorod, not in their ship. The woman had said there was no spaceport in Novgorod, and not alone. So that Ross could not confirm his unhappy opinion of Helena's inner thoughts. But at least they were on their way to Novgorod in the Azorian equivalent of a chartered aircraft, with Helena chatting happily with the female pilot, and Ross sitting uncomfortably on a narrow, upholstered strip behind. Everything he saw in Azor confirmed his first impressions. The planet was busy and prosperous. Nobody seemed to be doing anything very productive, he thought, but somehow everything seemed to get done. Automatic machinery, he guessed. If women were to have any chance of gaining the upper hand on a planet, most of the hard physical work would have to be fairly well mechanized anyhow. And particularly on this planet. They had been flying for 6 hours, at a speed he guessed to be not much below that of sound, and fully half of the territory they passed over was bare, black rock. The ship began losing altitude, and the pilot, who had been curled up in a relaxed position, totally ignoring the aircraft, glanced at her instrument panel. Coming in for a landing, she warned. Don't distract me right now, dear, I've got 1,000 things to do. She didn't seem to be doing any of them, Ross thought disapprovingly. All she did was watch varicolored lights blink on and off. But no doubt the ship landing, too, was as automatic as the piloting. Helena turned and leaned back to Ross. We're coming in for a landing, she relayed. Ross said sourly, I heard. Helena gave him a look of reprimand and forgiveness. I'm hungry, she mused. The pilot turned from her controls. You can get something at the airport, she offered eagerly. I'll show you. Helena looked at Ross. Would you like something? But the pilot frowned. I don't believe there's any place for men, she said disapprovingly. Perhaps we can get something sent out for him if you like. Although, really, it's probably against the rules, you know. Ross started to say with great dignity, thank you, but that won't be necessary. But he didn't quite get it out. The ship came in for its landing. There was an enormous jolt and a squawk of alarm bells and flashing lights. The ship careened crazily, and stopped. Oh, darn, complained the pilot mildly. It's always doing that. Come on, dear, let's get something to eat. We'll come back for him later. And Ross was left alone to stare apprehensively at the unceasingly flashing lights and to listen to the strident alarms for 3/4 of an hour. His luck was in, though. The ship didn't explode. And eventually a pallid young man in a greasy apron appeared with a tray of sandwiches and a vacuum jug. Up here, boy, Ross called. He gaped through the port. You mean come in? Sure. It's all right. The young man put down the tray. Something in the way he looked at it prompted Ross to invite him, have some with me? More here than I can handle. Thanks, I believe I will. I, was supposed to take my break after I brought you this stuff. He poured steaming brew into the cup that covered the jug, politely pushed it to Ross and swigged from the jug himself. You're with the starship? He asked, around a mouthful of sandwich. Yes. The captain, that is, wants to contact an outfit called Cavallo Machine Tool. You know where they are? Sure. Biggest firm on the south side. 15th Street, you can't miss them. The captain, is she the lady who was with Pilot Brewer? Yes. The youngster's eyes widened. You mean you were in space, alone, with a lady? Ross nodded and chewed. And she didn't, there wasn't, well, any problem? No, said Ross. You have much trouble with that kind of thing. The boy winced. If I've asked once, I've asked 100 times for a transfer. Oh, those jet pilots. I used to work in a roadside truck stop. I know truckers are supposed to be rough and tough, maybe they are. But you can't tell me that deep down a trucker isn't a lady. When you tell them no, that's that. But a pilot, it just eggs them on. Azor City today, Novgorod tomorrow, what do they care? Ross was fascinated and baffled. It seemed to him that they should care and care plenty. Back where he came from, it was the woman who paid, and he couldn't imagine any cultural setup which could alter that biological fact. He asked cautiously, "Have you ever been in trouble?" The boy stiffened and looked disapproving. Then he said with a sigh, "I might as well tell you. It's all over the station anyway, they call me Bernie the Pullover." "Yes. Twice. Pilots both times. I can't seem to say no." He took another long pull from the jug and a savage bite from a second sandwich. "I'm sure," Ross said numbly, "it wasn't your fault." "Try telling that to the judge," Bernie the Pullover said bitterly. The pilot speaks her piece, the medic puts the blood group tests in evidence, the doctor and creche director depose that the child was born and is still living. Then the judge says, without even looking up, paternity judgment to the plaintiff, defendant ordered to pay 1,000 credits annual support, let this be a warning to you, young man, next case. I shouldn't have joined you and eaten your sandwiches, but the fact is I was hungry. I had to sell my meal voucher yesterday to meet my payment. Missed 3 payments and, he jerked his thumb heavenward. Ross thought and realized that the thumb must indicate the orbiting prison hulk Minerva. It was the man who paid here. He demanded, "How did all this happen?" Bernie, having admitted his hunger, had stopped stalling and seized a third sandwich. "All what?" he asked indistinctly. Ross thought hard and long. He realized first that he could probably never explain what he meant to Bernie, and second that if he did they'd probably both wind up aboard Minerva for conspiracy to advocate equality. He shifted his ground. "Of course everybody agrees on the natural superiority of women," he said, "but people seem to differ from planet to planet as to the reasons. What do they say here on Azor?" "Oh, nothing special or fancy. Just the common sense, logical thing. They're smaller, for one thing, and haven't got the muscles of men, so they're natural supervisors. They accumulate money as a matter of course because men die younger and women are the beneficiaries. Then, women have a natural aptitude for all the interesting jobs. I saw a broadcast about that just the other night. The biggest specialist on the planet in vocational aptitude. I forget her name, but she proved it conclusively." He looked at the empty platter before them. "I've got to go now. Thanks for everything." "The pleasure was mine." Ross watched his undernourished figure head for the station. He swore a little, and then buckled down to some hard thinking. Helena was his key to this world. He'd have to have a long skull session or two with her, he couldn't be constantly prompting her or there would be serious trouble. She would be the front and he would be the very inconspicuous brains of the outfit, trailing humbly behind. But was she capable of absorbing a brand new, rather complicated concept? She seemed to be, he told himself uncomfortably, in love with him. That would help considerably. Helena and Pilot Brewer showed up, walking with a languor that suggested a large and pleasant meal disposed of. Helena's first words disposed with shocking speed of Ross's doubts that she was able to acquire a brand new sociological concept. They were, "Ah, there you are, my dear. Did the boy bring you something or other to eat?" "Yes. Thanks. Very thoughtful of you," he said pointedly, with one eye on Brewer's reaction. There was none, he seemed to have struck the right note. "Pilot Brewer," said Helena blandly, "thinks I'd enjoy an evening doing the town with her and a few friends. But the Cavallo people." "Ross," she said gently, "don't nag." He shut up. And thought, wait until I get her out into space. If I get her out into space. She'd be a damned fool to leave this whacked-up culture. Brewer was saying, with an altogether too innocent air, "I'd better get you two settled in a hotel for the night, then I'll pick up Helena and a few friends and we'll show her what old Novgorod has to offer in the way of nightlife. Can't have her batting around the universe saying Azor's sidewalks are rolled up at 2,100, can we?" And then she can do her trading or whatever it is with Cavallo bright and early tomorrow, eh? Ross realized that he was being jollied out of an attack of the sulks. He didn't like it. The hotel was small and comfortable, with a bar crowded by roistering pilots and their dates. The glimpses Ross got of social life on Azor added up to a damnably unfair picture. It was the man who paid. Brewer roguishly tested the mattress in their room, nudging Helena, and then announced, "Get settled, kids, while I visit the bar." When the door rolled shut behind her, Ross said furiously, "Look, you. Protective mimicry's fine up to a point, but let's not forget what this mission is all about. We seem to be suckered into spending the night, but by hell tomorrow morning bright and early we find those Cavallo people." "There," Helena said soothingly. "Don't be angry, Ross. I promise I won't be out late," and she really did insist. "I suppose so," he grumbled. "Just remember it's no pleasure trip." "Not for you, perhaps," she smiled sweetly. He let it drop there, afraid to push the matter. Brewer returned in about 10 minutes with a slight glow on. "It's all fixed," she told Helena. "Got a swell crowd lined up. Table at Virgin Willie's, oops." She glanced at Ross. "No harm in it, of course," she said. "Anything you want, Ross, just dial service. It's on my account. I fixed it with the desk." "Thanks." They left, and Ross went grumpily to bed. A secretive rustle in the room awoke him. "Helena?" he asked drowsily. Pilot Brewer's voice giggled drunkenly, "Nope. Helena's passed out at Virgin Willie's, kind of the way I figured she would be on triple antigraphs. Had my eye on you since Azor City, baby. You gonna be nice to me? Get out of here." Ross hissed furiously. "Out of here or I'll yell like hell." "So yell," she giggled. "I got the house dick fixed. They know me here, baby." He fumbled for the bedside light and snapped it on. "I'll pitch you right through the door," he announced. "And if you give me any more lip I won't bother to open it before I do." She hiccuped and said, "A spirited lad. That's the way I like em." With one hand she drew a nasty-looking little pistol. With the other she pulled a long zipper and stepped out of her pilot's coveralls. Ross gulped. There were 3 ways to play this: the smart way, the stupid way, and the way that all of a sudden began to look attractive. He tried the stupid way. He got the pistol barrel alongside his ear for his pains. "Don't jump me," Pilot Brewer giggled. "The boys that tried to take this gun away from me are stretched end to end from here to Azor City. By me, baby." Ross blinked through a red-spotted haze. He took a deep breath and got smart. "You're pretty tough," he said admiringly. "Oh, sure." She kicked the coveralls across the room and moved in on him. "Baby," she said caressingly, "if I seem to sort of forget myself in the next couple of minutes, don't get any ideas. I never let go of my gun. Move over." "Sure," Ross said hollowly. This, he told himself disgustedly, was the damnedest, silliest, ridiculousest. There was a furious hiccup from the door. "So," Helena said venomously, pushing the door wide and almost falling to the floor. "So." Ross flailed out of the bed, kicking the pistol out of Pilot Brewer's hand in the process. He cried enthusiastically, "Helena, dear." "Don't you, Helena dear, to me," she said, moving in and kicking the door shut behind her. "I leave you alone for 1 little minute, and what happens? And you?" "Sorry," Pilot Brewer muttered, climbing into her coveralls. "Wrong room. Must have had 1 antigrav too many." She licked her lips apprehensively, zipping her coveralls and sidling toward the door. With one hand on the knob, she said diffidently, "If I could have my gun back." "No, you're right. I'll get it tomorrow." She got through the door just ahead of a lamp. "Hussy," spat Helena. "And you, Ross." It was the last straw. As Ross lurched toward her, he regretted only one thing, that he didn't have a hairbrush. Pilot Brewer had been right. Nobody paid any attention to the noise. Yes, Ross. Helena had hardly touched her breakfast, she sat with her eyes downcast. Yes, Ross, he mimicked bitterly. It better be, yes, Ross. This place may look all right to you, but it's trouble. You don't want to find yourself stuck here all your life, do you? Then do what I tell you. Yes, Ross. He pushed the remains of his food away. Oh, the hell with it, he said dispiritedly. I wish I'd never started out on this fool's errand. And I double damn well wish I'd left you in the dye vats. Yes, I'm glad you didn't, Ross, she said in a small voice. He stood up and patted her shoulder absently. Come on, he said, we've got to get over to the Cavallo place. I wish you had let me talk to them on the phone. She said reasonably, but you said. I know what I said. When we get there, remember that I do the talking. They walked through green-lit streets, filled with proud-looking women and sad-eyed men. The Cavallo Machine Tool Corporation was only a few intersections away. By the map the desk clerk had drawn for Helena, they found it without trouble. It was a smallish sort of building for a factory, Ross thought, but perhaps that was how factories went on Azor. Besides, it was well constructed and beautifully landscaped with the purplish lawns these people seemed to prefer. Helena led him through the door, as was right and proper. She said to the busy little bald-headed man who seemed to be the receptionist, "We're expected. Miss Cavallo, please." "Certainly, ma'am," he said with a gap-toothed smile, and worked a combination of rods and buttons on the desk beside him. "In a moment," he said, "go right in. 3 up and 4 over, can't miss it." They passed through a noisy territory of machines where metal was sliced, spun, hacked, and planed. No one seemed to be paying any attention to them. Ross wondered who had built the machines, and had a sudden flash of realization as to where those builders were now, on Minerva, staring at the unattainable free sky. Miss Cavallo was a motherly type with a large black cigar. "Sit right down," she said heartily. "You, too, young man. Tell me what we in Cavallo Company can do for you." Helena opened her mouth, but Ross stopped her with a gesture. "That's enough," he said quietly. "I'll take over." "Miss Cavallo," he declaimed from memory, "what follows is under the seal." "Is it indeed?" "What do you know?" she said. Ross said, "Wesley." Miss Cavallo slapped her thigh admiringly. "Son of a gun," she said admiringly. "How this takes me back, those long-ago childhood days, learning these things at my mother's knee. Let's see. The limiting velocity is c. But c2 is not a velocity," Ross finished triumphantly. "And, from the heart, Miss Cavallo, you don't begin to know how happy this makes me." Miss Cavallo reached over and pumped his hand, then Helena's. "To the girl," she said, "you've got a right to be a proud woman, believe me." The way he got through it, without a single stumble. Never saw anything like it in my life. "Well, just tell me what I can do for you, now that that's over." Ross took a deep, deep breath. He said earnestly, "A great deal. I don't know where to begin. You see, it all goes back to Halsey's Planet, where I come from. This ship came in, a longliner, and it got some of us a little worried because, well, it seemed that some of the planets were no longer in communication. Miss Cavallo." She was smiling pleasantly enough, but Ross had the crazy feeling that he just wasn't getting through to her. "Go right ahead," she boomed. "God knows, I've got nothing against men in business, that's old-fashioned prejudice. Take your time. I won't bite you. Get on with your proposition, young man." "It isn't exactly a proposition," Ross said weakly. All of a sudden the words seemed hard to find. "What did you say to a potential partner in the salvation of the human race when she just nodded and blew cigar smoke at you?" He made an effort. Halsey's planet was the 7th alternate destination for this ship, and so we figured, that is, Miss Cavallo, it kind of looked like there was some sort of trouble. So Mr. Harland, he's the one who has the FTL secret on Halsey, like you do here on Azor, he passed it on to me, of course, well, he asked me to, well, sort of take a look around. He stopped. The words by then were just barely audible anyhow. And Miss Cavallo had been looking furtively at her watch. Miss Cavallo shrugged sympathetically to Helena. They're all like that under the skin, aren't they? She observed ambiguously. Well, if men could take our jobs away from us, what would we do? Stay home and mind the kids. She roared and poked a box of cigars at Helena. Now, she said briskly, let's get down to cases. I really enjoyed hearing those lines from you, young man, and I want you to know that I'm prepared to help you in any possible way because of them. Open a line of credit, speed up deliveries, send along some of our technical people to help you get set up, anything. Now, what can I do for you? Turret lathes? Grinders? Screw machines? Miss Cavallo, Ross said desperately, don't you know anything about the faster-than-light secret? She said impatiently, of course I do, young man. Said the responses, didn't I? There's no call for that item, though. I don't want to buy one, Ross cried. I have one. Don't you realize that the human race is in danger? Populations are dying out or going out of communication all over the galaxy. Don't you want to do something about it before we all go under? Miss Cavallo dropped all traces of a smile. Her face was like flint as she stood up and pointed to the window. Young man, she said icily, take a look out there. That's the Cavallo Machine Tool Company. Does that look as if we're going under? I know, but Clyde, Cernus 1, Ragansworld, at least a dozen planets I can name, are gone. Didn't you ever think that you might be next? Miss Cavallo kept her voice level, but only with a visible effort. She said flatly, no. Never. Young man, I have plenty to do right here on Azor without bothering my head about those places you're talking about. 75 years ago there was another fellow just like you, Flarney, some name like that, my grandmother told me about him. He came bustling in here causing trouble, with that old silly jingle about Wesleyan C-square and so on, with some cock-and-bull story about a planet that was starving to death, stirring up a lot of commotion. Well, he wound up on Minerva, because he wouldn't take no for an answer. Watch out that you don't do the same. She marched majestically to the door. And now, she said, if you've wasted quite enough of my time, kindly leave. 8. Stupid old bat, Ross muttered. They were walking aimlessly down 15th Street, the nicely landscaped machine tool works behind them. Helena said timidly, you really shouldn't talk that way, Ross. She is older than you, after all. Old heads are wisest, he wearily agreed. Also the most conservative. Also the most rigidly inflexible. Also the most firmly closed to the reception of new ideas. With one exception. She reeled under the triple blasphemy and then faintly asked, what's the exception? Ross became aware that they were not alone. Their very manner of walking, he a little ahead, obviously leading the way, was drawing unfavorable attention from passers-by. Nothing organized or even definite, just looks ranging from puzzled distaste to anger. He said, somebody named Harland. Never mind, and in a lower voice, straighten up. Step out a little ahead of me. Scowl. She managed it all except the scowl. The expression on her face got some stupefied looks from other pedestrians, but nothing worse. Helena said loudly and plaintively, I don't like it here after all, Ross. Can't we get away from all these women? Should the impulse seize you, placard ancient Brooklyn with 24 sheets proclaiming the Dodgers to be cellar-dwelling bums. Mount a detergent box and inform a crowd of Altarians that they are degenerate slith-fondlers if you must. Announce in a crowded Sophian bar room that Sad Kia Reval is no better than she should be. From these situations you have some chance of emerging intact. But never, never pronounce the word women as Helena pronounced it on 15th Street, Novgorod, Azor. The mob took only seconds to form. Ross and Helena found themselves with their backs to the glass doors of a food store. The handful of women who had actually heard the remark were all talking to them simultaneously, with fists shaking. Behind them stood as many as a dozen women who knew only that something had happened and that there were comfortably outnumbered victims available. The noise was deafening, and Helena began to cry. Ross first wondered if he could bring himself to knock down a woman, then realized after studying the hulking virago in their foreground that he might bring himself to try but probably would not succeed. She seemed to be accusing Helena of masquerading, of advocating equality, of uttering obscenely antisocial statements in the public road, to the affront of all decent-minded girls. There was violence in the air. Ross was on the point of blocking a roundhouse right when the glass doors opened behind them. The small diversion distracted the imbecile collective brain of the mob. "What's going on here?" a suety voice demanded. "Ladies, may I please get through?" It was a man trying to emerge from the food shop with a double armful of cartons. He was a great fat slob, quite hairless, and smelling powerfully of kitchen. He wore the gravy-spotted whites of any cook anywhere. The virago said to him, "Keep out of this, Willie. This fellow here's a masquerader." "The thing I heard him say." "I'm not," Helena wept. "I'm not." The cook stooped to look into her face and turned on the mob. "She isn't," he said definitely. "She's a lady from another system. She was slopping up triple antigraphs at my place last night with a gang of jet pilots." "That doesn't prove a thing," the virago yelled. "Madam," the cook said wearily, "after her third antigrav I had to trip her up and crown her. She was about to climb the bar and corner my barman." Ross looked at her fixedly. She stopped crying and nervously cleared her throat. "So if you'll just let us through," the cook bustled, seizing the psychological moment of doubt. His enormous belly bulldozed a lane for them. "Beg pardon. Excuse us. Madam, will you, thank you. Beg pardon." The lynchers were beginning to drift away, embarrassed. The party had collapsed. "Faster," the cook hissed at them. "Beg pardon," and they were in the clear and well down the street. "Thank you, sir," Helena said humbly. "Just, Willie, if you please," the fat man said. One hand descended on Ross's shoulder and another on Helena's. They both belonged to the virago. She spun them around, glaring. "I'm not satisfied with the brush off," she snapped. "Exactly what did you mean by that remark you made?" Helena wailed, "It's just that you and all these other women here seem so young." The virago's granite face softened. She let go and tucked in a strand of steel wool hair. "Did you really think so, dear?" she asked, beaming. "There, I'm sorry I got excited. A wee bit jealous, were you? Well, we're broad-minded here in Novgorod." She patted Helena's arm and walked off, smiling and jaunty. Asteroid of the Damned. Writing under Dirk Wiley's name. Originally published in Planet Stories Summer 1942. "Sorry, son," Macaulay said with the barrel scrapings of his patience. "I said no and I meant it. I haven't got anything to give you. Now please stop waggling at me and go." The excited glitter of the Palladian's luminiferous eyes died dispiritedly. Macaulay turned his back on the slight-bodied asteroid and rapped his thumbnail against his drained glass. The bartender, a heavy and humorous man, expertly refilled Mac's glass with oily, musky, milk-white synthetic liquor and said, "This kitty bothering you? Scat, you, or I'll see that you never get into this place again." Mac shrugged as he watched the stripling strain to catch the bartender's meaning by reading his lips, then mournfully disappear. "No more than they all do," he answered. "What's the matter with them, anyhow? They're positively nutty on the subject of money." The bartender shook his head and snatched a quick drag on a smoldering cigar stub. Replacing it on a ledge, he said, not money so much. You couldn't bribe a kitty with a certified check for a couple of $1 billion. They're not bright, exactly, they don't regard paper as worth anything. It's metal they want. If it happens to be precious, that's all right, but any kind of metal will do. What they're really crazy about, of course, is silver and copper. They'll do just about anything for it, including murder and treason. Mac, listening too intently, gulped a bit more of his drink than even his spaceman's gullet could take. When the red-hot lava stopped strangling him and he could see once more through the streaming fountains that had been his eyes, he managed to choke out, "What do they want it for? Do they eat it?" The bartender laughed. "Nah. They don't really eat anything. They drink some kind of stuff they find in the rocks, like they used to find petroleum, on Earth. Radioactive, this stuff is. That's all they need to live on. They don't breathe at all. You can see that. They don't even have a mouth or a real nose, just a sort of trunk that they drink through. Wait a minute. Be back." The bartender rolled away. A couple of new customers had come into his side of the bar and were demanding attention. Mac sighed and glanced at his watch. But the bartender was back and ready for more talk before Mac had made up his mind to leave. The bartender wanted to talk because this was a dull night in the cafe attached to Palace's largest gambling room. For the same reason, Macaulay wanted to leave. He was here on business. However, he might need to know something about the natives of Palace for his business. And he really was shockingly uninformed about the creatures who inhabited the Freeport asteroid. Other than that they were called kitties, looked like 7-year-old earthly children, and didn't breathe, he really knew nothing. "Then what do they do with this metal if they don't eat it?" he asked. The bartender shrugged. "They probably know, but they're too dopey to be able to tell you. I asked one of them once. He wrote out an answer, the way they always do when they want to tell you something. Seems they generate electricity in their bodies. A Palladian's idea of a real good time is to take a hunk of pure copper and hold it in his hands. The current runs from one hand to the other. They are like that." This one claimed that each metal gave them a different kind of thrill. "All right if you like," Macaulay said absently. "Me, I'll take my jolts out of a bottle." Was that an order for another drink? The bottle was already in the fat man's hands. Macaulay nodded, and glanced again at the time. He swallowed the poisonous liquor as fast as he could manage, then took one last quick look around the bar to make sure. Yep, he was wasting time here. The place was practically empty. He paid his check in Earth American dollars, and passed on to the main game room. Like everything else in Palace, it was completely underground, with a purely artificial atmosphere. Artificial, in fact, was the word for Palace. Everything about it was synthetic, there wasn't a figment of reality to be found in it. All that Palace had to offer visitors was freedom from most of the more pressing laws of the more civilized, and larger, worlds. That, and the kitties, the peculiar race that had been found on the small asteroid when the first space explorers got there. Everything that Palace had, it owed to the fact that, in essence, it had nothing. No minerals worth the cost of extraction. No agriculture, no science, no artifacts, no history. It was so totally useless that the major worlds of the system had declared, hands off. And to that fact Palace owed the liberality of laws that made it a refuge for fugitives from the triplanet justice, as well as a planet-sized gambling den. Macaulay curled the tip of his nose when he got a whiff of the atmosphere. It had been bad enough in the bar, thin, moist air, representing a compromise between the atmospheres of Earth, Mars and Venus, enjoyable to the members of none of the races from those planets, but just barely breathable to all. That atmosphere, even when pure, was obnoxious. And here, in the densely packed main hall, it was really foul. There was something about Venusians, Mac decided, that he didn't like. It wasn't their fault, of course, that they had evolved in a wet climate, and had distinct auras of unearthly BO in consequence of their need to perspire. But it wasn't his fault either, and he didn't see why he should suffer for it. Mentally holding his nostrils, he waded into the reek and halted by a magneto-roulette table. A casual observer, Macaulay hoped, would think he was engrossed in watching the game. Actually, he was carefully scrutinizing each of the score of players and spectators at the table. Somewhere in this motley mob made of the dwellers of a half-dozen planets there might be a cool, level-headed, thoroughly dangerous man, the brains of the syndicate that was flooding Earth and Venus with narcophene. That drug was the most formidable in the history of narcotics. You chewed it, if you were insane or ignorant, and you felt nothing but a pleasant coolness on your tongue. There weren't any mad hallucinations of grandeur. You never lost consciousness of what you were doing or who you were. Just, without your consciously realizing it, you felt better all around. Things that should have worried you sick seemed trivial. You could laugh at the specter of sickness or agony or anything, however fearsome, that endangered or injured you. The drug had a certain medical value. It was used to prevent total insanity in persons suffering from utterly incurable and horribly painful diseases. For with them it didn't matter that the narcophene habit was permanent, once acquired. They didn't have to fear the mental and moral and eventually physical collapse that was bound to come. They were as good as dead anyhow. But for others. And the man who had reorganized the once smashed industry of manufacturing and smuggling it was on Pallas now. That much the Home Office of Triplanet Law knew, and had told Mac. That was all their best operatives on the inner planets had been able to dig up, and from that point onward, nothing. Those who could have told more were addicts, and those who had tried to tell more were dead. Murdered. There was a TPL office on Pallas, of course, but it was a one-man outfit. And the one man seemed thoroughly incompetent, for this job, at least. His reports had shown him to be unable to even begin the job of tracking down the man. Hence, Macaulay. For the sake of appearances, Macaulay threw a bill on number 28, lost it, and moved on. Nobody in the neighborhood of that table corresponded to the vague physical description he'd been able to glean from the scanty reports. Nor, he found, did anyone in the house. That didn't prove anything, of course, except that the man Mac was after wasn't at this particular place at the time. Or, naturally, that the description Macaulay'd been given was wrong from the ground up, but that wasn't a thing to think about. He shrugged and moved toward the exit. The room was packed worse than ever, he had to shove his way through. He kept bumping into people, he noticed, then looked around. It wasn't so much that he was bumping into people, he found, as that people, represented by the kitty, were nudging him. "Oh, for the Lord's sake," he cried tiredly. "I tell you I won't give you anything. Now get away from me. And stay away, if you want to keep living." The kitty shrank into himself and seemed to whimper voicelessly. The glow glands set around his eyes shone a pinkish purple of fright. He started to say something, in the primitive sign language that his race used to communicate with aliens, but halted the gesture and abruptly turned and slunk away. His slight frame, the size and appearance of a 7-year-old boy's, vanished almost immediately in the pack of hulking Venusians and attenuated, pallid stickmen from Mars. Macaulay didn't pursue him. There was no reason, of course, for him to do so. But that, of course, like so many others, was wrong. There was a definite reason for Mac to follow the metal's mad asteroid. Mac found the reason when he reached the cloakroom. He reached in his pocket to tip the pretty terrestrial check girl, and found not even a pocket. Just a slit that had been made not more than 10 minutes before, through which the pocket itself and contents had been neatly extracted. Presumably by the kitty. "Damn," was the best Mac could do, but he said it with feeling. He was casting about in his mind for something he could say to the girl that might make her forget about tips when he saw the kitty himself, luminescing a vivid green, scuttling out the front door. "Hey!" he yelled, and it wasn't only a desire to get away that kept the kitty from looking around, he couldn't hear any more than he could speak. Language failing, Mac took stronger measures. He left his sport silk jacket on the arm of the bewildered girl and sprinted after the kitty. Intercepting him just previous to the door, he swung the Palladian around and gestured with frantic anger. The kitty, with a surprising show of strength in so frail a body, attempted no answer or denial of the charge of theft, but wrenched himself free and darted out the door. Mac, following, met the inevitable. When the luck of the Muckowleys ran bad, it stayed bad, or worse. He collided with a fat and pugnacious drunk. Not only collided with him but knocked the wind out of him. If it hadn't been that the drunk had an equally drunk and volatile companion, that would have been all right. As it was, Mac found himself on the receiving end of a pale, knuckly Venusian fist. He was flat on the floor before he realized he'd been hit. Then began the real trouble. Somebody yelled, "Oh, boy!" A fight, and leaped joyously on Mac with a pair of magno-cocked spaceman's boots. What happened after that got worse and worse. Everybody in the gambling joint seemed to have mayhem in their hearts. Practically to a man, they poured out and joined in the free-for-all. Half the floating population of Pallas seemed to have come to rest on Mac Cocky's solar plexus by the time he heard the soft, popping noises from the weapons of the house's private army of bouncers and troubleshooters. When Muckowley next found himself able to look around, he was out in the half-hearted illumination of the street, sick and weak from the effect of the gas pellets which had quelled the riot. And without a penny to his name. It would have been foolhardy to have left his money in the safe at the hotel, though there was slight comfort in that thought. One place was as good as another on Pallas, where laws were made for the sheer pleasure of violating them. The native Palladians, shifty and unmoral as they were hopelessly outclassed in dishonesty by the civilized men of the inner planets. The one law all respected was the law of pure and applied force. Mac fumbled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and thought miserably of going to the police. Miserably, because the native police force was a joke and a mockery, maintained more to put the squeeze on innocent foreigners than for any other reason. Which shows how naive the Asteroids were. There was nothing innocent about most of the foreigners that came to the tiny planet. Even the TPL post on the asteroid was powerless, shackled by diplomatic necessities to the pretense that the thick-witted Palladians were capable of running their own world. "Hands off," was the watchword. His swollen eyes squinting at the fluoroflame lamps set in the rocky ceiling of the tunneled street, Muckowley sighed heavily, feeling the full weight of his predicament. All his money had been on him. All that was left of his money was a memory and a neat little slit just under the zip-seal flap of his hip pocket. And on Pallas, where it was dog eat dog and the devil help the one who lacked a full set of teeth, money was the means of obtaining dental attention. Yes, Mac was in a mess, for all his kit, including the last can of terrestrial cigarettes, were in the hotel room. Even his blasters, the slim, wicked pistols that projected a vibratory pencil beam that destroyed flesh and neural fibers and left the brain watery pulp, were locked up in that dark little rat hole up near the top of Pallas' single, buried city. Mac was weaponless, except for a tempered bronze knife in his shirt, on an outlaw world where a swift attack was the best insurance against sudden death. His hotel bill was payable every 24 hours, and his period of grace had expired. Pallas being first and foremost a gambling planet, it wasn't at all uncommon for a man to check into the best suite a hotel could offer, his money belt fat and heavy with $500,000 in platinum credits. Leave in the early afternoon for a little fling at the tables, and come back in the evening asking apologetically if he might borrow the price of a shave so he could look nice on the trip back home. For that was the rule, no money, out you go and your baggage held by right of a lockout. Everything on Pallas was operated by the same ruling, cash strictly in advance. And to make sure that no floaters were left to the dubious charity of the planetoid, there was another standing rule. A law, this time. A duly enacted law of the Palladian legislature and the sole ordinance that was enforced by the foreign-sponsored native authorities. Before a visitor was admitted to Pallas, he was first made to post a bond equal to his passage back home. And that could not be touched or refunded until he left. Muckowley groaned aloud and looked about him. Walking blindly and without thinking, very easy in the light gravity of low-powered magnagravs, he had entered a part of the sealed city new to him. He was in the native quarter, at the planetoid's core, where the asteroids were as thick as red dust on Mars, and for the first time Mac saw a kitty policeman. He was wearing no more clothing than the rest of his kind, just carried a staff of office, like the old Bow Street runners. An idea suddenly made contact in Macaulay's mind. He signaled the officer and dragged out a notebook and pencil, unnecessarily, as it happened. The kitty, in sinuous gestures, signified that he could understand English, partly by lip reading, partly by picking up the sound in some weird fashion through rock conduction in the sensitive soles of his splay feet. Mac, enunciating carefully, spoke. "One of your people has robbed me. I want him arrested. Where do I go?" The kitty bobbed his head, and from the manner in which his luminiferous glands sparkled balefully, it was evident where he thought Macaulay should go. Nevertheless, he snapped out his little pad and stylus, and scrawled, "Kami why me too offic he will arrange arrest." Macaulay deciphered the scribble. He shrugged and said, "Okay. Hop to it, sonny." He walked beside the diminutive policeman for a few hundred feet, glancing incuriously at the small burrows which pierced the rock walls and kicking away chunks of the queer, spongy rock on which the kitty subsisted. The equivalent of earthly garbage. He should have thought of the cops before, he realized. The kitties, as a race, were not numerous, and he could probably bully them into finding the thief and recovering his money. After all, why not? He soon found out. The lolling half-breed Venusian interpreter who loafed around the ratty, worm-infested police station heard his complaint and deftly translated it for the benefit of a moth-eaten kitty who seemed to be as much in charge here as anyone else. Macaulay drew an easy breath, his first in 2 hours, and then. The interpreter sing-songed, $40 Earth, please. Filing fee. Macaulay's eyes narrowed. The old squeeze play. Don't be a sap, he said flatly, his thin lips tight against his teeth. I haven't got 40 cents. That little louse took everything that was in my pocket. The Venusian smirked, and regarded his greenish, webbed hand with great interest. That is very bad, my friend, he said, and flicked a flea from a fold in the skin of his wrinkled wrist. Here on Pallas we have a law, the citizens must be protected. When a foreigner makes an accusation against a citizen, it is quite possible that he is wrong, and a great injustice will have been done. As you know, there is only one way to sue the Palladian, money. Macaulay cursed bitterly, harsh, biting oaths. All right, he said then, forcing his tone to evenness. I'll sign a guarantee of the money. When you catch this pickpocket, you'll reclaim the money, then I'll put up the bond pending trial. By great effort the interpreter managed to look shocked. That is absurd. You must pay now, if the Palladian is innocent, he will not have the money. No, it is impossible. If he's innocent it'll be because you caught the wrong guy. Why, by all the Plutonian ice devils, should I have to pay for your mistake? The green-skinned man smirked again. It is the law. The law is very strict. If you do not like it, you can go back to the planet you came from. And he turned away, busying himself with some important-looking papers, dusty and much-handled. Macaulay was not too preoccupied to note that the blubbery Venusian was holding them upside down. Macaulay socked his bald fist into his palm and wondered if pacing the littered floor would help. He was now, he assured himself, in the worst of all fixes. The time he'd been trapped between two hostile groups of Mercurians who were settling a private argument with quarter-mile lightning bolts was a pleasure compared to this. Then he'd had his guns, at least, and no restrictions about using them. He had to have his kit. Which meant getting his money back. It was necessary, he decided, to play his trump card. He hadn't wanted to reveal himself as a freelancing TPL man, word would be sure to leak out. But he certainly couldn't accomplish anything otherwise, the chance of recovering the credits, and eventually his material, was nil without some sort of aid. And that was what he could get only by showing these small-time constables that he was Mr. Law himself. It may be also that he was motivated by justifiable conceit in TPL itself. Okay, he snapped suddenly, startling the pudgy hybrid with the sharpness of his voice. I guess there's no point in keeping under wraps any longer. Let me tell you who I am. 20 minutes later, as he stumbled out of the warped stone building, he was wondering dazedly why his TPL affiliation had done him no good. Triplanet Law was an organization that had considerable history, nor could all of it be written. It was the most potent single force in the history of any planet of the solar system, figured any way you like. It was the only force whose rule was hardly ever challenged. When you broke the law within the territories mandated by TPL, you did so with the very greatest caution. And you never tried to fight back if you were caught. It wasn't really a large organization, relative to the vast throngs of intelligent life that swarmed the system. It was only a tiny decimal of 1% of the entire population of the 30 inhabited globes. But when you consider that the total census showed more than 100 billion individuals of high enough brain power to be rated sentient, you can understand that a fraction of a percent does mean close to 130,000 persons united into the best organized police and military force that 100 trained social technicians could evolve. That is why Macaulay couldn't understand the fact that the half-breed interpreter had practically laughed in his face. True, TPL's 130,000 of personnel were largely on the planets of Earth, Mars and Venus, plus their possessions and allied states. TPL had no standing here, officially, but the organization had a de facto reign over all of space by virtue of the fastest and best-armed spaceships made. And Pallas, dependent upon the transient trade, certainly shouldn't be able to afford to anger representative of the body that ruled the space lanes. Something, Mac decided, was thoroughly rotten in the local checking office of TPL. Something that might show why the operative on Pallas hadn't begun to be able to find the man or men behind the narcophene racket. Macaulay hadn't shown himself there before because he didn't want himself identified with the law group. Now that he'd uselessly exposed himself, that obstacle was nullified. He'd found out where the place was just so he could avoid it. Pausing a second to puzzle out its probable direction, he started off. It was close, of course. Nothing was far from anything on Pallas. Within 5 minutes he was standing outside the building, rubbing his chin and deciding that he could stand a wash-up before going in. Like most of the asteroid structures, this one seemed to have been made by a blind moron for his elder brother's 5th birthday. Stepping gingerly to avoid bringing the ceiling down about his ears, he made for the washroom. The kitty attendant was scrunched up in a corner, luminescing happily over a former airlock handle. "Hey!" Mac said uselessly. A wadded paper towel brought better results, and the kitty glanced up. Of course, it had to be the kitty who lifted Mac's roll. The gods of chance saw to that. In a trice Mac had backed the frightened kitty into a corner, looking rather threatening what with his grim expression and the bronze knife suddenly sprouting from his fist. He was fumbling for the gesture that would convey, "Gimme." To the asteroid when the interruption came. Having fun? Mac dropped the kitty and spun around, automatically reaching for a blaster that wasn't there. "Who the devil are you?" he snarled. The long terrestrial newcomer leaned gingerly on a soot-covered washstand and frowned. "Me? I work near here." "Who are you?" He stuck a cigarette in his taut lips, pinched the tip and inhaled sharply as it flared bluely. Something clicked in Macaulay's memory. Remembrances of long rows of files, photographs. The TPL agent for Pallas. He said, "You're Kittrell, right?" The long man nodded. "I might be," he said, "if you're somebody that's got a right to know." "So what?" He hadn't moved but his posture seemed subtly altered, caution in every line of his frame. From the position of his hands, Mac more than suspected he was armed. Easing his hands behind his back, he twisted the stem of his wristwatch. Kittrell jumped. "Hey!" he exclaimed. Sparks were fairly snapping from the blazing dial of his own heavy, old-fashioned timepiece, the recognition signal of TPL operatives. "I guess I am Kittrell," the man acknowledged. They told me they were sending someone from the narcotics division to take over on that narcophene business. You him? Yeah. Right now I'm having trouble of my own, though. This kitty rolled me last night. Every cent I had. I can't even get back to my hotel. Rolled you? Kittrell's eyes widened. I know this fella. He cleans up around the office. Wait a minute. His thin, pale hands flashed in intricate motions, meaningless to Mac. They were significant to the kitty, though, for he replied as rapidly. Kittrell nodded. I wouldn't have thought it of him. Always thought he was too stupid to rob anybody over 10. That was a pretty dubious remark, Mac thought, but he ignored it. Do you suppose you can make him cough up? Sure. The other smiled cheerfully. Like this. Mac was unprepared for the next move. Kittrell pulled his punch, of course, because he didn't want to kill the frail Palladian, but his heavy fist bounced the kitty off the floor and flung him to the base of the wall. He lay there, his glow glands jetting crimson beams of fear and rage. Hey, cried Macaulay. Don't murder the poor son. That's no way to get my dough back. Kittrell stared. Then a shadow passed over his face and he seemed to lose interest. He shrugged. Have it your way. What do you want me to do? Adopt him? Ask him what he did with the money. Tell him he can have the metal stuff, all I want back is the bills. Kittrell, looking disgusted, semaphored the message. Kitty faces don't react as a human's does, but Macaulay was pretty sure there was gratitude glowing on this one's knobby features. After a couple of seconds gesticulation, Kittrell looked around. He says he's sorry he took it. If you come with him he'll give you the money. He's got it stashed away in the sty he lives in, a little farther along this corridor. Will he do it? Kittrell shrugged again. Guess so. Anyway, you're bigger than him, or don't you like rough stuff? That, Macaulay thought, was hardly a friendly remark. He resolved to take it up later. After all, it wasn't his fault that he was superseding Kittrell. There really was no cause for jealousy in the long man. Coming? Mac asked. Kittrell shook his head. Got to go back to the office for a minute. I'll drop around in about 10 minutes, though. Okay, said Mac, satisfied, and went out behind the kitty. The kitty's dwelling was ugly and cluttered, but moderately clean. The little asteroid, with somewhat the attitude of a man who expects a poke in the face, gestured to Mac to be seated on a hassock-like affair. Macaulay rumbled, Sure, I'll sit down. I'll stay right here until I get my dough back. The kitty seemed to shrug resignedly, probably he just gave that impression from his general demeanor. He slipped away into another room. Mac just had time to think of the possibility that the kitty had made a getaway when he was back again, holding Macaulay's billfold. Mac counted it swiftly. Where's the rest of it? He grunted. The bills were there, but there had been about $2 in change, gone now. The kitty looked scared but shook his head. Won't tell me, huh? Mac blustered. How would you like to be put away for robbery? I swore out a complaint against you today. If I turn you over, it'll be a long time before you get out. The kitty looked more frightened than ever, he was practically trembling. Mac was encouraged, but surprised by the reaction to his threat. It shouldn't have been so great. He lived to regret the fact that he didn't find out just why the kitty was so affected by the threat of imprisonment. All right, he went on. Suppose I let you keep the medal. Suppose I pay you well, get you lots more. Gold and silver dollars. You'd like that, wouldn't you? From the Palladian's sudden attitude of dog-like devotion, it was more than clear that he would. Okay, Mac said. I'll pay you $100 in silver quarters, if. The kitty was ablaze with interest. Not taking his eyes off Mac, he scuttled crabwise over to a tablet, snatched up a notebook and scrawled, I'll do anyhin' what do you want? Mac grinned. Fine. Listen carefully now. I'm looking for an Earthman. He's somewhere on this planet, but I wouldn't know him if I saw him. He is about 2 inches taller than me, weighs maybe 200 pounds, a little fatter than I am. He's blind, practically, in one eye. That's all I can tell you, because those are the only things he can't disguise. The kitty seemed suddenly reluctant, but was persuaded by a gesture of Mac's, a gesture that cost him dear, as it turned out. Here, he said, to seal the bargain. Here's an advance for you. Dexterously he flipped his knife from some recess of his shirt and presented it to the kitty. Ecstasy was clearly shown by that kitty. His glow glands fairly spat large orange sparks of joy. The tempered bronze, it was made of that metal only to avoid magnetic spotters, wasn't much good for cutting, but it certainly was a conductor of electricity. Well? Macaulay said, growing impatient. He tapped the engrossed kitty and repeated the question. The asteroid bobbed his head and pressed a stud on his pad. The writing vanished, and he was scribbling again. Hello there, boomed a new voice from the doorway. What's going on? Macaulay whirled. Kittrell was standing there, beaming broadly. Hi, Mac said. We were wondering, hey. What the hell? Kittrell's eyes had narrowed and a snarl flashed out on his face. With the fastest draw Macaulay had ever seen, he snapped out his gun and blasted. Not Macaulay. There was a stomach-squeezing hiss of sizzling flesh behind Mac. He spun again, to see the kitty, his shoulder and half his neck gone, slumped to the floor. Mac knelt swiftly beside him. Dead as a Ganymede secessionist. Now what the hell did you do that for? Mac demanded. I was on the trail of something hot. He stared at the pad and stylus that had dropped from the dead asteroid's limp hand. I nigh the man you want he is th. That was all it said. That's a big help, said Macaulay, confronting the other man, who was strangely tense. He thrust the tablet at him. Now what do I do? Kittrell scanned it briefly, and relaxed a bit. It looked bad to me, he explained. There was that damned kitty with a knife in his hand. He had it up to throw at you, or me. Can't take chances. Mac sighed, resigning himself to continued hard luck. We all make mistakes, I guess, he said. Then, hardening, but you've made your last boner on this case. From now on stay the hell away from me. I don't like you and I don't like the way you do things. He moved toward the door. Kittrell, lounging across it, obstructed his path, just enough to stop him. Where are you going? The bigger man asked. To report this, Mac snapped. You'll get out of it all right. Don't report it. Why not? Kittrell grimaced distastefully. Too much red tape. What the devil, who'll know we were here? Mac snorted and filled his lungs preparatory to telling Kittrell just what he thought of him. There was a sweetish, balsam-like taste to the air, like the smell of a fir forest. Or like the smell of narcophene. He had picked up the knife, still had it in his hands. While he was still figuring things out, his hand swept up with the knife still in it, pressed against Kittrell's abdomen. Kittrell's draw had been fast. Maybe he was naturally gun-slick, fast enough, maybe, for a lightning draw like that to be natural to him. Maybe he was, but maybe he was just burning up the years of his life twice as fast as normal under the influence of the drug. If you don't want your gut slit, Kittrell, keep your hands where they are. Mac grated, his voice suddenly gone flat and hard. Kittrell's hand had fluttered toward his shoulder holster, it stopped as Mac spoke. I don't know whether you're really Kittrell or not, probably you are, Mac muttered. But if you're in TPL now, you'll be out pretty soon. As soon as I tell them you're a hophead. Kittrell's face had gone white. Other than that there was no change as his bleak eyes bored steadily into Macaulay's. What are you talking about? He said evenly. Take that thing out of my stomach. Oh, no. Mac shook his head decisively. You killed one of my witnesses. You'll take his place. You're going to tell me how to find the guy that sells you the narcophene. "Sorry," said Kittrell, tautening still more, "but I can't." At the last possible second his eyes flicked behind and over Mac's shoulder. The thing that hit Macaulay on the back of the neck first didn't quite knock him out. He was stunned, but in the half-second before the next blow jolted him into complete darkness, he heard Kittrell conclude, most casually, "You see, I am the guy who sells the narcophene." A shiver rippled along Mac's spine, and another one. That was his first waking impression. He was cold, frozen stiff, he decided next, when his limbs failed to react to the stimuli of his neural commands. As the fog cleared away from his aching head he discovered that his hands were tightly bound behind him, hobbles on his feet to keep him from walking far or fast. Not that he could have gone anywhere much. He was in a bare little metal room, lying on the grating that supplanted decks in most modern spacers. Not much point in getting up, he realized, and merely hitched himself into a more comfortable position in a corner, moving as well as he could under the unaccustomed drag of full Earth gravity. He was in the lock room, the chamber before an airlock. He felt vaguely unhappy. Whatever was coming, he was sure he wouldn't like it. Behind him a heavy door eased open. Boots thumped hollowly on the grids and a familiar voice sounded, echoing from the bare metal walls. "Hello, Macaulay. How's the head?" "Go to hell," Mac suggested. He craned his neck and stared full into Kittrell's face. There was a curious mixture of emotions there, faint sorrow, an unpleasant sort of crooked leer, and an air of boredom, each was visible. Kittrell shrugged. "I guess you know what you're up against." "Sure." Macaulay tried to shrug, too, but succeeded only in tearing a patch of skin from his wrists where the wire bonds were tightest. "You're going to shove me out." "I'm afraid so. Believe me, I'd rather not. I think you're a good chap. Once I wanted to be like you, loyal to the service. They stuck me out here and made a desk clerk of me, when I would have given my arm to do some real work. I got a good salary. There was prestige enough whenever I could get back to Boston and show off. It was a good job, in a way. But there was nothing to do. Then I intercepted a load of narcophene. Like everybody else, I thought I could beat it. I didn't. I tried it and couldn't stop." He stopped abruptly and scanned Macaulay's face through narrowed eyes. "You see how it is?" he questioned. Macaulay tried to stall for time. Tensing his chest muscles against the bruises, he said, "Give me a cigarette, Kittrell." "That's the usual privilege of the condemned man." The lunatic obligingly popped a brown paper cylinder between his lips, squeezed the tip to light it. Mac suddenly heard more footsteps, lighter ones but many of them. "What's that?" "Just my kiddies," the dope peddler explained, as a dozen of them trotted into the room and ranged themselves, immobile, along the walls. "They've never seen an air breather, that's you, in empty space, and they don't believe it will be fatal. You don't mind if they watch, do you?" Mac could hold it in no longer. "Kittrell," he blurted, "you're crazy as a coot." Kittrell, wading through kiddies whose faces shone an excited red, turned a surprised stare. "I've been afraid of that," he said worriedly over his shoulder. His long fingers pressed a stud by the lock, and the inner valve whined open. "You see, that's the trouble with narcophene. You know what's happening to you, but you just don't give a damn. God, it's cold in this lock." He stood there, one foot on the combing of the lock, peering around the dark, icy chamber. The lawman braced his back to the wall, shoved up. "It's a hell of a death, Kittrell," he said, his voice strained. Kittrell replied dreamily. "Is it? I don't know. It isn't bad. It's clean, at least, and the worms don't get you." Absently he fended off the crew of impatient, crowding kiddies. He stared silently into nothingness, for a long minute. Macaulay found he could reach his pocket, and his heart tried to impale itself on his palate. Eagerly he tore more flesh from his raw wrists, strained his fingers to plumb the depths of the pocket. A weapon, anything. And his fingers found nothing. He remembered, that this was the pocket the dead asteroid had picked, nothing there but a slit. On the automatic return trip, his fingers, numbed by disheartenment, sent a message to his brain. A message of cold. He disregarded it for a split second. Then, just as Kittrell was opening his mouth to speak, the correct interpretation of that coolness penetrated Mac's consciousness. Desperately he fumbled at the thing that was woven to his broad belt, wrenched at it with every atom of strength at his command. It came free. He twisted suddenly and something metallic jingled musically in the far corner of the block, sending vibrations through the grid flooring to be picked up by the Palladians. The jingle of metal, and the kiddies loved metal insanely. Money! Roared Macaulay. And, money! In the lock! Copper, metal! Go get it! Kittrell vanished, washed into the airlock by an overflowing wave of Palladians. Hands fumbling desperately behind him for the control switch, where was it? Mac cursed his stiff, ineffectual fingers and his inability to see behind his back. He touched a switch, no, not that one, and another, jabbed at it. Motors hummed softly, the scrambling noise died away as the inner door swung shut, so slowly, and then for a second the only sound in the chamber was the harsh sobbing of Mac's breath as he slumped weakly against the chill metal wall. Until that semi-silence was broken by the descending siren scream of the outer door's opening, abruptly terminating in a whoosh as the last molecules of air tore into the vacuum without, dragging with irresistible force at the chunks of matter, living and dead, that tried to obstruct its passage. And that's the story. Macaulay turned away from the recorder. Here's the notebook I found among Kittrell's things. He flipped a thin, black pad at the Major. I think you'll be able to break the code easily enough, as there are enough names known for you to work on. It seems to include his whole organization. Major Copeland glanced at the Kabbalistic signs incuriously, then ticketed the book and slipped it into a pneumatic tube. What bothers me, he complained, is why Kittrell didn't claw his way out of the lock. Sounds to me as though he had plenty of time. Mac gestured inquiringly at his superior, received a nod, and with a sigh unclipped his Sam Browne. Kittrell probably stumbled and slammed his head against a rivet. He stood up suddenly, savagely snubbed out a freshly lit cigarette. Oh, hell. I'll tell you what I really think, Major, I don't believe Kittrell tried to get out of there. I don't think he cared, and I haven't forgotten what he said about dying that way. Could be, Copeland agreed. And what did you say that stuff was that saved your life? Mac smiled. Money, of a sort. You know where I was stationed last year? Some place on Earth, wasn't it? Macaulay nodded. China. Got to know some of the people there. Got kind of chummy with one of them, she gave me a present when I left, as a keepsake. A string of what they call cash. It's a kind of money they used to use, square pieces of copper with holes in the middle. Had them strung together and sewn onto a belt. Well, you know how Palladians feel about copper. His eyes crinkled again. That was a pretty good keepsake, not worth much, but it bought my life. Both men were silent for a while. Then, what are your plans now, Macaulay? I've recommended you for promotion, to fill Kittrell's job on Pallas. You'll get a higher rating, more pay, and all the time in the world to yourself. Macaulay shook his head. Sorry, Major, he said, but that's not what I want. My plans are extra special. Say, he went on, sitting down and staring earnestly at Copeland, have you ever heard the story of how Manhattan Island, that's part of New York City, was bought from the ancient Indians? $24 worth of junk beads, that's what they paid the Indians for it. Now the land is worth billions of dollars, a square foot of it brings the best part of $1 million. So. The Major was interested but lacked comprehension. What's that got to do with your resignation? Macaulay smiled. A lot, he answered. Did it ever occur to you that intelligent salesmanship can do wonders? And did you ever think of the possibilities that you could realize on Pallas with, say, a couple of $12,000 worth of copper and other metal junk. The Major looked startled. No, not till now, he added, understanding dawning. And what you're going to do is? What I'm going to do, Macaulay beamed, is convert reward money into junk. And then, Major, I'll begin to convert the junk into a kingdom. I'm going to buy up a world, a wide open world, with a boatload of scrap metal. Survival Kit. Originally published in Galaxy Science Fiction, May 1957. Mooney looked out of his window, and the sky was white. It was a sudden, bright, cold flare and it was gone again. It had no more features than a fog, at least not through the window that was showered with snow and patterned with spray from the windy sea. Mooney blew on his hands and frowned at the window. Son of a gun, he said, and thought for a moment about phoning the Coast Guard station. Of course, that meant going a quarter of a mile in the storm to reach the only other house nearby that was occupied. The Hansons had a phone that worked, but a quarter of a mile was a long way in the face of a December gale. And it was all dark out there now. Less than 20 miles across the bay was New York, but this Jersey Shore coast was harsh as the face of the moon. Mooney decided it was none of his business. He shook the kettle, holding it with an old dish towel because it was sizzling hot. It was nearly empty, so he filled it again and put it back on the stove. He had all 4 top burners and the oven going, which made the kitchen tolerably warm, as long as he wore the scarf and the heavy quilted jacket and kept his hands in his pockets. And there was plenty of tea. Uncle Lester had left that much behind him, plenty of tea, nearly a dozen boxes of assorted cookies and a few odds and ends of canned goods. And God's own quantity of sugar. It wasn't exactly a balanced diet, but Mooney had lived on it for 3 weeks now, smoked turkey sausages for breakfast, and oatmeal cookies for lunch, and canned black olives for dinner. And always plenty of tea. The wind screamed at him as he poured the dregs of his last cup of tea into the sink and spooned sugar into the cup for the next one. It was, he calculated, close to midnight. If the damn wind hadn't blown down the TV antenna, he could be watching the late movies now. It helped to pass the time. The last movie was off the air at 2 or 3 o'clock, and then he could go to bed and, with any luck, sleep till past noon. And Uncle Lester had left a couple of decks of sticky, child-handled cards behind him, too, when the family went back to the city at the end of the summer. So what with 4 kinds of solitaire, and solo bridge, and television, and a few more naps, Mooney could get through to the next 2 or 3 a.m. again. If only the wind hadn't blown down the antenna. But as it was, all he could get on the cheap little set his uncle had left behind was a faint gray herringbone pattern. He straightened up with the kettle in his hand, listening. It was almost as though somebody was knocking at the door. That's crazy, Mooney said out loud after a moment. He poured the water over the tea bag, tearing a little corner off the paper tag on the end of the string to mark the fact that this was the second cup he had made with the bag. He had found he could get 3 cups out of a single bag, but even loaded with sugar, the 4th cup was no longer very good. Still, he had carefully saved all the used, dried-out bags against the difficult future day when even the tea would be gone. That was going to be one bad day for Howard Mooney. Rap, tap. It really was someone at the door. Not knocking, exactly, but either kicking at it or striking it with a stick. Mooney pulled his jacket tight around him and walked out into the frigid living room, not quite so frigid as his heart. Damn, he said. Damn, damn. What Mooney knew for sure was that nothing good could be coming in that door for him. It might be a policeman from Sea Bright, wondering about the light in the house. It might be a member of his uncle's family. It was even possible that one of the stockholders who had put up the money for that unfortunate venture into frozen food club management had tracked him down as far as the Jersey Shore. It could be almost anything or anybody, but it couldn't be good. All the same, Mooney hadn't expected it to turn out to be a tall, lean man with angry pale eyes, wearing a silvery sort of leotard. "I come in," said the angry man, and did. Mooney slammed the door behind him. Too bad, but he couldn't keep it open, even if it was conceding a sort of moral right to enter to the stranger. He couldn't have all that cold air coming in to dilute his little bubble of warmth. "What the devil do you want?" Mooney demanded. The angry man looked about him with an expression of revulsion. He pointed to the kitchen. "It is warmer in there." "I suppose so." "What do?" But the stranger was already walking into the kitchen. Mooney scowled and started to follow, and stopped, and scowled even more. The stranger was leaving footprints behind him, or anyway some kind of marks that showed black on the faded summer rug. True, he was speckled with snow, but, that much snow. The man was drenched. It looked as though he had just come out of the ocean. The stranger stood by the stove and glanced at Mooney warily. Mooney stood 6 feet, but this man was bigger. The silvery sort of thing he had uncovered his legs as far as the feet, and he wore no shoes. It covered his body and his arms, and he had silvery gloves on his hands. It stopped at the neck, in a collar of what looked like pure silver, but could not have been because it gave with every breath the man took and every tensed muscle or tendon in his neck. His head was bare and his hair was black, cut very short. He was carrying something flat and shiny by a molded handle. If it had been made of pigskin, it would have resembled a junior executive's briefcase. The man said explosively, "You will help me." Mooney cleared his throat. "Listen, I don't know what you want, but this is my house and—" "You will help me," the man said positively. "I will pay you." "Very well." He had a peculiar way of parting his sentences in the middle, but Mooney didn't care about that. He suddenly cared about one thing, and that was the word pay. "What do you want me to do?" The angry-eyed man ran his gloved hands across his head and sluiced drops of water onto the scuffed linoleum and the bedding of the cot Mooney had dragged into the kitchen. He said irritably, "I am a wayfarer who needs a guide. I will pay you for your assistance." The question that rose to Mooney's lips was, "How much?" but he fought it back. Instead, he asked, "Where do you want to go?" "One moment." The stranger sat damply on the edge of Mooney's cot and, click-snap, the shiny sort of briefcase opened itself in his hands. He took out a flat round thing like a mirror and looked into it, squeezing it by the edges, and holding it this way and that. Finally he said, "I must go to Wednesday, the 26th of December, he tilted the little round thing again. "Brooklyn," he finished triumphantly. Mooney said, after a second, "That's a funny way to put it." Question. "I mean," said Mooney, "I know where Brooklyn is and I know when the 26th of December is, it's next week, but you have to admit that that's an odd way of putting it. I mean you don't go anywhere in time." The wet man turned his pale eyes on Mooney. "Perhaps you are wrong, too." Mooney stared at his napping guest in a mood of wonder and fear and delight. Time traveler. But it was hard to doubt the pale-eyed man. He had said he was from the future and he mentioned a date that made Mooney gasp. He had said, "When you speak to me, you must know that my name is Harse." And then he had curled up on the floor, surrounding his shiny briefcase like a mother cat around a kitten, and begun dozing alertly. But not before he showed Mooney just what it was he proposed to pay him with. Mooney sipped his cooling tea and forgot to shiver, though the draughts were fiercer and more biting than ever, now just before dawn. He was playing with what had looked at first like a string of steel ball bearings, a child's necklace, half-inch spheres linked together in a strand a yard long. Wampum. That was what Harse had called the spheres when he picked the string out of his little kit, and that was what they were. Each ball bearing was hollow. Open them up and out come the treasures of the crown. Pop, and one of the spheres splits neatly in half, and out spills a star sapphire, as big as the ball of your finger, glittering like the muted lights of hell. Pop, and another sphere drops a ball of yellow gold into your palm. Pop for a narwhal's tooth, pop for a cube of sugar. Pop, pop, and there on the table before Harse sparkled diamonds and lumps of coal, a packet of heroin, a sphere of silver, pearls, beads of glass, machined pellets of tungsten, lumps of saffron and lumps of salt. It is, said Hars, for your pay. No, no. And he headed off Mooney's greedy fingers. Click, 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 and the little pellets of treasure and trash were back in the steel balls. No, no, said Hars again, grinning, snapping the balls together like puppets in a string. After you have guided me to Brooklyn and the December 26th. But I must say to you that some of the balls contain plutonium and some radium. And I do not think that you can get them open. But if you did, you perhaps would die. Oh. Ho. And, laughing, he began his taut nap. Mooney swallowed the last of his icy tea. It was full daylight outside. Very well, castaway, he said silently to the dozing pale-eyed man, I will guide you. Oh, there never was a guide like Mooney, not when a guide's fee can run so high. But when you are where you want to go, then we'll discuss the price. A hacksaw, he schemed, and a Geiger counter. He had worn his fingers raw trying to find the little button or knob that Hars had used to open them. All right, he was licked there. But there were more ways than one to open a cat's eye. A hacksaw. A Geiger counter. And, Mooney speculated drowsily, maybe a gun, if the pale-eyed man got tough. Mooney fell asleep in joy and anticipation for the first time in more than a dozen years. It was bright the next morning. Bright and very cold. Look alive. Mooney said to the pale-eyed man, shivering. It had been a long walk from Uncle Lester's house to the bridge, in that ripping, shuddering wind that came in off the Atlantic. Hars got up off his knees, from where he had been examining the asphalt pavement under the snow. He stood erect beside Mooney, while Mooney put on an egg-sucking smile and aimed his thumb down the road. The station wagon he had spotted seemed to snarl and pick up speed as it whirled past them onto the bridge. I hope you skid into a ditch. Mooney bawled into the icy air. He was in a fury. There was a bus line that went where they wanted to go. A warm, comfortable bus that would stop for them if they signaled, that would drop them just where they wanted to be, to convert one of Hars' ball bearings into money. The gold one, Mooney planned. Not the diamond, not the pearl. Just a few dollars was all they wanted, in this Jersey Shore area where the towns were small and the gossip big. Just the price of fare into New York, where they could make their way to Tiffany's. But the bus cost 35 cents apiece. Total, 70 cents. Which they didn't have. Here comes another car. Mooney dragged back the corners of his lips into another smile and held out his thumb. It was a panel truck, light blue, with the sides lettered, Chris's Delicatessen. Free deliveries. The driver slowed up, looked them over and stopped. He leaned toward the right-hand window. He called, I can take you far's Red Bow. He got a good look at Mooney's companion then and swallowed. Hars had put on an overcoat because Mooney insisted on it and he wore a hat because Mooney had told him flatly there would be trouble and questions if he didn't. But he hadn't taken off his own silvery leotard, which peeped through between neck and hat and where the coat flapped open. Ank, finished the driver thoughtfully. Mooney didn't give him a chance to change his mind. Red Bank is just where we want to go. Come on. Already he had his hand on the door. He jumped in, made room for Hars, reached over him and slammed the door. Thank you very much, he said chattily to the driver. Cold morning, isn't it? And that was some storm last night. Say, we really do appreciate this. Anywhere in Red Bank will be all right to drop us, anywhere at all. He leaned forward slightly, just enough to keep the driver from being able to get a really good look at his other passenger. It would have gone all right, it really would, except that just past Fair Haven, Hars suddenly announced, it is the time for me to eat. He snip-snapped something around the edges of the gleaming sort of dispatch case, which opened. Mooney, peering over his shoulder, caught glimpses of shiny things and spinning things and things that seemed to glow. So did the driver. Hey, he said, interested, what you got there? My business, said Hars, calmly and crushingly. The driver blinked. He opened his mouth, and then he shut it again, and his neck became rather red. Mooney said rapidly, say, isn't there a lot of snow? He feigned fascination with the snow on the road, leaning forward until his face was nearly at the frosty windshield. My gosh, I've never seen the road so snowy. Beside him, Hars was methodically taking things out of other things. A little cylinder popped open and began to steam. He put it to his lips and drank. A cube the size of a fist opened up at one end and little pellets dropped out into a cup. Hars picked a couple up and began to chew them. A flat, round object the shape of a cafeteria pie flipped open and something gray and doughy appeared. Holy heaven! Mooney's face slammed into the windshield as the driver tramped on his brakes. Not that Mooney could really blame him. The smell from that doughy mass could hardly be believed, and what made it retchingly worse was that Hars was eating it with a pearly small spoon. The driver said complainingly, out. Out, you guys. I don't mind giving you a lift, but I've got hard rolls in the back of the truck and that smell's going to, out. You heard me. Oh, said Hars, tasting happily. No. No, roared the driver. Now listen. I don't have to take any lip from hitchhikers. I don't have to. One moment, said Hars. Please. Without hurry and without delay, beaming absently at the driver, he reached into the silvery case again. Snip, snippety-snap. A jointed metal thing wriggled and snicked into place. And Hars, still beaming, pointed it at the driver. Pale blue light and a faint whine. It was a good thing the truck was halted, because the whining blue light reached diffidently out and embraced the driver, and then there was no driver. There was nothing. He was gone, beyond the reach of any further lip from hitchhikers. 3. So there was Mooney, driving a stolen panel truck, Mooney the bankrupt, Mooney the ne'er-do-well, and now Mooney the accomplice murderer. Or so he thought, though the pale-eyed man had laughed like a panther when he'd asked. He rehearsed little speeches all the day down U.S. 1, Mooney did, and they all began, Your Honor, I didn't know. Well, he hadn't. How could a man like Mooney know that Hars was so bereft of human compassion as to snuff out a life for the sake of finishing his lunch in peace? And what could Mooney have done about it, without drawing the diffident blue glow to himself? No, Your Honor, really, Your Honor, he took me by surprise. But by the time they ditched the stolen car, nearly dry of gas, at the Hoboken ferry, Mooney had begun to get his nerve back. In fact, he was beginning to perceive that in that glittering silvery dispatch case that Hars hugged to him were treasures that might do wonders for a smart man unjustly dogged by hard times. The wampum alone. But beyond the wampum, the other good things that might in time be worth more than any amount of mere money. There was that weapon. Mooney cast a glance at Hars, blank-eyed and relaxed, very much disinterested in the crowds of commuters on the ferry. Nobody in all that crowd would believe that Hars could pull out a little jointed metal thing and push a button and make any one of them cease to exist. Nobody would believe it, not even a jury. Corpus delicti, body of evidence, why, there would be no evidence. It was a simple, workable, foolproof way of getting any desired number of people out of the way without fuss, muss or bother, and couldn't a smart but misfortunate man like Mooney do wonders by selectively removing those persons who stood as obstacles in his path? And there would be more, much, much more. The thing to do, Mooney schemed, was to find out just what Hars had in that kit and how to work it. And then, who could know, perhaps Hars would himself find the diffident blue light reaching out for him before the intersection of Brooklyn and December 26th. Mooney probed. Ah, laughed Hars. Ho! I perceive what you want. You think perhaps there is something you can use in my survival kit. All right, Hars, Mooney said submissively, but he did have reservations. First, it was important to find out just what was in the kit. After that. Well, even a man from the future had to sleep. Mooney was in a roaring rage. How dared the government stick its bureaucratic nose into a simple transaction of citizens? But it turned out to be astonishingly hard to turn Harse wampum into money. The first jeweler asked crudely threatening questions about an emerald the size of the ball of his thumb. The second quoted chapter and verse on the laws governing possession of gold. Finally they found a pawnbroker, who knowingly accepted a diamond that might have been worth a fortune. And when they took his first offer of $1,000, the pawnbroker's suspicions were confirmed. Mooney dragged Harse away from their fast. But they did have $1,000. As the cab took them across town, Mooney simmered down. And by the time they reached the other side, he was entirely content. What was a fortune more or less to a man who very nearly owned some of the secrets of the future? He sat up, lit a cigarette, waved an arm and said expansively to Harse, "Our new home." The pale-eyed man took a glowing little affair with eyepieces away from in front of his eyes. "Ah," he said. "So. It was quite an attractive hotel," Mooney thought judiciously. It did a lot to take away the sting of those sordidly avaricious jewelers. The lobby was an impressively close approximation of a cathedral and the bellboys looked smart and able. Harse made an asthmatic sound. "What is that?" He was pointing at a group of men standing in jovial amusement around the entrance to the hotel's grand ballroom, just off the lobby. They wore purple harem pants and floppy green hats, and every one of them carried a silver paper imitation of a scimitar. Mooney chuckled in a superior way. "You aren't up on our local customs, are you?" "That's a convention, Harse. They dress up that way because they belong to a lodge. A lodge is a kind of fraternal organization." "A fraternal organization is," Harse said abruptly, "I want." Mooney began to feel alarm. "What?" "I want one for a specimen." "Wait, I think I take the big one there." "Harse. Wait a minute." Mooney clutched at him. "Hold everything, man. You can't do that." Harse stared at him. "Why?" "Because it would upset everything, that's why." "You want to get to your rendezvous, don't you?" "Well, if you do anything like that, we'll never get there." "Why not?" "Please," Mooney said, "please take my word for it." "You hear me?" "I'll explain later." Harse looked by no means convinced, but he stopped opening the silvery metal case. Mooney kept an eye on him while registering. Harse continued to watch the conventioneers, but he went no further. Mooney began to breathe again. "Thank you, sir," said the desk clerk. "Not every guest, even in this hotel, went for a corner suite with 2 baths. Front." A smart-looking bellboy stepped forward, briskly took the key from the clerk, briskly nodded at Mooney and Harse. With the automatic reflex of any hotel bellhop, he reached for Harse's silvery case. Baggage was baggage, however funny it looked. But Harse was not just any old guest. The bellboy got the bag away from him, all right, but his victory was purely transitory. He yelled, dropped the bag, grabbed his fist with the other hand. "Hey! It shocked me. What kind of tricks are you trying to do with electric suitcases?" Mooney moaned softly. The whole lobby was looking at them, even the conventioneers at the entrance to the ballroom. Even the men in mufti mingling with the conventioneers, carrying cameras and flash guns, even the very doorman, the whole lobby away. That was bad. What was worse was that Harse was obviously getting angry. "Wait, wait." Mooney stepped between them in a hurry. "I can explain everything. My friend is, an inventor. There's some very important material in that briefcase, believe me." He winked, patted the bellhop on the shoulder, took his hand with friendly concern and left in it a folded bill. "Now," he said confidentially, "we don't want any disturbance. I'm sure you understand how it is, son. Don't you? My friend can't take any chances with his, confidential material, you see." "Right. Well, let's say no more about it. Now if you'll show us to our room. The bellhop, still stiff-backed, glanced down at the bill and the stiffness disappeared as fast as any truck driver bathed in Harst's pale blue haze. He looked up again and grinned. "Sorry, sir," he began. But he didn't finish. Mooney had let Harst get out of his sight a moment too long. The first warning he had was when there was a sudden commotion among the Lodge brothers. Mooney turned, much too late. There was Harst. He had wandered over there, curious and interested in Harst. He had stared them up and down, but he hadn't been content to stare. He had opened the little silvery dispatch case and taken out of it the thing that looked like a film viewer. And maybe it was a camera, too, because he was looking through it at the conventioneers. He was covering them as Dixie is covered by the dew, up and down, back and forth, heels to head. And it was causing a certain amount of attention. Even one of the photographers thought maybe this funny-looking guy with the funny-looking opera glasses was curious enough to be worth a shot. After all, that was what the photographer was there for. He aimed and popped a flash gun. There was an abrupt thin squeal from the box. Black fog sprayed out of it in a greasy jet. It billowed toward Harst. It collected around him, swirled high. Now all the flash guns were popping. It was a clear waste of a $20 bill, Mooney told himself aggrievedly out on the sidewalk. There had been no point in buttering up the bellhop as long as Harst was going to get them thrown out anyway. On the other side of the East River, in a hotel that fell considerably below Mooney's recent, brief standards of excellence, Mooney cautiously tipped a bellboy, ushered him out. Locked the door behind him and, utterly exhausted, flopped on one of the twin beds. Harst glanced at him briefly, then wandered over to the window and stared incuriously at the soiled snow outside. "You were fine, Harst," said Mooney without spirit. "You didn't do anything wrong at all." "Ah," said Harst without turning. "So." Mooney sat up, reached for the phone, demanded setups and a bottle from room service and hung up. "Oh, well," he said, beginning to revive, "at least we're in Brooklyn now. Maybe it's just as well." "As well? What?" "I mean this is where you wanted to be. Now we just have to wait 4 days, until the 26th. We'll have to raise some more money, of course," he added experimentally. Harst turned and looked at him with the pale eyes. $1,000 you have. Is not enough?" "Oh, no, Harst," Mooney assured him. "Why, that won't be nearly enough. The room rent in this hotel alone is likely to use that up. Besides all the extras, of course." "Ah." Harst, looking bored, sat down in the chair near Mooney, opened his kit, took out the thing that looked like a film viewer and put it to his eyes. "We'll have to sell some more of those things. After all," Mooney winked and dug at the pale-eyed man's ribs with his elbow, "we'll be needing some, well, entertainment." Harst took the viewer away from his eyes. He glanced thoughtfully at the elbow and then at Mooney. "So," he said. Mooney coughed and changed the subject. "One thing, though," he begged. "Don't get me in any more trouble like you did in that hotel lobby, or with that guy in the truck. Please. I mean, after all, you're making it hard for me to carry out my job." Harst was thoughtfully silent. "Promise?" Mooney urged. Harst said, after some more consideration, "It is not altogether me. That is to say, it is a matter of defense. My picture should not be photographed. So the survival kit ensures that it is not. You understand?" Mooney leaned back. "You mean," the bellboy with the drinks interrupted him. He took the bottle, signed the chit, tipped the boy and mixed himself a reasonably stiff but not quite stupefying highball, thinking hard. "Did you say, survival kit?" he asked at last. Harst was deep in the viewer again, but he looked away from it irritably. "Naturally, survival kit. So that I can survive?" He went back to the viewer. Mooney took a long, thoughtful slug of the drink. Survival kit. Why, that made sense. When the Air Force boys went out and raided the islands in the Pacific during the war, sometimes they got shot down, and it was enemy territory, or what passed for it. Those islands were mostly held by Japanese, though their populations hardly knew it. All the aboriginals knew was that strange birds crossed the sky and sometimes men came from them. The politics of the situation didn't interest the headhunters. What really interested them was heads. But for a palatable second choice, they would settle for trade goods, cloth, mirrors, beads. And so the bomber pilots were equipped with survival kits, maps, trade goods, rations, weapons, instructions for proceeding to a point where, God willing, a friendly submarine might put ashore a rubber dinghy to take them off. Mooney said persuasively, "Hars. I'm sorry to bother you, but we have to talk." The man with the pale eyes took them away from the viewer again and stared at Mooney. "Hars, were you shot down like an airplane pilot?" Hars frowned, not in anger, or at least not at Mooney. It was the effort to make himself understood. He said at last, "Yes. Call it that. And this place you want to go to, is that where you will be rescued?" "Yes." "Aha," thought Mooney, and the glimmerings of a new idea began to kick and stretch its fetal limbs inside him. He put it aside, to bear and coddle in private. He said, "Tell me more. Is there any particular part of Brooklyn you have to go to?" "Ah. The Nexus Point." Hars put down the viewer and, snap snap, opened the gleaming kit. He took out the little round thing he had consulted in the house by the cold Jersey Sea. He tilted it this way and that, frowned, consulted a small square sparkly thing that came from another part of the case, tilted the round gadget again. Correcting for local time, he said, "The Nexus Point is 1 hour and 1 minute after midnight at what is called the Vale of Kashmir." Mooney scratched his ear. The Vale of Kashmir? Where the devil is that, somewhere in Pakistan? "Brooklyn," said Hars with an imp's grimace. "You are the guide and you do not know where you are guiding me to." Mooney said hastily, "All right, Hars, all right. I'll find it. But tell me one thing, will you? Just suppose, I said, that for some reason or other, we don't make it to the what you call, Nexus Point. Then what happens?" Hars for once neither laughed nor scowled. The pale eyes opened wide and glanced around the room, at the machine-made candlewick spreads on the beds, at the dusty red curtains that made a suite out of a long room, at the dog-eared Bible that lay on the night table. "Sue," he stammered, Sue, 17 years until there is another Nexus Point." 4. Mooney dreamed miraculous dreams and not entirely because of the empty bottle that had been full that afternoon. There never was a time, never will be a time, like the future Mooney dreamed of. Mooney owned, Hurry inhabited, a fair domain for a live-wire emperor of the eons. He woke up with a splitting head. Even a man from the future had to sleep, so Mooney had thought, and it had been in his mind that, even this first night, it might pay to stay awake a little longer than Hars, just in case it might then seem like a good idea to bash him over the head and grab the bag. But the whiskey had played him dirty and he had passed out, drunk, blind drunk, or at least he hoped so. He hoped that he hadn't seen what he thought he had seen sober. He woke up and wondered what was wrong. Little tinkling ice spiders were moving around him. He could hear their tiny crystal sounds and feel their chill legs, so lightly, on him. It was still a dream, wasn't it? Or was he awake? The thing was, he couldn't tell. If he was awake, it was the middle of the night, because there was no light whatever, and besides, he didn't seem to be able to move. Thought Mooney with anger and desperation, "I'm dead. And, what a time to die." But second thoughts changed his mind. There was no heaven and no hell, in all the theologies he had investigated, that included being walked over by tiny spiders of ice. He felt them. There was no doubt about it. It was Hars, of course, had to be. Whatever he was up to, Mooney couldn't say, but as he lay there sweating cold sweat and feeling the crawling little feet, he knew that it was something Hars had made happen. Little by little, he began to be able to see, not much, but enough to see that there really was something crawling. Whatever the things were, they had a faint, tenuous glow, like the face of a watch just before dawn. He couldn't make out shapes, but he could tell the size, not much bigger than a man's hand, and he could tell the number, and there were dozens of them. He couldn't turn his head, but on the walls, on his chest, on his face, even on the ceiling, he could see faint moving patches of foxfire light. He took a deep breath. Hars, he started to call. Wake him up, make him stop this. But he couldn't. He got no further than the first huff of the aspirate when the scurrying cold feet were on his lips. Something cold and damp lay across them and it stuck. Like spider silk, but stronger, he couldn't speak, couldn't move his lips, though he almost tore the flesh. Oh, he could make a noise, all right. He started to do so, to snort and hum through his nose. But Mooney was not slow of thought and he had a sudden clear picture of that same cold ribbon crossing his nostrils, and what would be the use of all of time's treasures then, when it was no longer possible to breathe at all. It was quite apparent that he was not to make a noise. He had patience, the kind of patience that grows with a diet of thrice-used tea bags and soggy crackers. He waited. It wasn't the middle of the night after all, he perceived, though it was still utterly dark except for the moving blobs. He could hear sounds in the hotel corridor outside, faintly, though, the sound of a vacuum cleaner, and it might have been a city block away, the tiniest whisper of someone laughing. He remembered one of his drunken fantasies of the night before, little robot mice, or so they seemed, spinning a curtain across the window, and he shuddered, because that had been no fantasy. The window was curtained. And it was mid-morning, at the earliest, because the chambermaids were cleaning the halls. Why couldn't he move? He flexed the muscles of his arms and legs, but nothing happened. He could feel the muscles straining, he could feel his toes and fingers twitch, but he was restrained by what seemed a web of Gulliver's cords. There was a tap at the door. A pause, the scratching of a key, and the room was flooded with light from the hall. Out of the straining corner of his eye, Mooney saw a woman in a grey cotton uniform, carrying fresh sheets, standing in the doorway, and her mouth was hanging slack. No wonder, for in the light from the hall, Mooney could see the room festooned with silver, with darting silvery shapes moving about. Mooney himself wore a cocoon of silver, and on the bed next to him, where Hars slept, there was a fantastic silver hood, like the basketwork of a baby's bassinet, surrounding his head. It was a fairyland scene and it lasted only a second. For Hars cried out and leaped to his feet. Quick as an adder, he scooped up something from the table beside his bed and gestured with it at the door. It was, Mooney half perceived, the silvery, jointed thing he had used in the truck, and he used it again. Pale blue light streamed out. It faded and the chambermaid, popping eyes and all, was gone. It didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney finally attracted Hars's attention, and Hars, with a Masonic pass over one of the little silvery things, set it to loosening and removing the silver bonds. The things were like toy tanks with jointed legs. As they spun the silver webs, they could also suck them in. In moments, the webs that held Mooney down were gone. He got up, aching in his tired muscles and his head, but this time the panic that had filled him in the truck was gone. Well, one victim more or less, what did it matter? And besides, he clung to the fact that Hars had not exactly said the victims were dead. So it didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney planned. He shut the door and sat on the edge of the bed. Shut up, you put us in a lousy fix and I have to think a way out of it, he rasped at Hars when Hars started to speak, and the man from the future looked at him with opaque pale eyes, and silently opened one of the flat canisters and began to eat. All right, said Mooney at last. Hars, get rid of all this stuff. This stuff. The stuff on the walls. What your little spiders have been spinning, understand? Can't you get it off the walls? Hars leaned forward and touched the kit. The little spider things that had been aimlessly roving now began to digest what they had created, as the ones that had held Mooney had already done. It was quick. Mooney hoped it would be quick enough. There were over a dozen of the things, more than Mooney would have believed the little kit could hold, and he had seen no sign of them before. The silvery silk on the walls, in aimless tracing, disappeared. The thick silvery coat over the window disappeared. Har's bassinet hood disappeared. A construction that haloed the door disappeared, and as it dwindled, the noises from the corridor grew louder. Some sort of sound-absorbing contrivance, Mooney thought, wondering. There was an elaborate silvery erector set of fare on the floor between the beds. It whirled and spun silently, and the little machines took it apart again and swallowed it. Mooney had no notion of its purpose. When it was gone, he could see no change, but Harsh shuddered and shifted his position uncomfortably. "All right," said Mooney when everything was back in the kit. "Now you just keep your mouth shut. I won't ask you to lie, they'll have enough trouble understanding you if you tell the truth. Hear me?" Harsh merely stared, but that was good enough. Mooney put his hand on the phone. He took a deep breath and held it until his head began to tingle and his face turned red. Then he picked up the phone and, when he spoke, there was authentic rage and distress in his voice. "Operator," he snarled, "give me the manager. And hurry up, I want to report a thief." When the manager had gone, along with the assistant manager, the house detective and the ancient shrew-faced head housekeeper, Mooney extracted a promise from Harsh and left him. He carefully hung a "Do Not Disturb" card from the doorknob, crossed his fingers and took the elevator downstairs. The fact seemed to be that Harsh didn't care about aboriginals. Mooney had arranged a system of taps on the door which, he thought, Harsh would abide by, so that Mooney could get back in. Just the same, Mooney vowed to be extremely careful about how he opened that door. Whatever the pale blue light was, Mooney wanted no part of it directed at him. The elevator operator greeted him respectfully, a part of the management's policy of making amends, no doubt. Mooney returned the greeting with a barely civil nod. Sure, it had worked. He'd told the manager that he'd caught the chambermaid trying to steal something valuable that belonged to that celebrated proprietor of valuable secrets, Mr. Harsh. The chambermaid had fled. How dared they employ a person like that? And he had made very sure that the manager and the house Dick and all the rest had plenty of opportunity to snoop apologetically in every closet and under the beds. Just so there would be no suspicion in their minds that a dismembered chambermaid torso was littering some dark corner of the room. What could they do but accept the story? The chambermaid wasn't there to defend herself, and though they might wonder how she had got out of the hotel without being noticed, it was their problem to figure it out, not Mooney's to explain it. They had even been grateful when Mooney offered handsomely to refrain from notifying the police. "Lobby, sir," sang out the elevator operator, and Mooney stepped out, nodded to the manager, stared down the house detective and walked out into the street. So far, so good. Now that the animal necessities of clothes and food and a place to live were taken care of, Mooney had a chance to operate. It was a field in which he had always had a good deal of talent, the making of deals, the locating of contacts, the arranging of transactions that were better conducted in private. And he had a good deal of business to transact. Harsh had accepted without question his statement that they would have to raise more money. Try heroin or platinum, he had suggested, and gone back to his viewer. "I will," Mooney assured him, and he did. He tried them both, and more besides. Not only was it good that he had such valuable commodities to vend, but it was a useful item in his total of knowledge concerning Harsh that the man from the future seemed to have no idea of the value of money in the 20th century, S.A. Mooney found a buyer for the drugs, and there was a few $1,000s there, which helped, for although the quantity was not large, the drugs were chemically pure. He found a fence to handle the jewels and precious metals. And he unloaded all the ones of moderate value, not the other diamond, not the rubies, not the star sapphire. He arranged to keep those without mentioning it to Harsh. No point in selling them now, not when they had several $1,000s above any conceivable expenses, not when some future date would do as well, just in case Harse should get away with the balance of the kit. Having concluded his business, Mooney undertook a brief but expensive shopping tour of his own and found a reasonably satisfactory place to eat. After a pleasantly stimulating cocktail and the best meal he had had in some years, doubly good, for there was no reek from Harse's nauseating concoctions to spoil it, he called for coffee, for brandy, for the day's papers. The disappearance of the truck driver made hardly a ripple. There were a couple of stories, but small and far in the back. Amnesia, said one, an underworld kidnapping, suggested another, but the story had nothing to feed on and it would die. Good enough, thought Mooney, waving for another glass of that enjoyable brandy, and then he turned back to the front page and saw his own face. There was the hotel lobby of the previous day, and a pillar of churning black smoke that Mooney knew was Harse, and there in the background, mouth agape, expression worried, was Howard Mooney himself. He read it all very, very carefully. Well, he thought, at least they didn't get our names. The story was all about the loyal and beneficent Order of Exalted Eagles, and the only reference to the picture was a brief line about a disturbance outside the meeting hall. Nonetheless, the second glass of brandy tasted nowhere near as good as the first. Time passed. Mooney found a man who explained what was meant by the Vale of Kashmir. In Brooklyn, there is a very large park, the name is Prospect Park, and in it is a little planted valley, with a brook and a pool, and the name of it on the maps of Prospect Park is the Vale of Kashmir. Mooney sent out for a map, memorized it. And that was that. However, Mooney didn't really want to go to the Vale of Kashmir with Harse. What he wanted was that survival kit. Wonders kept popping out of it, and each day's supply made Mooney covet the huger store that was still inside. There had been, he guessed, something like 100 separate items that had somehow come out of that tiny box. There simply was no room for them all, but that was not a matter that Mooney concerned himself with. They were there, possible or not, because he had seen them. Mooney laid traps. The trouble was that Harse did not care for conversation. He spent endless hours with his film viewer, and when he said anything at all to Mooney, it was to complain. All he wanted was to exist for 4 days, nothing else. Mooney laid conversational traps, tried to draw him out, and there was no luck. Harse would turn his blank, pale stare on him, and refuse to be drawn. At night, however hard Mooney tried, Harse was always awake past him, and in his sleep, always and always, the little metal guardians strapped Mooney tight. Survival kit? But how did the little metal things know that Mooney was a threat? It was maddening and time was passing. There were 4 days, then only 3, then only 2. Mooney made arrangements of his own. He found 2 girls, lovely girls, the best that money could buy, and he brought them to the suite with a wink and a snigger. A little relaxation, Harse. The red-haired one is named Ginger and she's partial to men with light-colored eyes. Ginger smiled a rehearsed and lovely smile. I certainly am, Mr. Harse. Say, want to dance? But it came to nothing, though the house detective knocked deferentially on the door to ask if they could be a little more quiet, please. It wasn't the sound of celebration that the neighbors were objecting to. It was the shrill, violent noise of Harse's laughter. First he had seemed not to understand, and then he looked as astonished as Mooney had ever seen him. And then the laughter. Girls didn't work. Mooney got rid of the girls. All right, Mooney was a man of infinite resource and sagacity, hadn't he proved that many a time? He excused himself to Harse, made sure his fat new pigskin wallet was in his pocket, and took a cab to a place on Brooklyn's waterfront where cabs seldom go. The bartender had arms like beer kegs and a blue chin. Beer, said Mooney, and made sure he paid for it with a $20 bill, thumbing through a thick wad of 50s and 100s to find the smallest. He retired to a booth and nursed his beer. After about 10 minutes, a man stood beside him, blue-chinned and muscular enough to be the bartender's brother, which, Mooney found, he was. Well, said Mooney, it took you long enough. Sit down. You don't have to roll me, you can earn this. Girls didn't work. Okay, if not girls, then try boys, well, not boys exactly. Hoodlums. Try hoodlums and see what Harse might do against the toughest inhabitants of the area around the Gowanus Canal. Harse, sloshing heedlessly through melted snow, spattering Mooney, grumbled, I do not see why we must wander endlessly across the face of this wretched slum. Mooney said soothingly, we have to make sure, Harse. We have to be sure it's the right place. Huff, said Harse, but he went along. They were in Prospect Park and it was nearly dark. Hey, look, said Mooney desperately, look at those kids on sleds. Harse glanced angrily at the kids on sleds and even more angrily at Mooney. Still, he wasn't refusing to come, and that was something. It had been possible that Harse would sit tight in the hotel room, and it had taken all of the persuasive powers Mooney prided himself on to get him out. But Mooney was able to paint a horrible picture of getting to the wrong place, missing the nexus point, 17 long years of waiting for the next one. They crossed the sheep meadow, crossed the walk, crossed an old covered bridge. And they were at the head of a flight of shallow steps. The Vale of Kashmir, cried Mooney, as though he were announcing a miracle. Harse said nothing. Mooney licked his lips, glancing at the kit Harse carried under an arm, glancing around. No one was in sight. Mooney coughed. You're sure this is the place you mean? If it is the Vale of Kashmir. Harse looked once more down the steps, then turned. No, wait, said Mooney frantically. I mean, well, where in the Vale of Kashmir is the nexus point? This is a big place. Harse's pale eyes stared at him for a moment. No. Not big. Oh, fairly big. After all. Harse said positively, come. Mooney swore under his breath and vowed never to trust anyone again, especially a bartender's brother, but just then it happened. Out of the snowy bushes stepped a man in a red bandana, holding a gun. This is a stick-up. Gimme that bag. Mooney exulted. There was no chance for Harse now. The man was leaping toward him, there would be no time for him to open the bag, take out the weapon. But he didn't have to. There was a thin, singing, whining sound from the bag. It leaped out of Harse's hand, leaped free as though it had invisible wings, and flew at the man in the red bandana. The man stumbled and jumped aside, the eyes incredulous over the mask. The silvery flat metal kit spun round him, whining. It circled him once, spiraled up. Behind it, like a smoke trail from a destroyer, a pale blue mist streamed backward. It surrounded the man and hid him. The bag flew back into Harse's hand. The violet mist thinned and disappeared. And the man was gone, as utterly and as finally as any chambermaid or driver of a truck. There was a moment of silence. Mooney stared without belief at the snow sifting down from the bushes that the man had hid in. Harse looked opaquely at Mooney. It seems, he said, that in these slums are many dangers. Mooney was very quiet on the way back to the hotel. Harse, for once, was not gazing into his viewer. He sat erect and silent beside Mooney, glancing at him from time to time. Mooney did not relish the attention. The situation had deteriorated. It deteriorated even more when they entered the lobby of the hotel. The desk clerk called to Mooney. Mooney hesitated, then said to Harse, you go ahead. I'll be up in a minute. And listen, don't forget about my knock. Harse inclined his head and strode into the elevator. Mooney sighed. There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Mooney, the desk clerk said civilly. Mooney swallowed. A gentleman? To see me? The clerk nodded toward the writing room. In there, sir. A gentleman who says he knows you. Mooney pursed his lips. In the writing room? Well, that was an advantage. The writing room was off the main lobby, it would give Mooney a chance to peek in before whoever it was could see him. He approached the entrance cautiously. "Howard!" cried an accusing familiar voice behind him. Mooney turned. A small man with curly red hair was coming out of a door, marked, "Men." Why, Uncle Lester," said Mooney. "What a pleasant surprise." Lester, all of 5 feet tall, wispy red hair surrounding his red plump face, looked up at him belligerently. "No doubt," he snapped. "I've been waiting all day, Howard. Took the afternoon off from work to come here. And I wouldn't have been here at all if I hadn't seen this." He was holding a copy of the paper with Mooney's picture, behind the pillar of black fog. "Your aunt wrapped my lunch in it, Howard. Otherwise I might have missed it. Went right to the hotel. You weren't there. The doorman helped, though. Found a cab driver. Told me where he'd taken you. Here I am." "That's nice," lied Mooney. "No, it isn't. Howard, what in the world are you up to? Do you know the Monmouth County Police are looking for you? Said there was somebody missing. Want to talk to you." The little man shook his head angrily. "Knew I shouldn't let you stay at my place. Your aunt warned me, too. Why do you make trouble for me?" "Police?" Mooney asked faintly. "At my age. Police coming to the house. Who was that fella who's missing, Howard? Where did he go? Why doesn't he go home? His wife's half crazy. He shouldn't worry her like that." Mooney clutched his uncle's shoulder. "Do the police know where I am? You didn't tell them?" "Tell them? How could I tell them? Only I saw your picture while I was eating my sandwich, so I went to the hotel and—" "Uncle Lester, listen. What did they come to see you for?" "Because I was stupid enough to let you stay in my house, that's what for," Lester said bitterly. "2 days ago. Knocking on my door, hardly 8 o'clock in the morning. They said there's a man missing, driving a truck, found the truck empty. Man from the Coast Guard station knows him, saw him picking up a couple of hitchhikers at a bridge someplace, recognized one of the hitchhikers. Said the hitchhiker'd been staying at my house. That's you, Howard. Don't lie, he described you. Pudgy, kind of a squinty look in the eyes, dressed like a bum. Oh, it was you, all right. Wait a minute. Nobody knows you've come here, right? Not even Auntie? No, course not. She didn't see the picture, so how would she know? Would have said something if she had. Now come on, Howard, we've got to go to the police and— Uncle Lester. The little man paused and looked at him suspiciously. But that was all right. Mooney began to feel confidence flow back into him. It wasn't all over yet, not by a long shot. "Uncle Lester," he said, his voice low-pitched and persuasive, "I have to ask you a very important question. Think before you answer, please. This is the question: have you ever belonged to any communist organization?" The old man blinked. After a moment, he exploded. "Now what are you up to, Howard? You know I never." "Think, Uncle Lester. Please. Way back when you were a boy, anything like that?" "Of course not." "You're sure?" "Because I'm warning you, Uncle Lester, you're going to have to take the strictest security check anybody ever took. You've stumbled onto something important. You'll have to prove you can be trusted or, well, I can't answer for the consequences. You see, this involves," he looked around him furtively, "Schenectady Project." "Skinek. Schenectady Project." Mooney nodded. "You've heard of the atom bomb?" "Uncle Lester, this is bigger. Bigger than the at. Bigger. It's the molecule bomb. There aren't 75 men in the country that know what that so-called driver in the truck was up to, and now you're one of them." Mooney nodded soberly, feeling his power. The old man was hooked, tied, and delivered. He could tell by the look in the eyes, by the quivering of the lips. Now was the time to slip the contract in his hand. Or, in the present instance, to. I'll tell you what to do, whispered Mooney. Here's my key. You go up to my room. Don't knock, we don't want to attract attention. Walk right in. You'll see a man there and he'll explain everything. Understand? Why, sure, Howard. But why don't you come with me? Mooney raised a hand warningly. You might be followed. I'll have to keep a lookout. 5 minutes later, when Mooney tapped on the door of the room, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, and cautiously pushed it open, the pale blue mist was just disappearing. Harse was standing angrily in the center of the room with the jointed metal thing thrust out ominously before him. And of Uncle Lester, there was no trace at all. Time passed. And then time was all gone, and it was midnight, nearly the nexus point. In front of the hotel, a drowsy cab driver gave them an argument. The public library? Listen, the library ain't open this time of night. I ought to, oh, thanks. Hop in. He folded the $5 bill and put the cab in gear. Harse said ominously, Library, Mooney. Why do you instruct him to take us to the library? Mooney whispered, there's a law against being in the park at night. We'll have to sneak in. The library's right across the street. Harse stared, with his luminous pale eyes. But it was true. There was such a law, for the parks of the city lately had become fields of honor where rival gangs contended with bottle shards and zip guns, where a passerby was odds-on to be mugged. High command must know this, Harse grumbled. Must proceed, they say, to Nexus Point. But then one finds the aboriginals have made laws. Oh, I shall make a report. Sure you will, Mooney soothed, but in his heart, he was prepared to bet heavily against it. Because he had a new strategy. Clearly he couldn't get the survival kit from Harse. He had tried that and there was no luck, his arms still tingled as the bellboys had, from having seemingly absent-mindedly taken the handle to help Harse. But there was a way. Get rid of this clown from the future, he thought contentedly, meet the Nexus Point instead of Harse and there was the future, ripe for the taking. He knew where the rescuers would be, and, above all, he knew how to talk. Every man has one talent and Mooney's was salesmanship. All the years wasted on peddling dime store schemes like frozen food plans. But this was the big time at last, so maybe the years of seasoning were not wasted, after all. That for you, Uncle Lester, he muttered. Harse looked up from his viewer angrily and Mooney cleared his throat. I said, he explained hastily, we're almost at the Nexus Point. Snow was drifting down. The cab driver glanced at the black, quiet library, shook his head and pulled away, leaving black, wet tracks in the thin snow. The pale-eyed man looked about him irritably. You, he cried, waking Mooney from a dream of possessing the next 10 years of stock market reports. You. Where is this veil of cashmere? Right this way, Harse, right this way, said Mooney placatingly. There was a wide sort of traffic circle, Grand Army Plaza was the name of it, and there were a few cars going around it. But not many, and none of them looked like police cars. Mooney looked up and down the broad, quiet streets. Across here, he ordered, and led the time traveler toward the edge of the park. We can't go in the main entrance. There might be cops. Cops. Policemen. Law enforcement officers. We'll just walk down here a way and then hop over the wall. Trust me, said Mooney, in the voice that had put frozen food lockers into so many suburban homes. The look from those pale eyes was anything but a look of trust, but Harse didn't say anything. He stared about with an expression of detached horror, like an Alabama gentlewoman condemned to walk through Harlem. Now, whispered Mooney urgently. And over the wall they went. They were in a thicket of shrubs and brush, snow-laden, the snow sifting down into Mooney's neck every time he touched a branch, which was always, he couldn't avoid it. They crossed a path and then a road, long, curving, broad, white, empty. Down a hill, onto another path. Mooney paused, glancing around. You know where you are going? I think so. I'm looking for cops. None in sight. Mooney frowned. What the devil did the police think they were up to? They passed laws. Why weren't they around to enforce them? Mooney had his landmarks well in mind. There was the drive, and there was the fork he was supposed to be looking for. It wouldn't be hard to find the path to the Vale. The only thing was, it was kind of important to Mooney's hope of future prosperity that he find a policeman first. And time was running out. He glanced at the luminous dial of his watch, self-winding, shockproof, non-magnetic. The man in the hotel's jewelry shop had assured him only yesterday that he could depend on its timekeeping as on the beating of his heart. It was nearly 1:15. Come along, grumbled Harse. Mooney stalled. I think we'd better go along this way. It ought to be down there. He cursed himself. Why hadn't he gone in the main entrance, where there was sure to be a cop? Harse would never have known the difference. But there was the artist in him that wanted the thing done perfectly, and so he had held to the pretense of avoiding police, had skulked and hidden. And now. Look, he whispered, pointing. Harse spat soundlessly and turned his eyes where Mooney was pointing. Yes. Under a distant light, a moving figure, swinging a nightstick. Mooney took a deep breath and planted a hand between Harse's shoulder blades. Run! He yelled at the top of his voice, and shoved. He sounded so real, he almost convinced himself. We'll have to split up, I'll meet you there. Now run. 6. Oh, clever Mooney. He crouched under a snowy tree, watching the man from the future speed effortlessly away, in the wrong direction. The cop was hailing him, clever cop. All it had taken was a couple of full-throated yells and at once the cop had perceived that someone was in the park. But cleverer than any cop was Mooney. Men from the future. Why, thought Mooney contentedly, no misses. Meyerhauser of the suburbs would have let me get away with a trick like that to sell her a freezer. There's going to be no problem at all. I don't have to worry about a thing. Mooney can take care of himself. By then, he had caught his breath, and time was passing. He heard a distant confused yelling. Harse and the cop. But it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was getting to the nexus point at 1:01. He took a deep breath and began to trot. Slipping in the snow, panting heavily, he went down the path, around the little glade, across the covered bridge. He found the shallow steps that led down to the Vale. And there it was below him, a broad space where walks joined, and in the space a thing shaped like a dinosaur egg, rounded and huge. It glowed with a silvery sheen. Confidently, Mooney started down the steps toward the egg and the moving figures that flitted soundlessly around it. Harse was not the only time traveler, Mooney saw. Good, that might make it all the simpler. Should he change his plan and feign amnesia, pass himself off as one of their own men? Or? A movement made him look over his shoulder. Somebody was standing at the top of the steps. Hell's fire, whispered Mooney. He'd forgotten all about that aboriginal law, and here above him stood a man in a policeman's uniform, staring down with pale eyes. No, not a policeman. The face was Harse. Mooney swallowed and stood rooted. You. Harse's savage voice came growling. You are to stand still. Mooney didn't need the order, he couldn't move. No 20th century cop was a match for Harse, that was clear. Harse had bested him, taken his uniform away from him for camouflage, and here he was. Unfortunately, so was Howard Mooney. The figures below were looking up, pointing and talking. Harse from above was coming down. Mooney could only stand, and wish that he were back in Seabright, living on cookies and stale tea, wish he had planned things with more intelligence, more skill, perhaps even with more honesty. But it was too late for wishing. Harse came down the steps, paused a yard from Mooney, scowled a withering scowl, and passed on. He reached the bottom of the steps and joined the others waiting about the egg. They all went inside. The glowing silvery colors winked and went out. The egg flamed purple, faded, turned transparent and disappeared. Mooney stared and, yelling a demand for payment, ran stumbling down the steps to where it had been. There was a round thawed spot, a trampled patch, nothing else. They were gone. Almost gone. Because there was a sudden bright wash of flame from overhead, cold silvery flame. He looked up, dazzled. Over him, the egg was visible as thin smoke, hovering. A smoky, half-transparent hand reached out of a port. A thin, reedy voice cried, "I promised you. Pay." And the silvery dispatch case sort of thing, the survival kit, dropped soundlessly to the snow beside Mooney. When he looked up again, the egg was gone for good. He was clear back to the hotel before he got a grip on himself, and then he was drunk with delight. Honest Harse. Splendidly trustable Harse. Why, all this time, Mooney had been so worried, had worked so hard, and the whole survival kit was his, after all. He had touched it gingerly before picking it up, but it didn't shock him. Clearly the protective devices, whatever they were off. He sweated over it for an hour and a half, looking for levers, buttons, a slit that he might pry wider with the blade of a knife. At last he kicked it and yelled, past endurance, "Open up, damn you." It opened wide on the floor before him. "Oh, bless your heart," cried Mooney, falling to his knees to drag out the string of wampum, the little mechanical mice, the viewing machine sort of thing. Treasures like those were beyond price. Each one might fetch a fortune, if only in the wondrous new inventions he could patent if he could discover just how they worked. But where were they? Gone. The wampum was gone. The goggles were gone. Everything was gone, the little flat canisters, the map instruments, everything but one thing. There was, in a corner of the case, a squarish, sharp-edged thing that Mooney stared at blindly for a long moment before he recognized it. It was a part, only a part, of the jointed construction that Harse had used to rid himself of undesirables by bathing them in blue light. What a filthy trick! Mooney all but sobbed to himself. He picked up the squarish thing bitterly. Probably it wouldn't even work, he thought, the world a ruin around him. It wasn't even the whole complete weapon. Still. There was a grooved, saddle-shaped affair that was clearly a sort of trigger. It could move forward or it could move back. Mooney thought deeply for a while. Then he sat up, held the thing carefully away from him with the pointed part toward the wall and pressed, ever so gently pressed forward on the saddle-shaped thumb trigger. The pale blue haze leaped out, swirled around and, not finding anything alive in its range, dwindled and died. Aha, thought Mooney, not everything is lost yet. Surely a bright young man could find some use for a weapon like this which removed, if it did not kill, which prevented any nastiness about a corpse turning up, or a messy job of disposal. Why not see what happened if the thumb piece was moved backward? Well, why not? Mooney held the thing away from him, hesitated, and slid it back. There was a sudden shivering tingle in his thumb, in the gadget he was holding, running all up and down his arm. A violet haze, very unlike the blue one, licked soundlessly forth, not burning, but destroying as surely as flame ever destroyed. For where the haze touched the gadget itself, the kit, everything that had to do with the man from the future, it seared and shattered. The gadget fell into white crystalline powder in Mooney's hand and the case itself became a rectangular shape traced in white powder ridges on the rug. Oh, no! Thought Mooney, even before the haze had gone. It can't be. The flame danced away like a cloud, spreading and rising. While Mooney stared, it faded away, but not without leaving something behind. Mooney threw his taut body backward, almost under the bed. What he saw, he didn't believe. What he believed filled him with panic. No wonder Harse had laughed so when Mooney asked if its victims were dead. For there they were, all of them. Like gin out of a jar, human figures gelled and solidified where the cloud of violet flame had not at all diffidently rolled. They were alive, as big as life, and beginning to move, and so many of them. 3, 5, 6. The truck driver, yes, and a man in long red flannel underwear who must have been the policeman, and Uncle Lester, and the bartender's brother, and the chambermaid, and a man Mooney didn't know. They were there, all of them. And they came toward him, and oh. But they were angry. The Hated. Originally published in 1958. After space, there was always one more river to cross, the far side of hatred and murder. The bar didn't have a name. No name of any kind. Not even an indication that it had ever had one. All it said on the outside was Cafe. Eat. Cocktails. Which doesn't make a lot of sense. But it was a bar. It had a big TV set going yatata in 3 glorious colors, and a jukebox that tried to drown out the TV with that lousy music they play. Anyway, it wasn't a kid hangout. I kind of like it. But I wasn't supposed to be there at all, it's in the contract. I was supposed to stay in New York and the New England states. Cafe Cocktails was right across the river. I think the name of the place was Hoboken, but I'm not sure. It all had a kind of dreamy feeling to it. Well, I couldn't even remember going there. I remembered one minute I was downtown New York, looking across the river. I did that a lot. And then I was there. I don't remember crossing the river at all. I was drunk, you know. You know how it is. Double bourbons and keep them coming. And after a while the bartender stops bringing me the ginger ale because gradually I forget to mix them. I got pretty loaded long before I left New York. I realized that. I guess I had to get pretty loaded to risk the pension and all. Used to be I didn't drink much, but now, I don't know, when I have one drink, I get to thinking about Sam and Wally and Chowderhead and Gilvy and the captain. If I don't drink, I think about them, too, and then I take a drink. And that leads to another drink, and it all comes out to the same thing. Well, I guess I said it already, I drink a pretty good amount, but you can't blame me. There was a girl. I always get a girl someplace. Usually they aren't much and this one wasn't either. I mean she was probably somebody's mother. She was around 35 and not so bad, though she had a long scar under her ear down along her throat to the little round spot where her larynx was. It wasn't ugly. She smelled nice, while I could still smell, you know, and she didn't talk much. I liked that. Only. Well, did you ever meet somebody with a nervous cough? Like when you say something funny, a little funny, not a big yuck, they don't laugh and they don't stop with just smiling, but they sort of cough. She did that. I began to itch. I couldn't help it. I asked her to stop it. She spilled her drink and looked at me almost as though she was scared, and I had tried to say it quietly, too. Sorry, she said, a little angry, a little scared. Sorry. But you don't have to. Forget it. Sure. But you asked me to sit down here with you, remember? If you're going to. Forget it. I nodded at the bartender and held up 2 fingers. You need another drink, I said. The thing is, I said, Gilvy used to do that. What? That cough. She looked puzzled. You mean like this? God damn it, stop it. Even the bartender looked over at me that time. Now she was really mad, but I didn't want her to go away. I said, Gilvy was a fellow who went to Mars with me. Pat Gilvy. Oh. She sat down again and leaned across the table, low. Mars. The bartender brought our drinks and looked at me suspiciously. I said, Say, Mac, would you turn down the air conditioning? My name isn't Mac. No. Have a heart. It's too cold in here. Sorry. He didn't sound sorry. I was cold. I mean that kind of weather, it's always cold in those places. You know, around New York in August. It hits 80, 85, 90. All the places have air conditioning and what they really want is for you to wear a shirt and tie. But I like to walk a lot. You would, too, you know. And you can't walk around much in long pants and a suit coat and all that stuff. Not around there. Not in August. And so then, when I went into a bar, it'd have one of those built-in freezers for the used car salesmen with their dates, or maybe their wives, all dressed up. For what? But I froze. Mars, the girl breathed. Mars. I began to itch again. Want to dance? They don't have a license, she said. Byron, I didn't know you'd been to Mars. Please tell me about it. It was all right, I said. That was a lie. She was interested. She forgot to smile. It made her look nicer. She said, I knew a man, my brother-in-law, he was my husband's brother, I mean my ex-husband. I get the idea. He worked for General Atomic. In Rockford, Illinois. You know where that is? Sure. I couldn't go there, but I knew where Illinois was. He worked on the first Mars ship. Oh, 15 years ago, wasn't it? He always wanted to go himself, but he couldn't pass the tests. She stopped and looked at me. I knew what she was thinking. But I didn't always look this way, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with me now, I mean, but I couldn't pass the tests anymore. Nobody can. That's why we're all one-trippers. I said, the only reason I'm shaking like this is because I'm cold. It wasn't true, of course. It was that cough of Gilvey's. I didn't like to think about Gilvey, or Sam or Chowderhead or Wally or the captain. I didn't like to think about any of them. It made me shake. You see, we couldn't kill each other. They wouldn't let us do that. Before we took off, they did something to our minds to make sure. What they did, it doesn't last forever. It lasts for 2 years and then it wears off. That's long enough, you see, because that gets you to Mars and back, and it's plenty long enough, in another way, because it's like a straitjacket. You know how to make a baby cry? Hold his hands. It's the most basic thing there is. What they did to us so we couldn't kill each other, it was like being tied up, like having our hands held so we couldn't get free. Well. But 2 years was long enough. Too long. The bartender came over and said, "Pal, I'm sorry. See, I turned the air conditioning down. You all right? You look so." I said, "Sure, I'm all right." He sounded worried. I hadn't even heard him come back. The girl was looking worried, too, I guess because I was shaking so hard I was spilling my drink. I put some money on the table without even counting it. "It's all right," I said. "We were just going." "We were." She looked confused. "But she came along with me." "They always do, once they find out you've been to Mars." "In the next place," she said, "between trips to the powder room, it must take a lot of courage to sign up for something like that. Were you scientifically inclined in school? Don't you have to know an awful lot to be a space flyer? Did you ever see any of those little monkey characters they say live on Mars? I read an article about how they lived in little cities of pup tents or something like that, only they didn't make them, they grew them. Funny. Ever see those? That trip must have been a real drag, I bet. What is it, 9 months? You couldn't have a baby. Excuse me, tell me. All that time, how'd you, manage things? I mean, didn't you ever have to go to the or anything? We managed, I said. She giggled, and that reminded her, so she went to the powder room again. I thought about getting up and leaving while she was gone, but what was the use of that? I'd only pick up somebody else. It was nearly midnight. A couple of minutes wouldn't hurt. I reached in my pocket for the little box of pills they give us. It isn't refillable, but we get a new prescription in the mail every month, along with the pension check. The label on the box said, "Caution. Use only as directed by physician. Not to be taken by persons suffering heart condition, digestive upset or circulatory disease. Not to be used in conjunction with alcoholic beverages." I took 3 of them. I don't like to start them before midnight, but anyway I stopped shaking. I closed my eyes, and then I was on the ship again. The noise in the bar became the noise of the rockets and the air washers and the sludge sluicers. I began to sweat, although this place was air-conditioned, too. I could hear Wally whistling to himself the way he did, the sound muffled by his oxygen mask and drowned in the rocket noise, but still perfectly audible. The tune was Sophisticated Lady. Sometimes it was Easy to Love and sometimes Chasing Shadows, but mostly Sophisticated Lady. He was from Juilliard. Somebody sneezed, and it sounded just like Chowderhead sneezing. You know how everybody sneezes according to his own individual style. Chowderhead had a ladylike little sneeze. It went hooda, real quick, all through the mouth, no nose involved. The captain went rash. Wally was a shoo, a shoo, a shoo. Gilvey was hutcha. Sam didn't sneeze much, but he sort of coughed and sprayed, and that was worse. Sometimes I used to think about killing Sam by tying him down and having Wally and the captain sneeze him to death. But that was a kind of a joke, naturally, when I was feeling good. Or pretty good. Usually I thought about a knife for Sam. For Chowderhead it was a gun, right in the belly, 1 shot. For Wally it was a Tommy gun, just stitching him up and down, you know, back and forth. The captain I would put in a cage with hungry lions, and Gilvey I'd strangle with my bare hands. That was probably because of the cough, I guess. Esichi was back. "Please tell me about it," she begged. "I'm so curious." I opened my eyes. "You want me to tell you about it?" "Oh, please." "About what it's like to fly to Mars on a rocket?" "Yes." "All right," I said. "It's wonderful what 3 little white pills will do." I wasn't even shaking. "There's 6 men, see? In a space the size of a Buick, and that's all the room there is. 2 of us in the bunks all the time, 4 of us on watch. Maybe you want to stay in the sack an extra 10 minutes, because it's the only place on the ship where you can stretch out, you know, the only place where you can rest without somebody's elbow in your side. But you can't. Because by then it's the next man's turn. And maybe you don't have elbows in your side while it's your turn off watch. But in the starboard bunk there's the air regenerator master valve. I bet I could still show you the bruises right around my kidneys, and in the port bunk there's the emergency escape hatch handle. That gets you right in the temple, if you turn your head too fast. And you can't really sleep, I mean not soundly, because of the noise. That is, when the rockets are going. When they aren't going, then you're in free fall, and that's bad, too, because you dream about falling. But when they're going, I don't know, I think it's worse. It's pretty loud. And even if it weren't for the noise, if you sleep too soundly you might roll over on your oxygen line. Then you dream about drowning. Ever do that? You're strangling and choking and you can't get any air. It isn't dangerous, I guess. Anyway, it always woke me up in time. Though I heard about a fellow in a flight 6 years ago. Well. So you've always got this oxygen mask on, all the time, except if you take it off for a second to talk to somebody. You don't do that very often, because what is there to say? Oh, maybe the first couple of weeks, sure, everybody's friends then. You don't even need the mask, for that matter. Or not very much. Everybody's still pretty clean. The place smells, oh, let's see, about like the locker room in a gym. You know. You can stand it. That's if nobody's got space sickness, of course. We were lucky that way. But that's about how it's going to get anyway, you know. Outside the masks, it's soup. It isn't that you smell it so much. You kind of taste it, in the back of your mouth, and your eyes sting. That's after the first 2 or 3 months. Later on, it gets worse. And with the mask on, of course, the oxygen mixture is coming in under pressure. That's funny if you're not used to it. Your lungs have to work a little bit harder to get rid of it, especially when you're asleep, so after a while the muscles get sore. And then they get sorer. And then. Well. Before we take off, the psych people give us a long duda that keeps us from killing each other. But they can't stop us from thinking about it. And afterward, after we're back on Earth, this is what you won't read about in the articles, they keep us apart. You know how they work it. We get a pension, naturally. I mean, there's got to be a pension, otherwise there isn't enough money in the world to make anybody go. But in the contract, it says to get the pension we have to stay in our own area. The whole country's marked off. 6 sections. Each has at least one big city in it. I was lucky, I got a lot of them. They try to keep it so every man's hometown is in his own section, but, well, like with us, Chowderhead and the captain both happen to come from Santa Monica. I think it was Chowderhead that got California, Nevada, all that southwest area. It was the luck of the draw. God knows what the captain got. Maybe New Jersey, I said, and took another white pill. We went on to another place and she said suddenly, I figured something out. The way you keep looking around. What did you figure out? Well, part of it was what you said about the other fellow getting New Jersey. This is New Jersey. You don't belong in this section, right? Right, I said after a minute. So why are you here? I know why. You're here because you're looking for somebody. That's right. She said triumphantly, you want to find that other fellow from your crew. You want to fight him. I couldn't help shaking, white pills or no white pills. But I had to correct her. No. I want to kill him. How do you know he's here? He's got a lot of states to roam around in, too, doesn't he? 6. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, all the way down to Washington. Then how do you know? He'll be here. I didn't have to tell her how I knew. But I knew. I wasn't the only one who spent his time at the border of his assigned area, looking across the river or staring across a state line, knowing that somebody was on the other side. I knew. You fight a war and you don't have to guess that the enemy might have his troops 1,000 miles away from the battle line. You know where his troops will be. You know he wants to fight, too. Huda. Huda. I spilled my drink. I looked at her. You didn't. She looked frightened. What's the matter? Did you just sneeze? Sneeze? Me? Did I? I said something quick and nasty, I don't know what. No. It hadn't been her. I knew it. It was Chowderhead's sneeze. Chowderhead. Marvin T. Roebuck, his name was. 5 feet 8 inches tall. Dark-complected, with a cast in one eye. Spoke with a Midwest kind of accent, even though he came from California, shriek for shriek, horror for horror, like that. It drove me crazy after a while. Maybe that gives you an idea what he talked about mostly. A skunk. A thoroughgoing, deep-rooted, mother-murdering skunk. I kicked over my chair and roared, Roebuck. Where are you, damn you? The bar was all at once silent. Only the jukebox kept going. I know you're here. I screamed. Come out and get it. You louse, I told you I'd get you for calling me a liar the day Wally sneaked a smoke. Silence, everybody looking at me. Then the door of the men's room opened. He came out. He looked lousy. Eyes all red-rimmed and his hair falling out, the poor crumb couldn't have been over 29. He shrieked, you. He called me a million names. He said, you thieving rat, I'll teach you to try to cheat me out of my candy ration. He had a knife. I didn't care. I didn't have anything and that was stupid, but it didn't matter. I got a bottle of beer from the next table and smashed it against the back of a chair. It made a good weapon, you know. I'd take that against a knife any time. I ran toward him, and he came all staggering and lurching toward me, looking crazy and desperate, mumbling and raving. I could hardly hear him, because I was talking, too. Nobody tried to stop us. Somebody went out the door and I figured it was to call the cops, but that was all right. Once I took care of Chowderhead, I didn't care what the cops did. I went for the face. He cut me first. I felt the knife slide up along my left arm but, you know, it didn't even hurt, only kind of stung a little. I didn't care about that. I got him in the face, and the bottle came away, and it was all like gray and white jelly, and then blood began to spring out. He screamed. Oh, that scream. I never heard anything like that scream. It was what I had been waiting all my life for. I kicked him as he staggered back, and he fell. And I was on top of him, with the bottle, and I was careful to stay away from the heart or the throat, because that was too quick, but I worked over the face, and I felt his knife get me a couple times more. And I woke up, you know. And there was Dr. Santley over me with a hypodermic needle that he'd just taken out of my arm, and 4 male nurses in fatigues holding me down. And I was drenched with sweat. For a minute, I didn't know where I was. It was a horrible queasy falling sensation, as though the bar and the fight and the world were all dissolving into smoke around me. Then I knew where I was. It was almost worse. I stopped yelling and just lay there, looking up at them. Dar. Santley said, trying to keep his face friendly and non-committal, "You're doing much better, Byron, boy. Much better." I didn't say anything. He said, "You worked through the whole thing in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Remember the first time? You were 16 hours killing him. Captain Van Wicket was that time, remember? Who was it this time? Chowderhead." I looked at the male nurses. Doubtfully, they let go of my arms and legs. "Chowderhead," said Dr. Santley. "Oh, Roebuck. That boy," he said mournfully, his expression saddened, "he's not coming along nearly as well as you. Nearly. He can't run through a cycle in less than 5 hours. And, that's peculiar, it's usually you well, I better not say that, shall I? No sense setting up a counter-impression when your pores are all open, so to speak." He smiled at me, but he was a little worried in back of the smile. I sat up. "Anybody got a cigarette?" "Give him a cigarette, Johnson," the doctor ordered the male nurse standing alongside my right foot. Johnson did. I fired up. "You're coming along splendidly," Dr. Santley said. He was one of these psych guys that thinks if you say it's so, it makes it so. You know that kind? "We'll have you down under an hour before the end of the week. That's marvelous progress. Then we can work on the conscious level. You're doing extremely well, whether you know it or not. Why, in 6 months, say in 8 months, because I like to be conservative," he twinkled at me, "we'll have you out of here. You'll be the first of your crew to be discharged, you know that." "That's nice," I said. "The others aren't doing so well." "No. Not at all well, most of them. Particularly Dr. Gilvey. The run-throughs leave him in terrible shape. I don't mind admitting I'm worried about him." "That's nice," I said, and this time I meant it. He looked at me thoughtfully, but all he did was say to the male nurses, "He's all right now. Help him off the table." It was hard standing up. I had to hold on to the rail around the table for a minute. I said my set little speech, "Dr. Santley, I want to tell you again how grateful I am for this. I was reconciled to living the rest of my life confined to one part of the country, the way the other crews always did. But this is much better. I appreciate it. I'm sure the others do, too. Of course, boy. Of course. He took out a fountain pen and made a note on my chart. I couldn't see what it was, but he looked gratified. It's no more than you have coming to you, Byron, he said. I'm grateful that I could be the one to make it come to pass. He glanced conspiratorially at the male nurses. You know how important this is to me. It's the triumph of a whole new approach to psychic rehabilitation. I mean to say our heroes of space travel are entitled to freedom when they come back home to Earth, aren't they? Definitely, I said, scrubbing some of the sweat off my face onto my sleeve. So we've got to end this system of designated areas. We can't avoid the tensions that accompany space travel, no. But if we can help you eliminate harmful tensions with a few run-throughs, why, it's not too high a price to pay, is it? Not a bit. I mean to say, he said, warming up, you can look forward to the time when you'll be able to mingle with your old friends from the rocket, free and easy, without any need for restraint. That's a lot to look forward to, isn't it? It is, I said. I look forward to it very much, I said. And I know exactly what I'm going to do the first time I meet one, I mean without any restraints, as you say, I said. And it was true, I did. Only it wouldn't be a broken beer bottle that I would do it with. I had much more elaborate ideas than that.